This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 603. Wait here for a moment. Watching Oda Santafu fly backwards under his unexpected force, Carl left a message to Johnny Silverhand and stepped forward to chase him. The knife that Carl inserted into Oda Santafu's chest just now was a neurotoxin knife, because to deal with a ninja like Oda Santafu who still has certain physical abilities, neurotoxins are used to paralyze his body first, and then it will be much easier to deal with it. If the EMP knife is used, according to Carl's experience of fighting with Adam Heavy Hammer, this level of Arasaka personnel may have installed the anti-EMP technology produced by Ka Tao. Even a transformation maniac like Adam Heavy Hammer can recover quickly after EMP interference. For a ninja like Oda, who has not been transformed to a strong degree and used to protect his master based on physical training, it may be a little bit short. Carl rushed into the room that was knocked open by Oda. The smoke and dust filled the air, and his vision was blurred, but his eyes quickly caught the target. Oda Santafu was struggling to get up from the ground. He pulled out the neurotoxin knife. A large part of his chest was sunken, and blood kept pouring out and flowing down the corner of his mouth. In this state, he could still pull out the knife, which made Carl slightly stunned. Carl knew the power of his neurotoxin knife. As long as the skin was scratched, even the strong men of the animal gang would fall down in just a few breaths. He clearly stabbed the knife into Oda's chest, but Oda could still raise his hand to pull out the knife and throw it aside after receiving the neurotoxin in all directions. Is this the result of some kind of ninja anti-poison training? Or is there a prosthesis installed to resist toxins? Or are the two complementary? Carl is not sure, but he knows that this is the result he wants to see. Seeing that Oda did not die under the neurotoxin knife and his unexpected blow, Carl was slightly relieved, because he still needed Oda to live. When stabbing the neurotoxin knife, if Carl intended to kill Oda, he could have stabbed the knife into Oda's left chest heart. As long as it was stabbed there, unless Oda installed a secondary heart, that is, the kind of prosthesis that can overcome the defects of nature and give life a second chance in the propaganda, otherwise Oda's life will inevitably end at that moment. Carl did not stab the heart, but only stabbed the chest where the position was not fatal. This is exactly what Carl wanted to do to save Oda's life. The task that Carl and Johnny Silverhand received from Roger was to obtain the activity records of Arasaka Hanako. The mission requirements had no other restrictions except obtaining activity records. In other words, Rog would not interfere with what Carl and Johnny Silverhand did during the mission, no matter how dangerous it was. Even if Carl and Johnny Silverhand accidentally killed Arasaka Hanako, that would not be interfered with. At most, Rog could prepare to be a desperate couple with Johnny Silverhand in advance. Of course, Carl would not do something that would be thankless, or in other words, his initial plan was progressing smoothly. When he and Johnny Silverhand dealt with a sniper before, they only invaded and did not kill anyone. This is not because Johnny Silverhand has sympathy for Arasaka's bastards, but because Carl specifically requested it. The reason why Carl just watched the surveillance and let Johnny Silverhand work before was because in addition to paying attention to the surveillance, he also had to complete the invasion of those snipers. His plan was to delete the memories of the snipers and hackers during this period, leaving them with the impression that they were safe and sound during this period, and then he would take advantage of this period to sneak into the float and complete the task of obtaining information. If the whole plan goes smoothly, it will be very smooth. However, Carl did not expect that the guard arrangement this time would be so lax that Oda Santafu and Adam Heavy Hammer, who were close guards beside Arasaka Hanako, quarreled, which led to Oda Santafu's unwillingness to trust Arasaka's security and decided to work alone. It happened that the first location to be checked was the most important hacker location that Carl expected. Even more unfortunate was that because he activated the optical camouflage, his figure was difficult to find, and he happened to run into Johnny Silverhand. Then, in order to eliminate the threat, Oda took action immediately. Since he had unfortunately run into him, the previous plan had to be rearranged. The information provided by Rog was extremely detailed. Carl had already been familiar with the entire process of the Float Festival, and every link and every detail was extremely clear. Carl had also taken into account the guards around Arasaka Hanako, and even accurately found the time to sneak in. That was when the guards protected Arasaka Hanako, and went to the front of the float to pay tribute to Arasaka Saburo. Their figures would be exposed to the public. That was the most dangerous and easiest moment to be assassinated. The guards would concentrate on protecting Hanako, and the defense inside the float would inevitably be relatively weak. Carl planned to take advantage of this opportunity to sneak into the float quietly, with the virus installed in advance, and quickly evacuate after getting the data. Originally, Carl only planned to invade hackers and snipers. No one would die in the whole process, and no one would notice. The whole plan should be as natural as flowing water, and no one would be alarmed. However, the appearance of Oda Santefu broke Carl's plan. He may be really trusted by Arasaka Hanako, and he has the right to act independently. Not only did he not protect Arasaka Hanako closely, but he acted independently and messed up everything. Since Oda broke his plan, Carl could only help him. Oda Santefu, who was panting, looked at Carl, who came out of the smoke. The orange-red light of the thermal mantis knife was on his arm again. Obviously, even if his body was still paralyzed by the neurotoxin, he still planned to struggle. Even if Oda Santefu was in such a bad state, his combat ability was still not to be underestimated after showing the thermal mantis knife that emitted a blazing light. The knife seemed to be his last dignity. The jumping flames on the blade drew dazzling tracks in the dim room. Every swing towards Carl was accompanied by the sound of breaking wind. Although Oda's movements were slightly slow, every move was precise and fierce, as if all his strength was concentrated on the knife. Even if Oda, an elite member of the terrorist mobile team, stood in front of him, it would be impossible to take him down easily. However, all this seemed so insignificant in front of Carl. Oda waved the thermal mantis knife, trying to find Carl's flaws, but every attack seemed to hit the void. Carl just shook it lightly and easily avoided his blade. With a slight dodge, before Oda Sandeo could react, Carl had come behind him and pulled out the single-molecule wire. Squeak! With the sound of the single-molecule wire being inserted into the connection port, Oda Sandeo's struggling expression slowly calmed down, and his eyes gradually became dim, until Carl completed the invasion and turned into a puppet that he could control at will. It is naturally not a simple matter to invade a master like Oda Sandeo. His own ICE protection is enough to give top hackers a headache, but that is a remote invasion. When his physical condition has dropped to the limit, and he is about to fall into a coma, Carl has the help of neurotoxin paralysis and direct connection of single-molecule wires, so it is easy for Carl to invade. The material used for Carl's single-molecule wire is the best information transmission material. 1 gram of its constituent material can be compared to the price of the top single-molecule wire on the market. With the help of this excellent material, Carl takes over Oda Sandeo's body, just like taking over his own body. Okay, the invasion is complete. Next, let me see how to do something to you. Let's look at the inspection regulations first. Oh, because you are worried about Arasaka in Night City, you haven't done a program inspection since you came to Night City. This is really good news. This means that even if I complete the invasion and plant something in Oda Santao, it will be difficult for him to check and remove it out of habit, and I don't need to do any hint manipulation in this regard. Then, let's start with changing the neural thinking structure. By the way, give you a 3-type all-out treatment. Don't let Miss Wuzzy get suspicious because of your superficial injuries. Chapter 604. Miss Hanako, the security arrangements this time are so bad that I have to wonder if someone is secretly targeting the Arasaka family. I have completed the inspection of key locations. The laxity of the personnel is shocking. I have arranged the necessary defenses and will be back soon. Please wait. When Hanako received the message from her personal bodyguard Oda Santao, she was communicating with her brother Arasaka Nobuyuki. The message from Oda Santao made Hanako's eyes flicker slightly. Hanako knew this personal bodyguard very well. Although his skills were not as good as her young bodyguard Iwashima Katsuo, he was impeccable in loyalty. It can be said that he was one of the few people she could trust. Moreover, Oda Santao had a mind that had not been revealed, the same as Iwashima Katsuo in the past. Hanako Arasaka knew this very well. That is, Oda Santao was also fascinated by her during his long-term guard work. It must be said that women in the Arasaka family seem to be born to attract their own personal bodyguards of the opposite sex. Katsuo Iwashima, the disciple of Arasaka's chief security officer, who once protected Arasaka Hanako, was fascinated by her. In the past, Adam Heavy Hammer had an ambiguous relationship with Arasaka Michiko, and now, Oda Santao, the best scorer in the Hokkaido training camp, has not been spared. Under this special emotion, every knight who protects the princess can do his best and show unparalleled loyalty. Arasaka Hanako naturally knows the thoughts of Oda Santao and Iwashima Katsuo. Although they deliberately hide it in front of others, fearing that revealing it will attract the wrath of higher-ups and be eliminated, as the object of protection, how can Hanako not notice their occasional loving glances? She just deliberately takes advantage of this. After all, people who love you are always worth trusting, aren't they? Arasaka Hanako inherited a skill from her father, which is to see through people's hearts. She always knows what means to use to deal with others, and how to make people feel good and convinced. With this skill, she not only mediated the conflict between Arasaka Saburo and Arasaka Nobuo Arasaka in the past, but also walked out of the Arasaka mansion step by step, and became an important leader of the Arasaka internal faction. Even now, she still uses this skill. She knows the character of Oda Santafu. Oda Santafu didn't say much in his words, which means that he really didn't find any problems this time, but the guards were too lax, giving possible people the opportunity to assassinate, so he was worried about it. Then Arasaka Hanako can rest assured a little, and don't have to worry about being attacked in public. What needs to be dealt with more now is the communication with my brother. I am very sad about my father's death, but Hanako, you know that I have to deal with various matters after my father's death, including preparing to renegotiate the Alvin agreement with the damn new US president. Soon, she will come to Night City to negotiate with me in person. I really can't be there in person to mourn your father's death with you, because I believe that handling affairs and allowing Arasaka to develop is what he wants to see more. Revenge? So you push me out and let me announce my father's death as a public figure? This makes me feel like your puppet. Everyone has a role to play, Hanako. Michiko has no objection to this. No opinion? That's because she and you have reached a cooperation, right? I never thought that you, who used to do whatever it takes to target everything, would actually join forces with Michiko to try to completely control Arasaka. You are becoming more and more like your father. More and more like your father. Faced with Arasaka Hanako's words, Arasaka Nobuyuki was obviously silent for a moment, and then he replied in an unusually calm tone. No, I have never been the same as my father and Saburo. I just found a little bit of the feeling of the past in the past few days. I just saw the changes, and I hope that in today. After the day, don't mention your father again, because now, I am the CEO of Arasaka. He paused, and his tone softened slightly. Hanako, remember when you were in the mansion, I often told you some stories about the outside world? Maybe after today, I can often talk to you about these as long as you are still willing to listen. Brother. Hanako Arasaka listened to the face of a brother who had not shown up for a long time, and talked about Arasaka Nobuyuki in front of her for the first time in a long time, which reminded her of her past experiences. Her heart was slightly touched, but this touch was quickly suppressed by her. She took a breath. I will mourn my father's brother well, as long as this is what you want. Thank you very much, Hanako. After this sentence, Arasaka Nobuyuki ended the communication, and Arasaka Hanako took a deep breath as she watched his face disappear in front of the communication. Never mention my father again? But how is this possible? Hanako Arasaka was once imprisoned by her father in the Arasaka mansion for a long time. It was not until the death of her brother Kei Arasaka that she stepped forward to mediate the conflict between Nobuo Arasaka and Saburo Arasaka. Only then did she realize that she had an outstanding ability to see into people's hearts, and a unique and special status, which also allowed her to taste a bit of power. Rights can allow her to leave the mansion that imprisoned her, let her live in the open according to her own consciousness to a certain extent, let her breathe a little, and enjoy freedom. But Hanako Arasaka also understands that the rights she can get all come from others. Even if she was promoted to become the leader of the pheasant faction in Arasaka, and seemed to have become one of the three giants of Arasaka power, she was actually just a puppet of Saburo Arasaka. Pheasants are just a gorgeous bird that cannot fly long distances. She can only flap her wings slightly to enjoy a moment of freedom. She can't fly far or fly away, and is destined to be in a cage. Unlike my brother Jing who obeyed my father's teachings, and my brother who rebelled against my father, everything I have was given to me by my father. The pheasant can't escape. Relic is a thing that can make people live forever to a certain extent after research and perfection, but it was Hanako Arasaka who discovered this function and dedicated it to her father. She knows the ability of Relic better than the researchers. My father may have died physically, but the battle for Arasaka is not over yet. Brother, you may think that I am free now, that I am free enough to decide things with my own consciousness, and that I am your beloved sister, so you are afraid of me and still have some expectations from me caused by past feelings. But, Father, he has always existed. Father's will has always existed. How can I leave the cage? Chapter 605. Carl, are you sure your method is okay? I think we should just kill this Arasaka bastard. Then let everyone know that there was an invasion here, right? Carl rolled his eyes at Johnny Silverhand's suggestion. The job we received is just to take things, not to kill people. Killing people will be charged separately. It's so troublesome. Johnny Silverhand muttered. You have to think about the customers. Carl tried to correct the concept of his colleague, who had just entered the industry not long ago. Customers want things. We have to consider them. Rod wants information, not lives. So we shouldn't take their lives, which will not only save the trouble in the future, but also avoid some unnecessary trouble for customers. You can still think so? Johnny Silverhand muttered. I think Rod can accept it anyway. So Rod is your ex-girlfriend, Mr. Johnny Silverhand? Carl couldn't help but complain. To be honest, I still think you were popular, Mr. Johnny Silverhand, maybe because you really. Some people just fall for this. People are really different. I often feel that you are a low-quality person because you often swear. If it were me, I would definitely stay away from such a person of the opposite sex. Hey, what, Carl, do you want to learn my skills in picking up girls? Johnny Silverhand smiled proudly. I charmed countless people in the past. If you beg me, I might be in a good mood and teach you a few tricks. Let a dog teach me. No thanks, Carl said speechlessly, and I think learning your low quality will only lower my personal image. But you can talk to Oliver about this, he might be interested. Carl had to admit that Johnny Silverhand was really good at attracting the opposite sex. This was a very obvious fact. Just look at his ex-girlfriend Roger, who could still easily recognize him after more than 50 years. Half a century had passed, and Roger still missed him, which was enough to prove Johnny Silverhand's greatness in this regard. However, thinking he was great and wanting to learn his style were two different things. Just like if someone could pee upside down, Carl would praise him as awesome, but he would never try it. Heh, I can tell from your behavior that you have never been in love many times. How come you are still a virgin? How about I take you to a bar sometime? If you do as I say, I guarantee you will be able to go home with 2 girls at night. Let me check the database in my mind. Well, the changes these days are not without benefits. At least there are more and more bars. Come on, Mr. Johnny Silverhand, why don't you recommend a restaurant to me? I might be more interested in it. Just when I woke up, I found that the Night City food record was input into my head. I think that thing was made by you. Are you really playing the gourmet interview game in this place? Is there really anything to eat here? Whether it can be eaten or not is not something you can experience, Mr. Johnny Silverhand, who has a taste system. But if you beg me, I can help you talk to V&T. Bug, tell me if they can get this for you. I beg you? Wine has a taste too. Looking at Johnny Silverhand's obvious silence, Carl shook his head. Now that we are used to each other, I feel that Johnny Silverhand is not bad. Although he is a little arrogant, a little conceited, of low quality, and has mediocre skills, he is actually a good person. How should I put it? In general, he is a typical bad person in terms of personality quality, but in this bad here, he can be regarded as a guy who is used to getting along with, can talk, and can become friends. Are all rock boys like this? But it seems that Carrie is much better than Johnny in this regard. Carl thought while checking his intrusion. He did not do anything special to Oda's brain. It is better to say that for people like Oda, too much manipulation will make him notice abnormalities, so Carl just deliberately blocked things and increased his subconscious neglect. Just like when people are injured accidentally, because the pain is not severe, they subconsciously ignore it, and only react when they see the wound coagulate with their own eyes. Just some trivial treatments of the human body are easy to be ignored. Carl modified some of Oda's memories, and after making this neglect treatment, he strengthened an interesting idea he saw. When is it easiest for people to ignore small things? That is when they are thinking about other things in their hearts, and the more that idea is around in their hearts, the more difficult it is for people to pay attention to some small things. In Oda's mind, there are some thoughts of love for the master that are not in line with ninjas and violate the concept of guarding. Carl slightly adjusted the hormone secretion caused by that idea. As long as Oda sees the people he is guarding, the hormone will produce a subtle increase in secretion, which makes his thoughts slightly deviate under the influence of hormones, and subconsciously think in that direction. Moreover, even if Oda realized that this idea caused by the secretion of hormones was not right, he would never do much inspection. Love is human nature, especially this kind of love that violates the taboo of the concept of protection. Even if Oda realizes that his love for the person he protects is growing day by day, he cannot express it openly. He can only constantly restrain himself with dogma in his heart and correct the mistakes in his thoughts. In the constant self-struggle and adjustment, he will ignore more and more details. Love is a fulfilled life, just like a wine glass filled with wine. Rabindranath Tagore. It is difficult for people to refuse love. Maybe they will show indifference and fear, but when it comes, the happiness brought by love will always make people abandon their worries and thoughts. Carl thought about it, but thought of Jack. A glass of vodka, add ice cubes, lime juice, ginger beer, oh, and most importantly some love. This thing, isn't it the recipe for Moscow Mule? At most, you add an inexplicable love at the end. Love is the most important thing, Carl. Carl smiled slightly when he thought of the conversation he had with Jack. Love is indeed the most important thing. Without the relationship between Jack and them, Carl would not have come this far. I've made up my mind. When Carl was about to pack up and wait for the information to arrive, and go home to take his friends to the next life to go shopping and hand in the task, Johnny Silverhand, who had been struggling for a long time, spoke. If you can add the function of smoking to me, I beg you. Obviously, Mr. Johnny Silverhand could not resist the temptation of drinking and smoking, so much so that he was willing to lose face. Chapter 606. There is no doubt that you did a great job this time, Carl. Johnny, I got what I wanted, and you didn't alarm anyone. You did a good job. Roger's voice was full of praise. In Roger's praise, Johnny Silverhand obviously wanted to say something, but under Carl's gaze, he didn't say anything after all. In order to smoke and drink, Johnny Silverhand resisted the urge to brag. His performance made Roger, who was familiar with him, couldn't help but look at him more. She thought that according to Johnny's temperament, he would immediately brag about himself when he heard her say well done, and then talk about how great and awesome he was. But Johnny was so quiet today. Did he really learn something from this mission and change his temperament? Then let's do it this time. Johnny, do you want to stay here with Roger? Or Carl asked. Let's go! I beg you, hurry up and give me a set of equipment for smoking and drinking. Johnny Silverhand interrupted impatiently. Okay. Carl pointed to Johnny Silverhand's eagerness at Roger. Then let's stop nagging and talk about it later, Roger. Let's go out and have a drink and leave. Smoking and drinking. I see. Roger chuckled. I was wondering why Johnny was so quiet today. Just treat it as an additional reward for this mission. I pay for your drinking today. Remember to pack a few bottles of wine for this impatient dog. I don't need you to tell me that, Roger. Johnny Silverhand muttered. After Johnny Silverhand followed Carl and left in a hurry, Roger watched their backs disappear behind the closed door, thought for a moment, then picked up the things she had obtained and began to contact people. Carl and Johnny Silverhand's work was over, but Roger's work had just begun. When Carl and Johnny Silverhand came to the seats beside the counter, several other people also arrived. After the festival, they received Carl's message and rushed to Next Life. However, Carl looked around and didn't see Misty, who was supposed to accompany Jack. Where is Misty? Carl asked Jack curiously after sitting down. I saw your message before. Weren't you with Misty? I went back after watching the flower rain. My mother wanted to have dinner with her. Now I can't spend as much time with my mother as Misty at night. My mother has been complaining recently. I don't know who is the biological child. Jack shrugged helplessly. Mrs. Wells would say so. She asked me, V. Oliver, and T. Bug to go and sit with her a few days ago. She said she hadn't seen us for a while. Carl smiled. It's been less than a week. She's just that kind of person. Jack said, seeing Johnny Silverhand jumping to the seat next to him. Speaking of which, how did it feel to do the job for the first time, Johnny? Oh, how could such a small job be difficult for me, Johnny Silverhand? Johnny Silverhand obviously forgot that he was chased and hacked by Shao Tian, and looked at V and T Bug on the other side proudly. Carl said, you have the ability to give me the entire taste system and the smoking components, and he will pay for the components. Can you help me tonight? If not, I can beg you. It's too uncomfortable to watch the wine not being able to drink. It's easy to say, Carl told us. It's not difficult. We can do it later. V nodded, indicating that it's okay to help, and T Bug next to him also added, just don't make the house smell. Don't worry, as long as you get ready with me, I can go to the rooftop to drink and smoke. Johnny Silverhand promised solemnly. At this time, Claire came over and looked at the few people. Would you like something to drink? Her eyes swept over Johnny Silverhand, but there was no surprise on her face. Obviously, she was used to this dog, who could only speak human language. In response to Claire's inquiry, Jack glanced at Johnny Silverhand and said to Claire with a smile, I just have a glass of Johnny Silverhand. I haven't had it for a while. Good taste. Johnny Silverhand showed a certain sense of pride in Jack's choice. Men have to drink like this. I think you like to drink like this. V teased, then looked at Claire. Are there any new wine orders recently? I want to drink something special. How about a glass of Alan? Claire suggested. Alan? V thought for a moment when he heard the name, and then reacted. Oh, it's Alan who killed Saburo Arasaka, right? As he said that, V glanced at Carl and asked knowingly, isn't he from military technology? The company is fighting each other. Are you on the wine list of the next life? Anyway, he also killed Saburo Arasaka, didn't he? Claire smiled slightly. And the name used on our wine list is not the name of the company dog, but Alan, the name of the person who killed Saburo Arasaka. Although it is a disguised name, it is also a great name. Isn't it good? Claire said, looking at Carl meaningfully. This is Carl's suggestion. Even the wine list was given by him. Haha. Someone originally complained about this when drinking, but when they knew it was Carl who said it, no one had any objections. If the famous KK thinks he is amazing, and this name is qualified to be on the wine list of next life, then who can say that he is not qualified? Can the dead Saburo Arasaka crawl out of the grave and say that he objects? Alan, I may have to thank this name. After all, if it weren't for this name, I don't know where I would be lying. Oliver laughed, with a bit of emotion in his tone. Give me a glass of Alan, too. I want to see what kind of wine list Carl gave. Oliver said to Claire, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Claire smiled slightly, as if she had already expected Oliver's reaction. She cleared her throat and said in a tone that was almost like reciting aloud, nobody, ordinary people, people at the bottom of society, drinking a glass of wine with a legendary name, they think they have that brilliant experience, and indulge in it under the anesthesia of alcohol, until they are fantasizing. She paused, looked at everyone present, and continued, this is the recommendation that Carl attached when he gave the wine list. He also said, since you plan to taste it, why not taste this bar with a name of nothingness? Ordinary is amazing. You can drink the comfort without any alcohol anesthesia. Claire's voice fell, and there seemed to be a subtle atmosphere in the air. Johnny Silverhand raised his eyebrows and muttered in a low voice, TSK, Carl, this guy, always speaks so mysteriously. Jack smiled and shook his head, holding up the wine glass. It sounds interesting. So should my glass of Johnny Silverhand also be accompanied by some recommendation words? The name of that wine is a recommendation itself. V interjected, with a teasing tone. After all, who knows how to make people drunk better than Johnny Silverhand? Johnny Silverhand snorted, obviously not caring about V's teasing, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He turned his head and looked at Claire. What about the recommendation of the wine? Don't tell Johnny Silverhand that there is no special recommendation for the wine. Claire smiled and said mysteriously, the recommendation for Johnny Silverhand's wine is drink it, you will be a legend. That's about right. Johnny Silverhand nodded with satisfaction. Oliver looked at the Allen in his hand, shook the glass gently, and whispered, nobody, ordinary people, Carl really knows how to make people feel the same. V also picked up the glass and raised it to Oliver. Cheers to those nobody, to those ordinary people. Cheers to those people. Oliver responded, and the two glasses gently collided in the air, making a crisp sound. Carl sat aside, watching all this silently, with a slight smile on his lips. He didn't say much, but also asked for a glass of Allen, took a sip, and the liquid slid through his throat, bringing a hint of warmth. He knew that the important thing in the afterlife was never the wine. The stories behind these names had long surpassed the meaning of the wine itself. They were a symbol, a comfort, and even a power. They are part of the afterlife, part of Night City, and part of the lives of many people. Watching Carl and the others drink Allen, Claire looked at them, looking at the only legendary team in Night City now. Another drink, Allen? Oliver's voice broke the brief silence. Claire nodded and began to mix the drink skillfully. The wine flowed in the glass, as if carrying some invisible magic, pulling everyone's thoughts into the illusory yet real legend. Chapter 607. Good morning, Night City. The familiar voice of Stanley, the announcer, sounded on time at 7:50 in the morning, and Carl sat up from the bed. He got up earlier than usual today, but according to the agreed time, he was almost late. Carl rubbed his eyes, washed up quickly, picked up his phone and took a look, and found that the message had been sent. Are you awake, Carl? Do you need us to pick you up? This is the message from Andy, the captain of the Special Operations Team of the NCPD Police Department. Since Mr. Johnson took office as the director, the entire NCPD has undergone earth-shaking changes. Many black policemen who cannot adapt to the new order and gang members who collude with them continue to make trouble. Due to the retakeover of Taiping State and the cooperation with the Badland Atacado family, the NCPD in the city has been short of staff before Director Johnson recruited new people, and it seemed stretched to deal with these troubles. Therefore, Johnson invited Carl and others to formally hire them as assistants of the NCPD. Because of their friendship, Carl and his team were included, and today was the day that Carl and Andy agreed to see the work of the Special Operations Team. Letting mercenaries of Carl's level to get involved in NCPD work, even if it is the elite Special Operations Team in the NCPD now, Seems a bit overkill. However, Carl and his team have not received any big orders recently, and the new member Johnny Silverhand also needs to accumulate experience. So Carl made an appointment for a free time and agreed with Andy to bring Johnny Silverhand over, but now looking at the time. Well, it's almost late, but if we speed up, we should still make it in time. V, Jack and Oliver have gone to Badlands, Haywood and St. Domingo respectively, while Johnny Silverhand and Carl have not set off yet. However, considering that they and Andy will patrol the city center and Watson district today, the time is not bad. We will go there, we will be there soon. After replying with the standard tone of we will be there soon, but we haven't left yet, Carl's eyes swept around the room, looking for Johnny Silverhand. Finally, he found Johnny Silverhand lying on the sofa on the first floor, sleeping soundly with his limbs spread out. There were also several bottles of wine scattered around. Seeing this scene, Carl's eyelids twitched slightly. Let's not talk about how eye-catching Johnny Silverhand's standard dog slump posture is, just the wine alone. How did V and T-Bug transform him? Although Carl doesn't know much about this, according to Johnny Silverhand's body size, the liquid volume of those bottles of wine is enough to fill his body, right? It's impossible that V and the others installed a power furnace that burns alcohol for Johnny Silverhand. Considering that alcohol to fuel itself is made of genetically modified wheat, it can also be brewed into high alcohol that can kill people. Maybe V and the others really did that, but no matter what, this look is too bad. Carl used to think that Johnny Silverhand's mechanical body was still cool in the shape of a ball. Although it was a bit creepy when it was transformed, it was still pleasing to the eye overall. But now that Johnny Silverhand took over this body, he looked drunk, and Carl always had a kind of hallucination, as if he saw a drunken Rocky slumped on the sofa, exuding the smell of alcohol and decadence. Fortunately, Johnny Silverhand had no problem with the efficiency of absorbing the wine, and not a drop of wine was wasted outside, otherwise Carl would have made him clean up the environment he had ruined. Now he drank it all, but the bottle was placed randomly, and he lay there casually. It seemed acceptable. Feeling that his bottom line for Johnny Silverhand was getting lower and lower inexplicably, Carl thought about it, and suspected whether Johnny Silverhand had been indulged in this way before. But fortunately, Carl was not yet indulgent of Johnny Silverhand's temper. Walking to Johnny Silverhand, who didn't need to rest, but had to adjust the system according to the statement, or be obedient at a fixed time, Carl first stretched out his hand, and pushed the dog lying there. No response. One kick. Quack! A strange sound was made. Johnny Silverhand, who was confused by the sudden forced activation of the system, just regained consciousness and found that his body was in midair, and then fell on the carpet next to the sofa with a plop, and fell unconscious. Good morning, Johnny. Hearing Carl's greeting, Johnny Silverhand subconsciously replied, Good morning, Carl. Then, he suddenly reacted. Damn, did you kick me? Nonsense, I kicked. Carl glanced at Johnny Silverhand, who got up from the ground. His kick was still very powerful, and he was confused but not hurt. Let's go, it's time to start your work to pay off your debts. I will watch you work today. Don't think about being lazy. Work to pay off your debts? Oh, you said yesterday that you would help the NCPD today, right? It's really strange. In the past, I was often blocked by the police station and warned not to make trouble and not to provoke fans. Why do I have to help them these days? Johnny Silverhand got up and looked at the time, asking casually, What time is it now? What time did we agree to go there? 7:57, can't you check the time yourself? The agreed time is 8:10, there is still some time. 8:10, that is indeed a while. No, isn't it only 13 minutes? Yes. Seeing Carl saying this, as if it was a matter of course, Johnny Silverhand was a little dazed. 13 minutes? They have to go downstairs to rush over, is it in time? Although Johnny Silverhand used to be late for dates with women, he had the impression that time should be very important for mercenaries, right? But looking at Carl's appearance, he was very confident. Are you ready? Johnny Silverhand asked, and then got Carl's affirmative nod. Of course, I just checked. Jack and the others drove their own cars, and Hera was parked downstairs. There is a car. Johnny Silverhand's understanding did not last long. Car? He looked confused as Carl, who sat in the passenger seat naturally, and then threw himself into the main driver's seat, looked at the steering wheel that he couldn't reach with his hands and feet, and then looked at the front window that he could only see by standing on tiptoe. He hesitated for a moment. Although he felt that the fact was in front of him and didn't need to be asked, he still looked at Carl and asked, I drive? What else? Carl, who never drives and lets the dog drive when he goes out with a dog, naturally reached out his hand to fasten Johnny Silverhand's seat belt, Come on, Bruce. No, Johnny, I believe you. Damn, are you really a little crazy? Chapter 608. At 8:08, on a street in Watson District, a newcomer who had just joined the Special Operations Force asked Captain Andy, "What kind of person is KK?" while watching his colleagues in the distance dealing with the bodies of an early case. As a newcomer, he used to hang out in Santo Domingo, which happened to be the neighborhood that the KK team least frequented before the current 6th Street gang boss Nottingham Winleo took office. Therefore, although he had seen KK in some video materials, he had never seen KK himself. The reason why he joined NCPD was because he was grateful to the NCPD police officers with the help of KK to save his family's lives. After graduating from the neighborhood school, he resolutely chose this path. He heard about KK from some colleagues who had met KK by chance. In their words, KK was an easygoing and easy-to-talk person. But KK's reputation was outside, and he had seen too much of the image of KK in Mutuo and video materials, so he was inevitably a little nervous about the real KK. So, he decided to ask his captain. After all, everyone in the police station knew that Captain Andy was not only KK's friend, but also got to his current position with KK's help. In the future, Andy will take over the position of chief after Chief Johnson retires. In terms of the police station's understanding of KK, apart from the chief, I'm afraid Andy is the only one. For the question of the new team member, Andy did not answer immediately, but looked at him first. Everyone who joins the NCPD Special Operations Team is the elite of the elite, and their identities have been verified by many parties to ensure that there is no possibility of gang spies. Andy is very clear about the origin of this newcomer. He was a student with excellent character and grades in the Santo Domingo neighborhood school. Although his grades were not good enough to enter a large company and become a company dog, they were more than enough to enter an ordinary company. He had been working towards the goal of becoming a company dog until a few days ago, when he encountered a group of gangsters from the Bad Land who had changed from the random swordsmen to scavengers. The gang kidnapped his entire family and almost killed them. If the NCPD, which had established a certain cooperation with the Santo Domingo 6th Street gang, had not noticed the abnormality while patrolling the neighborhood and called colleagues to rescue them in time, his family might have had their organs and prostheses removed and sold. It was that incident that made him be rescued by the NCPD and decided to join the NCPD. Thanks to his uncle's friend and a member of the team, he was directly assigned to the Special Operations Force Reserve under Andy after his excellent application results. During the training and probation period, he performed well and even solved a group of turbulent members of the Vortex gang. Therefore, he was directly promoted to the Special Operations Force. After becoming a formal member, today is his first day on duty as a member of the Special Operations Force. Tracing back to the source, he would certainly be curious about KK. After all, if it weren't for KK's assistance to NCPD, NCPD would not be able to patrol freely in the Santo Domingo neighborhood, let alone have excellent equipment. In this case, Andy, who wanted to understand why he asked KK, answered. For this friend of his, Andy is still qualified to say some understanding, and he can also say some special adjectives, but when facing the newcomer, he just used a brief sentence to say his biggest impression of KK. What kind of person is KK? He is a good person. Good person? Listening to the words that sounded a bit weird and surprising in this era, the first reaction of the newcomer was not questioning or doubting, but he is really weird. After joining the Special Operations team, the newcomer's training was led by the captain. He knew the captain's temperament and admired Captain Andy. In his opinion, as long as Captain Andy said, it must be true. Captain Andy said KK is a good person, so KK must be a good person. And good people, in Night City, are weird. Buzz hiss. Just as the newcomer of the Special Operations team was talking to Andy, the friction sound of the tires of the vehicle rapidly deflecting and drifting suddenly sounded in the distance. The sound was particularly sharp and harsh on the street, causing the NCPD members present to stop their work at almost the same time. Whether they were cleaning up the bodies or picking up weapons, they all turned their eyes to the direction where the sound came from. Under their gaze, a familiar sky hero completed a thrilling drift, almost hitting the virtual flower bed on the roadside, and almost negotiating compensation with the city government. Then, it rushed towards them. Some NCPD police officers, who reacted quickly, had drawn their guns and pointed them at the sky hero that was approaching quickly. Racing on the streets of Night City is not a serious crime. As long as it is not too excessive, speeding seriously or injuring pedestrians, the NCPD usually doesn't bother to care, but this car is obviously coming towards them, so they can't just sit back and watch. Just as the police officers were hesitating whether to fire a warning shot first or directly shoot the tires of the Skyhera, some NCPD police officers, who recognized the car, had already signaled their colleagues to put down their guns. "Someone's coming." They just said this sentence, and the police officers with guns raised understood. So that's it. When the NCPD police officers put down their guns as if nothing had happened and returned to their respective work, Andy's voice rang in the ears of the newcomer. "Someone's coming, you can meet him in person." "Who's coming?" A trace of doubt flashed through the newcomer's mind, but he soon realized who Andy was talking about. After all, he and Captain Andy were just talking about KK. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Amid a series of harsh brake sounds, Andy stood in front of the newcomer and shouted at the Skyhera, "Who's driving today? Such poor skills. Isn't Oliver here? It's impossible to drive without a San Domingo, Carl." "You can't say." The door of the Skyhera was quietly opened while the vehicle was still moving, and then a figure stepped out as lightly as a ghost, as if the law of inertia was just a joke in front of him. His movements were smooth and unhindered, and his light steps seemed to be stepping on some kind of rhythmic melody. The car door was closed behind him, as if even the machinery was just a note in this melody. "After all, we changed the driver today." The voice of the person who came was indifferent, with a hint of inadvertent laziness, as if all this was just a daily triviality. The newcomer widened his eyes, and looked at the figure, who calmly walked down from the emergency brake Skyhera. It was a black-haired young man, who looked incredibly young. His face was delicate, and there was a sense of gentleness between his eyebrows. His eyes were deep, and his arrival was like an invisible storm sweeping in, but people couldn't look away. It was KK himself. Just as the newcomer thought so, his peripheral vision noticed that after a few swings, the Skyhera barely stopped and almost hit them. In the driver's seat, the newcomer saw a strange mass of things. Subconsciously focusing his attention, the newcomer saw clearly what that thing was. That thing in the driver's seat driving the car is a dog? Chapter 609. "Hey, good morning, Andy. Am I not late?" 8:10, not a minute late. "It seems that I have a good sense of time." Looking at KK, who was talking naturally with Captain Andy, the newcomer of the NCPD Special Operations Force was a little dazed. The reason for his daze was not because he saw KK. Although he was indeed surprised by his first meeting with KK, in reality, he was more concerned about. Why was it a dog that drove KK here? The newcomer was an excellent student of Santo Domingo Community School after all, and his grades were good enough for him to be hired as a formal employee by some small companies. Of course he knew dogs, but a dog that could drive, and drove Hera to send KK here. Damn it, Mutuo is just for fun. The KK in reality is much more bizarre than that in Mutuo. Even Mutuo with a bit of fantasy would not dare to adopt this setting, when the newcomer came out. When he was in the god's office, Carl noticed the young man who was following Andy closely, and asked casually, "Newcomer, are you also starting to train newcomers?" This is an outstanding student from our Santo Domingo. During his internship, he saw the group of troublemakers with several classmates and assisted regular police officers. What do you think? The newcomers of our Special Operations Force are not bad. When talking about the newcomers, Andy's face showed a few smiles. For Andy, who has a calm personality, this is a rare performance. Obviously, this newcomer made him very proud, and even gave him a sense of accomplishment as a senior. He solved a group of troublemakers during the internship? That's really good. No wonder you brought him to train him. The Vortex Gang is one of the most powerful street gangs. This group of crazy people have never been stingy in the degree of transformation of their bodies. In the past, when the NCPD was not well equipped, a small team of NCPD might not be able to take down a formal Vortex Gang member. Even though the overall equipment of the NCPD has been upgraded, the quality of the personnel has also improved, and there are various supports. The Vortex Gang is not an easy opponent for ordinary NCPD police officers. During the internship period, they can cooperate with formal police officers and classmates to solve the troublemaking Vortex Gang. This is definitely a perfect resume submitted just after entering the industry. After having a preliminary impression of this newcomer, Carl nodded to the newcomer, who came to his senses, and then took out something from his waist and threw it over. "Just treat it as a gift, take it." "Aw? Yes." The newcomer didn't react to what Carl threw over, so he subconsciously caught it. As a result, after a closer look, he found that it was a Condau A22B Super Smart pistol. "I was planning to try this gun today, but if there happens to be a newcomer here, I give it to you," Carl said, smiling at the newcomer. "Although this gun was invented a little too early, it's still pretty useful. You can try it." The newcomer held the gun, feeling a little helpless for a moment. He looked down at the gun in his hand, then looked up at Carl, his eyes full of complicated emotions. He received such a gift on their first meeting, and it was from a person like Carl. He felt an indescribable flattery. Although he had heard that Carl's appearance in reality was different from his image in Mutuo, he still found this easygoing and almost casual person in front of him a little unbelievable. At this moment, Andy reached out from the side and patted the newcomer's shoulder. The force was not light or heavy, but it was calm and reassuring. "Take it. I think Carl just got up early and took the wrong gun. He doesn't usually use this gun." Andy's voice was a little teasing, but his eyes glanced at Carl, as if hinting at something. Hearing this, Carl chuckled. "Andy, it would be bad if it was exposed." After that, Carl's eyes fell on the newcomer again, "But since it has been given out, it is yours. Use it well, newcomer." The newcomer listened to Carl's words, tightened the gun in his hand, felt the cold touch of the gun body, and inexplicably felt excited in his heart. He took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Thank you, I will." "Then tell me about today's situation." Carl turned his head and watched Johnny park the car, staggering out of the car, and didn't say anything. He was not too concerned about him, but looked at Andy and the NCPD officer standing nearby. How could a murder happen so early in the morning? Cyberpsychia. Andy's expression became more serious when he talked about the case, but his description was still concise. An illegal black clinic, forcibly installing dangerous prosthesis, and then going crazy on the street. Is it the black clinic in Watson District? Carl frowned. Old Way has a good reputation in Watson District. Why don't they go to Old Way? At least according to Old Way's temperament, maybe they can persuade him. The person who got that dangerous prosthesis probably used some dirty tricks. Andy shook his head and said, "Who in Watson District doesn't know that you are watching over Old Way? If it is revealed which scavenger the dangerous prosthesis came from, the supply may be cut off. According to the intelligence collected by the Bureau in recent days, some scavengers have set up special untouchable places and prosthesis doctors for trade, just in case you find something wrong and come to deal with them." Carl was speechless when he heard what Andy said. It turns out that both the business and the buyers are not clean, and they are afraid of exposing something. Thinking about it this way, it feels like they have brought it upon themselves to become cyber psychopaths. However, they are doing evil, and the harm of cyber psychopaths is still there. How many people died this time? Because we happened to be patrolling nearby, no citizens were hurt. But if we weren't nearby, it might not be the case. After Andy said it briefly, he glanced at the busy police officers and moved his gaze to Johnny Silverhand. "Is this the one you said came to help? Is it so? A bionic dog, very good at fighting. Johnny, just call him Johnny." What an interesting name. Andy thought for a moment and remembered something. "I heard you and Brown mention this. Carrie's old friend, the famous one? Then it seems that I don't need to be surprised or ask anything about this." Andy didn't care much about this aspect. Compared with the trivial matter of Johnny Silverhand on a dog, he was more concerned about the case. "I wanted to take you on patrol today, but this cyberpsychosis incident happened today. In order to prevent this from happening again, I plan to catch the tail along this line. When my people from the Black Clinic went there, the cyborg doctor had already run away, but we found some clues, so we may have to leave soon." "Where to?" "The territory of the Whirlpool Gang. The prosthesis may be related to them." "The dangerous prosthesis created by the gang of modified lunatics?" "This is not surprising. So where are you going to go?" "Wait a minute." After Andy received some information, he gave a few instructions to the police officers around him, and gestured to the law enforcer parked next to him. "You haven't been in a police car for a long time, right? Get in the car, or let the driver of Santo Domingo take you." "Just a few of us?" Carl looked at the police officers, who didn't take any action, and then looked at Andy, and the newcomer he brought with him. "You really make the best use of everything. It's enough to use a cannon to kill a mosquito. There's no need to bring more people. The Bureau is busy now. There's no time to send more people. Mr. Johnson has been busy lately. Then I hope he can keep his hair." While Carl and Andy were talking in a dull manner, the newcomer sat in the back seat of the car and realized something when he saw a dog sitting next to him with its legs raised and smoking with its paws. They went straight to the Whirlpool Gang. And then, 3 people and 1 dog? The newcomer looked at KK in the front passenger seat. It seems like there are too many people. Chapter 610. When the NCPD's iconic law enforcer appeared in front of the members of the Whirlpool Gang at the dock, several gang members guarding the gate became alert almost instantly. The Whirlpool Gang is a gang composed of multiple small groups that manage territories and sections. There are about 30 members of the Whirlpool Gang stationed at the dock. The territory they control is the dock area within the Whirlpool Gang sphere of influence. The dock, as the hub with the largest cargo throughput in the city, contains huge benefits that are coveted enough. Even if it is only a group of gang members who control this place, the lucrative benefits brought by the dock have made them all well equipped, and even their prosthetics are equipped with all kinds of brand name goods. In this case, suddenly seeing the appearance of NCPD police officers is definitely not good news. The strength of the NCPD has become stronger in recent years. In the past, they only relied on the violent terrorist mobile team that was nominally under their jurisdiction to make the major gangs fearful. Now, the quality of NCPD personnel and equipment level are enough to suppress these gangs. Therefore, when a team of NCPD police officers suddenly visited, it was hard for the Uzumaki gang in the dock area not to suspect that they were here to rob their interests. NCPD cops are here to cause trouble? While reporting to their superiors, the guards of the Uzumaki gang secretly tightened their guns. They didn't want to provoke NCPD. Who doesn't know now that NCPD has formed a special operations force to match the terrorist mobile team? Although it is slightly inferior in some aspects, this force is not like the terrorist mobile team, which only appears when cyberpsychosis breaks out. They are punching hard when there is a little problem. If they were to offend this special operations team for some reason, the 30 or so people in the dock area might not last even 10 minutes. Therefore, as long as the NCPD did not take the initiative to open fire, these members of the Whirlpool gang would rather remain vigilant than act rashly. Perhaps because they used brand-name prosthetics and enjoyed vested interests for a long time, these members of the dock Whirlpool gang were clear-headed and did not have the neurotic madness of the traditional Whirlpool gang. When the head of the Whirlpool gang branch that managed this area received news from his younger brother about the arrival of the NCPD, his first reaction was, "Can the problem be solved by bribery? If they really did something wrong. At most, I can pay some protection fees," he thought secretly. Walking out of the port warehouse, not far from the dock entrance, the head of the dock area Whirlpool gang, a man nicknamed Iron Block on the street, who was assigned here after Brick returned to power, walked towards the NCPD law enforcer with a steady step. A large piece of protective iron plate was embedded on his face, and 2 prosthetic eyes were installed above his eyebrows. 4 eyes were staring at the front at the same time, which seemed particularly deterrent. "Officer, what do you want to see us about?" he said calmly, but with a hint of tentativeness. Iron Block wanted to peek into the car through the front window of the law enforcer, but the window was coated with a special coating, and all he could see was darkness. So he simply stood in front of the law enforcer, blocking its path, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said coldly, "We are doing serious business." Iron Block, whose real name is Till Davis, is 34 years old this year. He has joined the Vortex gang for nearly 16 years, and is currently one of the gang leaders under Brick. Under Taikwai's gaze, the driver's door slowly opened, and an NCPD officer walked out of the car while reading his identity and background, looking at him with a sharp gaze. "I think I didn't find the wrong person." The NCPD officer spoke calmly, but with a hint of unquestionable majesty. "You can add one more thing. He was the only one who didn't die when the news show drone filmed the death show, and he also pulled down the drone of News 54 and blew it up." Taikwai's face showed a provocative smile. "Why do you only check my background and not look at my glorious deeds?" Taikwai had recognized the identity of the NCPD officer in front of him, and because of this, he changed his original attitude of negotiating and instead put on a provocative posture. This was not because the other party's status was not high enough, so he could provoke it without worrying about the consequences. On the contrary, it was because the police officer had a prominent position in the entire NCPD, and Taikwai had seen his face many times in various news reports, so he knew that the person in front of him could never be bribed, so he simply let himself go and did whatever he wanted. This face is so famous. Andy, the captain of the NCPD Special Operations Team. As for his origins, people like Taikwai know them clearly. A former mercenary, because his sister was kidnapped by the Tiger Claw gang, he single-handedly killed his way through the Cloud Top Club under the Tiger Claw gang, and was subsequently wanted as a cyber psychopath. After joining the NCPD, with the support of the top leaders, he founded the Special Operations Team and beat the top masters of various gangs and captured cyber psychopaths without any chance of fighting back in law enforcement operations. This man, along with the NCPD gradually controlling the streets of Night City, has become a feared existence on the street. Who doesn't know that he is the most enthusiastic madman in Night City, who is obsessed with targeting gang members? Instead of hoping to bribe him to be kind, it is better to prepare to fight directly. "I know you, Andy, are very capable and may beat us like dogs. Taikwai sneered, staring at Andy with 4 eyes. But how do you know if you don't try? Are you awesome? His tone was full of provocation, as if testing Andy's bottom line. Taikwai knew very well that facing such an unyielding and ruthless opponent, any weakness or compromise would be futile. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to fight to the death. At least, he can leave a reputation of daring to fight Andy on the street. As Taikwai prepared to take action, the members of the Whirlpool gang around him also tightened their weapons. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. The wind from the dock blew over with a salty smell, and the entire dock area became quiet, as if a gunfight could break out instantly with just a little sound. But just as Taikwai was concentrating and holding his breath, ready to take action, Andy looked past Taikwai and looked at the port warehouse in the dock area with a calm expression. I'm here to check things, not to cause trouble for you. If you cooperate well, I cannot conduct a compulsory investigation. Hearing Andy's words, which could almost be regarded as a kind of compromise and gentleness, Taikwai and the members of the Whirlpool gang around him, who were ready to take action at any time, were stunned for a moment. Ah, isn't Andy, the captain of the Special Operations Team, ruthless and unyielding? Why does he look so easy to talk to? Just when the members of the Whirlpool gang felt that Andy was easy to talk to, Carl in the co-pilot seat opened the door, walked out casually, and greeted the members of the Whirlpool gang. Good morning, everyone. The people in the Whirlpool gang looked over because they heard an unusually familiar voice, and when they saw Carl, the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. We are happy to cooperate with the investigation, Officer Andy. Chapter 611. Prosthetic Black Market, Contraband Smuggling, Special Modification. Andy's fingertips slammed heavily on the data board, and the holographic projection with a cold light projected the scarlet evidence items between him and Iron Block. Your dock has a very comprehensive business scope. The control center of the Vortex gang was filled with the rusty smell of engine oil. The blue light of the monitoring screen danced on Iron Block's face, embedded with metal parts. Iron Block grinned, and the red light in his 4 prosthetic eyes flickered slightly. Oh, officer, you are too serious. We are just doing some small business in the gray area. As he said, Iron Block deliberately spread out the modified mechanical hand, and the sound of the hydraulic device came from the joints, like a scavenger. We don't even touch the dirty work of digging graves and removing parts. Small business? Andy turned his head and looked at him straight. What's the matter with the modified serrated mantis knife? I remember that this thing is ranked high in the black market, and it is a high-risk and prohibited prosthesis that is prohibited from being installed. 2 sets leaked from you last week. The smile on Taikwai's face froze, and he showed a bit of embarrassment on his face. Well, sometimes the labels on the cargo boxes are wrong. He subconsciously touched the pistol on his waist, and then suddenly noticed the presence of someone in his peripheral vision, so he immediately used reason to control the subconscious behavior. But we absolutely abide by the rules. It's a business that we both agree to. Willing? Andy suddenly leaned forward. His voice was particularly harsh in the silence. This morning, there was a sudden outbreak of cyberpsychosis in Watson District. It was a madman who almost tore a passerby in half. He said slowly, the one who used it was the modified serrated mantis knife that you mislabeled. The goods have been sold, you can't blame us as sellers. Iron Block's eyes were still on someone standing next to him, and he said confidently, we just made a small mistake. You can't say that we are responsible for everything. I admit that we have a little responsibility, but we don't want this to happen. Do you want to care if the customer cuts his hand? As he said this, Iron Block noticed that someone standing next to him moved slightly, and his voice suddenly rose. Like the boom of a low-quality speaker, we admit. There are minor quality inspection omissions. Iron Block's metal fingers tapped unnaturally on the console because of his nervous body. But when won't a few cyber lunatics die in Night City? Didn't the NCPD's morgues become vending machines? You can't hold us accountable just because it was slightly related to us? For Iron Block's argument, that was obviously distorting his words. Andy looked at him calmly for a few seconds and chose to temporarily put aside this topic of accountability. Because Iron Block was not wrong. In Night City, where people are under too much mental stress and may go crazy at any time for a reason, the small business of the Vortex gang is not even enough to be a footnote in the monthly security briefing. If Andy had not encountered a cyberpsychosis outbreak when he was leading the team in the morning, at such a time when the NCPD is short of manpower, this matter could actually be postponed. If the Vortex gang, like Iron Block, is placed in the environment of Night City, what they do is indeed a small business, and it is also okay in terms of goodness. It's just selling some high-risk prosthesis that may induce cyberpsychosis. After all, induction is not a certainty. In the Vortex Gang, a gang whose members may become cyberpsychosis at any time due to excessive transformation, this is really just a small matter for them. Of course, small matters are small matters. If Andy sees them, then he will have to deal with them. After thinking for a while, Andy said, "Give me your sales list. I know you don't have all of them here. You know what I want, a sales list of high-threat prostheses. High-threat prostheses are often expensive. For the Whirlpool Gang, every customer who buys them has the value of future visits and recycling after their death." Andy had been a mercenary for a long time before, and he had read many case files after becoming the NCPD. He knew that the Whirlpool Gang, led by Iron Block, definitely had a customer list. Faced with Andy's request, Iron Block naturally couldn't say that this was a confidential matter. After all, apart from Andy's identity, there was an ancestor watching him. Although the ancestor didn't say a word, who dared to think he wasn't there? When KK beat Royce and his men like dogs and broke Brick's leg with a kick, Iron Block stood in the distance and watched. Although he was a little arrogant, he didn't compare himself with the usurper boss and the boss of the Whirlpool Gang. Some face had to be given. "Okay, but I have to explain again, NCPD officer, this is given to you. If you have any problems in the future, don't come to us again. After all, we are also doing business, selling things. If you want to find a source of goods, don't bother a store salesman." Iron Block took out the list very quickly. After instructing his men to open some compartments, the list was handed to Andy soon. When Andy got the list, the first name that caught his eye was a name. Jeremiah Grayson. This name is... Andy had heard of this name in the NCPD database. The person associated with this name is Adam Heavy Hammer. Jeremiah Grayson is the person who works for Adam Heavy Hammer. "You have a wide range of customers," Andy said, tapping the number 2, written after the name. "What does this 2 mean? Is it some kind of special mark?" "There is a mark next to it, you can click it and see." Listening to the Iron Block's words, Andy opened the so-called mark, and then a series of things popped up. 1. Recyclable leaks. Keep smiling. 2. Poisonous beehive. Do not touch. 3. Lamb to be slaughtered. Available at any time. 1 means that this person may come back to buy as a customer, so you don't need to pay special attention to it. 2 means that this customer has something to deposit, but it is not easy to swallow. And then 3 is our standard customer. Listening to the Iron Block's seemingly formal classification method, Andy immediately completed the summary in his mind. In simple terms, it is: first, he is a sucker who will come again, so you can wait. Second, he is someone you can't afford to offend, and he is not easy to offend. Third, he can be attacked. It seems that you know who this person is very well. After all, there are too many crazy people, and we don't want to offend the biggest one. Listening to the conversation between Andy and Iron Block, Carl has received the identity information of Jeremiah Grayson from Andy in the communication, and when Carl saw the so-called mark of working for Adam Heavy Hammer, he paid a little attention. Working for Adam Heavy Hammer, he is now the security director of Night City, Arasaka. What do you want? And you need someone to do it through the shipping of the Whirlpool Gang. Chapter 612. What did Jeremiah Grayson deposit with you? Carl's sudden question made Iron Block straighten his body, and turn to him reflexively. Deposited items? Isn't he listed as a depositor prohibited from contact by you? What did he deposit? Watching Andy checking the customer files of the dangerous prosthesis over there, Carl walked directly to Iron Block and asked a question that made him even more curious. The things Jeremiah Grayson left here with us. Facing Carl, Taikwai subconsciously avoided his sight, and then forced himself to pull his sight back. He retrieved the data in the memory chip. I don't know the specific details. It seems to be a car, parked in the container of the old freighter at the dock, and some of his personal belongings. Car, and personal belongings? Carl felt a little strange. Jeremiah Grayson worked for Adam Heavy Hammer. In addition to the personal belongings, the car should be related to Adam Heavy Hammer, but Adam Heavy Hammer's car. What car can withstand his body, or is this the car that Adam Heavy Hammer uses when he goes for a ride with another body? Imagining Adam Heavy Hammer's cool racing in his mind, Carl's eyes twitched slightly. It feels very strange. I can't be wrong. Jeremiah Grayson works for Adam Heavy Hammer, but those things may just be Jeremiah Grayson's own things. How long has Jeremiah Grayson been storing his stuff with you? How long has he been storing it? Almost half a year. If it weren't for the person behind him, the Iron Block's artificial eye flickered. We would have dealt with him long ago, and we're almost out of touch. The connection is about to be cut off? Carl remembered Adam Heavy Hammer's identity, the head of Arasaka Security. If Jeremiah really works for him. Carl took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Kenichi Kinzuya. As Kenichi Shiro's contact person for Carl had some questions about the employees that he wanted to ask him. Carl knew a lot of people in Arasaka, but considering the status, some people might not care much about the transfer and names of underground employees, so it was better to find the right person. Mr. Kenichi Kinzuya, I have something to ask you, Jeremiah Grayson. Is there anyone with this name in your Arasaka action team? Faced with Carl's message, Kenichi Kinzuya quickly responded. Sir Carl, the ID card you once received now has the permission to access Arasaka's internal information query, so you can access it directly. Permission to access internal information query? Carl was a little stunned when he saw the message sent by Kenichi Kinzuya. Kenichi Shiro once gave each member of Carl's team an ID card, giving them the authority to access the parts warehouse as a reward at the time. Kenichi Shiro gave them the ID card and gave it to them, saying that it had the authority of the Special Operations team and could help them with some small things. Carl still knew this, but as far as he knew, the authority of the Special Operations team should not be qualified to access Arasaka's internal information at will. When was the authority upgraded? The authority was upgraded. How come I didn't know? On the night when Director Kenichi Shiro gave the ID card to you and your team, Ms. Haruko, who knew about this, helped you upgrade your authority specifically, so that you have the authority of an ordinary department manager. After Mr. Arasaka Nobiobu became the CEO, he upgraded your and your team's authority. Now your authority is enough to access most of Arasaka's matters. Most of the Arasaka matters? Carl understood what he heard. It turned out that his ID card had upgraded several times without him knowing it. The wonderful adventure of upgrading the ID card alone in 2077. After this unconventional thought flashed through Carl's mind, which was not inconsistent with the title of a Japanese light novel, he understood the matter. In other words, I can just go in directly. Yes, Lord Carl. Thank you for your help. Don't thank me, Lord Carl. It's my honor to help you solve your doubts. I have never forgotten your style in the previous trip to Dogtown. I hope to have the opportunity to accompany you on duty again as Arasaka. With a somewhat strange sentence, Kenichi and Kinzuya ended the communication. Very polite. Carl always felt that Kenichi and Kinzuya, who were older than him, were too polite in terms of politeness. They were just like the loyal retainers in some costume dramas. It felt weird. But Carl thought carefully. It seems that being polite is a good thing. He was led astray by the foul language on the street, even though he was used to calling others Mr. Carl quickly pulled back his wandering thoughts, and after confirming that he had the authority, Carl fiddled with his phone in an environment where the iron block looked at him in silence and was a little frightened. As the temperature of the phone rose, Carl thought about finding an opportunity to let V see if he could modify and upgrade the phone, and the information brought by Arasaka's internal authority was presented to him. Query Jeremiah Grayson. As Carl inputted, the data popped up as he guessed. File record, employee death incident. Number, KK 2076 4434 TQ. Authorization level, department, internal review only. Subject, Jeremiah Grayson. Affiliated unit, Arasaka Group Security Department Operation Team 1. Number, 6, service time, 4 months and 16 days. Last activity record. Participated in the company's internal banquet, event number, 2076 to 4434, event overview. The subject suffered an unauthorized neural intrusion during the banquet, and his vital signs stopped suddenly. The on-site scan showed abnormal data flow, suspected of being a wandering AI marked as TQ, threat level, high. Death confirmation, executor, V, captain of the 2nd Operation Team, authorization basis, Article 12 of the company's emergency agreement, AI pollution removal, execution method, thermal katana, thermal energy has been activated, no pain, and physiological consciousness is judged to be lost before death. Note: the subject's body has been handed over to the Biological Recovery Department, and the event record is backed up to the Arasaka Central Database. Recorder, automatic system, ID, ALV, // file terminated // this file has been locked // Is that so? Jeremiah Grayson is dead. Carl had already thought of this. Adam Heavyhammer had long been the head of the security department. To be the head of a department, even someone like Adam Heavyhammer had to have a few subordinates who could work for him. Jeremiah Grayson, who used to work for him, was one of them. Obviously, he was recruited as a member of the combat team, but he was killed by V because he was controlled at the Arasaka banquet that Carl and his team attended. This is really a bit of a coincidence. Chapter 613. After confirming Jeremiah Grayson's death, Carl asked Iron Block to take him to the place where Jeremiah Grayson stored his belongings while Andy was still busy with his work. Carl was very curious about what the subordinate of Adam Heavy Hammer had stored here, so he was ready to take a look. If it was really Adam Heavy Hammer's car, then he would like to see what Adam Heavy Hammer's car looked like. Perhaps it was out of this idea that Johnny Silverhand also followed. According to him, he and Adam Heavy Hammer were mortal enemies and opponents of fateful duel, and he wanted to see what the guy's taste was like. But Carl felt that Johnny's words were a bit exaggerated. Johnny Silverhand obviously overestimated himself. Although Carl and Adam Heavy Hammer were not close friends, they had known each other well. He knew very well that for Adam Heavy Hammer, there was only one real enemy, Morgan Blackhand. Even when he targeted Carl, after 2 rounds of fighting, Adam Hammer didn't hold on to him like he did to Morgan. Although he felt sorry for Johnny Silverhand, Carl knew that according to Adam Hammer's temperament, Johnny Silverhand, who had fought with him before, was at most an annoying fly that he would occasionally glance at. Carl thought of some records of the Arasaka Tower incident that he had read. If Morgan Blackhand, Adam Hammer and Johnny Silverhand were to be divided, the duel between Morgan Blackhand and Adam Hammer was undoubtedly the peak of that storm. As for Johnny, he was at best a troublemaker who pestered Adam Hammer, made a lot of noise, and tried desperately to attract Adam Hammer's attention. Of course, Carl couldn't say this to Johnny Silverhand openly. Johnny Silverhand still wanted to save face. Although according to the records, he was treated as a roadside vehicle by Adam Heavy Hammer, and was casually run over, since he had already said that he was Adam Heavy Hammer's mortal enemy and his opponent in a fateful duel, then let it be. Let it be. Carl was more or less considerate of Johnny Silverhand's self-esteem. For those who valued face, the humiliation of defeat might be swallowed with gritted teeth, but the contempt of being completely ignored was really a thorn in the throat. Perhaps it was Adam Heavy Hammer's condescending attitude that made Johnny still feel uneasy more than 50 years later. Under Johnny's urging, Carl followed Iron Block to the pier crane area. Rusty metal containers were stacked like building blocks, with a salty smell in the humid sea breeze. Iron Block led them through the maze-like steel frame, and finally stopped in front of a sealed container. This box. Iron Block turned his head to look at Carl. His Adam's apple moved. He wanted to call KK a respectful name, but his mind was full of thoughts, and he couldn't come up with a suitable word. Who cares about this when they are on the streets? He is a fearless man. Except for the boss of the Whirlpool gang, when has he ever properly addressed anyone with respect? He even called Brick by his name. Now he wants him to bow and scrape like a company dog and call him Master KK? Damn it, this is more uncomfortable than swallowing a bullet. Master? It sounds like he came from the Middle Ages. Sir? Does the word civilized man appear on his face? Your Excellency? What the hell is this word from? Sweating almost broke out on his forehead. Iron Block could only stiffen his neck and stare at Carl, like an old-fashioned terminal that had crashed. KK didn't care about the Iron Block's performance. He was attracted by the container where Jeremiah Grayson's belongings were stored. This container was not big. It was more than enough to accommodate ordinary vehicles, but if it was to accommodate a vehicle of the size of Adam Heavy Hammer, as Carl guessed at the beginning, then this container was a little small. Maybe it was a spare part? With this idea in mind, Carl reached out and knocked on the container. Listening to the hollow response inside, he was sure that Jeremiah Grayson's deposited items were not very full. Some people were afraid that their belongings would be stolen or damaged during the storage period, so they simply went all out and installed some bombs that would explode without their own verification when storing their belongings. Carl was not afraid of that kind of thing, but necessary insurance measures were still needed. Carl continued to knock on the wall of the box with his fingers. The metal echoed hollowly, but through the echo of the sound, Carl was sure that there was something wrong with the sound echo. At the container's opening, there was a strange feedback sound, as if the sound reverberating in the container encountered an obstacle here and bounced back in advance. The sound in the container was very light, but Carl could distinguish it clearly. As far as Carl knew, some people who had installed special modifications and artificial ears could turn themselves into bats, and even in the dark, they could accurately identify the properties of objects through ultrasonic emission, reception and neural signal processing. Carl could not reach that level of highly specialized echolocation system at present, but with the help of current computing power, he could still do it with a little identification. Although I don't know what kind of insurance Jeremiah Grayson has installed on his container, but you should be thankful that you didn't have any intentions on Jeremiah Grayson's things, otherwise you might lose a gang member. When Carl said something that Iron Block didn't quite understand, he moved his wrist. No matter what kind of insurance it has, This iron coffin has to open its mouth obediently today. The single molecule popped out. Just as iron block's artificial, I caught that cold light. Carl had already finished cutting and reeling in the wire. The two pieces of iron that were cut were like doors opened by invisible hands, slowly tilting outwards. Swish! Iron block didn't even see Carl's movements clearly, he only felt his arm swaying slightly, and something in the container turned into a residual shadow and flew to the distant sea. This speed, the chill of hindsight ran up iron block's spine. If this attack was aimed at him, he would have become a corpse on the ground now. But before he could figure out why KK threw things into the sea. Boom! 2 seconds later, a 10-meter-high water column exploded on the sea surface, and the shock wave made the steel frame of the dock buzz. Delayed trigger bomb. Carl shook his wrist. The quality is quite solid. This. Iron block's 4 artificial eyes widened. I remember that bastard Jeremiah Grayson told me that what he wanted to transport and store were just some small things and personal stuff. Then obviously, in his opinion, this bomb is also a small thing and a personal stuff. After Carl's casual complaint, he looked into the container, and in front of him was a car with a somewhat old design. Chapter 614. When the retro-style sports car slowly revealed its true appearance, before Carl could see it clearly, Johnny Silverhand had already exploded in reality. Fuck. This is my fucking car. Iron Block was frightened by the mechanical dog that suddenly spoke human language, and almost drew his gun, while Carl frowned and stared at the antique car. Your car? I didn't expect Adam Heavy Hammer's henchman to hide my treasure. Johnny's voice trembled with excitement. Porsche 911, a legend in 1977. It's much better than your skybreaking hero. Really? Carl stared at the Porsche 911, and after carefully seeing the number of seats it had, he didn't agree. Another 2-seater car? I hate 2-seater cars. You don't fucking understand what classics are. Johnny. Knees projection paced back and forth excitedly in front of the car. This treasure can now be exchanged for an equal weight of gold. If V's gang were here, they would kneel down and beg me to let them touch the steering wheel. Quick, quick, let me get on. I want to show you what the coolest car in Night City is. Carl sighed helplessly, and turned to Iron Block. Thanks for leading the way. The things in this container seem to belong to me, so they belong to me. You can go to Andy's side, okay? No problem. Iron Block struggled to move his eyes away from the crazy, jumping dog, and was eager to leave this weird scene quickly. I go find Officer Andy now. Seeing Iron Block couldn't wait to leave quickly, Carl retracted his sight, and stepped into the dim container. Dust floated in the oblique light, covering the Porsche 911 with a hazy gray veil. Carl stretched out his index finger, and gently stroked the hood, and his fingertips were immediately covered with thick dust. Perhaps because it had been stored for half a year, and had not been covered with a dust-proof cloth, there was some dust on the body of this Porsche 911, which looked gray. Johnny, Carl flicked his fingers, and dust fell down. This car has been parked for at least half a year, and it's not even covered with a dust-proof cloth. The alcohol in the tank must have evaporated long ago. Are you sure it can still start? Stop talking nonsense. Johnny's projection appeared in front of the car, and several mechanical arms stretched out from the dog-shaped body, checking each component with precision, like a surgical operation. Amid the humming sound of mechanical joints, his electronic voice suddenly rose. Beautiful. Adam Heavy Hammer's lackey is really knowledgeable, and has maintained it 10 times better than I expected. Carl watched Johnny's mechanical arms tremble with excitement, like an old father who had found a child who had been lost for many years. The projection even began to adjust the hairstyle that did not exist in the rearview mirror, although it was just a reflection of a dog's head. Wipe it clean and fill it with gas. I guarantee that everyone in Watson District will break their necks. Johnny's projection slapped the car door in coordination with his body, shaking up a cloud of dust. You just said the coolest, and now it has been upgraded to break the neck? Carl shook his head. He felt that as long as Johnny was happy, it was good. He scanned the container and found that in addition to the car, there was a standing package in the corner, and an iron box with transparent tape wrapped around the corners to prevent damage to nearby vehicles due to transportation collisions. In addition to the car, the container also contained Jeremiah Grayson's personal belongings. Carl remembered the introduction of the Iron Block. Personal belongings. Considering that the car belonged to Johnny Silverhand, the so-called personal belongings stored in the same container as the car would not be. With this idea in mind, while Johnny Silverhand was still circling around his car, obviously reconnecting with his long-lost car, Carl had already begun to remove the wrappings and iron boxes. The wrappings peeled off layer by layer in Carl's hands, eventually revealing a cold metallic luster. A chrome-plated mechanical arm lay quietly in the shockproof foam, emitting a cold silver light in the dim container. The iconic design and unique patterns made Carl instantly recognize this legendary artifact. "Johnny," Carl shook the mechanical arm in his hand, "I found your silver hand." "What silver hand?" "Wait!" Johnny's projection suddenly turned to Carl, and when he saw the arm clearly, the holographic image suddenly flickered violently, like a human gasping for air. "Fuck. This can't be. Your arm, 2077 model," Carl deliberately said in the tone of an auction house, with 50 years of history. "Adam Heavy Hammer, this perverted collector." Johnny's projection instantly exploded into a piece of red noise. The mechanical dog body ran wild in the container, and the metal claws scraped on the iron sheet of the container with a harsh sound. "I should have blasted his brain out and made a specimen back then." Carl looked at the furious Johnny and shook his head secretly. This guy obviously thought too much. Let's not talk about whether he can do it or not. Even if Adam Heavy Hammer really wanted to collect this as a trophy, why would he just give it to me for safekeeping? And no one would care about it even half a year after the owner died. This is more like some kind of interesting gadget thrown to me casually. He turned to the unopened iron box, and suddenly became more curious about the contents inside. Johnny Silverhand's car and arm are both found, so it can't be. When Carl realized that the things here were probably all related to Johnny Silverhand, Johnny Silverhand also reacted. He was no longer in a hurry to care about his car and arm, but looked at the unopened iron box in Carl's hand. "Don't tell me that the iron box contains my sunglasses or hair. That would make me feel sick." "It shouldn't be that." Carl weighed the box. "It's a bit heavy, as if there is a heavy thing in it." "Heavy thing, a piece." Carl suddenly seemed to know what it was. "Johnny, you should have something with your arm." "With the arm, you mean?" "Gun." When Johnny Silverhand died on Arasaka Tower, according to Johnny Silverhand, he fought to the end with his gun tightly. Since his arm appeared, his gun would naturally appear here. As for this gun, Carl has to say that he is very interested, very interested. The famous Malorian was made specifically for rock boy Johnny Silverhand, and there is only one such pistol in the world. Semi-automatic, equipped with prototype intelligent connection, compatible with various ammunition, with 3 shooting modes: ricochet, wall penetration, and incendiary bombs. Although Carl doesn't say that he likes guns very much, as a mercenary, he still wants to get a famous and awesome gun to play with. And just as he thought, when the iron box was opened, Johnny Silverhand's Malorian was lying in the middle of the cotton protection of the box. Chapter 615. Lying in the shockproof cotton, Malorian is a cold matte pistol. The hand-carved flame pattern on the gun is still clear, and there are several obvious wear and tear on the grip. Those are the traces left by a rock madman who has been pulling the trigger crazily for 50 years. Damn it! Johnny's projection suddenly solidified. The noise of the holographic image strangely stopped in midair. The body of the mechanical dog trembled slightly, and the aperture of the artificial, I kept zooming, Malorian 3516, "It's it." Carl gently picked up the pistol, and the heavy texture made him raise his eyebrows. This legendary weapon is more important than he thought, not only physically, but also in historical significance. He turned the gun body and checked every detail in the dim light. The modified magazine well is compatible with 90% of the ammunition on the market, and the smart connection interface on the side of the barrel is rusty but fully functional. 3 shooting modes. Carl whispered the performance of this gun he had heard of: ricochet, wall penetration, burning. The bullet will heat and burn by itself when it is fired, and the power of one shot is comparable to that of an anti-tank gun. Only a modified prosthetic arm can control it. It seems to be worthy of its reputation. Johnny's projection suddenly burst into a snowflake noise. "Fuck, why do I feel that you are more serious about praising the gun than praising the person?" Carl turned a deaf ear to it and stroked the trigger guard with his fingers. He could imagine the night 50 years ago, when this gun spewed flames on the top of the Arasaka Tower. Just like its owner, it was roaring until death. "You know," Carl suddenly smiled slightly, "I have always thought that this gun should be easy to use." Johnny saw what Carl was thinking at a glance. "I'm still here, and you're just thinking about taking my gun to have some fun? Don't be so stingy, Johnny. I just beg you." Carl really couldn't let it go. He picked up the slightly heavy Malorian 3516 and turned it around. He found that the gun was very suitable for turning in circles in his hand, so he said while turning it, "Guns are always used by people. You can't use them in your current state, right? I can shoot with my mechanical limbs." That said, but Johnny glanced at Carl, "I give you some fun once." "Okay, once is once. As the saying goes, once is raw, twice as familiar. Carl felt that he had come to the right place to assist the NCPD today. Not only did he get a car, but he also got a gun. This kind of good thing should happen more often. He remembered that when he and Reed passed through the Dogtown Tunnel, they encountered a situation where the medium flathead gun could not penetrate the armor. If they had this Malorian 3516 at that time, the result might be very different. The Malorian 3516 is really amazing. It is amazing for ordinary guns to have one of the functions of ricocheting or wall penetration, not to mention smart connection, but the Malorian 3516 has all of them. After Carl checked its performance, he found that even now, it is still one of the best. It must be said that after the data collapse in the past, the absurd thing that the older, the stronger, has become true. Of course, the Malorian 3516 is not perfect. Its uncontrollable recoil is one of its shortcomings, but for a guy like Carl, whose arm is as special as Johnny Silverhand, the more he touches the gun, the more comfortable it is. If Johnny hadn't been watching him, he would have found an opportunity to put it in his pocket. But Carl had this idea. How could Johnny Silverhand, the old smoker, not see what he wanted to do? I say it again, Carl, don't try to take my pistol away like a lighter when I'm not paying attention. Just once, I'm watching you. This gun is specially made for me. There is only one. I won't give it to anyone who wants it. That's right, I'm that kind of person. Carl said this, but because of Johnny Silverhand's words, he had another idea. I had discussed the topic of custom-made guns with Oliver and others before. Maybe after this, I can really find an excellent gun company and ask them to start making them. If possible, Carl touched the 3 guns that belonged to him. Kinetic weapon Endless Night, technical weapon Kenshin, and intelligent weapon Inglong. I don't know if there is a company that can combine the functions of these 3 guns, and then piece together the important parts of these 3 guns. If the guns are customized, these 3 guns may have to retire, but Carl still wants their parts to be pieced together to accompany him. After all, except Inglong, they are all old friends. A gun with the destructive power of kinetic weapons, the penetration power of technical weapons, and the intelligent connection of intelligent weapons is similar to Johnny Silverhand's Malorian 3516. I don't know which company can achieve it. Carl knows a lot of famous military manufacturing companies, but he has connections with only 2 companies, Military Technology and Arasaka, both of which are involved in the military field and constantly develop new weapons. However, the weapons developed by these 2 companies are basically for popularization. After all, guns used by more people can make more money. For example, they may not accept orders for customized weapons like this. Mallory Firearms, which made the Mallory 3516 for Johnny, still exists until 2077. Although it is said that the company has not released any new gun models since 2000, it seems that they are still doing custom work, but I don't know if they are willing to accept orders. After all, the reason why this famous weapon manufacturing company was willing to accept orders was because the owner and operator of the company, Elon Maller, was an American veteran. He had a good impression of people with the same background, so he customized weapons for Johnny Silverhand and Morgan Blackhand. For Carl, a mercenary with no military background, I asked first. Carl thought so, watching Johnny Silverhand pull out a piece of cloth from somewhere and wipe the car clean. The Porsche 911 made a low engine hum when Johnny started it. Watching the car slowly drive out of the container, Carl took Johnny Silverhand's arm and walked out of the container, and then happened to meet Andy walking from a distance. Have you confirmed the salesperson of the dangerous prosthesis? Carl asked. Well, they use the cargo at the dock for dangerous transportation, and the route is not difficult to check. They are not planning to ship out of the port by sea, but just use this place as a transit station, so we just need to determine when the truck carrying the dangerous prosthesis arrives and search the surveillance in the city. Andy replied, noticing the car driven by Johnny Silverhand. This car is. While Andy was looking at the car for identification, Johnny Silverhand's head had already popped out of the driver's seat. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Where are you going? I take you for a ride. Andy and Carl looked at each other, and the two walked over in tacit understanding. Carl sat in the co-pilot seat and Andy. He picked up Johnny Silverhand, sat in the main driver's seat, and then put Johnny on his lap. Under the gaze of the iron block, the dog drove the car and took the 2 people who came to look for dangerous items, who were actually dangerous in his opinion, away. He blinked his 4 artificial eyes, looked at the law enforcer parked next to the port area entrance, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked his brothers to pay attention to the car and not let it get lost. The NCPD police officer and KK walked away swaggeringly, but they couldn't just ignore it. But when the vortex helped the brothers walk over, they found someone in the law enforcer's car. The newcomer of the NCPD Special Operations Team had been sitting in the car for a long time. He had been preparing a way out for his predecessors and KK, but found that the two had forgotten him now. Chapter 616. Woo! This is the car a man should drive. Johnny Silverhand's roar mixed with the roar of the Porsche 911 engine. This classic old car, which is worth its own weight in gold, flashed a lightning bolt on the streets of Watson District. Passers-by looked at it sideways. In Night City, luxury cars are not rare, and antique cars are also common, but those who can combine the two and swagger on the street are definitely walking credit point withdrawal machines. Normal people will always take a few glances when they see a golden car driving on the road. There is a tail behind us. Carl narrowed his eyes, and more than a dozen rapidly approaching car shadows appeared in the rearview mirror. Motorcycles, modified cars, and even a few old pickup trucks with black smoke, like sharks smelling blood, merged into the main road from various alleys. In Night City, seeing money is the basic rule of survival, and the Porsche in front of him is enough to make any street kid dream of being an emperor. Car robbing and stealing are old business in Night City. Even Jack did a lot of such things in the past. Car robbing is just a more radical way of extending from these two ways of discussing vehicle ownership. For the street thugs in Night City, what should they do when they see a golden car driving on the street? Without a doubt, they will naturally go up and rob it. If they sell it, they will make enough money to live a life of luxury for more than 10 lifetimes. If they don't make money, will they regret it for the rest of their lives, and then shrink into the sewer when they have no ability and be choked to death by someone else's urine? If there is no work, don't come to Night City. If there is work, then why don't you rob it? Perhaps there are many people in Night City who think this way. After Carl said that many people were following him, he saw more and more vehicles in his rearview mirror, and even some vehicles that passed by and turned around immediately joined them. Don't they all think that there is something wrong with people who can ride in this car and come to the street openly? Carl looked at the various vehicles chasing him at high speed, turned his head, and said to Johnny Silverhand, "Johnny, have you stepped on the accelerator to the bottom? I think if you go slower, they will come up and hit you." "Ha! Just these scraps?" Johnny stepped on the accelerator hard, and the mechanical prosthesis perfectly matched the control system of the classic sports car. The Porsche 911 suddenly burst into a roar that was not in line with the age of the car, and instantly threw the pursuers away by 3 car bodies. "They won't be able to touch my taillights in another 50 years. Johnny Silverhand's words were indeed correct. Compared to the crooked driving caused by his unaccustomed contact with Sky Hera this morning, Johnny Silverhand, who is used to driving with mechanical limbs and driving the car he is most familiar with, is now much better than the ordinary street thugs. "How about it, Carl, and the kid from Santo Domingo? This is the racing that real men should play." "Is that so?" Carl recalled what he had seen, Jack and V's racing in the Night City highway race. "It feels not as good as V and Jack." Then Carl thought about the Johnson's driving that he had ridden, and made him a little scared. Not as good as Director Johnson. With this level, he only drove in Watson District. When he came to Santo Domingo, he was probably just at the level of hauling goods. As a San Domingo native, Andy's comments were extremely sharp. San Domingo was the closest to the Badlands, and the most suitable neighborhood for driving practice. In addition, the vastness of the Badlands and the chaotic streets in the city neighborhoods meant that San Domingo drivers, who had made a name for themselves in these 2 tracks, had never been weak. Just like the driver in Carl's team was usually Oliver, a San Domingo native, who was a true Star-Spangled Banner, Johnny's skills were really just that in the eyes of Andy, a San Domingo native. Andy's personality and his comments on driving skills was different from his usual calmness. While Carl was thinking this, Johnny Silverhand had already quarreled with Andy. "What did you say, kid from San Domingo?" Johnny's roar was interrupted by a sudden harsh sound. A thunderous Mackinaw warhorse with an anti-collision beam rushed out from the side alley, and dazzling sparks flew from the metal friction. "Johnny, you've been caught up." Carl's voice was still calm, even with a hint of ridicule, but Johnny Silverhand had already seen another approaching threat through the car window. 3 modified motorcycles, with blue flames spewing from their tails, were approaching rapidly like hellhounds. Their engines screamed and pierced the night sky. The riders lowered their bodies, and their goggles flashed scarlet light. They were obviously veterans of street carjacking. They spread out tacitly and surrounded the Porsche 911 in a pincer shape, trying to force the Porsche 911 into a desperate situation. "Hey, do you need help?" Carl was about to offer help, but the situation suddenly changed. The modified Thunder Power Mackinaw that was inserted earlier roared out from the side, and rushed straight to the three motorcycles. The serrated blades welded on the body were still covered with blood. Obviously, the owner of the car was not a good person. When he found that the three motorcycles dared to take the lead, the owner of the Mackinac did not hesitate to slam the steering wheel, and the steel behemoth-like body slammed into the outermost motorcycle. Bang! The metal was torn, sparks flew, and the motorcycle rider didn't even have time to scream before the rear wheel was cut off by the sharp blade. The whole car lost control at high speed, rolled over and smashed into the holographic billboard on the roadside, exploding a dazzling electric light. This level of illegal modification has violated the laws of Night City. I have filed a case. As Andy spoke about his job-related and unusually calm words, the remaining two motorcycles under attack immediately adjusted their tactics. One of them took out a gun and started shooting at the modified Thunder Mackinac, while the other car accelerated suddenly, and the blue flames exploding from its tail instantly reached its peak. He tried to overtake from the left side of the Porsche. The rider controlled the handlebars with one hand, and the other hand had already pulled out a modified smart submachine gun. Looking for death. Johnny grinned and swung the steering wheel violently. The rear wing of the Porsche almost brushed the motorcycle rider's helmet, forcing the other party to dodge in embarrassment. At this moment, the violent modified Thunderbolt Mackinac ignored the strafing of the restraining motorcycle and approached again. The sturdy man in the driver's seat grinned, revealing a mouthful of metal dentures, and slammed a button with his right hand. Boom! The rear of the modified Thunderbolt Mackinac suddenly burst out with power, and the whole car crashed into the side and rear of the Porsche like a cannonball. Is this all you can do? Sit tight, bastards. Johnny pulled the handbrake hard, and the Porsche made a perfect drift at the 90-degree turn at the street entrance, instantly shaking off the pursuers behind him. The rear wheel of the Porsche 911 rubbed against the virtual flower bed on the roadside and lifted up a row of holographic billboards. In the bursting neon light and shadow, Carl saw that Andy, who had just calmed down, was actually smiling. This Santo Domingo man, who always had a stern face, now showed a wolf-like hideous smile because of Johnny's operation. Now your level is quite good. This is Andy's evaluation. Chapter 617. As a passenger, especially one who is not very interested in car chases, shouldn't I have a say? Carl clenched the roof rails and looked at the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, the chasing cars were still biting them tightly even after making a sharp turn. If it were you, I would just kill them. Carl clicked his left hand and finished loading the pistol with one hand. Let me blow off the tires of two cars, or hack into their control system to ensure that those followers behind will immediately learn what courtesy is. Do we have to play this road game with them? Even if it's a racing game, he glanced at the guardrails passing by the window, sparks flying. I only play prop races with rocket launchers. What? Johnny's silver hand slammed the steering wheel, and the tires rubbed against the asphalt with a sharp whine. Do you think I can't get rid of these bastards? I didn't say that. Carl suddenly lowered his body, and a bullet pierced the rear window glass, with a smoking bullet hole in the middle of the spiderweb-like cracks. The pursuers had obviously given up the idea of completely capturing him and began to shoot at the tires. But if you keep going like this, another string of bullets clanged against the chassis. Your beloved baby car may end up in the scrapyard. Johnny suddenly grinned, and in the projected movement synchronized with the mechanical limbs, his right hand, limb, released the steering wheel to touch the cigarette, and his left arm controlled the vehicle to complete another drift. The smell of burnt rubber mixed with gunpowder smoke poured into the car, and he actually whistled in the hail of bullets. When you modified it, did you ask V&T Bug to help you design the program? How come you can even whistle? Just now, he was pretending to love his car so much, Carl was speechless, but he drove it even crazier than a rock concert. Another bullet flew by the rearview mirror, and Johnny finally put the cigarette in his mouth, lit it with one hand, limb, took a deep breath and exhaled. The smoke mixed with gunpowder filled the car, and Andy, who was holding him, almost couldn't help but choke. Cough cough. I hate secondhand smoke. Andy coughed several times because of the gunpowder and secondhand smoke. His lungs had been modified to accept secondhand smoke, but this feeling was not pleasant after all. But even so, Andy's arm still tightly held Johnny's waist. Although he didn't let go out of his hand due to a certain police officer's quality, his physiological reaction made him want to kick this Johnny Silver dog out of the car. Johnny suddenly slammed on the brakes. The world tilted with a sharp friction sound, and Carl saw a car chasing him, like being slapped by a giant, hitting the fire hydrant horizontally. In the water column rising up to the sky, the Porsche 911 slid into the alley with millimeter-level accuracy. This is an action that only a madman can accomplish, and Johnny Silverhand has always been a madman. Taking advantage of this moment to get rid of the perfect drifting action again, Johnny took the opportunity to turn the steering wheel sharply. The moment the tire grip was restored, the car started to fly in the narrow alley like an arrow from a string. "If you smoke in the car again in the future, I will block your mouth, Johnny." Carl was also choked by Johnny's cigarette, but he had to say that Johnny's drift this time was really quite good. He just found the right place to drift and turned perfectly. The motorcycle that was chasing them didn't have enough grip, and when it suddenly turned around, it lost control and flew out with the riders. Few of the other cars that were able to catch up could get into the alley that was just big enough to accommodate a Porsche 911. Even if a car forced its way around, it would crash head-on at the entrance of the alley. Not only did this prevent them from catching up with the car, but it also caused the cars that came later to be blocked by their scrapped car. However, shaking off the chasing vehicle behind does not mean that the matter is over. How could this group of people who dared to rob cars on the streets of Night City not have a related organization? They may be more familiar with the roads of Night City than the Municipal Government Road Administration. Many of them had already called their companions to prepare, and that was originally just a precautionary preparation, which happened to catch Johnny Silverhand's driving thinking. At the end of the alley, 2 black SUVs were blocking the middle of the road, and the heavy machine guns on the roof were aimed at them. They did not shoot at the first time, because their target was never the people in the car, but this Porsche 911 that made old-school car fans unable to take their eyes off. The bullets of the previous crazy pursuit were basically aimed at the tires, and other places that were easier to repair. Under the heavy machine guns, it was definitely not difficult to smash the Porsche 911 into pieces. This group of people tried to force Johnny Silverhand and the other 2 to get out of the car by putting the black muzzles in front of them. But Johnny Silverhand's temperament is not the kind of person who will stop when a gun is placed in front of him. Johnny stepped on the accelerator, and it made a buzzing sound. "I am a rock player. I have always smashed guitars, but I don't have the habit of giving guitars to others." The accelerator roared, and the Porsche 911 rushed straight to the roadblock like an arrow from a bow. Johnny's eyes flashed with crazy light, and the corners of his mouth were projected with an almost hideous smile. The carjackers in the SUV opposite understood this madness from Johnny Silverhand's driving. This madman would rather perish with both jade and stone. "Do you want to shoot, blow him up?" A carjacker in the driving seat of the SUV asked his companions for their opinions. Those who were assigned to guard this corner road to prevent accidents were naturally not important members of the carjacking gang, so when the boss was not around, they did not dare to make a decision alone. "Shoot? Blow up this treasure worth tens of millions?" The carjacker in the co-pilot's voice changed. "The boss must make us into specimens. Have you forgotten the fate of the last person who accidentally damaged the car? He was skinned." As soon as this sentence came out, it was clear what to do. The drivers of the 2 off-road vehicles looked at each other through the car window and turned the steering wheel at the same time. They knew too well the value of this Porsche 911 in the antique car black market. Last year, a similar model was auctioned at a sky-high price in Dogtown. Even if it was turned into scrap metal, it would be enough for the whole team to live a carefree life after repairing it. "Hit him!" The carjacker in the driver's seat roared and stepped on the accelerator. "I don't believe that 2 armored off-road vehicles can't stop an antique. At worst, we can repair it and sell it to the old captain. He will take anything." With the decision of both sides, an absurd death ballet was staged in the alley. 3 cars sprinted towards each other, and everyone stepped on the accelerator. Both sides were betting that the other side would retreat at the last moment. Carl looked at the SUV rushing towards him, his tone still calm. "Johnny, you have a few seconds left to ask me to save your car." "Hush." Johnny suddenly released the accelerator, and his mechanical limbs made a complex gesture on the dashboard. "Watch it, Carl. I will show them what Silverhand's special adjustment is now." Just 2 seconds before the collision, Johnny's body moved. He kept the mechanical limbs on the steering wheel, and something popped out of his body. Carl saw what it was at a glance. It was a liquid nitrogen grenade, which was originally purchased from Dogtown and placed in the Skyhero. No one knew when Johnny stuffed this thing into his body for storage. The grenade broke through the front window glass during the ejection, and a smooth layer of ice instantly formed on the road surface. The 2 off-road vehicles were like spinning tops whipped by a giant. The anti-skid system sounded a shrill alarm. The wide tires modified to adapt to the streets of Night City became a fatal burden at this moment. They spun wildly on the absolutely smooth ice surface, and the body drifted sideways uncontrollably, just leaving a death passage for Porsche. Johnny's mechanical fingers tapped the last beat on the steering wheel. Compared with the off-road vehicle that entered the ice surface first and inevitably slowed down uncontrollably, The speed of the Porsche 911 was still at its peak, and the moment its tires began to slip on the ice, it had already forced the front of the car into the middle of the off-road vehicles that were just slipping on the left and right. The Porsche cut into the gap between the two vehicles like an ice knife, and its tires pressed spiderweb-like cracks on the ice surface. Before the vehicle slipped, it was already sandwiched in the middle of the off-road vehicles. The three cars completed a kiss of steel in a weird slow motion. The front of the Porsche rubbed past the SUV like a wedge, sliding away the most threatening front of the car and embedding into the side doors of the two SUVs. The sparks of metal friction were like fireworks blooming in the ice mist. Hold on. Johnny suddenly pulled the handbrake hard, and the rear of the Porsche swung a perfect arc on the ice surface under the action of inertia, like a heavy punch that hit the right SUV hard against the wall, and the SUV on the left was flipped over by this force. The door, which was not very strong due to the modification, was blown away by the friction, revealing the two carjackers sitting inside. Let's have something exciting, boys. Johnny whistled and lowered the window. The moment the ice fog dissipated, the robbers saw an unforgettable scene. In the driver's seat, Andy, wearing an NCPD uniform, was using his legs to stabilize his body, holding Johnny, who was grinning, in his left hand, and holding the Constitution Military Liberty pistol in his right hand. The light shone on the police badge, reflecting a cold light. According to Chapter 7, Section 3 of the Night City Code, Andy's voice was colder than the nitrogen ice layer. You are suspected of illegal modification, endangering public safety, and attempting to attack a police officer. He pulled the trigger gracefully, as if signing a document. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets accurately passed through the non-existent car door. The first shot blew up the car's fire extinguisher, and the second shot in the white mist sprayed out hit the co-pilot's forehead and penetrated the main driver side by side with the co-pilot. Carl noticed that Andy deliberately avoided the vehicle's fuel tank. His professional quality was outrageous. After 2 clean shots, Andy looked through the car window at the other SUV that was thrown against the wall by the rear end. In his sight, blood was oozing out from the gap of the deformed door of the other SUV that hit the wall. Andy made a comment. The shoddy anti-collision beam, the inferior airbag, and he pointed at the sex doll advertising chips scattered in the car. These garbage are more deadly than bullets in a car accident. The modifications they made to the vehicle killed them. The door may be too thin for emergency escape, and the shockproof effect is not enough. There are too many messy equipment in the car, which is indeed easy to cause accidental injuries in a car accident. Carl nodded in agreement with Andy's comments, and Johnny Silverhand rolled down the window after confirming the consequences of his actions on the 2 SUVs. I told you I don't need your help, he squinted at Carl. Mr. Cop and I are having a good time with the police-civilian cooperation. Just now, he was talking about the Santo Domingo kid, and now he's having a good time with the police-civilian cooperation? Johnny, I didn't realize you know how to change your face. When Carl wanted to complain, an electronic voice came out from the mini law enforcement recorder worn on Andy's collar. The law enforcement record cloud synchronization is complete. After facial recognition, the facial comparison of the 4 suspects has been confirmed, and the personnel have been confirmed to be the carjacking gang that has recently emerged in Watson District. According to the regulations, Officer Andy, you took the risk this time and will be awarded the honorary Night City Police Officer 3rd Class Electronic Medal. Your contribution has been recorded, and you can apply for 8 hours of administrative leave later. The mechanical voice changed. You disguised yourself as an antique car enthusiast and successfully trapped the Watson District carjacking gang. Your behavior has been reported and may be recorded in the NCPD's annual classic case. Johnny Silverhand listened to the report from Andy's recorder. His eyelids in the projection seemed to jump. He looked at Andy. When did you report it? When you started driving this car. Andy said slowly. I am a police officer after all, so I naturally know the possible consequences. Started. So you took the opportunity of me taking you and Carl for a lap. Johnny realized something. Then did you comment on my driving skills before on purpose? No, this is the truth from the people of Santo Domingo. When it comes to driving skills, the people of Santo Domingo don't lie. Andy said so, and his law enforcement recorder was still making a sound. Warm reminder, according to the latest instructions of the director. 1. The blockade radius is expanded to 3 blocks. 2. Send drones to recover the vehicles involved. 3. Apply for the honorary award of enthusiastic citizens for the helpers. Vehicles involved. Johnny Silverhand widened his eyes and looked at Andy. Wait a minute, Santo Domingo boy. In my impression, your NCPD's blockade has always included those who are brave enough to do good deeds, and then the vehicles involved? You won't count my car as well. Andy slowly changed the magazine of the Liberty pistol. According to the newly revised Article 88 of the Night City Public Security Management Law, those who are brave enough to do good deeds have the obligation to cooperate with the police to complete the record. But this matter can be postponed, and according to the latest revised Public Security Management Law, assisting personnel can postpone electronic recording. It can be postponed. But now this car is probably not going to drive anymore. Your driving is still too rough. Andy passed Johnny and looked at Carl to ask for his opinion. How about walking the rest of the way? Of course. Carl pushed open the door with a bit of ease, and the wind blew the cold into the car. Anyway, he stretched. It's not far away. It's not far away. Johnny's mechanical eye suddenly narrowed its focus. It was not until this moment that he realized that Andy's arm around his waist always maintained a tactical alert posture, and Carl's seemingly casual reminder of needing help always encouraged him to change the road. The memory suddenly played back like a dream. Those cool drifts, those thrilling turns, all of them were navigation traps carefully designed by these two people. They were not enjoying racing at all, but putting reins on a wild horse. When Johnny was carried out of the car by Andy, his titanium alloy joints groaned under the heavy load due to excessive force. He jumped and stared at the two calm bastards in front of him. Carl's fingertips were still drawing the route map on his mobile phone, and Andy was contacting his subordinate slowly. The NCPD sirens sounded in the distance. Listening to the sirens, Johnny rarely showed a speechless expression. I'm performing a death race like an idiot, and you two are playing real-life navigation? You chose it yourself. Carl turned his phone towards him. On the screen was a lane map accurate to the meter level, and each red line marked Johnny's improvisation. I have to say, Carl tapped the phone screen, you always choose the most fancy road. Chapter 618. People who have been working on the streets for more than a month have long been accustomed to the NCPD's door-to-door visits. People who make a living in this area, especially those who walk in the gray area, if they have never been troubled by the NCPD, will instead make people suspect that they have some shameful dealings with the police, especially those who are desperate people who sell high-risk illegal prostheses. They have already prepared a plan to deal with the NCPD. But the appearance of KK completely tore their preparations apart. When the prosthesis doctor of the underground black clinic glimpsed the figure from the surveillance footage outside the rolling door, his pupils suddenly contracted. His first reaction was not to grab weapons or sound the alarm, but to directly press the start button of the emergency protection program. He didn't even care about the half-open chest on the operating table and the half-transformed customer, let alone notify his accomplices in the basement. When the explosion-proof metal gate began to descend, he had already opened the floor's secret door and crawled into the stinking sewer like a frightened mouse. No matter who it is, they will do the same thing if KK finds them. This illegal cyborg doctor has no shame for selling out his teammates, because he knows that if it were his companions, who were put together for profit, they would do the same. The illegal cyborg doctor was the first to run away, and he was also the first to be caught. This place stinks like a slaughterhouse. In the darkness, his modified prosthetic, I caught a black and white figure. A talking dog? Then, his consciousness was completely disconnected. At the same time, the underground clinic. The loud bang of the explosion-proof metal gate causing the surgical instruments to vibrate. Fuck. What's going on? In the underground lounge, several members of the black clinic jumped up suddenly. Something went wrong with the surgery upstairs? Are you online? Hello. There was only rustling noise in the communication channel. What happened? Everyone looked at each other in the dark. If it was an accidental triggering of the protection program, the upstairs should have explained it with curses. If it was a surprise attack, there should have been gunfire above their heads at this moment, but now there was only dead silence, as if the entire building was suddenly thrown into a vacuum. There were a total of 14 people in the basement. The two leaders looked at each other, and obviously felt a vague sense of badness. They were two groups of outsiders, who had only set foot in Night City last month. After a fight, both sides found that neither could beat the other, so they simply shook hands and made peace. At the dinner table, they found that they were unexpectedly complementary. One of them controlled the supply of high-risk prosthetics, and the other was proficient in underground surgery. Thus, a get-rich plan was born. After 2 months of preparation, the Black Clinic opened. In just 30 days, the profit had far exceeded expectations. At this rate, if they worked for another 6 months, all the staff could run away with clean identities and bulging wallets. Until tonight, this unexpected incident happened without anyone responding. What happened? In the darkness, 14 people wanted to know what happened. Many people had already taken out their guns and aimed at the intersection connecting the basement to the upstairs in the dead silence. Squeak. The unanswered communication sound echoed in the basement. The two leaders looked at each other, and even nodding seemed redundant. The tacit understanding during this period made them draw their guns at the same time and move towards the stairs one after another. To be the boss, you have to be at the front. This is the truth they understood from the street fights. When fighting for territory in the alleys, whoever hides in the back will never be convinced by others. Although they have made some achievements and become the boss of a small group, their instincts have not changed. When danger comes, they have to go first. Both of them are equipped with subcutaneous armor. It is not a heavy-duty military-grade subcutaneous armor, but it is more than enough to block a few ordinary bullets. If they are really shot, they can retreat immediately, blow up the escape wall prepared in advance, and get away into the sewer. But they don't want to escape. This underground clinic took 2 months to build and another month to make a name for itself in the black market. Customers, equipment, channels, each of which is made with real money. Just give up like this? Not willing. Maybe it was just a false alarm. Maybe the idiot who performed the operation upstairs accidentally electrocuted himself and triggered the protection program. Maybe. Maybe they can still save the situation. The more confident one had already touched the door, with his fingers on the door panel. This door had been specially treated, and was hidden in a movable wall of the same color. It would not make any sound when pushed open. With just a slight push, he could see what was happening in the clinic. The boss who was walking in front pushed the door open. In the dim light of the dark clinic, he scanned the clinic with his artificial eyes. He didn't see anyone. The subordinate, who was supposed to be in charge of the operation upstairs, was nowhere to be found at this moment, and the protection program had been activated at the door, so there was no sign of damage. He gestured to the person behind him, and then carefully walked into the clinic with a pistol. 1 step, 2 steps. There was no ambush, no trap, only the buzzing of the electric current from the sterile lamp tube. The tense nerves made the subcutaneous armor on the back of the neck tingle. This was not right. Could it be an accident? Where did his subordinates go? When he thought so, his peripheral vision caught a little tremor of light and shadow. The light and shadow came from a blood-stained drape. The drape was originally a cloth that was used to lay under the patient during surgery, and was strictly sterilized. However, in the black clinic, this thing was used as a shielding cloth to prevent blood from splashing during surgery. In the eyes of this boss, behind the drape he was facing, something was trembling. He gestured to the person behind him, took a breath, and then slowly approached the hanging drape. Then, he stretched out his left and right hands at the same time, and with his left hand, he violently pulled open the hanging drape, and with his right hand, he pointed the gun at the trembling thing, ready to shoot the trembling thing at any time if something went wrong. Crack. Amid the sound of the drape being pulled open, he saw clearly what was behind the drape. It was a person in surgery. His chest was open to the 4th rib, the exposed lung lobe rose and fell slightly with the residual anesthesia effect. The scalpel incision was abnormally smooth, and even the micronumber engraved on the outer membrane of the prosthetic lung could be seen. His fingers twitched nervously, like a skinned frog still kicking its legs reflexively. This was the guest. The boss recognized this person. This was the guest who was scheduled to come for surgery today. But the customer is here. Where did the subordinate who performed the operation on him go? His temples were throbbing. The customer was here, but where were the subordinates who performed the operation? The answer was next to the operating table. A floor-secret door was opened, and the dark passage was like an open esophagus. He escaped. The guy actually activated the protection program in the middle of the operation, and slipped away directly from the escape passage. But what on earth could make a butcher who had sawed open more than 30 living bodies with his own hands not even have time to send a communication? You are the only one left. When the Jingdao boss was puzzled, a hand was placed on his shoulder. It was a hand with a gentle movement. Very warm. But this voice. It was as familiar as the king of hell walking out of hell. KK. He closed his eyes. No wonder the person ran away. Chapter 619. The people in the black clinic did not have a strong will to resist, or rather, they were already halfway down when they saw Officer Andy from the NCPD Special Operations Force. When they saw KK, they all took the initiative to reveal all their crimes, from kicking the virtual flower bed on the roadside to scolding NCPD Chief Johnson for being impotent, and stealing the energy bar from the neighbor's girl when they were young. As long as they could remember and say it, they confessed, and they only asked for one thing. Give them a decent shot in 30 minutes, and don't let KK stay in the same room with them. Don't worry, you won't all be shot. As long as you write down the purchaser and the route clearly, only 2/3 of you will be shot, and it won't be KK who will do it. With Andy's comfort, Even if these people knew that they were the one who would be shot, they obviously showed some relaxation on their faces. The gangsters had long been aware of their fate. They were just shot. If they explained themselves well in prison before being shot, they might be sentenced to life imprisonment, which was much easier than facing KK. A bullet in the head would be the end of it, but staying in the same room with KK for even 10 seconds, no one knew what this guy could do. Even if KK was in a good mood and used low-level torture such as peeling skin, pulling tendons, breaking bones, and digging out marrow, they could not bear it. Compared with that kind of pain, being shot was definitely an easy death that could not be more pleasant, not to mention that if KK was in a bad mood, then no one could say for sure how KK would torment them. The fear of the unknown will be infinitely magnified in people's imagination, especially for these guys, who are used to the bloody scenes in the Black Clinic. The more they imagine, the more they think that a bullet to the head is simply heaven. Sighing quickly, one of the younger brothers grabbed the pen tremblingly. I would rather be shot now than bet whether KK is in a bad mood after eating breakfast today. You got the wrong one. We use electronic signatures here, and you got a recorder. Andy kindly reminded him. He tapped the edge of the tablet with the tip of the pen, and the blue light of the electronic screen jumped on the younger brother's pale face. Or do you want Carl to hold it, and let you experience its use? Across the interrogation table, there was a harsh sound of chairs moving. The speed at which the 3 Black Clinic staff members grabbed the electronic pen at the same time reminded Andy of the scene when the supermarket bought synthetic meat for a limited time. The speed and process of the Black Clinic staff's confession were incredible. On the other side of the one-way glass next to the interrogation room, Carl watched all this and asked Johnson, who was walking beside him, "Didn't you go to work?" "Just finished. I heard that you and Andy escorted people here." Johnson put his phone into his tactical pocket. In the reflection of the one-way glass, the younger brother in the interrogation room was tearfully explaining the coordinates of the cybernetics warehouse. Honestly, he knocked on the glass. Your photo should be printed on the front page of the Notice of Rights of Criminal Suspects, so that the prisoners can see your face first, and the interrogation time can be shortened by at least half. Come on, I'm not an interrogation machine. Carl said speechlessly. I think I didn't do anything too outrageous at all. Why do the gangsters now spread me like a ghost? They killed more people than me, and was more ruthless. Why is my reputation getting worse and worse? I remember that a few days ago, an insider from the underground channel of the police station sent a series of messages saying that last Thursday, someone on the street saw KK enter a scavenger's house, and soon, he walked out while licking a white thing that looked like brain matter in his hand. When the NCPD arrived, every scavenger's head on the ground was cut in half, and the white things were scattered all over the ground. There was also a collapsed person crying and screaming over there, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Johnson said, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket again, manipulated the screen a few times, and displayed the insider information of the underground channel in front of Carl. The screen showed a line of warnings with blurred pictures and bloody fonts. What's in District Morning Notice? KK's hobby today. Single molecule wires are ready to eat after opening the lid. Brain matter breakfast. Please do not go out during KK's meal. Single molecule wires are ready to eat after opening the lid. Is there such a thing as brain matter? Last Thursday? Carl recalled a little. I remember that he did deal with the street sweeper. But Carl remembered that he just came out of the house with an ice cream, and then found a street sweeper following him. It was normal to deal with the street sweeper, and then in order to prevent the melted ice cream from dripping onto his hands, he had to lick it while walking. He stared at the blurry and out-of-focus picture on the phone screen. The photographer was obviously hiding at least 200 meters away, and even the camera was shaking in fear. I'm fed up with these bastards who spread rumors. Carl stared at Johnson. Others don't know. But Mr. Johnson, you can't not know. You have seen the police's action recorder. I was just eating ice cream, and the collapsed eyewitness was just an unlucky guy who was injected with neurostimulants by the street sweeper. His screams were caused by the overload of the cerebral cortex caused by the drugs. How come this news is getting more and more outrageous? Of course I know. Johnson nodded as a matter of course. What kind of person are you? There may be no one in the whole police station who knows you better than Andy and I. Guess how many times we have dealt with the scene you left before, but those people will never believe it. Johnson pointed to the other side of the glass. Because of their lack of cultural knowledge, the words were not clear, and the explanations were repetitive and slow. At Andy's reminder, the staff who were already crying in anxiety, they always liked to judge others by themselves. They used steel pipes to smash other people's knees. When he dug out someone's internal organs without blinking, he naturally thought that KK, who was so famous in Night City, must be more cruel, and his methods were even unimaginable. There were many such cases, so everyone believed it. And then my reputation became like an urban legend step by step, right? Carl glanced at the person he was in charge of. If this goes on, everyone will believe it. I'm afraid I will scare a bunch of people away when I walk on the street. No. Johnson folded his hands, his thumb stroking the etched words NCPD on the badge. The people you rescued from the scavengers, the people you personally rescued from the gunfight. As long as there are various people who have been helped by you and us, they believe it. As for this group of people. Johnson's face was serious and disdainful. Who the hell cares what the scum believes? You swore, Mr. Johnson. Then just treat it as a slip of the tongue. After all, I am the director now, and I have to be careful with my words. Chapter 620. NCPD and KK Squad have implemented a police assistance system that is still in the testing phase. The purpose of the system is to recruit idle people on the street to help NCPD with their duties, and the results of the first day of operation were extremely amazing. 6 black Super Dream manufacturing dens were uprooted, 4 scavenger slaughterhouses were reduced to ruins in the crossfire, and even a heavy truck carrying smuggled prostheses was intercepted. When the action report was projected on the holographic screen in the director's office, Director Johnson's jawline, which was tense due to the recent serial street murders, finally relaxed slightly. According to this efficiency, the riots on the streets should be quelled in a few days, at least on the surface. But Johnson knew better than anyone that this was just the calm before the storm. The news of KK Squad's assistance had spread like a virus in the streets, and the hyenas entrenched in the shadows had all retreated to their nests at this moment, licking their fangs and waiting for the storm to pass. The reason why we were able to catch them all today was purely because there were still a few fools who didn't get wind of the news. When these people learn their lesson and go underground, the remaining hard bones will have to be gnawed by NCPD piece by piece. However, it is not bad to catch some fools. Today's results alone are equivalent to the performance of NCPD in the past month. This is the efficiency of recruiting 3 batches of new police officers after Johnson took office. If it was the time of layoffs and downsizing in the past, these cases would probably be covered in dust in the archives for half a year. Thinking of this, the director opened the holographic panel and transferred the assistance reward to Carl. For top mercenaries like the KK team, this money is probably only enough to go to the next life bar for half a round of drinks, but at least it can allow them to have a few decent meals. Ding. When the reminder sounded, Carl was standing under the neon sign of Old William's hot dog stand. The twisting synthetic meat image in the holographic advertisement cast a strange pink light in his eyes. He glanced at the receipt notification and put the phone back in his pocket. Just plain yellow mustard. Don't squeeze too much. Don't worry, I don't know your taste. Old William's mechanical fingers flexibly flipped the worm sausage on the grill. Would you like another locust pizza? The Mexican locusts just arrived, pickled with spicy flavor, are definitely strong enough. Carl looked at the fluorescent sign on the stall that said specially for organic wheat crust, and suddenly felt that his acceptance of food was getting higher and higher. Have one, although it tastes like chewing wet cardboard, at least the crust can still taste a little wheat aroma. The recipe has been improved this time. Old William proudly raised his mechanical thumb. The customer said it was like biting a sponge full of water. This is a 5-star praise. Carl stared at the other party's half-broken mechanical finger. It was the mark left by a gang member who was annoyed by the taste when it was made. He swallowed the complaint back. In Night City, it is indeed worth being proud of to be able to eat synthetic food and get the evaluation that it does not look like industrial waste. Carl still remembers the first time he saw Old William. It was in a cheap apartment building in the neighborhood, and the air was filled with the smell of cheap synthetic tobacco and motor oil. At that time, they were taking David, who was still a rookie, to carry out a mission to clear out the scavengers. When the fully armed KK team opened the rusty iron door and entered the target floor, they saw this skinny old man leaning against the door of the residence and puffing out a cigarette. At that time, Old William's reaction was textbook level. He narrowed his eyes, which were red from the smoke, and quickly scanned the weapon in Carl's hand. Then he calmly pressed the cigarette butt on the black wall, and then decisively entered the room and closed the door. The whole process was smooth, just like cooperating with a street ballet that had been rehearsed countless times. Old William, who knew the rules very well, did not alarm others. After realizing that Carl and his friends were not targeting him, he immediately returned to the room according to Carl and his friends' instructions, and even gave them a business card through the crack of the door, hoping that they could come to eat a meal someday. Later, when Mr. Johnson came to deal with the follow-up, Carl handed him the business card given by Old William. When Johnson first went to Old William's stall and bit into Old William's special sheriff's set meal, the food culture of NCPD was completely changed. Andy and his friends did an experiment, comparing Old William's worm sausage with those from other stalls under ultraviolet light. The former would show natural muscle fiber texture, while the latter would be as seamless as inferior plasticine. Today, this rusty but shiny mobile food truck has long become a fixed supply station for NCPD police officers on duty. The spray paint on the car body is shiny under the neon light, and there is a grinning cartoon hot dog painted next to it. It is said that a detective who is related to Old William and her other best friend, who is related to the chief, sprayed it on a whim. Old William's business philosophy is simple: 20% off for police officers, buy 3 and get 1 free, and always serve police officers first, and this business philosophy has helped his business grow. Once, a new member of the Tiger Claw gang came to collect the cleaning fee with a Lexington. Before he could finish his words, he was pressed on the hood of the food truck by 3 patrolmen who were eating hot dogs. Since then, the radius of 50 meters of Old William's food truck has automatically become a peace zone. Even the most crazy gang members, the Whirlpool gang, would obediently switch their weapons to safe mode when passing by. After all, in this city where people are eaten without spitting bones, a place that can be bought by the NCPD and actively maintained is rarer than military-grade prosthesis. Carl took his first bite of the hot dog today, and the spiciness of the synthetic yellow mustard exploded on the tip of his tongue. He noticed that there were some pink muscle fibers on the cross-section of the sausage, which is a feature of the freshest vertical farm worms. Old William's unique sauce perfectly concealed the unique fishy smell of insect protein, and the 2 more synthetic pickles than the usual hot dog stalls were the finishing touch. In this era where fraud and inferior products have become a habit, Old William stubbornly adheres to the most original cooking philosophy: real ingredients, no deception. Although the ingredients are cheap protein farm vertically cultivated worms, they can be transformed into magic by his hands covered with burn scars. This is probably why even Carl, who is very picky about food, occasionally comes to buy his hot dogs. Carl finished the hot dog in 3 bites, and Old William just pushed the locust pizza out of the oven. On the golden wheat crust, the Mexican locusts were shiny and exuded an attractive burnt aroma. At least it looked much more decent than most street snacks. Carl took the packaged locust pizza. €13, right? Transfer now. No charge. Old William knocked on the food truck sign with his sauce-covered mechanical arm. In the distance, several NCPD police officers who had just finished their shift were walking towards this side. The police badges on their tactical vests were shining under the neon lights. If it weren't for the business card you handed over, my broken car would have been torn into scrap metal by the gang. He skillfully sprinkled synthetic cheese on the pizza, and the cheese was pulled into thin strands under the residual heat. The KK team will always be free of charge. This rule has been established since the day my granddaughter was admitted to the NCPD. Old William blinked the cloudy left eye that was not replaced by an artificial eye, although the girl is now in the logistics department and complains every day that my locust pizza is not as delicious as the synthetic protein in the police canteen. When Carl took the pizza, he noticed a holographic photo on the windshield of the food truck. A young female police officer in a brand new uniform was facing the camera and giving the same thumbs up as Old William. Then I'd be very rude to refuse. TSK, you mercenaries always talk like documents on a data board. Old William grinned, his mechanical dentures glowing coppery under the neon lights. Next time you come, I give you hot dogs and baked pastries. Your taste, I can't forget it in my old bones. Of course. Carl turned and left with the pizza. The aroma of hot oil filled the humid air, and several NCPD police officers who passed by nodded to him warmly. Among them, the rookie who had just joined the job was so nervous that he saluted. Citizens attracted by the police gradually gathered around the food truck. Instead of retreating because of Carl's reputation, they looked at this legendary mercenary curiously. A little girl in light yellow clothes even winked at him and smiled widely. The warm yellow street lights stretched the shadows of the crowd very long. Carl remembered what Mr. Johnson said in the director's office today. Who the hell cares what the scum believes? He took a bite of pizza, and the spicy taste of Mexican locusts exploded on the tip of his tongue. Yes. Who the hell cares what the scum believes? The mood suddenly became much better. Carl finished eating the pizza, and his mobile phone also received a new message. I have something. Can you help me, Carl? The sender of the message is Haruko. Chapter 621. Receiving Haruko's message was nothing special for Carl. Although Mr. Kenichi Shiro had an appointment with him, he could not take the initiative to call or send messages to Haruko. But almost every morning, and before going to bed at night, Haruko would send Carl good morning and good night messages. Since Haruko took the initiative to send messages, Carl could naturally reply every day, which did not violate the agreement. According to Carl's understanding, Arasaka Nobuo becoming the CEO still had some impact on Haruko. Recently, Haruko got a formal position in the Arasaka Group, an external director of the Night City Board of Directors. This is a position that needs to deal with Arasaka's communication, acceptance, and communication with external companies. In the past Arasaka Tower incident, this position has been held by Michiko Arasaka while serving as the CEO of Arasaka North America. Later, as Michiko Arasaka led Arasaka America back to the Arasaka Group, this position has been vacant until recently. Arasaka Nobuo personally appointed Haruko to this position. According to the official statement of Arasaka Nobuyuki, Haruko has inherited her mother's ability to be good at dealing with people. After Saburo Arasaka died in an unfortunate and despicable assassination, Arasaka Nobuyuki hoped that this relative, who rarely appeared in public, could take on the responsibilities her mother had at this age, and contribute his strength to the Arasaka family, as an important member of the Arasaka family. However, everyone inside Arasaka knew that this was actually a deal. In dealing with the assassination of Saburo Arasaka by military technology, Arasaka Nobuyuki showed a completely different face from the hawkish approach he used to have. When everyone thought that Arasaka Nobuyuki would definitely make a big fuss about this, and even might trigger the Fifth Corporate War, he chose to criticize military technology in the media and morality, and created some trivial conflicts in his behavior, and then expressed his desire to communicate with military technology. The trap carefully laid by the opposition within Arasaka suddenly fell through. They thought that Nobuyuki would take the opportunity to stir up a bloody storm, but they only waited for an elegant closing. When those impeachment motions on the grounds of damaging the interests of the company were still locked in the encrypted server, the biometric signals of the proposers had disappeared permanently from the Arasaka internet one after another, and the rumors of the replacement of all members of the Dubai branch were like ink dripping on rice paper, silently spreading within Arasaka. After his own personnel controlled certain interests, Arasaka Nobuyuki, who reached a certain degree of tacit understanding with the Dove faction to which Arasaka Michiko belonged in terms of slowing down and communication, handed over many important positions in Arasaka in Night City to Arasaka Michiko. When the authority of Night City was presented in a gilded gift box, Haruko's name was branded on the velvet lining at the bottom of the box, like a silver needle hidden in the center of chocolate. The young diplomat's schedule showed a subtle split. In the morning, she said good morning to Carl with a cute pink expression, and in the evening, she was rewriting the terms of the agreement between New America and Arasaka one by one. The media chased the flash of the upcoming Nice Nobuo Miles handshake of the century, but no one noticed the blank time on the president's schedule where communication was constantly going on. Just like her mother did 50 years ago, Haruko made the president of New America willing to negotiate with Arasaka in person, but this time, it was the president of New America who came to meet Arasaka's staff. Carl responded with doubt, but the answer he got was not what he thought. Haruko really encountered some trouble, or rather, Haruko really encountered some big trouble that endangered her. Her request was a little subtle, at least for Carl as a man, it was a little subtle. As an external director, Haruko naturally had to appear in the meeting between the CEO of Arasaka and the new US president, which was watched by the whole world. And that was the first time that Haruko appeared in public in an official position. She hoped that the first public image of her appearance in the video would be the most in line with her wishes. Haruko hoped that Carl could help her choose clothes and makeup. To put it more bluntly, she just wanted Carl to accompany her when she was dressing up. At present, there were really limited people around Haruko to discuss with. Although Chiyo was loyal, the ninja training she received since childhood did not include courses such as Sengoku seduction technique. She always wore a mask when performing tasks, and did not even show her face. Asking her to refer to makeup and clothes? Obviously unreliable. As for her mother Michiko, her aesthetics are too advanced. Haruko has received traditional education, so she really doesn't dare to trust her mother's vision. If she is dressed up by her mother with a blue-green afro and a fancy Western cowboy outfit, Haruko would rather refuse to attend the event on the spot. Chiyo and her mother are not reliable, and there are even fewer candidates left. Maki is still dealing with the final exams of the academy, and Mr. Kenichi Shiro may understand these things, but Haruko would rather let Carl evaluate her, rather than this elder whom she regards as a half-father and respects. Besides, which daughter doesn't dislike her father's aesthetics? Haruko really can't praise the weird color combinations of Kenichi Shiro when dressing herself. Of course, if Haruko is willing, the world's top stylists will definitely rush to serve her, but the eyes of outsiders are not as reassuring as Carl. She likes the outfits selected by Carl, and she liked her appearance in his eyes even more. However, it is a bit difficult to ask a boy to help choose clothes and makeup. Haruko also knows that most men are not good at such things, so when sending messages, she chooses her words carefully, for fear of appearing too willful. Is it okay if I don't understand it very well? Carl thought about it and sent a message. Is it okay for me to dress up in a way that is suitable for fighting and action? The clothes are bought by others. If you want to dress up, are you not going to wear the usual clothes this time? Carl was talking about the cherry blossom-colored kimono that Haruko wore almost every time she saw him. As long as it's chosen by Carl, I can accept it, Haruko said softly in the communication, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing her cuffs, but this time I'm attending as a director, so I have to be a little more solemn. She paused, a helpless smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I don't want to be like my mother, wearing a unique high school girl's uniform, and then that kind of dress became popular throughout America. It's weird enough to think about it. Ms. Michiko's dress. Carl recalled it, and expressed his understanding a little speechlessly. I understand, then I come at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay? As long as Carl comes, I will wait. Haruko's lips slightly raised, and her smile was a little more genuine than before. In fact, asking Carl to help choose clothes was just an excuse. What she really wanted was to let the vacant seat next to her belong to Carl in the formal occasion that day. Chapter 622. You're here. I'm here. You shouldn't have come. But I still. No, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, why shouldn't I have come? Carl looked at Kenichi Shiro in surprise, then looked around. I seem to have been invited by Haruko. This is where Haruko lives. It has nothing to do with you. It's better to say that you are not a guard now. Why are you here? Are you free? Hearing that particularly harsh and familiar sound in his ears, are you free? Kenichi Shiro's eyelids couldn't help twitching when hearing these words. He wanted to say something, but after suppressing the emotion in his heart, he tried to keep himself calm. I'm not idle. You're not idle standing here watching me come over and play this kind of guessing game with me. Carl glanced at Kenichi Shiro in a suit. Are you still working, Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Don't work too hard on yourself. Look at the time. You're not working all night again, are you? Why don't you take a rest? Listening to Carl's sincere concern, but from his mouth, Kenichiro took a deep breath and said, I'm here to talk to Haruko about the adjustment of the new American reception staff. I will be responsible for part of the subsequent staff arrangement. I see. Carl nodded as if he understood. It does look very hard, working overtime all the time. Did you have a good rest? Did you have breakfast? I brought some energy bars with me. Although the taste is a bit strange, I feel that I can adapt to it unexpectedly after eating too much. Do you want some? Carl said, and took out from his pocket an octopus pancake-flavored energy bar that he had taken from V. He thought it tasted terrible, but he could get used to it after eating too much. He handed it to Kenichi Shiro. You're welcome. I have a lot of them. I fed them to the cat a few days ago. Kenichi Shiro, who had been ready to refuse after hearing the first half of the sentence, stared at Carl and suddenly became dangerous after hearing Carl's second half of the sentence about feeding the cat. What did this kid say? Feed the cat? He brought the food for the cat to himself? Sure enough, my feeling was not wrong at all. This kid didn't have the special respect he should have for me. Carl, are you here? The surveillance shows that you and Mr. Kenichi Shiro have been standing at the door for a long time. Just when Kenichi Shiro was thinking about how to respond to Carl and teach him to respect himself, Carl received a message from Haruko. It seems that he and Kenichi Shiro have been chatting at the door for too long. I'm here, coming right up. Carl replied briefly, then turned around and said, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, Haruko is already waiting, and you're also looking for her. Why don't you go together? This sounds normal, but it makes Kenichi Shiro's eyebrows jump. What do you mean by already waiting? What do you mean by you're also looking for her? And go together? This guy is obviously here to do business just like himself. But why does he talk like a master? Has he forgotten who watched Haruko grow up? Who has been taking care of her since she was a child? Kenichi Shiro's knuckles unconsciously clenched under the cuffs of his suit, but he still kept a perfect smile on his face. Of course, let's go together. For some reason, Kenichi Shiro's calm tone gave Carl an inexplicable sense of oppression. He subconsciously glanced at him, but only saw a perfect smile on his face. It was an illusion. Carl shrugged and no longer cared. He turned and headed towards Haruko's residence in the manor, which he had been to many times, and was already quite familiar with. When he arrived at the door, as always, Chio had opened the door to welcome him there. It's been 7 days, and 4 hours since we last met, Carl. Chio's precise grasp of time made Carl smile. You still remember the time very clearly, Chio? I thought you were really good at this at the beginning. Excessive praise. Chiyo shook her head, but still smiled at Carl's praise. But this smile disappeared instantly when she noticed Kenichi Shiro standing next to her. She stepped across the door and blocked it. Her voice suddenly became cold. Stop, routine inspection. The door of Haruko's residence was wide, but Chiyo only blocked the half of the door where Kenichi Shiro was. Obviously, she wanted to stop only him. Kenichi Shiro looked at this apprentice, whom he had taught himself, and had high hopes for. At this moment, he smiled at the annoying boy, and then blocked him in front of him with such a businesslike attitude. An indescribable complex emotion spread in his heart. If it was only Haruko who was like this, he could easily blame it on Carl's tricks or Haruko's young age, but even Chiyo did this. These two children he watched grow up, almost like half-daughters, are now standing on the opposite side of him. For the first time, Kenichi Shiro vaguely realized, perhaps, the problem lies with himself. But how could he admit this? So, after being treated differently, Kenichi Shiro, who had gradually begun to reasonably evaluate Carl because he had not seen him for a while, began to look at Carl with tinted glasses again. However, Carl did not care about his gaze. When Chiyo was carrying equipment to conduct routine inspections on Kenichi Shiro, Carl waited quietly beside him, ready to accept the inspection. The relationship with Chiyo was good, but her duties were all here, so she still had to be inspected. After inspecting Kenichi Shiro in detail 4 times, Chiyo turned her eyes to Carl, and Carl had already opened his hands and took out his weapons to wait for Chiyo's inspection. The scanner in Chiyo's hand passed over Carl's body, the blue light flowed, and finally a beep sound returned to silence. She nodded slightly, and her voice was calm. Okay, go in. Why does he only need 1 time? Kenichi Shiro's voice almost stuck at the end of Chiyo's words, sharp as metal scraping. He stared at her, and his knuckles unconsciously clenched a little. Different treatment? Or, even she began to favor Carl, this bastard boy. Chiyo didn't even turn around, just turned half of her face, and her cold eyes stabbed over like a scalpel. Dangerous and irresponsible people, naturally, must be seriously checked. After saying this, Kenichi Shiro fell silent. In the silent atmosphere, Carl looked at Kenichi Shiro, who was still despised by Chiyo after so long, shook his head, and followed Chiyo, who was already leading the way. Chapter 623. Ms. Haruko, Carl and Vice President Kenichi Shiro are here. Chiyo's voice came from the room, where Haruko was alone. As Chiyo's words fell, Carl and Kenichi Shiro appeared in Haruko's sight. Haruko was still wearing the clothes that Carl was very familiar with, which seemed to indicate that she planned to receive Kenichi Shiro before choosing clothes. Carl only took a glance, and roughly understood Haruko's thoughts. If Haruko planned to try on clothes, according to his understanding of her, she would definitely change into a dress that she thought was already very good, and then appear in front of Carl, so that he could see a different her at first sight. However, Haruko did not do so, which meant that she was going to talk about some serious matters with Kenichi Shiro first, and after Kenichi Shiro left, it would be time for her to ask for personal favors. Welcome, Carl, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Haruko smiled slightly, stood up and motioned for the two to sit down, and then looked at Kenichi Shiro. I want to discuss the next arrangements with you. Kenichi Shiro nodded, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Miss Haruko, I have prepared relevant plans. I brought a data chip for you to review. After all, this matter is very important to us. I understand, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. In the somewhat serious business atmosphere of Haruko and Kenichi Shiro, Carl looked at Kenichi Shiro taking out the chip and equipment, and consciously retreated to the side of Chiyo. He said that he had no interest in the things related to Arasaka's affairs this time, but it was not the case. After all, this was related to the negotiations between Arasaka and New America. It was a big event, and people would be more or less curious, but he felt that it was impolite to eavesdrop on others when they were talking about things, so he decided to talk to Chiyo first. Let's talk about what he had seen about Oda Sandeo. Chiyo, I remember you were trained in the Arasaka Hokkaido training camp. Listening to Carl's words, Chiyo glanced sideways, and then nodded gently. I entered there when I was very young, and graduated with excellent results in a stage of training. After that, I became Kenichi Shiro's apprentice and accepted his teachings, right? Carl recalled Kenichi Shiro's evaluation of Chiyo before he met her. Her skills have reached the level that I feel afraid of. Kenichi Shiro was undoubtedly quite satisfied with Chiyo's skills. Although this satisfaction was shattered after he fought with Chiyo in person later, Chiyo was a person who was previously recognized by Kenichi Shiro as a master, and her skills were indeed very strong. When Carl first met Chiyo, he felt that if they fought, the odds would be evenly split. If Kenichi Shiro hadn't known her too well, Kenichi Shiro would never have been able to easily defeat her. Graduation with excellent results. Carl pondered, as far as I know, your results have long exceeded the category of excellent. Since the establishment of the training camp, only 2 people have reached that level. Because of this, you and another person were assigned exclusive mentors as an exception. It's just some old things. Facing Carl's praise, Chiyo just shook her head lightly. Responsibilities are there, and grades are not important. Only by fulfilling your duties can you be called excellent. That's right. Carl nodded slightly. Speaking of which, do you have any impression of the other person with average grades? Oda Sandeo. Chiyo's tone was as calm as if she was reading a mission briefing. A senior who graduated many years earlier than me, a direct disciple of Takemura Goro, and the only person who graduated with the best grades before me since the establishment of the Arasaka training camp. She paused, glanced at Carl's face, and added lightly, now, he is responsible for the security of the core members of the Arasaka family, just like me. And just recently. Her artificial eyes glowed coldly in the light. He arrived in Night City with the person he was protecting. Well, it seems that Chiyo, you really know him well. Carl was a little worried that Chiyo really only cared about the responsibility of guarding, and would be short of intelligence. Since she knew it, Carl laid a lot of groundwork, and said the most concerned thing at the end. So Carl, just suppose, your guard duties conflict, and you and Oda Sandeo need to face off. Who do you think will be better? Chiyo's eyes locked on Carl like a knife. Are you asking, who can complete the mission alive? Her voice was terribly calm. I can't guarantee victory, but I can guarantee one thing. Before I fall, he can't get past me and hurt Miss Haruko. In other words, the odds are 50-50, but will they fight to the death? Such words. Carl smiled, and his smile made Chiyo unable to understand. She didn't know why Carl smiled when the two were talking about a more serious comparison. And Carl told her the answer the next moment. Do you know? Carl's voice suddenly became cheerful. I have been wondering why I can no longer feel the threat from you. At first, I thought it was because we became friends, but I was lucky enough to meet Oda Santao again, and I didn't feel any threat from him either, so I thought there was something wrong with me, and I couldn't even judge my strength. Carl's smile was very bright, a smile with pride and inexplicable pride. But now I understand. It's not that I have regressed or slacked off, and it's hard to even judge my strength. It's not that I have become weak, but because Chiyo and Oda Santao, who used to make me feel afraid and think that I couldn't ensure my victory, are no longer my opponents at all, not enough to make me feel any threat. I have become stronger, very strong. Stronger, very strong. Chiyo could hear the pride and sincerity in Carl's words, but for some reason, a trace of displeasure inexplicably emerged in her heart. She curled her lips in a rare emotional way, her lips moved slightly, and she complained in a low voice, Humph, what are you so proud of? Hee, you have to be very proud of this. Carl grinned at Chiyo, his smile was frank and frank. At the beginning, I repeatedly disassembled your battle, and the one with Mr. Kenichi Shiro in my mind countless times. His eyes were bright, but with a kind of almost obsessive heat. Every time I think about it, it's like being hit by a club again. My back is cold, and cold sweats are pouring out. I think I am not sure I can handle it on my own side. Now I have finally become stronger, so can't I be proud of it? Countless times. Chiyo's voice was very soft. She stared at Carl's smile, and her eyelashes trembled imperceptibly, like butterfly wings blown by the wind. Chapter 624. When Kenichi Shiro and Haruko finished their discussion, Carl had been waiting for 40 minutes. Chiyoko kept looking at him, obviously hoping to end the meeting as soon as possible. Kenichi Shiro hesitated to speak, and he could only look at Carl repeatedly because he was busy with work. Finally, he had to pick up the documents and leave. At the moment when the door was about to close, he looked back again. This time, Carl accurately caught the complicated sight. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Carl immediately responded with a warm smile, which was like the sunshine in early spring, trying to melt the fatigue between the eyebrows of the middle-aged man. But facing the warmth shown by Carl, Kenichi Shiro's face, which had been able to hold tight, suddenly twisted. Smelly boy. But in the end, facing the smiling Carl, I don't know if it was because he felt that he should not hit a smiling person, Kenichi Shiro still turned his head and cursed him in a low voice. With Kenichi Shiro's departure, Carl's troublesome task that Haruko had entrusted him with finally got on track. Do you need to rest for a while, Haruko? No problem. Haruko shook her head gently. The plan has been drawn up long ago, and today is just the final confirmation. I didn't work hard at all. After confirming that the matter was completed, Chio led Carl to move in a timely manner. They walked through the corridor from the tea room for entertaining guests to the center of another wider living room. Haruko wanted Carl to sit and wait while she prepared. After leading Carl to the living room, Chio bowed slightly and said goodbye, obviously preparing to help Haruko. According to her words, Carl could use the things in the living room at will if he needed them. Carl had been to Haruko's residence many times, so he was naturally familiar with the room he was in. After Chio left, Carl naturally took out some freshly squeezed juice from a small refrigerator in the living room and mixed it, and then took out some small bread from the cabinet next to the small refrigerator. After taking a sip of the icy self-mixed juice, Carl took a bite of the bread. When the soft small bread entered his mouth, Carl chewed it, and found that the milk flavor of the bread seemed a bit too strong. After a little thought, Carl understood who made this bread. It seems that the bread in the residence is now made by themselves. I heard Haruko say that her craftsmanship was not very good after practicing for a long time, not as good as Maki, but now it tastes okay. Carl looked at the living room while waiting. Although I have been here several times, it is rare to have the opportunity to wait and take a closer look like today. Today seems to be the first time. Judging from the size, the living room alone is almost bigger than his entire apartment. The crystal chandelier flickers with a cold light on the ceiling. There are several paintings on the wall that are similar to ukiyo-e, but they are all landscapes and plants, not portraits. The carpet under his feet is so soft that it feels like stepping on clouds. If he couldn't guess the approximate price, Carl would have considered whether to discuss with V and the others to buy the same one. Speaking of eating bread by yourself, if the crumbs accidentally fall on the carpet, would it be bad? Carl remembered that carpets are very troublesome to clean. Although there seem to be various special cleaning equipment now, it seems that some more sophisticated carpets cannot be washed with equipment, otherwise they will be damaged. Just as Carl was thinking, Haruko's voice came from next door. Carl, please wait a moment. Her voice was as clear as a wind chime. I'd be there soon. Ah, Carl listened to the voice and looked at the wall next to him. 3 thoughts popped up in his mind at that moment. The first thought was that Haruko was actually changing clothes next door. He originally thought that Haruko would go somewhere else. The second thought was the sound insulation effect. Could it be that the wall was made of adjustable sound transmission material? In my impression, the sound insulation effect of this villa is very good. The third thought was, Haruko, is she talking to herself while changing clothes? Okay, I know. Carl's voice echoed in the empty living room, and then he ate the white bread in one bite, drank the mixed juice, and then began to clean up the scene. When Carl finished cleaning up, a brisk footsteps came from far away. Chio gently pushed open the door, and Haruko standing behind her made Carl's breath stagnate. The layers of pink tulle puffy skirt are like blooming double cherry blossoms, and the lace-trimmed neckline makes her neck look like snow. Haruko, who has 2 ponytails, walks into the room with a smile, and suddenly spins a half circle, revealing the light-colored tulle lying between the flying skirts, like a sweet sandwich accidentally opened. How is it? She asked expectantly, pinching the hem of the skirt. This is specially customized according to the latest European fashion. Carl was speechless for a moment. In his memory, Haruko was always wrapped in a light pink cherry blossom-colored furosode. At this moment, he was surprised to realize that her mixed-race figure might be naturally suitable for lace in addition to kimono. The girl in front of him seemed to be cast a spell, making Carl's thoughts go from ukiyo-e to rococo oil painting until the exquisite dessert in the refrigerator suddenly flashed through his mind. Like a walking fondant cake, pink suits you very well, Carl blurted out. After hearing the first half of Carl's words, Haruko's smile froze for a moment, and the corners of her mouth drooped slightly. Just as she was about to show a coquettish expression, she heard the second half of Carl's words, and her face quickly regained its brilliance. Really, when you praise a girl, how can you describe her as a cake? This is not qualified, Haruko said, but she took the initiative to turn half a circle for Carl. Since this one is good, wait a minute, I will change to another one. She suddenly turned around and ran out of the room, and Carl, who was listening to her, didn't quite understand. Why do you have to change a set if it's not bad? It's not bad, shouldn't you consider and decide? While Carl was thinking, Chio bowed slightly to Carl again, and then closed the door. In less than 5 minutes, Haruko appeared again, this time in a dark blue velvet dress with a low neckline and a large hollow design on the back. Her hair also changed from the previous double ponytail to an elegant bun, and sparkling magnetic earrings hung on her earlobes. This is a limited edition by an Italian designer. Haruko raised her chin slightly. What do you think, Carl? Carl blinked. He actually thought that the dress looked like some kind of curtain fabric, and the design seemed to be a bit too revealing. It's beautiful, he tried to find the right words. Blue makes you look mature. After hesitating for a while, Carl said, but I don't like it very much. Haruko tilted her head to look at him, but seemed to see something from Carl's eyes. She lowered her head thoughtfully and looked at her collar. Indeed, I don't like the design of this one, but my mother said she likes this one very much. Sure enough, my mother's recommendation is not in line with our preferences. Really, my mother obviously doesn't know anything, but she still insists on participating. Having said so, Haruko turned around and left the room again. Please, Carl, wait a moment. Watching Haruko's figure disappear in front of him again, Carl felt as if his forehead was sweating. Unexpected? It can only be said to be unexpected. He suddenly realized that watching girls change clothes is a hard job, much more tiring than imagined. Carl's initial thought was that it was just watching the change of clothes and choosing a piece. How difficult could it be? How much effort could it take? Although he didn't know much about clothes, he had gone shopping with Jack and others and picked clothes together. He still knew a little about the clothes of this era. He was very confident at first. Although he didn't understand, he was inexplicably confident. But now? Haruko only changed 2 pieces of clothes. Judging from her performance, this was only the beginning. Carl couldn't stand it. Damn, this is much more tiring than fighting a cyber psychopath, and much more tiring than cooking and washing. Carl couldn't explain why he was sweating, or why he felt so tired, but he regretted drinking the juice he had mixed in one breath. Taking out his mobile phone, Carl checked the time and found that he had waited for more than 10 minutes. Haruko's speed of changing clothes was quite fast. She could complete the whole set of dressing and dressing in more than 10 minutes. It was incredible, but even if it was only more than 10 minutes, Carl did feel a little slow. To be honest, I wanted to run away. When Carl had this thought, he thought of Haruko's expectant eyes, and he felt a little reluctant. He gritted his teeth and didn't move after all. Haruko's bright and expectant look, coupled with her beautiful eyes, the sense of entrustment revealed between the two, Carl really couldn't refuse. When Haruko appeared in front of Carl for the 3rd time, time seemed to be paused. The sun shone on her through the gauze curtain, and the pure white dress seemed to be coated with a layer of soft light. There was no complicated decoration, only the small bow at the neckline, which trembled gently with her light steps, like a white butterfly falling on her collarbone, and the scattered hair hung on her shoulders, shining with pearly luster, and each strand gently pulled Carl's heartstrings. This as Carl unconsciously looked at the bow, and his eyes couldn't move away from the bow. The bow rose and fell slightly with Haruko's breathing, reminding him of the first blooming cherry blossom in spring. It's the most ordinary one in my closet. Haruko's voice was lighter than a feather, and her fingertips unconsciously touched the edge of the bow. It's not a special custom-made dress, but this one looks the best. Carl blurted out without any hesitation. Compared to the dress that looks like a cake and has curtains, Carl still prefers this kind of elegant dress, which is more suitable for Haruko in his heart. Although the pink tulle puffy skirt and the dark blue velvet dress are not bad looking, Carl has to admit that Haruko has a unique beauty in those 2 clothes, but Carl just feels that it doesn't quite match Haruko's temperament. The pink tulle puffy skirt before, although sweet like a princess in a fairy tale, made Haruko look too immature, as if she was deliberately acting cute. The dark blue velvet dress before, although elegant and noble, made her look like a prematurely mature socialite, as if even her breathing was filled with a sense of alienated courtesy. At this moment, she was the Haruko that Carl was most familiar with. Pure, natural, and unpretentious. The white skirt swayed gently with her movements, like petals blown by the wind. There was no deliberate gorgeousness, no excessive decoration, only the right elegance, which made her temperament more clear. Carl could see that Haruko chose Western-style clothes today, which might be to show a certain cultural affinity to the new American side at that meeting, but compared with the other 2 kinds of clothing, the white skirt, which was the most common and without any extra decorations, was the most beautiful and most suitable for Haruko in Carl's opinion. Sure enough, compared with the deliberately catered dress, the innate elegance best showed the Haruko that Carl was familiar with. Carl spoke again. I like the way you are now. Like. Hearing this word, Haruko knew clearly that Carl was talking about the matching of clothes with herself, but she was stunned for a moment, and then her cheeks slowly turned red, but she felt that she wanted to hide it. Really? Really? Her voice was very light, with a hint of uncertainty, but she couldn't hide her expectations. You really like it? Carl nodded, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a smile. Well, because this is you, not the eldest lady of the Arasaka family, but the Haruko I know. The living room suddenly became quiet, as if only the sound of breathing remained. Haruko stood there, pursed her lips gently, and there was an emotion in her eyes that Carl could not read, like joy, and like something deeper. "Thank you." Finally, she said softly. Her voice was incredibly soft, actually. "This is also my favorite one. As expected, you will never be wrong to give the choice to Carl, and you will never let me down, Carl, it's great." As she said that, Haruko suddenly smiled, like the sun shining through the clouds, bright and warm. "Would you like some tea and snacks? I made macarons, Carl, you must not have noticed. They are in the small box in the refrigerator, specially prepared for you." She looked at the refrigerator, and when she turned around, her skirt drew an arc, and the ends of her hair brushed the back of Carl's hand, like a touch that she dared not touch, "because I thought if I were to eat with you." The unfinished words melted in the afternoon sun, and Carl knew that this moment, along with the dancing light spots on her white dress, would be forever engraved in his memory, along with the sweetness of macarons. Despite this macaron is too sweet. When Carl took the leftover macarons home, Oliver and V, who shared them with the others, complained about it. Chapter 625. Want to order a weapon? V had just finished breakfast, and was about to go out to find some work like Oliver and Jack, but was stopped by Carl. He scratched his head, and frowned slightly, as he listened to Carl's words. "In other words, you want a gun like Johnny's, which has the destructive power of a kinetic weapon, the locking function of an intelligent weapon, and the penetrating power of a technical weapon, right?" As a technical expert in the team, V's eyes wandered between Carl and Johnny, who was slumped on the sofa next to him, his mechanical limbs lazily pouring beer into his mouth, his posture decadent like a scrap robot. V hesitated for a moment, turned his steps towards the elevator, and walked to the sofa next to Carl and sat down. "I do know a little about weapon modification, but your request, to be honest, it's a bit outrageous." V sighed. "To design this kind of multifunctional weapon, the first step is to consider the cost, but money is not a problem for you. You are not like us who buy junk all day long, nor are you like T-Bug who saves money to buy an island. You can definitely do it if you spend money on a gun." He rubbed his temple and continued, "Apart from the cost, the most difficult thing is the design itself. 3 functions are stuffed into one gun? Even if it is thrown to the professional team of the arms company, it will take several months to toss. Not to mention," he glanced at Johnny, "you still want to merge the characteristics of 3 guns into one? This difficulty is no less than asking me to stuff an elephant into a refrigerator. Even if it is cut into pieces, it can't fit in." Johnny noticed V's gaze, and the holographic projection flashed. The face wearing sunglasses turned to Carl, and the corners of his mouth raised the iconic arrogant arc. "I told you a long time ago. I'm the only one who's been treated like this, where people rush to order weapons." He shook the beer can in his hand, and the mechanical limbs made the aluminum can creak. "Want to make something on the same level as my Malorian 3516? You'd better give up as soon as possible, but..." The projection suddenly approached Carl, revealing a sense of arrogance under his sunglasses. "If you ask me a few more times, maybe I'd be in a good mood and lend it to you for a few more days." Facing Johnny's obvious performance of getting angry at the slightest bit of face, Carl glanced at him and said, "One of a kind? Is it really one of a kind? I heard that Morgan Blackhand also has special custom weapons. His custom weapons seem to come from the same company as your Malorian 3516, right? Could this also be one of a kind?" After Carl said this, Johnny Silverhand remained silent. This silence is not a surrender. It's just that some names will subconsciously restrain even the most arrogant rock boy, and Morgan Blackhand is such a name. There is not only a deep friendship between them, but also a resume of crawling back from the battlefield. Perhaps it is because he knows too well how many bullet holes the other has on his body that Johnny rarely acts like a faded veteran on such a topic, rather than a foul-mouthed cyber madman. After a while, Johnny Silverhand spoke up. "He is worthy of being ordered, and he is definitely qualified to have a weapon ordered. It is an honor for Malorian Arms Company, Limited, to order a weapon for Morgan Blackhand." Carl raised his eyebrows, and a trace of surprise rose in his heart. Morgan Blackhand, who could make a lunatic like Johnny Silverhand restrain his edge, must be more legendary than he imagined. He couldn't help but think of the executor's manual that he had turned to the edge. That book is like a person's career torn apart, page by page, from how to bargain with the middleman, to the retreat route planning when the mission fails, from the popular weapon combination of the year, to how to judge the blind spot of the trajectory in the hail of bullets, no matter how big or small, without reservation. The Executor's Manual can be said to be a must-read book for those who enter the industry, and can even be used as a reference for the professional code of conduct for those who set foot in the mercenary industry. When Carl had just become a mercenary, he often read the book, which benefited him a lot every time he read it. It can even be said that some of Carl's habits and rules when performing mercenary tasks now were developed from that book. Morgan Blackhand is indeed an amazing person who can write such a book that does not hesitate to share his experience, which is so detailed that it is almost equivalent to personally teaching to share his experience gained with scars and blood. Even some masters who teach apprentices skills are afraid that teaching their apprentices to starve the master to death, so they hide their skills. People who can write such books are either saints or lunatics. However, Morgan Blackhand probably just saw through one thing earlier than Johnny. In this damn world, one more knowledgeable mercenary means one less idiot who is stupid enough to blow himself up. Such a legend is indeed worthy of respect, and now Johnny Silverhand's performance has also verified Carl's respect for Morgan Blackhand because of his book. It's a pity that I don't know whether Morgan Blackhand is still alive, or has disappeared to live in the countryside, or died in that mission. If there is really a chance to meet him, Carl would be very happy. However, the topic about Morgan Blackhand did not last long. After all, even if Morgan Blackhand is still alive, he is almost 80 or 90 years old. As a legend of the past, no one knows where he is now. Even if Carl wants Johnny Silverhand to meet his old friend and meet the legend of the past, he can't find a chance to meet. It's impossible for Morgan Blackhand to suddenly appear and fight with him, so that he can just see the legendary skills of the past. Instead of thinking about this impossible thing, it's better to continue to find V for reference on how to customize a weapon. When Carl and Johnny Silverhand were talking about Morgan Blackhand, V thought of the Nakomata Technology sniper rifle that Oliver often used, and suddenly an idea came to him. Try Tsunami Design Bureau? V threw out a name. This company named Defense System is actually the world's top weapons manufacturer. Tsunami, headquartered in Osaka, started out by manufacturing air guns. It still maintains the most sophisticated air gun production line in the industry today, and its arms research and development technology has reached the top of the world in the process of development, and can even compete with Arasaka and military technology. What makes the industry praise it is its almost artistic private customization service. As long as there is enough money and a design that can show their level, Tsunami Design Bureau will never be stingy in accepting private design work. Tsunami? Carl listened to V's idea and thought it was a good idea. There were two people in their team who used Tsunami's guns. Oliver used Nakomata, and Jack used the golden ruthless woman transformed from Nu. Both of them had a high opinion of Tsunami's guns. With the good experience of their companions, it was natural to choose Tsunami. But if Tsunami was chosen, do we have a way to contact? Carl asked a very critical question. Chapter 626. The process of contacting Tsunami was smoother than Carl expected. Although it is known as one of the world's three top arms giants along with military technology and Arasaka, Tsunami Design Bureau has always maintained a completely different temperament. While competitors are busy expanding their business territory, this company founded in Osaka has been focusing on one thing for 100 years, making perfect guns. Its headquarters still maintains the appearance of its early days. Its scale is not even as large as some medium-sized companies, but it uses the most traditional technical personnel structure. Here, from the chief engineer with 3 doctoral degrees to the mechanical genius discovered from the street, everyone has an almost paranoid love for guns, generous salaries, generous benefits, plus a pure technical atmosphere, the mental state and treatment of the personnel. It is almost like a utopia in this era. When KK's design requirements came, the entire branch design department of the Tsunami Design Bureau in San Francisco was boiling. After these engineers, who were obsessed with weapons, confirmed that it was the weapon design that KK himself requested, they sent a special team to rush to Night City by plane almost at the same time as they made online contacts. No real gun artist can resist such a double temptation. Not only do they have to overcome the difficulty of weapon design with precision comparable to neurosurgery, but they also have to forge a killing aesthetic for KK. When the design brief was circulated throughout the department, even the laziest engineers tore off the holographic glasses that they used to watch music and super dream out of boredom. You know what? Just like Stradivari created the violin of the future, we are modifying the violin for the most famous violin master of the future, Paganini. The chief ballistic scientist crushed the third stimulant in the tea room, his pupils trembling slightly due to excessive excitement, but our strings have to be able to cut through armored vehicles, and the performer is the man who can play 24 caprices with bullets. This description is too personal and has a musical flavor. Few people in the design department can actually understand the detailed meaning, but they all understand one thing from the words of the chief ballistician. That is, this carefully designed weapon is destined to become famous with the activeness of KK and its designers, some of whom will become famous as top weapon designers and also famous all over the world. Those who can enter the Tsunami Design Bureau, especially its core design department, have already stood at a height that ordinary people can hardly reach. Wealth, status, like-minded colleagues, they have a job in life that 99% of people in this era envy, but after enjoying too much comfort, they began to pursue the only thing missing in their lives: reputation. Yes, reputation. Among those unknown gun designers, except for a few masters who created classic weapons, how many of them can become famous? Today, the designers of the Tsunami Design Bureau are eager to make their names stand shoulder to shoulder with those legendary weapon designers. They dream of becoming famous through the weapons they designed and engraving their names forever on the monument of history. Now this opportunity is in front of them. Designing a weapon for KK, or even designing weapons for all members of the KK team, how many people can refuse this temptation? Legendary mercenaries are always the best channel for weapons to become famous, and designers and weapon users complement each other. Just as Malorian's reputation became famous with the use of Morgan Blackhand and Johnny Silverhand, there are still die-hard fans who can't forget their designs. They think that even if Malorian has not launched new weapon designs for many years, it is still the best weapon design company. Designing weapons for KK will undoubtedly imprint the excellence of Tsunami and their personal excellence in Tsunami into the minds of people all over the world. This good thing is not easy to grab. This good job is destined to cause a bloody storm. Even in the Tsunami Design Bureau, where factional struggles are rare, this time the flames of war were ignited. Those who are incompetent or have little experience were ruthlessly eliminated in the first round, and those who are barely qualified but lose in the competition will only get the consolation prize of being listed at the end of the project. When the design team's special plane just took off, this hastily erupted infighting revealed a consensus that the designers of the Osaka headquarters should not think of getting a piece of the pie this time. As a branch, the San Francisco team has always been inferior to others. In every company meeting, the Osaka headquarters always relied on their qualifications and departmental weight to suppress them. Now they finally got a chance to be proud. As long as they complete this project, they can step on the headquarters. The San Francisco branch kept the news tightly, not letting even a trace of wind leak out. Internal fighting is internal fighting. Everyone reached a tacit consensus. Before the finished product comes out, the headquarters must not be aware of it. This almost fanatical confidentiality awareness, looking forward to quickly reaching a deal, made KK feel a little overwhelmed by their unusual enthusiasm when he met the San Francisco design team. "I have heard of your name for a long time, Mr. KK. We have already known part of your requirements. Please be sure to hand over this matter of designing weapons for you to us. With the level of our San Francisco design team, we can definitely make weapons that will satisfy you." When the middle-aged man wearing a white lab coat and glasses eagerly stretched out his hand, the world in front of Carl suddenly slowed down in his eyes. His pupil shrank slightly, and his vision completed a full-scale assessment within a few tenths of a second. The other party had no dangerous prosthesis, muscle memory showed that he had not been professionally trained, and there was no micro-explosive device hidden under the skin of his palm. Only after confirming that every safety parameter was within the green threshold did Carl let the perception system return to normal time flow and slowly stretched out his hand to shake it back. "Hello." Carl felt the increasing strength of his hand as he shook hands, and after confirming that the other party was subconsciously holding his hand tightly because of excitement, rather than hiding any trap, he said hello, but his greeting was interrupted the next moment after he said the word hello. "It's an honor. It's such an honor." The middle-aged man held Carl's hand tightly, shaking it up and down enthusiastically, and the excitement on his face was almost overflowing. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Please believe in our strength. We are the top design team in the industry, and we can definitely create weapons that will satisfy you. As for the cost," he paused, as if he was afraid that Carl would refuse, and quickly added, "You don't have to worry at all. We have discussed it. We only charge the basic cost for customizing weapons for you, and the subsequent maintenance is free for life. As long as you choose Tsunami, we—" Before Carl even had time to finish a sentence, this middle-aged man who obviously had never negotiated any business had already thrown out all kinds of welfare matters, and even thought it was not enough, and started another guarantee with his own identity, and this performance made Johnny Silverhand, who was watching next to him, a little stunned. I suddenly feel that when Morgan wanted a weapon and approached Malorian, their performance didn't seem so outrageous. Johnny Silverhand said to V. Chapter 627. We fully understand your request. In the residence of the KK team, as a rare visitor, the designers of Tsunami felt no restraint. After learning all of Carl's requirements in detail and examining the guns he provided, they said, "Please rest assured that we can definitely create the weapons you want. This is the most suitable challenge for us." Such requirements. Can they really be met? Carl was a little surprised by the words of the Tsunami designer. Although he was the one who made the request, according to common sense, it is wise to set the inner expectation value at about 60%. He originally thought that if the Tsunami Design Bureau could not fully realize his idea, the worst thing would be to remove the intelligent aiming function or streamline some components. However, the other party said categorically that his request would be 100% fulfilled. The treatment of being satisfied as soon as the request is made. Is this the strength of one of the world's top 3 weapon designers? It really lives up to its reputation. Of course. Facing Carl's unbelievable expression, the Tsunami designer was obviously very satisfied. Being able to make the famous KK show such amazement is undoubtedly the ultimate comfort to the vanity of these designers, who are full of genius arrogance. The designer in charge of the connection continued, "Your requirements are highly similar to the Malorian 3516 we are familiar with, but that is an antique from half a century ago. We have already cracked all its technical secrets. The reason why we did not adopt a similar design is purely due to cost, and few people in the world can control this 3-function compound weapon." He looked at Carl meaningfully. "But if it's you, we are sure that this design will be the perfect match." After the formal negotiation of the design plan, the Tsunami designer finally demonstrated the core ability for which he was selected as a representative. This kind of just right compliment, after KK's amazement, is undoubtedly an excellent strategy to promote the relationship between the two parties in business negotiations. After a pause, he continued, "The design we plan to adopt is much more advanced than Malorian 3516. In fact, I have received the preliminary design from the department. Before discussing the specific details, I would like to ask you a question. Have you heard of the concept of transformation?" Transformation? This familiar word immediately made Carl think of the image of Transformers. But if it is a weapon, what do you mean specifically? A weapon with only multiple functions is too simple for us. It is not worthy of your level at all. The designer leaned forward, with unconcealed excitement in his voice. "We plan to create a fully adaptive weapon system that can be adjusted in real time according to your needs. Whether it is combat distance, shooting mode, or usage, please imagine that the same weapon can be freely converted between a short-handled sniper rifle, a short-barreled shotgun, and a handheld energy cannon, and can even be expanded into an automatic submachine gun and a rechargeable pistol. What do you think of this design? Transformation conversion weapon?" Listening to this very tempting, even too tempting design idea, Carl has not finished speaking, and V, who is involved in the technical aspect, has made suggestions beside him. Is this really possible? Before Carl could respond, V, who was well versed in technology, frowned and interrupted. "Energy supply alone is a big problem. Different weapon modes have very different energy requirements. Sniper rifles require stable and continuous energy supply, while shotguns require instantaneous explosive power, not to mention the energy weapon's charging cycle." Faced with V's question, the Tsunami designer took out the equipment calmly and called up the design holographic projection that had just been sent. It must be said that the design that brought together the geniuses of the entire design department was indeed terrifying. They had a rough plan in just one morning. "This is our breakthrough title Energy Core design, a special research and development design of our San Francisco Tsunami Design Bureau branch, which is expected to be launched in the relevant market within the next 10 years. And the customization required by Mr. KK just allows our design to be launched in a win-win way." A blue light device, like a deep-sea vortex, emerged in the projection. "Traditional weapons use a single energy pool, and we imitate the tidal laws of the ocean. Poetry can't solve the laws of physics." B questioned, "Energy conservation will not change because of metaphors. Please let me finish." The designer's fingers slowly crossed the projection, and the blue light suddenly split into red and yellow turbulence, dual-frequency resonance energy cabin. The red flow is responsible for continuous output, and the yellow flow is dedicated to burst needs. Just like he deliberately paused and looked at V, a critic who was critical of art, the blood and adrenaline flowing in your body at the same time. V's pupils shrank slightly. According to his vision, he had already understood the thinking of the Tsunami Design Bureau. The designer took the opportunity to call up the data stream. The biggest flaw of Malorian 3516 is the use of static energy distribution. Dynamic distribution? Carl suddenly said. The projected blue light flickered in his eyes. He didn't understand much about the equipment, and didn't quite understand what the so-called dynamic distribution meant. To be more precise, it's premonition distribution. The designer touched his ear, and the holographic projection suddenly turned into a battle concept scene. When the grip senses the change in your muscle contraction pattern, the system will complete the energy dispatch 0.1 seconds before you pull the trigger. The weapon demonstrated in the picture has no energy lag when switching forms. Of course, if you use a connection method, such as using a single molecule line or other related prosthesis to directly connect the weapon, then the switching mode can be faster. As he said, the designer raised his hand slightly, showing the concept changes in the holographic projection. Faced with the things shown in the holographic projection, V still did not give up. This kind of precision system should not be as good as traditional kinetic weapons in an electromagnetic interference environment. You have to design traditional kinetic weapons, but the design idea is to use the template of intelligent weapons. Will it really not fail at the critical moment? The requirements we put forward are that there are ways to deal with it in various conditions. I didn't actually ask this. Carl actually wanted to say this, but seeing that the two technicians were chatting over there, he chose not to participate and just listen quietly. Faced with V's doubts, the designer spoke. "We have tested it," he said, and suddenly called up the extreme environment data. In a high-intensity magnetic field, traditional weapons will fail, but the tidal core will enter the storm mode instead. The projection suddenly showed that the energy output curve did not decrease, but increased. Irregular interference happens to be our additional energy source. Can this really be done? V took out the holographic data board he brought with him, slid his finger across it quickly, and called up a set of parameters. According to experimental weapon test data, I used the data from Contao, the company with the best research and development of intelligent weapons. The failure rate of any intelligent weapon system under EMP attack exceeds 88%. Your fancy deformation system is likely to become an expensive piece of scrap metal in actual combat. Faced with V's question, the designer smiled mysteriously. He did not feel the slightest impatience for V's constant questioning and questions. It is better to say that it is the questioning of an experienced person that allows him to enjoy the fun of explaining, completely convincing, and convincing the other party. Although he cannot reveal the core design of the tidal energy core due to certain confidentiality issues and core technical reasons, as a designer of the tidal energy core, he can use some external designs to make smart people understand. The Tsunami designer switched the projection to a completely dark interface. You're right, if it's just an ordinary intelligent system. A slowly rotating hexagonal core appeared in the darkness, but the essence of the tidal energy core is biomechanical fusion technology. V stared at the rotating hexagon, and his voice wavered for the first time. He approached the projection, and his fingertips unconsciously traced the lines on the surface of the core. Those lines were alternating between light and dark like breathing. Damn, this kind of design. V always thought that his current technical level had reached a very good level, and he could have his own insights on everything. But at the same time he also believed that some designs were simply impossible to achieve. But the facts prove that Carl's often said that the world's talents are like crushing carp crossing the river. This sentence is really not wrong. He feels that things that are difficult to design are not impossible or impossible in front of others. Seeing V's expression of understanding and admiration, the Tsunami designer smiled. Then, he corrected some of V's mistakes. Compared to biomechanical fusion technology, it is more accurate to say that it imitates the attachment system of deep-sea zombie worms. After all, our company does not engage in biological research such as biotechnology. The designer's finger passed over, and the hexagonal core suddenly came alive, with countless nanoscale tentacles emerging on the surface. These liquid metal microorganisms can autonomously reorganize circuits in electromagnetic storms. We call it living lightning rods. Carl understood this time. His eyes were shining, and he pointed to a data stream that was jumping wildly in the projection. These fluctuations. Did you convert electromagnetic interference into weapon charging? The designer nodded. Of course, this is just a conceptual design now. In the face of EMP interference, there will definitely be an impact. What we are looking for is to minimize the failure rate as much as possible. After all, even kinetic weapons have a series of component details such as gunpowder and jamming. This is inevitable. I think you can also understand our core design. We can even convert electromagnetic interference into energy, and as for the absorption of ordinary energy, I don't need to say more. The hall fell silent. Carl saw V's fingers unconsciously stroking the datapad. Carl, who was familiar with V, knew that this was a small gesture that he had already approved of. The Tsunami designer finally added a decisive sentence in a low voice. After all, a real tsunami never fights against the reef, but takes advantage of the momentum. He paused for a moment, and a barely detectable blue light flashed in his metal prosthetic eye. The most advanced technology should not be used to conquer nature, but to learn. To dance with the storm. This designer, who always speaks with poetic metaphors, has convinced V with his wild ideas. Seeing that the teen think tanks all nodded, Carl naturally no longer raised any objections. You should apply for a job at biotech. V sighed with some admiration. You can definitely become a chief researcher. The designer heard this, and unconsciously rubbed the lines on his palm with his fingers. This was his habitual action. Thank you for the compliment. He raised a gunpowder-scented smile at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, my romance is always the sigh when the bullet is fired. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Carl probably understood that the tsunami designer in front of him was the core system designer of the gun he had ordered. For an excellent craftsman, Carl showed the necessary respect. As for the words Carl asked, the tsunami designer smiled slightly. You can call me Neptunus. Neptunus? Carl listened to this name that seemed particularly familiar, thought about it, and realized what this name meant. The tsunami designer was equipped with a Chinese voice chip to communicate with Carl in Chinese, and the name he reported had many translations in the Chinese context. Neptunus, if a more common or popular name is used, it should be called Neptune. The sea god in Roman mythology corresponds to Poseidon in Greek mythology. This name, Tsunami Design Bureau Sea God. Isn't this your real name? But after designing the tidal energy core, this became my name. Listening to the words of the tsunami designer, Carl understood. Just like his KK and Vincent's V, they are all self-given, but more often used in the industry, and almost become the real name for outsiders, right? Well, I am very happy to meet you, Mr. Neptunus. Carl said the word Mr., which he would only add when showing a certain respect to an older person, and then took out his Zhongya, Qianqin, and Yinglong without hesitation and placed them in front of Neptunus. Then I will give all my weapons to you. Since the decision has been made, it doesn't matter if he directly hands over his personal weapons. This is the attitude shown by Carl. Neptunus was very satisfied with Carl's decisiveness. He looked at the weapons in front of him, which had become famous with Carl's activeness, and reached out to take them one by one for inspection and nodded. Finally, he raised his head and asked KK a question. What is the name of this weapon? A new weapon is usually named by the designer, but Neptunus is willing to give this honor back to the weapon's user. What is the name of this weapon? Carl naturally did not hesitate at all, as he had already thought of the name of this weapon. It's called KK. This is a legendary name. Chapter 628. Watching the staff of the Tsunami Design Bureau bid farewell to him, and leave in the floating car after entering the city, Carl thought about the time they gave. 1 month. In a month, they will complete the weapons for Carl. And this time, Carl calculated and found that it was exactly the same time as the meeting between Arasaka and military technology. What a coincidence. Carl's hand subconsciously brushed across his waist, and then felt empty, and suddenly felt a trance. His hand froze, and his knuckles curled slightly, as if he could still feel the weight of the old friend. Since coming to this world, he has almost always kept a gun with him, especially Jinya, who has been with him until now within 10 minutes of his arrival. It's a bit strange to leave his old friend all of a sudden. But fortunately, he can get used to it. After shaking his hands twice, Carl turned to look at V. If something happens in the next few days, I may have to use other guns temporarily. We have a lot of weapons in our armory. Just use whatever you want. V flicked open the scabbard at his waist with his thumb, revealing the chrome-plated grip of the golden ruthless woman next to the scabbard. But to be honest, the Haishao gang is really not simple. He pulled out a little samurai sword with one hand, and his fingertips unconsciously stroked the energy groove of the samurai sword. If they hadn't given priority to your order, I would have wanted to give myself and Oliver a whole set of upgrade packages. In terms of weapons, V is indeed a little lacking compared to his teammates. Let's take a look at the effect of my weapon first before ordering it. Didn't you notice the looks of the other designers following the tsunami designer? They were all staring at the weapon on your waist. It was obvious that they were expecting the rest of us to ask them for a private customization. To be honest, I don't really understand why they are so enthusiastic about this. Could it be that the people in the design department are all idle? Or do places like this where geniuses gather just like to come up with difficult designs? Carl's question was answered by V's shrug. Who knows, maybe they really like this kind of work. Didn't you notice their condition? There is no trace of stimulants or vitality injections. It is incredible for company employees. Even mentally, they are not tired at all because of overtime. If they are not really tsunami employees, I would suspect that they are pretending. It is strange to have such spirit in the company. I have only heard of the joke that company dogs keep injecting themselves with stimulants, and the more they inject, the more spirited they become, and finally they inject themselves like balloons and burst. During Carl and V's conversation with the Tsunami designer, Johnny Silverhand projection did not speak at all. He just appeared as a bionic dog decoration and quietly stayed beside them. He opened his mouth and stared at the direction where the group of Tsunami technicians left in the hovercraft. What he saw was a piece of neon dust of holographic advertising. But speaking of tsunamis, Johnny Silverhand's holographic projection took out a virtual cigarette and took a deep breath. I did hear some rumors before. It is said that only the top lunatics in the industry can enter that place, receive sky-high salaries, enjoy royal-level benefits, and the entire department is like a firearms addict club. Every member has a morbid enthusiasm for gun design. Johnny Silverhand sneered. I didn't believe this bullshit propaganda at all until I saw those lunatics with my own eyes today. It turns out that there really is such a stupid club. It's really rare. Carl raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. I thought your Johnny Silverhand's factory settings only had the option of anti-company. Carl approached Johnny Silverhand's holographic projection. Johnny Silverhand actually speaks well of the company? Do you want me to ask someone to do a full scan of you? Maybe there's something wrong with the biochip, or you got a virus when you watched some vulgar mutuo. Fuck you. Don't treat me like Oliver, who can't even download a movie. I understood this level of things when I was 8 years old. Silverhand's holographic image suddenly increased by 30% in brightness, and his middle finger almost poked Carl's face. Johnny Silverhand's holographic image suddenly distorted for a moment, and noise swept across his outline like a sandstorm. He pulled up the corners of his mouth, but he was not smiling. Do you think I'm against the company because they didn't refill their employees' coffee? His voice dropped, like a blunt knife scraping metal. Listen, Carl, I don't hate the term company. I hate the rules that spread like cancer. He raised his hand, and the projection of his fingertips slashed through the air, and the data stream exploded into a holographic ruin behind him. Cracked farmland, hunched scavengers under the neon lights of Night City, and twitching cyber-psychiatric patients in the prosthetic clinic. I've seen farmers swallow their own seeds after the water source dried up, and I've seen Night City squeeze living people into batteries. Dreams are the positive pole, and flesh and blood are the negative pole. Johnny's pupil data link suddenly flashed violently, and now they even want to recycle their whales. Carl, in their hands, even your soul will become a decimal point at the end of the financial statement. He approached fiercely, and the holographic projection hissed. You think that my bombing of Arasaka Tower is a madman's performance art. You think I'm an anarchist madman, right? But I'm wrong. This is all wrong. This is not a fight over bullshit ideologies, but a corpse preventing more corpses from being born. Johnny knocked on his temple, and the bionic dog's head made a metallic sound. As long as this broken chip is still running, I will get stuck in their gears and bite with my teeth and dig with my nails until they either stop or collapse with my brain. I may not know what is right, but at least I know what is wrong. As long as I am alive, I will never give up the struggle. After saying this sentence, like a roar, Johnny Silverhand's holographic projection flashed twice. F***K it. He suddenly cursed and then squatted down. F***K it. Carl and V stared at Johnny Silverhand. They looked at Johnny Silverhand, who suddenly exploded, and looked at Johnny Silverhand, who was still Johnny Silverhand even after 50 years. It seems that I have a little feeling of Johnny Silverhand, who I don't know but am familiar with, Carl said, nodding slightly. You know Johnny? He spoke, his voice an octave lower than usual. Sometimes I wonder if you are more awake than everyone else. Awake? After more than 50 years of awakening, I still see this shitty Night City? At least there are some changes, right? Some changes. Johnny Silverhand's holographic projection slowly stood up. He looked at Carl. Yes, there are some changes. So much change that I almost don't recognize this city. I have seen too many people. They are either domesticated by the company and turned into gears, or burned by anger and turned into ashes. But you. Johnny Silverhand shook his head. You're a loaded Russian roulette bullet, a dud stuck in the bones of time, neither firing nor misfiring, just rusting like that. No one knows when you explode, let alone who you blow up. But your dud is more useful than all the bullets fired. Johnny's projection suddenly laughed, a broken laugh with static interference. You know, Carl, do you know what is the most ironic thing? Do you know what I saw the first time I connected to the internet after returning to this era? That was my resistance, which has been turned into entertainment. A fool's resistance, and even resistance has become a part of their entertainment. My music has been made into a super dream with the theme of resistance, and my face has been printed on t-shirts, and sold to rebellious children from middle-class families. They digested me, Carl, do you understand? Just like digesting what I saw in the past, one by one, being swallowed, and finally not even a bone left. But the Johnny Silverhand I know is still alive and well. Carl's voice was like a blunt knife slowly cutting through the wet cloth, tearing Johnny's eyes away. Carl looked directly at Johnny, his pupils bright, as if shining. Rock star, terrorist, corporate nemesis, whatever they call you. Carl said, all I know is that after more than 50 years, you are still smashing the same world with the same guitar, and the old Johnny Silverhand is still roaring. He never stopped playing for a moment, and that's enough. If once is not enough, then try again. If twice is not enough, then try 3 times. If 3 times is not enough, then keep fighting. Just like what you said just now, I agree with it more than ever, Johnny. Never give up fighting. Carl looked at Johnny. You have a second chance, so why do you still think that things and times will not change? Since you are still here, what reason is there not to fight? Silverhand is here, Johnny is here. Do you still have to wait for someone to give you a license to resist? Johnny Silverhand was stunned for a moment, and then the smile on his face became bigger and bigger. Fuck, you are right. I am Johnny Silverhand, the biggest Johnny Silverhand in the world. I have lived so much once, so the second time, I will make a fortune. What reason is there not to fight? So, V crossed his arms, watching the conversation between Carl and Johnny gradually slide from company criticism to some dangerous fanaticism, and finally couldn't help but interrupt. Are you planning to carry a nuclear bomb to a company and blow it up again? He paused, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the handle of the knife. Let me make it clear first, my knife will bend if I chop people too much. If I really want to do it, I have to prepare a few more in advance. Ha! Johnny Silverhand glanced at him from behind his sunglasses, and a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's just a discussion of ambitions. Carl is giving me chicken soup. What he said is quite inflammatory, which makes my blood boil. But just because we have passion doesn't mean we have to carry a nuclear bomb and die now, understand? Carl chuckled, tapping his fingers on the table. Ambition, goal, building some friendship between men, isn't that normal? What's dangerous? He tilted his head and looked at V, his eyes full of amusement. But your first reaction was nuclear bomb, and your second reaction was not enough knives. You didn't even consider the option of not going. V, aren't you the most radical one among us? Ah? V raised his eyebrows, looking puzzled. Why are you suddenly pointing the finger at me? He spread his hands. His expression was between helpless and funny. It was you two who were passionately denouncing the company, making us look like a brave team going to challenge the final boss alone. Thinking about Johnny's glorious deeds back then, isn't it reasonable for me to think like this? So reasonable that you can just imagine us carrying a nuclear bomb and charging head-on? Carl glanced at him with a smile, although it doesn't seem impossible. He deliberately paused and tapped his fingertips on the table. But the thermal samurai sword cuts the curling blade? V, you must be planning to cut through an entire company army by yourself. Aren't you imagining too much? V snorted and laughed, and just as he was about to refute, Carl had already restrained his teasing look and his tone became heavier. Just now, what I talked about with Johnny was the attitude towards the company. He turned his eyes to Johnny, and then turned back. Johnny has never opposed the entity of the company, but the system behind it. Rules, exploitation, turning people into machines with gears. So I say, since he has a second life, why not continue to fight? Johnny grinned behind his sunglasses, but didn't say anything, but his default attitude was obvious enough. As for how to do it specifically, Carl shrugged. We haven't discussed that step yet. At least, he deliberately dragged out the tone. We haven't reached the point of taking out nuclear bombs. V narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by not yet? Carl, you just complained about me, but you were actually thinking about something similar, right? Carl didn't answer directly, but just chuckled, his eyes drifting to the neon-lit company building in the distance. No way, he finally said. Johnny Silverhand's resume is so convincing. V stared at Carl for 2 seconds, and suddenly laughed. I thought you wouldn't agree with the simple and crude option of blowing it up. I really don't agree. Carl's fingertips unconsciously drew a circle on his palm. I prefer change rather than destruction. But if the road to change is completely blocked, he raised his eyes, his irises reflecting the neon lights outside the window. Then I won't blame Johnny's choice. Silence spread among the three for a few seconds. Carl squinted slightly, and looked out the window. The sky of Night City was forever torn into pieces by holographic projections, and advertising airships slid past with fluorescent tails, like a never-ending electronic carnival. You know what? From the first day I came to Night City, I felt that this place was like a city of light. His voice was very soft, almost drowned out by the roar of the suspension train in the distance. Unfortunately, These lights never shine equally on everyone, so... Carl's eyes were bright. I think it should change. Chapter 629. It was the 4th day after Carl handed the weapon to the Tsunami Design Bureau. The whole city was speculating on KK's whereabouts, and the person concerned was lying on the sofa in the apartment, letting the neon light of mutual flow across his retina, until Oliver kicked open the door and brought in a gust of hot street wine mixed with the smell of motor oil. The boxing match is about to start. Oliver's artificial eye flashed. Jack and V are almost in the finals. The match between Razor Hughes, a former member of the Animal Gang who later became a boxing champion? Carl propped himself up from the sofa and took off his Super Dream device. The exhibition match of the boxing champion, who has been talking about for 3 months, returned to the heart of boxing? You can actually remember the full name? Oliver's eyebrows were a little surprised. I thought you didn't care about this. Carl was a little speechless and spread his hands. If only Old Wade played the video of that boxing match less, I wouldn't care. Carl looked around the empty apartment. So those 2 guys sneaked away by themselves, and didn't call us to play the match. Professional rules. Oliver's mechanical fingers drew a match table in the air. V knocked down all the underground boxing rings, and Jack beat the champions of each block into the hospital. But there is only one place in the finals. Carl suddenly laughed out loud. He now understood why he and Oliver were not called over. It turned out that they were afraid of seeing the joke of them fighting each other with bruises on their faces, right? I think old V has definitely followed them, maybe even preparing to treat their concussions. Carl complained, let them fight, it doesn't matter who makes it to the finals. I remember old V also said that the boxing ring is the easiest place for men to build friendships, so let them build more friendships. They'd probably be done fighting by the time we get there. Oliver held the car keys in his hand. So who do you think will win? I don't know who will win, but I know that when we go back to the Wild Wolf bar, we won't be the ones Mrs. Wells will scold. Mrs. Wells will definitely scold V and Jack for beating each other up so hard that she can't even recognize them. That makes sense. Oliver shook the keys. I didn't see Johnny either. Did he go there too? He ran to Carrie's place early in the morning and drove over. Where's T-Bug? One of the block champions that Jack beat down was called Rhino. He was T-Bug's former teammate. Later, the team disbanded, but the 2 of them still had some feelings for each other. T-Bug heard about Rhino and went to visit her. But if today was Jack and V's match, then T-Bug might follow Rhino to join in the fun, and just happen to see V and Jack fighting over there. So today, only you and I are home? Almost. Carl turned his head and looked at the key in Oliver's hand. To be precise, I'm the only one home. You just came back from going out. What have you been doing? I've been busy repairing the car downstairs, but several others have things to do. Then you can go out with me. You haven't been out for a few days, right? Go out for a walk. Listening to Oliver's suggestion, Carl glanced at him and thought about it. Okay. Carl also felt that he was slack after not touching a gun for 4 days, so it was a good idea to take a gun out for a walk. According to the situation in Night City, he would soon get something. I always feel that my thoughts now are exactly the same as when I first came to Ninth City. With strange thoughts in their minds, Carl and Oliver went downstairs and then got into Oliver's Quartz ECLR 275, which Carl had not ridden for a long time. This was the first car Carl had ridden since he came to Night City, although it was a 2-seater car. Seeing you sitting next to me, I now feel that time has passed so quickly. Starting the engine, Oliver stared at Carl sitting in the co-pilot seat. Almost 2 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Who would have thought that you who just came to Night City, and I who had just been kicked out of the gang are now doing well? At that time, I didn't think about this at all. At the beginning, I just wanted to find you to partner with me, so that I wouldn't starve to death. Put aside the sentimentality, Drive, where are we going? Carl knew that since Oliver decided to take him out for a walk, he must have chosen a good place. And as expected, as the car drove on, Carl saw the building where Hintang was located appeared in front of him. Confused. Strange. Sudden realization. Sidelong glance. Hey, don't get me wrong, Carl. You don't really think I'm that kind of person, do you? He spoke quickly, as if he was afraid of being interrupted. The kind of person who saw V and Jack busy fighting, Johnny was fooling around somewhere, and even T-Bug had no time to pay attention to us, so he dragged you to Hintang to have fun? Carl wanted to say that you were that kind of person, but at least he took into account his friend's face and sighed. So, what are you doing in Hintang? Don't tell me that you plan to go in and sit down. You know I'm not interested in this place, and with our current reputation, I'm afraid that within 10 minutes, all the guests inside will run away. It won't take 10 minutes. 1 minute will be enough for them to run away. Oliver stopped the car, and after seeing Carl get out of the car, he gestured with the thing in his hand. I'm here to talk to the Tiger Claws about something. Talk about something? Carl looked at the thing in Oliver's hand, and found that it was a paper document instead of a gun. To talk about business with the Tiger Claws, you must be looking for their boss, so it seems reasonable to come to Hintang to find him. After all, Hintang is one of the best industries under the Tiger Claws. But you are here to talk about things. Are you representing the 6th Street Gang? That's not the case. Oliver shook his head. I have already quit the 6th Street Gang. How can I still work on behalf of the 6th Street Gang? It's better to say that my father said that compared to joining a gang, it's better to be free from constraints in my current situation. I'm here on behalf of my sister. Carl thought about the situation of Oliver's sister. His sister seemed to be in the 6th Street Gang. She is a prosthetic doctor in the gang, but she doesn't seem to be a member of the 6th Street Gang. She is just a prosthetic doctor in the neighborhood with some connections. Oliver came on her behalf today. Without waiting for Carl to guess more, Oliver said the purpose of coming. My sister knows some of the sex dolls in Yunding. Although after the Andy incident, the Tiger Claw Gang in Yunding did not dare to catch ordinary citizens to do such things. All the sex dolls in office have signed contracts. But you know the contracts signed by the sex dolls in Yunding. They may just be able to pay off the so-called beautification surgery after working hard for half a lifetime, or even not be able to pay it off in their lifetime. In some cases, they may not be protected due to insufficient benefits. My sister thought, let me talk about business, and see if I can introduce the sex dolls that Yunding is unwilling to protect to her. She can help treat some of them, so that the sex dolls can live, and can also be supplied to the Tiger Claw Gang again, which is beneficial to both sides. A typical Night City solution. Carl understood, squeeze people to the last drop, and then give them a chance to crawl back and be squeezed again. Oliver's fingers tapped the edge of the document unconsciously, making a unique crisp sound of paper. My sister said, this is called sustainable exploitation. He paused, but it's better than throwing people directly into the garbage dump. Above Oliver and Carl's heads, the holographic sign of the cloud top projected a flawless image of a sex doll. She smiled and flirted with passers-by. Carl noticed that there was a teardrop-shaped decorative chip under her left eye. It was the logo of the Tiger Claw Gang's latest melancholy beauty package, which was priced enough for a homeless person to live in Watson District for half a year, and the modifications that the sex dolls, who met that package, had to undergo at least involved the body everywhere. So Carl said, how does your sister plan to talk to the Tiger Claws? Use her own skills to convince them? Or Carl looked meaningfully at the pistol on Oliver's waist, more practical bargaining chips. If it's this kind of thing, I don't mind moving it. Oliver showed an expression between a smile and a grin. My sister prepared a proposal they can't refuse. After all, in Night City, the word humanitarianism is best translated as a long-term profit-sharing plan. Sharing plan? Looking at Oliver's expression, Carl could see the truth. It was because of his familiarity with Oliver that he knew that his personality was more or less inherited from his family. At the same time, Oliver's sister Carl had seen it many times. Her real purpose, compared to profit, might be more concerned about the lives of these sex dolls, but such things naturally could not be stated in the documents. Oliver's sister earned the so-called share, and it was her business to use her share to protect the sex dolls that should have been protected by the Tiger Claws. However, if the Tiger Claws knew that she was being kind, they might take advantage of this kindness and increase the percentage in the share plan signed by both parties. They were unwilling to protect those who should have been protected for the sake of profit, and when they met someone who was willing to protect them out of kindness, they would naturally make the other party pay for this kindness for the sake of profit, so Oliver's sister must not show any sympathy in the documents. In the cannibalistic business negotiations, she had to show that she was a shark who had found a business possibility and smelled the blood. She was also here to share the sex doll's interests that had been squeezed out of them. Only in this way could the people of the Tiger Claws not find opportunities and truly give those sex dolls, who were waste utilization, a chance to survive. And it was obviously impossible for Oliver's sister to negotiate this opportunity herself. She is just a cyborg doctor, and she cannot meet the top leaders of the Tiger Claw Gang. In other words, any cyborg doctor who comes to discuss business will be thrown out even if he is not killed by the Tiger Claw Gang's gatekeepers. At this time, a famous person needs to appear. And it just so happens that there are two people who are qualified enough, or one person is qualified enough. Above these two people, the Tiger Claw Gang may have to warmly welcome them first, and then ask about their purpose. Carl and Oliver have enough face, but the face alone cannot constantly suppress the crazy people who keep emerging from the Tiger Claw gang for the sake of profit. Hundreds of young people emerge in Night City every day, and no one knows what those young people will do. In the case of not being able to pay full attention, some necessary measures are necessary. Rather than using reputation to convince them, it is better to let them see the actual possible benefits and make them accept it willingly. For now, that's it. The Tiger Claw gang is a gang with a large number of members and a long history. It has nearly 5,500 members. And this number is only about 22 times that of the Voodoo gang. This number is not large. Your sister's profit-sharing table. Carl suddenly reached out and flicked the document. I'm afraid even the ink is mixed with painkillers? Carl's joke relieved Oliver's uncomfortable mood when he took out the document and felt that he was going to talk to the Tiger Claws. His face showed the special smile when he saw the cloud top again. I think the people of the Cat Claws may not be able to afford the price of the flour. The 15% commission is just enough to make the Tiger Claws think we are the same kind. Oliver pulled a standard gang smile, showing his teeth. After all, in Night City, philanthropists can't live for more than 3 days, but greedy vultures can live to the next century. The neon lights of the cloud top in the distance lengthened their shadows. Carl noticed that because the two of them were approaching the floor where the cloud top was, the Tiger Claws were looking at them in the shadows, and after noticing them, everyone fled in fear, but he didn't care about it, as if he didn't see it. Stepping into the elevator, Carl felt a vague peeping. He knew that from the beginning of their entry into the building to the time they pressed the button to go to the cloud top floor, everything must have been quickly switched to the cloud top Tiger Claw gang boss. So he smiled, smiling at the location where he felt the peeping was. Talk about business. Carl made a mouth shape. He didn't say anything, but he knew that the Tiger Claws of Yunding could do their best to use various means to read what Carl said from his mouth shape. Then, Carl continued to speak silently. You'd better give a good price, otherwise. Carl smiled gently. Maybe I just don't feel good today. Not everyone can threaten the Tiger Claws smoothly, and come to talk about business. It just happened that Carl and Oliver came today. Ding. With the sound of the elevator arriving, the elevator door was opened, and then Carl and Oliver saw the Tiger Claws members in suits, respectfully waiting outside. Welcome to Hintang, Mr. KK and Mr. Oliver. We are willing to receive and negotiate the business you mentioned as soon as possible, but this Tiger Claw gang used his eyes to suppress some people behind him who were either afraid or eager to try when they saw Carl and Oliver, and tried to put on a begging posture. Please don't go too far. He knows how to talk business, but even facing KK, for the sake of his family not being killed by the boss, and having a future, he can't make an absolute compromise. We are willing to pay the protection fee to the NCPD team under your name. Please. When his body was shaking, Carl's palm gently patted his shoulder, as if to comfort him. I said, I'm here to talk business. Carl's voice was very light, but like a knife out of its sheath. The NCPD database has been opened for him, and all the information of this Tiger Claw gang appeared in his eyes. File expansion, name, Kenta Nakamura, a middle-level cadre of the Tiger Claw gang, criminal record, suspected of attacking NCPD police officers, 3 cases, all closed as self-defense, suspected of Julie's suicide, investigation terminated, evidence lost, detailed record, Julie, 27 years old, contracted sex doll of Hintang. Death time, November 23, 2076. Determination of cause of death, suicide. Death place, body found next to the garbage compactor in the back alley of Hintang. Contract signed before death, archived, terminated. Open. Contract terminated at 7:05 on November 23, 2076. Contract notes. Reduced revenue generating ability, maintenance terminated, signed by Kenta Nakamura. Carl looked at the information, and at the same time looked at Kenta Nakamura, who was begging in front of him like a pitiful person, and raised his hand and patted it gently. It's business. Chapter 630. Profit sharing. Until Kenta Nakamura got the document, he still couldn't believe that KK and Oliver really came to him to discuss business, and the business they discussed was a waste recycling business that was beneficial to both parties, and he could make a fortune from it. After the short-lived fear of KK dissipated, the greed emerged with peace. The initial fear receded like a tide, revealing the greed underneath. Go against KK? He asked himself if he had the courage, but if he divided the profits with KK, he would not only have the courage, but also be very brave. Kenta Nakamura held the document tightly in his hand. His knuckles turned blue and white due to the force, and the paper trembled slightly in his palm, as if he also smelled the smell of blood that was about to surge. The list of sex dolls that were scrapped was jumping in front of his eyes. Those artificial bodies that were ravaged to the point of collapse, and the dried blood stains on the peeling bionic skin, in his eyes, lost their decadence and twisted into bloody chips. How could these be garbage to be processed? They were clearly levers that could pry the power gears of the Tiger Claw gang. He was sure of this cooperation. If the news that he had established a connection with KK, even if he just talked about business with KK on the surface, would have blown a hole in the ears of the Tiger Claw gang. Everyone knew what the situation of the KK team was now, and that was a cloud that the Tiger Claw gang's minions could not reach even if they tiptoed. Even if KK and Oliver were just running errands for a prosthetic doctor this time, the two names Kenta Nakamura and KK were placed on the same negotiation table, which was enough for him to walk sideways in the gang for 3 months. This is an opportunity. If he can pry it open, he will be the next person in charge. If he press it hard, he may even hang the Arasaka work badge around his neck. If he can get in touch with the gang through this, then... The leader of the Tiger Claw gang? Oh, he is just a turtle in the mud. If he works well. Maybe the next time he enters the Arasaka Tower, the guard will bow and call him Mr. Nakamura. Before the negotiation started, Kenta Nakamura's pupils had already dilated slightly due to the intracranial orgasm. This trembling look of a hungry wolf before biting the rotten meat was imprinted in Carl's eyes without any error. Carl didn't say anything. The terms of the document were clearly written, and he was too lazy to waste words. Silence was like a layer of ice, covering the surface of the negotiation table. Kenta Nakamura was excited for a moment, and suddenly he shuddered. Sitting opposite him were KK and Oliver. His Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed the heat abruptly. His facial muscles tightened again, pulling out the skin of a capable businessman. Being able to sit in the position of the boss of Hintang, he is certainly not a fool who can only drool. It's just that the pie that fell from this business was too fat, and the oil splashed into his eyes, which made him dazed for a moment. Now, it's time to show your teeth. He clicked his index finger, and tapped on a line of words in the terms and conditions. The crisp sound of nails hitting the paper was particularly harsh in the silence. The neural interfaces of this batch of sex dolls are indeed outdated, but no matter how bad they are marked by the Tiger Claw gang. His voice was low, but it was like a whetstone rubbing against a blade. The prosthetic doctor can do whatever he wants, but he can't disassemble it. After a pause, he suddenly sneered, as if the thread just now was just a harmless joke. Of course, a pile of junk can't be refurbished and sold to the bad land to cheat homeless people, right? The end of his words was raised into a hook, but his eyes were as heavy as if they were poisoned, and the air suddenly became tense. How about adding a restrictive clause? He finally showed his true intention, and pushed the paper forward with his knuckles, and the black and white words suddenly became dice on the gambling table. Restrictive clause? Oliver's pupils shrank slightly, and he saw through Kenta Nakamura's calculations. Even if those sex dolls treated as consumables were maintained, they would be put on new electronic shackles, and would never escape the clutches of the Tiger Claw gang. The Tiger Claw tattoos on the interfaces of those sex dolls always flashed a dark red light, like the mark of a trapped beast. Carl saw Oliver start to speak, and took the initiative to step aside, leaving Oliver completely exposed to the neon lights of the box. He was just an escort, and Oliver was the one who had the full power to decide things. We are already ridiculously generous with the current conditions. Oliver tapped the list of terms on the paper with his knuckles, and the black words trembled on the paper with his movements. Want to add restrictions? Sure. He suddenly leaned forward, his artificial iris shrinking into 2 vertical lines in the dim light, but the maintenance fee for each prosthesis will be deducted from 200% of their subsequent income. Kenta Nakamura's mouth twitched. Don't think I don't know the details of your high-end prosthesis. Oliver sneered. What kind of prostheses do you Tiger Claws use? We are all street hustlers, and everyone knows the neural rejection reaction of the experimental model, and the mandatory binding agreement for second-hand parts. Oliver said, tapping his finger slightly on the paper. Since disassembly and repair are not allowed, then charge according to the standard of customized services. Customization. Kenta Nakamura's subcutaneous chip flashed a cold light, and the neural acceleration module completed the profit deduction within 2 seconds. The 50-50 split clause was originally given for the sake of KK and Oliver. If it were an ordinary business, the Tiger Claw gang would take at least 80%, and the remaining scraps would be the turn of the prosthetic doctor to fight for. But now, Oliver wants a 200% backlash of maintenance fees. A holographic digital torrent appeared in front of him. 30% for the supply team leader, 15% for the management, and 20% to appease those hyena-like subordinates. The final amount left in his chip account is probably not much more than the street thugs who injected neurological drugs. Mr. Nakamura? Oliver's fingers tapped out a precise second-hand rhythm on the alloy table. Do you still need to hesitate? Could it be that the loyalty of the Tiger Claw gang is worth this little premium? Nakamura suddenly laughed. He remembered the self-destruction program buried in the spine of those sex dolls, which was originally a small trick to prevent them from being poached by other gangs. But now? What if these junk with inferior prostheses rot in the alley? His retina was still floating with the last email from the HR department of Arasaka Corporation. As long as he could raise another 1 million euros, the terms would remain the same. Nakamura raised his hand and said, the tiger head embroidery on his cuffs looked mottled and faded under the neon lights. After all, the focus of our cooperation is the future, isn't it? He deliberately emphasized the word future. As long as it is for the future, what does it matter if the Tiger Claws sell it? When he leaves the Tiger Claws and joins Arasaka, will the Tiger Claws dare to attack him? When the elevator of Arasaka Tower sent him to the upper floors that morning, the disputes of these ants under his feet were not even the dust on the soles of his shoes. Chapter 631. Kenta Nakamura is a beast, a poisonous snake raised by the Tiger Claw gang. Oliver walked out of Hintang. The residual light of the neon lights cut a cold color block on his face. He glanced back at the brothel wrapped in holographic projection, his Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Nakamura's slit-like eyes, and the crooked mouth that always had a calculating look on his face were like a hyena waiting to lick Arasaka's boots. If I get the chance one day, I will open a few more vents on his forehead. He cracked his knuckles, as if he had already pulled the trigger. Carl didn't rush to answer, but just looked back at Hintang. The virtual dancer on the sign was winking at passers-by, but that smile looked like a mockery. Don't worry, he said slowly, once this idiot has enough money, someone will naturally take care of him for us. Oliver frowned. You have something to say, Carl. Carl grinned. While you were arguing with him just now, I visited his terminal. He flicked his wrist, pressed the phone, and an encrypted email slid into Oliver's field of vision. 1,500,000 euros for the VIP channel of the Arasaka Human Resources Department, in exchange for an interview ticket. Carl said, he has already spent 500,000, and now he is looking for the rest of the world. Oliver stared at the gold-plated Arasaka logo on the email, and felt sick in his stomach. These idiots in the Human Resources Department. If they are discovered by the internal inspection team, I'm afraid they will have to go to the sea to fill the sea collectively. Because of his frequent contact, even he now knows the rules of Arasaka. The place is a company on the surface, but it is a feudal dynasty in its bones. The children of senior executives can inherit the position with a swagger, and the untouchables on the periphery want to squeeze in. Either they have the ability to reach the sky, or they have to be like Nakamura, gambling with money for a chance to be a dog. But Nakamura has no backers in Arasaka. Oliver narrowed his eyes. The HR department dares to take his money. Either they are so bold that they can swallow the sky, or... Carl laughed. Or, this is simply a trap. He tapped his temple. I just dug up something more interesting. Last month, 3 investors of the Tiger Claw gang disappeared the next day after paying the money. Ha, this is good news. Oliver blew a frivolous whistle, and the corners of his mouth opened, as if he had already smelled the spiciness of the celebratory wine. When the news of this bastard's sudden death comes out, I must go to the next life to order a special drink, no 2 cups. But the smile did not last more than 3 seconds, and his brows twisted again. The problem is, if this bastard is really dead, what if a fool without eyes wants to change the terms? Carl didn't raise his eyes, and his fingers scratched in the air, as if he was wiping an invisible knife. Kill. Just one word, as short as a firing pin hitting a primer. Oliver was stunned for a moment, then laughed softly. Yes, I almost forgot, we don't talk about any messed up rules. He kicked the can at his feet, and the aluminum can hit the wall with a hollow clang. You are also a witness. Ha, what you witness is the rule. I am just here to help negotiate the business, not a real business or partner. I am at most a witness in this matter. And I witnessed the good contract, but someone actually wants to change it, want to ruin my reputation, and destroy my rules. What can I do? Isn't it just killing them? Kill them until they understand the rules. As he said this, Carl still remembered the scene just now. When he and Oliver went to the next life, Kenta Nakamura maintained respect, and those tiger claws hiding in the shadows, except for some people who were afraid, the eyes of others were not afraid, but a disgusting excitement, like a hyena smelling rotten meat, or like a robber holding the first gun in his life. Has the Tiger Claw gang lived too comfortably recently? Carl's voice was erratic. The newcomers have forgotten the pain, so we helped them review it. The night wind rolled all kinds of advertising papers printed with colorful pictures and passed between the two people. Oliver suddenly felt a little cold. He looked up and looked into the distance. The light of Arasaka Tower pierced the clouds, like a sword hanging over everyone's head. Night City, he exhaled a puff of white mist. There are fearless rookies rushing in every day, and we can't stop them. Sometimes we have to let them remember that the higher they climb, the more they fall. Oliver continued, you haven't been out for 4 days, and the news that KK is not in the city has spread in the city, and some people have made trouble. Now that we haven't done anything to the tiger claws for a while, many of the tiger claws have come out and are panting and showing their teeth and claws. Sometimes, we have to take action to make them learn some rules. That's the truth. Carl and Oliver were chatting, and their eyes suddenly condensed. Terrorist squad. As soon as Carl finished speaking, Oliver's spine seemed to be filled with liquid nitrogen and instantly froze and tightened. Terrorist squad. This is more piercing than any alarm. Oliver's artificial. I adjusted the focus and locked onto the black Manticore hovercraft that was tearing through the night sky. A special model of military technology, with recent bullet marks on the armor, and the tail flame dragged an orange-red track in the humid air. 3 pterodactyl drones produced by military technology hovered like vultures, and their scanning beams had already swept over like searchlights. Coming for us? Oliver frowned. The hatch of the hovercraft suddenly exploded when it was 10 meters away from the ground before it even landed completely. The black shadow fell. It was not a jump, but a smash. Oliver's hearing caught the series of muffled sounds. First the cracking sound of alloy boots crushing concrete, then the hissing sound of hydraulic joints buffering, and finally... click. That was the sound of the standard shotgun loaded by the terrorist mobile team. No! When Oliver had already suspected whether this group of cyber psychopaths were going to fight with them, and was about to start Sion Weston, Carl's voice rang in his ears. There should be something going on nearby. In Carl's voice, Oliver noticed that the terrorist mobile team that jumped next to them just glanced at them. After comparing their faces, their bodies paused slightly, but they quickly moved again. And the direction they were heading to quickly was the center of Nyonyo Street, just as Carl was thinking. Fuck. Oliver suddenly cursed. In his eyes, the terrorist mobile team that might have landed in a nearby open space was heading quickly towards a place, and on their path, there was Oliver's car parked next to them. Will these cyber psychopaths care about the car? This is a good question. Chapter 632. My car. Oliver had thought of the possible fate of his car, but he did not take any action. He did not draw his gun to stop the terrorist squad, nor did he try to shout a few times, but just watched the terrorist squad rushing towards his car. I thought you would try to stop it. You can do it, right? Carl glanced at the pistol Oliver carried with him and said, if it were you, at this distance, even a pistol could accurately hit the target and complete the warning. And then fight with the terrorist squad? That's not necessary. Oliver sighed. What he cared about was not fighting with the terrorist squad, but, my car is broken anyway, and I can get compensation for repairs later. Mr. Johnson still made relevant compensation regulations after taking office, but if I stop the terrorist squad for the sake of my car, I don't know if the cyber psychopath in the center of Twisted Street will go crazy. There are a lot of people there. Oliver can still judge the difference between a car and a person's life. Although he didn't think he was a good person, he had a sister who was a cyborg doctor, and he learned some medical skills from her. As a half-medical staff, he always had a bit of awe for life. That's true. Carl nodded slightly in agreement with Oliver, and the two of them stood there calmly, watching the terrorist squad heading towards Oliver's car. The terrorist squad members were all cyber psychopaths, and this was something that everyone in Night City agreed with, and the people in the KK team also agreed with it, but they also admitted that the terrorist squad did prevent the harm of cyber psychopaths to a certain extent, and did save many lives. Since they were saving people, it was just a car, and it was broken, but it was not impossible to repair it. Oliver only felt a little regretful. It's a pity that Hera was not brought out, otherwise, with Hera's armor, they couldn't damage it even if they stepped on it. While Oliver was talking, the terrorist squad had already arrived next to Oliver's car, Quartz. The location where Oliver parked his car was actually quite particular. It happened to be at the intersection where the best way to leave could be chosen in case of an incident, so it was also the only way for the terrorist squad to rush into the twisting street as quickly as possible. This excellent terrain chosen out of mercenary habits was obviously also very popular with the terrorist squad, so they also chose this fastest path, but this path now caused Quartz to suffer. Just when Oliver and Carl thought that according to the character of the terrorist squad, they would perform a cool step-by-step jump operation, they didn't expect that each of the 4 members of the terrorist squad jumped up when they ran to Quartz and directly jumped over Quartz, instead of choosing the more labor-saving step-by-step jump. Ah, the guys from the terrorist squad have changed their temper? Just when Oliver himself was a little bit unbelievable that his car was safe and sound, and those terrorist squads actually avoided his car, Carl noticed that the terrorist squad in the front glanced at them. That terrorist squad also did facial recognition on them after jumping off the hovercraft, and recognized their terrorist squad at the first time. It seems that not only did they recognize us, Carl understood the situation. Even the conversation was captured by their hearing-enhanced prosthesis. Are they trying to do favors? He laughed as he said this. That's really the sun rising from the west. What you said, they are just cyber psychopaths, not stupid. After hearing Carl's words, Oliver understood why things were like this, so he corrected Carl. Cyber psychopaths are just all mental and anxiety-related personality disorders, which does not mean that their wisdom will be affected. Unless they completely lose their minds are still working. In other words, look at Adam Hammer, isn't his brain stupid? His fighting skills and judgment of the situation were so bad that he was suppressing us all by himself. That's right. Carl smiled. Thinking about it this way, sometimes I feel that the cyber psychopaths of the terrorist mobile team are quite likable. I like the terrorist mobile team. Whenever someone says this, I have to doubt whether he is crazy, but considering that we just saw such a disgusting guy from the Cat's Claw gang, I have to admit that the people of the terrorist mobile team are indeed more likable. As Oliver said this, he moved. Let's go, we've been asked for a favor, so we can go over and see what's going on. Join in the fun? See what's going on, maybe we can save someone. Although Oliver didn't think there were so many cyber psychos in Night City who could escape and cause harm to the citizens under the siege of 4 terrorist squads, there might be a very high-level cyber psycho. He's been asked for a favor, so he can just do a favor and return the favor. They still hold the position of NCPD assistants, and the terrorist squad is nominally NCPD, although most of the citizens of Night City now subconsciously ignore this point. Assistants naturally have to check the situation and provide assistance. When Oliver and Carl arrived at the center of Twisted Street, they found that things were a bit unexpected. This group of terrorist squad did receive news about the cyber psychopath, and immediately found an open space nearby to stop the cyber psychopath. But judging from the situation, the cyber psychopath didn't seem to have much ability. Because when Carl and Oliver went over, the terrorist squad was just standing by, and the cyber psychopath, who was probably causing trouble, and had changed himself into a 6-eye was already lying on the ground. The person standing in front of the cyber psychopath was a black youth with a regular job. His face was covered by a yellow special mask on both cheeks. The oval lens above the mask was glowing with blood-red scanning light, constantly shrinking and focusing like some kind of mechanical compound eye. The most eye-catching thing was his tactical vest embedded with orange tubes. The 4 luminous tubes were like exposed veins, extending from the spine to the arms, pulsating with the rhythm of breathing. From the posture, it can be seen that he had defeated the cyber psychopath before the terrorist mobile team arrived, and his speed was so fast that even the terrorist mobile team that responded at the speed of light did not have time to intervene. Chapter 633. In Night City, Cyber Psychopath is a job title. You have to be qualified to be worthy of this title. Ordinary lunatics? They are just poor bastards with overloaded prosthesis. Even if they smash their own cortex, at best they are just a walking self-destruct program. Even gangsters can deal with such people more easily than cleaning the stuck cans in the vending machine. Real cyber psychopaths? They have to be tough guys, who can cut off the power of the entire block. They either kill a gang squad single-handedly, or turn the transformation clinic into a mixed art installation of flesh and blood prosthesis. This level of disaster is worthy of the personal intervention of the cyber lunatics of the terrorist squad. Of course, they often can't even stand a fight in front of the terrorist squad, but if they face street mercenaries or gang thugs, it's like a meat grinder entering a slaughterhouse. So when the black youth with short braids knocked down the professional psychopath before the terrorist mobile team arrived, he had already proved his ability by relying on the stepping stone of cyberpsychosis. This guy. Oliver's eyes first swept over the twisted metal flesh on the ground. The 6 eyes of the cyber psychopath were like a folded circuit board, and the spine showed an unnatural right-angle bend. Pink blood foam mixed with lubricant was gushing out from the seams of his prosthetic spine. Typical symptoms of nerve bridge rupture. He began to assess the trauma reflexively. The 3rd lumbar vertebra was completely shattered, and at least 3 hydraulic joints burst. To cause this kind of trauma, this requires a dodging timing accurate to the millimeter level. Within 0.3 seconds when the opponent pounced on him, he had to complete the full set of movements of dodging, clenching his fingers into a cone, and pressing the weight of his whole body into 2 phalanges. Each link required precision like a machine and burst like thunder. What was even more frightening was that in Oliver's pupils, the orange catheter on the side of the black youth's arm was still pulsating with a steady fluorescence, which meant that the other party had not even activated the device that seemed to be connected to the prosthesis, and completed the death calculation with only the original flesh. This man's ability may not be inferior to his. In other words, he may not be his opponent in close combat. Oliver asked himself if he could do such a precise attack. And Oliver's level is definitely top-notch in Night City today, and this black youth is at the same level as Oliver. When did such a capable guy appear in Night City? Just when Oliver was confused, Carl already knew who this black youth was. This time, it was not relying on Mr. Johnson's account to look up the NCPD database, but Carl had heard of this youth. He should be Crispin Wayland. Carl's words dispelled all Oliver's doubts. Crispin Wayland, the ace mercenary in our previous life, the one who worked for Rog. The legendary mercenary in the past, the son of Wayland Snake? Who is Wayland Snake? He was a mercenary of the same level as Morgan Blackhand in the past. In the mercenary world at that time, he, Morgan Blackhand, and Adam Heavy Hammer were considered the top 3. It's not that other mercenaries were not qualified, but compared with the 3 of them, they all felt a little inferior. And Wayland Snake's son, Crispin Wayland, his reputation is not small. Before Carl and his team became famous, as the Queen of the Afterlife, Rog naturally had an ace mercenary team that worked exclusively for her, and Crispin Wayland was the most famous of them all. This young man, who worked in the mercenary industry like his deceased father, the old Snake Wayland, was rumored to be even better than his father. However, although he was famous, everyone in Carl's team had never met him in the afterlife. If it was really him today, it would be the first time they met. I heard that he has been doing some work for Rog in Atlanta for the past 2 years. I haven't seen this awesome mercenary who became famous before us. I didn't expect to see him today, and in a place like Twisted Street. Oliver was a little emotional. Crispin Wayland left Night City before Carl and his team became famous, helping Rog handle work in other parts of America. When he left, Carl hadn't come to Night City yet, Oliver was still hanging around in Santo Domingo, Jack was still just an ordinary mercenary, and B was running goods in the Badlands, so he just missed it. Seeing that the violent terrorist squad was obviously surprised at the quick handling, but they still progressed quickly and started routine inquiries. Carl walked over a little, and when the black youth was being questioned, he waved to him. When he answered the violent terrorist squad's questions and looked over, he used his mouth to make a question. Crispin Wayland? The black youth showed a smile that was obviously a bit honest on his face, nodded to Carl, and responded when the terrorist squad stopped recording. It's me, this is the first time we meet, Carl. Then he looked at Oliver next to Carl. Oliver. There is a reason why the 2 groups of people greeted each other as soon as they met. The top mercenary circle in the Afterlife bar is already small. Who doesn't know each other when they get to the top of the pyramid? Even if Crispin Wayland has disappeared for a while, after all, they are people who have eaten from the same pot, so it is not difficult to greet each other when they meet. Unless it is a psychopath like Adam Heavy Hammer, it is always necessary to be friendly when meeting, not to mention the relationship with Rog. Wayland runs errands for the Queen of Night City, and Carl and his friends have a good relationship with Rog, and both sides occasionally work for the same employer. If they still have a stern face, it seems unnecessary. After watching the terrorist squad finish questioning Wayland, they began to question the trembling passers-by nearby to verify the matter. Carl and Oliver moved closer. What happened? How did a cyber psychopath suddenly appear? Wayland didn't mind talking about the matter. I was doing something for Roger, and came to find Wakako to pick up something. As a result, I met a guy who was probably crazy about chasing stars. He thought he was the husband of a certain idol. This guy insisted that the passerby who bought the co-branded ultra-thin battery stole his wife, and then literally said that the person was a personal story. I happened to see it, so I called the terrorist squad and stopped it. It may be because Wayland was facing Carl that he switched to Chinese for the conversation. Carl understood what he meant by personal story. This is really personal. That's really a fool. Oliver nodded beside him and looked at Waylon. First meeting, do you want to have a drink? I treat you. He always invites strangers to drink, just like inviting old friends to his living room. Faced with his enthusiasm, Waylon was obviously stunned for a moment, but he didn't hesitate for too long. "Next life bar," he finally answered, with a smile on his face. "Just finished the job for Roger." Chapter 634. When Carl and Oliver were planning to have a drink with Crispin Wayland, whom they had just met, and talk about their mercenary career, a member of the terrorist squad came over after asking the citizens next to them about the situation. Carl recognized him at a glance. This was the terrorist squad member who jumped off the hovercraft and recognized them at a glance. He was also very likely the one who sold them a favor. Carl considered the words and then said, "Officer, what's the matter?" The terrorist squad is an in-service staff under the management of the NCPD. Carl actually didn't know what the most appropriate name for this special organization of the terrorist squad was, because few people dared to face the terrorist squad directly, but the name of the police officer should be correct. The terrorist squad member, who was called the police officer, paused. It was obvious that this was probably the first time he heard someone call him that, but this problem with the name was quickly ignored by him. He, or she, took off his helmet. "Thanks for your care, KK." The chestnut short hair fell off as the helmet was peeled off, revealing a face with artificial eyes, but surprisingly gentle. Carl raised his eyebrows slightly. "Melissa Rory?" He looked at the faintly exposed heat valve on the other's neck. "It's surprising that you are still alive and became a member of the terrorist squad." Melissa Rory, a cyber psychopath who once passed by Carl on the street, just felt that Carl recognized her Higurashi mantis blade, so she thought that Carl was the same kind, and followed Carl to the alley to compete with him. Later, because she felt the threat of Carl, she instinctively ran away, and was finally stopped by Andy, who rushed over. Then, when Carl and Andy surrounded her and prepared to take her down, she was hit by the terrorist squad from midair and her uniform was smashed. At that time, Carl saw her miserable appearance under the feet of the terrorist squad and thought she would definitely not survive. But now, seeing that her prosthetic transformation level was indeed not low at that time, she could survive such an injury, and the terrorist squad was really short of people, and she was rescued and recruited into the team with such an injury. Carl was not too surprised that Melissa Rory was now a member of the terrorist squad. After all, this kind of thing was commonplace. Carl was not as surprised as Melissa Rory was still alive. She did survive. Melissa's vocal cord vibrator made a slight electric noise. This was the sequelae of the spinal crush. Even the doctor of the terrorist squad admitted that 60% of her skills and 40% of her luck were responsible for pulling her back from the brink of death. After all, they needed every lunatic who could still hold a gun. She subconsciously touched the nerve interface at the back of her neck, where there were still some residual scars. Choose one of the two. Her mechanical prosthetic eye flashed a red light. Mental hospital, or she pointed to the terrorist squad emblem on her clothes. Become one of them. Then it seems that the choice is not difficult to make. Carl nodded in understanding. Cyber psychopaths who join the terrorist squad are never cured. That's just a fancy word in the NCPD's holographic advertisements. They are just equipped with more sophisticated chains, neural inhibitors, adrenaline control modules, and sedatives that are injected every 48 hours. Melissa's mechanical fingertips tapped the thigh armor plate unconsciously. That was her habitual action before the mantis knife popped out. Carl was too familiar with this rhythm. It was like a trapped beast pacing in a cage. "Do you know how they convinced me?" Her voice was mixed with a weird chuckle. "They said that you can get a bonus for killing people here. The terrorist squad does not need a neurologist. They just need to mark the training ground of the mad dog above the city, and then loosen the collar. After all, in this city, a legal killing license is much cheaper than antipsychotic drugs. I have no problem with that." Carl saw that Melissa Rory was having some feelings that she couldn't suppress now, but he felt that compared to the past when she just passed by and came to her door, Melissa Rory now knew how to suppress it, which was undoubtedly a great improvement. Who said that the terrorist mobile team didn't have a good way to treat cyberpsychosis? Isn't this a very effective treatment? A cyberpsychosis, who could have gone crazy at any time now, actually cares about legal killing and suppression, which is simply a miracle. Carl glanced at the cyber-psychopath, who had been dead for a while on the ground. After all, it's not bad to have more people doing good things. Do good things. Melissa Rory noticed Carl's gaze, and also looked at the mud, and said with contempt, "It's just that he is too weak, and we don't want everyone. It's not about the person. No matter what you guys think, the arrival of the terrorist squad will always make people facing cyber-psychopaths feel more at ease. Although if they don't run fast enough, they will probably be implicated." Carl watched the terrorist squad's hovercraft slowly approaching in the sky, and issued a red prompt sound, as if reminding the terrorist squad members to withdraw, and spoke to Melissa Rory again. "I heard that NCPD is going to put the dog leash back on you. Hearing Carl's words, Melissa suddenly stopped like a malfunctioning holographic projection, and when she finally turned her neck, the mechanical joints made a tooth-grinding friction sound. We don't care about regulation. She tilted her head, her prosthetic pupils shrinking into 2 pinpoints. As long as the people who come are good at fighting, it's fine. The old people in the team said that there was once a chief of the NCPD who thought so, and sent his most proud elite to take over the terrorist squad. What happened? The turbine of the hovercraft suddenly screamed, and the roar crushed the second half of her sentence, but Carl saw Melissa Rory's lips moving in the sound waves. Even the ashes are scattered. Just fight. The terrorist squad can get company funding and special funding from the city council because the order they maintain happens to be in line with the interests of capital. In this night city, no one wants to see their employees being opened up on the street by cyber psychopaths, especially those who can still squeeze out money. NCPD wants to take over again? Sure, first prove that you can give a price that satisfies the company. Fighting is order? Of course. A group of tough guys are in charge of the scene, making street dogs dare not show their teeth. Is this considered an interest? Of course. Companies don't care about NCPD's thoughts. The story has already been played once. As for whether NCPD has the ability to finish the show, that's another matter. Watching Melissa Rory and her team members move to another location and jump onto the hovercraft from a distant open space, Carl also turned his head. They need to be good enough to fight. Andy, your special operations team still needs to work hard. The NCPD manages the terrorist mobile team and has the power to control the terrorist mobile team. If it really exists, how much change will it bring to this city? It's really exciting. Chapter 635. Wayland, you're back? Claire paused while wiping the glass, her eyes slightly raised. Strange, you're here with Carl and Oliver. As the bartender of the Afterlife bar, Claire is naturally familiar with the signature mercenary Crispin Wayland, but when she glimpsed the 2 familiar figures behind Wayland, her eyebrows still raised a little surprise. In this city, the bartender's ears are always close to the pulse of the street. As far as she knows, Wayland just returned to Night City last week, and he went out today just because Rog asked him to get familiar with the environment again. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would get together with Carl and Oliver? You make friends so fast. Claire shook her glass at Carl, as always surprising. They were all old acquaintances, so they were naturally unrestrained in teasing. Carl just shrugged and pointed his thumb in Oliver's direction. He's paying, so why not come? Ha! Claire chuckled, not surprising. Oliver's personality makes him naturally friendly with men. Hey! Oliver slapped his hand on the bar and glared at him in pretended anger. I will bear a grudge for this, Claire. I also had a few serious relationships in the past. He dragged Wellen to sit down and knocked on the table. Let's have a round first, and the bill will be in my name so that no one will think that I only drink with men. We are just men drinking with men. Carl complained speechlessly, and Wellen smiled beside him as he listened to the 3 people's teasing. His personality seems to be more inclined to the calm temperament, which is not very similar to his father. According to rumors, Old Snake Wayland is a rather wild person. When he was selected as one of the top 10 lone wolf mercenaries, all the photos of him were of a wild person with his upper body naked, dressed like a wilderness man. However, it may be because his father is too calm that his son has developed this kind of character. After all, there are many sons who dislike their fathers, and would rather die than become like their fathers. To put it in the recent past, Oliver dislikes his father's calm personality. To put it in the distant past, the father-son relationship of the Arasaka family is still in front of us. Wayland did not rush to drink, but put the things that Rog had told him on the bar first. Claire understood, took it, turned around and put it in the locker at the back. Rog had already said hello and would come to pick it up in person later, so it would be fine to store it here temporarily. Same old? Claire raised her eyes and asked him. The cocktail shaker in her hand was slightly tilted. Wellen nodded, his voice low. Johnny Silverhand, with ice. Another one who likes to drink Johnny Silverhand. Oliver shook the glass, a flash of understanding in his eyes. I have a friend, Jack. Do you know him? He likes it too. Then his temperament is probably as reckless as Johnny, right? Wellen said, his knuckles knocking a slight rhythm on the bar. So you are the same? Oliver raised his chin to Welland. The corners of Welland's lips curled slightly, and with Claire's movement, Johnny Silverhand slid into his palm. He held Johnny Silverhand and shook his head. Not quite the same. I don't have that kind of desperate drive. He stroked the edge of the glass, the coldness of the ice cube seeping into his fingertips. If I had to live, I wouldn't have followed my father's old path, but I have to keep some thoughts. The liquor glowed amber under the neon lights. He paused for a moment. It's a pity that the old man didn't leave his own wine list in the next life otherwise. His Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed the second half of the sentence back. The glass hit the counter, making a crisp sound. So? Oliver raised his eyebrows. So we can only order the wine of his contemporary bastard. Waylon raised his head and drank it all. The empty glass made a crisp sound on the bar. Another glass. Bastard? Carl stroked his chin playfully. It seems that in the eyes of Waylon the old snake, Johnny Silverhand is not a hero, right? Waylon raised his eyebrows slightly. Carl's name for the legendary rock boy was too casual. In this era, except for people like Roger who really knew him, most people used the full name Johnny Silverhand, which carried a sense of time distance. But this curiosity was fleeting, and he nodded. The old man said he was a complete lunatic. Waylon took the newly mixed wine. The ice cube sank and floated in the liquid in the glass. Relying on his skills, he led his men forward, but was defeated by Adam Heavy Hammer in just a few strokes, and even rescue was saved. He shook the wine glass, and pulled a bitter smile from the corner of his mouth. Once he drank too much, the old man said that he felt uncomfortable for a long time when he heard the news. But then he thought of the bad things Silverhand had done, and he held back his tears. TSK, it seems that Johnny had a lot of connections back then. Oliver shook the wine glass, the ice cubes jingled, and there was too much information hidden in Waylon's words that could make a character like Wayland Old Snake almost cry. The debt of favors Johnny Silverhand was involved in back then was probably deeper than he imagined. He counted on his fingers. Morgan Blackhand has a good relationship with him, and now there is also Wayland Old Snake. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The three legends in the mercenary circle in the past, Blackhand, Old Snake, and Heavy Hammer, but he just didn't get along with Heavy Hammer, and finally died in the hands of that iron lump. Oliver felt that he suddenly had a topic to laugh at Johnny, just in time to retaliate against Johnny for mocking him a few days ago, that he couldn't understand the next movie. Fuck, this irony is really interesting. Listening to Oliver's words, Waylon noticed more and more that Oliver and Carl were strangely familiar with Johnny. Originally, he was a little curious about why Carl and Oliver called him that, but listening to Oliver's constant talk, no matter how stupid he was, he could hear some different meanings. Johnny back then? Didn't Johnny Silverhand die at that time? Why is there such a slightly nostalgic word to describe it? The more he listened to Oliver, the clearer the conjecture in Waylon's mind became. He looked at Oliver and Carl again, and suddenly remembered something. He had heard about the KK team when he was outside, and after returning to Night City, out of curiosity, he asked Rog for detailed information about them, and Rog said something that he didn't quite understand at the time. You can trust them. If something happens to me, then in the next life, if my son is unwilling to take over, then this place belongs to them. They have people who can be trusted. Let Rog, who is proficient in calculations, and has been wandering in street companies for so many years, call him a trustworthy person. Waylon realized something. Could it be that Johnny Silverhand is still alive? When drinking Johnny Silverhand, Waylon already had some different aftertaste in the taste. He said that he didn't want to follow his father's old path, and wanted to live longer. But if that was really the case, he wouldn't work for Rog. Silverhand Old Snake. If they are the heirs of Silverhand, then KK Little Snake. Waylon suddenly felt a strange sense of destiny. Chapter 636. What a special combination. The sight of Wayland, Oliver, and Carl sitting at the bar not only made the guests and bodyguards of the next life feel novel, but even the queen of the next life, Rog, sighed at the combination of the three when she came back. Rog, the things are already over there. Waylon noticed Rog's arrival and drank a few glasses of wine, but he was not drunk at all under the effect of the immune system prosthetic detoxifier. He pointed to the location where he took the things back for Rog. I know, Claire has told me in the message. Rog nodded, walked over, sat next to Carl, and stared at the cup in Carl's hand. Is it still sweet tea? I don't think I've seen you drinking much, Carl. I'm used to it. When I'm out with friends, I'm always the one who stays sober. After all, this isn't home. Carl drank the cool, minty sweet tea and responded to Rog's words. After all, the flow of information in the next life is too fast. I don't want to be blocked by a group of people who want to take advantage of our drunkenness and attack us on the street not long after I go out. Just some petty thieves who just came to the city not long ago and want to make a name for themselves scared you. Listening to Rog's teasing words, Carl smiled and said, it's just less trouble. After all, no one wants to happily finish a drink and eat a meal, and then go home for a good sleep, but they have to be delayed by the annoying guy. The drunken KK team may give those newcomers, who don't know the world, some illusions, thinking that they can use this to make the KK team a stepping stone to their fame. Even if there is only one sober KK team member, it can make those newcomers use their brains before they get too excited and want to act. Often when people are impulsive, it's just a moment, the passion passes, and then it calms down. Although there are always some people who are thinking about it, they are only a minority after all. Not giving a chance? It's really a cautious approach. In the past 2 years, I have watched you step by step to the current level. You are still as cautious as 2 years ago. This makes me very happy, Carl. If a mercenary as capable as you is gone because of some accidents, I think every middleman will feel troubled and difficult, and I don't know who to give the most troublesome work at hand. Come on, Rog. Carl saw that Rog must have something to do, otherwise he wouldn't chat with him here for half a day. The queen in the next life is very busy. Do you need someone to do any work? It's better to make a phone call for such things. As for testing me here for a long time, I haven't been out for 4 days, but I can take work. Oliver is here. We are both free. Let's talk about it if there is work. Is Oliver okay now? Rog looked at Oliver, who seemed a little drunk and had a ruddy face, and said this deliberately. How hard can it be to sober up? My ears are still working well. Oliver glanced over. Just say it if you have something to say, Roger. But it's better to send a message for details. He raised his chin slightly, indicating the shadows swaying around. There are too many eyes here. It's not something that needs to be said in secret. Roger looked at Oliver. Badland, you are all familiar with that place. In fact, if you want to talk about familiarity, you may be more familiar with it, but it's almost the same. Carl said, Why, you reached out to the Badland. Dakota Smith's territory is not profitable. You are so busy as the queen of the afterlife. Do you want to try your hand there? Stop being sarcastic. Roger tapped the metal table with his nails. Since you followed Whale on here, you should know that he went to Wakako to pick up some small gifts for me. She smiled. It's the same this time. Go to Dakota to get a package. The completeness must be as perfect as when Whale met you. The king of middlemen contacted one middleman and then contacted another middleman. Carl looked at Roger and didn't quite understand what Roger wanted to do now. Should we call all the middlemen for a roundtable meeting next? Just to find out some things. After all, there are some things that locals should know better. Roger said, I have already made an agreement with Dakota Smith. Online transmission is not safe. She has put the things I want in a place for me. I want you to go with Oliver and Whalon to get the things back for me. It must be complete, just like what Whalon did when he met you. This should not be difficult, right? It's not difficult, but for this kind of thing. Oliver muttered, It seems that we don't need to go out. For this kind of thing, one person is enough. Didn't you let Whalon go alone to get the thing before? In fact, I think it's a waste to let Whalon go. Let us go together. Let me make it clear that our price is not cheap. The KK team has done a lot of work, and the people in the team have basically set their prices and understand what the price of the work should be. For small jobs like picking up goods, unless it is a large and dangerous thing, there is really no need for the KK team to take action. It's not that it can't be said, but these small jobs can be assigned to a capable mercenary. There is really no need to spend a lot of money to let the KK team come. It's not cost effective. What's more, Rog still has Whalon, the most capable mercenary in her past life. Whalon has already helped her get something back. Now it's just a repetition of the task. There's really no need for all three of them to go. Isn't it because I saw that you all happened to be here, so I assigned you some work to let you exercise your body, after all? Rog glanced at Carl. Some people haven't been out for 4 days. I don't think it's a particularly strange thing to not go out for just 4 days. Carl complained, and he even suspected that Rog just happened to see them, and thought that since they were here, he assigned them work. This kind of behavior of having too much money to spend is not in line with Rog's personality. It's not that Rog doesn't have the money, but according to Rog's calculations, she can still understand that it's not worth it. Maybe there will be some surprises. Rog said, After all, this matter is more or less related to some future events in the city. Are you interested? Following events in the city. What will happen after Night City that will make someone of Rog's level care? Carl seemed to understand a little. It seems that this money is not so easy to get. I was a little worried about letting Wyland go alone, but I don't have anyone I can trust too much. You and Oliver came at the right time. Rog said, standing up, online contact. She could see that Carl had agreed. Chapter 637. You said you were going to get something. Oliver sat on the Skyhera that he had specially brought back, and the holographic map projected on the car spun and enlarged at his fingertips. The coordinates sent by Rog seemed to have been eaten by a sandstorm, leaving only a blurry block of color. Was this old woman drunk when she sent the location? He poked at the shaking light spot. Just give a 5-kilometer radius. Can that thing run by itself if it has legs? The car body suddenly jolted violently, and Oliver swerved the steering wheel to avoid the protruding rocks on the ground that seemed very hidden in the sandstorm. Outside the car window, the acid rain that looked scarlet under the sky was hitting the bulletproof glass like blood mist. Rod made it very clear. Carl tapped the screen of his mobile phone with his fingers, and each tap was accompanied by static noise. Dakota hid the goods in an abandoned safe house in the Badlands. But now the whole desert is tap dancing. I've seen many sandstorms, and a rainstorm like today is really like the end of the world. I know that the environment of the Badland is severely damaged, but this is too outrageous. Oliver's jawline tightened in the cold light of the dashboard. The weather is like this, you still don't see it often. If we have to say that we are unlucky, it is that we just drove out of the city and encountered such a thing. I hope this bad luck will not affect the place where the things are hidden. Wellen, who came with Carl and Oliver this time, nodded in agreement in the co-pilot seat. I hope she dug deep enough and was not affected by this storm. The sound of raindrops hitting the car body suddenly became as dense as drum beats. I hope so. If the house has become a flying iron coffin, Oliver's words have not been finished. A lightning bolt splits the sky and instantly illuminates the car compartment palely. The outlines of the three people are frozen in the strong light until the thunder explodes 3 seconds later, shaking the car windows and buzzing. Fuck. Oliver gripped the steering wheel tightly. If the thunder was closer, our prostheses could perform a symphony on the spot. He forced a stiff smile. Do you think Roger knew it earlier? Another string of lightning flashed, this time illuminating the hillside in the distance. Tons of mud were rushing down with the wreckage of the building. It seems she doesn't know. Carl said faintly. If she knew, she should have equipped us with a hovercraft and a skateboard, and we might have tried surfing, but it's the waves of mudslides. After saying this, Carl himself also laughed. If she really had such magical powers, and could control the changeable weather in the Badland, she probably wouldn't have sent us out with such a relaxed tone as if she was sending us to do some hard work. In other words, this is simply our bad luck, right? Oliver turned off all electronic devices, and the car suddenly fell into darkness, with only the wipers struggling. The good news is, his voice was unusually clear in the rain. If the house was really washed away, we can at least save the trouble of opening the door. Now I am more curious, why Dakota and Roger chose to hide the things in a place in the Badlands, and the other one really just went to get it. Wouldn't it be better to move it to the city? Carl suddenly clenched the armrest of the chair, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up like static electricity. Folk legends always say that people will have a premonition before being struck by lightning. At this moment, all the nerves in his body are screaming to verify this statement. But science has proven that when people sense danger, lightning has already completed its killing. Up to 109 V DC voltage can penetrate the human body within 0.1 seconds, and the high temperature of 3000 C is enough to vaporize the flesh and blood along the way. Fortunately, what makes him palpitate at this moment is the electromagnetic induction brought by the residual power of lightning. The lightning protection system of Tianqiong-Hera flashes wildly on the dashboard to warn. In theory, this modified armored beast can withstand a lightning strike. The cost may be half of the vehicle system is scrapped, and the three of them will be people with scorched skin. Carl can even imagine the tragic scene of metal parts sparking under the skin when the current passes through the prosthesis. It is estimated that he will not die, but it is estimated that it will be difficult to restore his hairstyle. When this relaxed thought in the afterglow flashed through Carl's mind. Boom! A blue-white electric python tore through the sand dunes on their right side, and the explosion shook the bulletproof glass to appear spiderweb-like cracks. In the burning image left on the retina, a split iron house hundreds of meters away was emitting green smoke, and the twisted steel beam stabbed into the sky like dissected ribs. Waylon's artificial eyes suddenly switched to thermal imaging mode. According to the environment after the mudslide, that place may be where we are going. Going to a place that was just struck by lightning, that's really interesting. Oliver slammed on the brakes, and the tires left scorch marks in the quicksand. From a probabilistic point of view, the same place should not be struck by lightning twice. Carl said, recalling what he had heard before, but I heard that a ranger was struck by lightning 7 times. Lightning doesn't like the same things, but it seems to always like to favor the same people more. I have heard of this. Wellen showed his knowledge that was inconsistent with his honest appearance. When the 4th lightning struck him, this guy was hiding in a broken truck, which triggered the Faraday cage effect. Wellen's voice was as steady as reading a military manual, and his thick fingers gestured in the air, as if he was showing a classic case. Roy Sullivan, born in 1912, was struck by lightning 7 times between 1942 and 1976. Oliver suddenly swerved to avoid a crack in the ground. So should we expect more lightning strikes now? He glanced at the iron house on the side that was still smoking. After all, according to this theory, I have to add some popular science. Carl said. Roy Sullivan, finally, because he couldn't stand being struck by lightning so often, and others were afraid of being implicated and left his life. He shot himself in 1983 at the age of 71. It is said that after his death, his tombstone was also taken care of by lightning and struck several times. So 7 times is just the beginning, and it doesn't let go even after death. This lightning is too stingy, chasing after me. Oliver was a little speechless, but his hands were still very sincere. He wanted to turn the car close to the house instantly and drive away. At worst, we can pass by later. When Oliver was halfway through speaking, another lightning struck 200 meters away, illuminating his suddenly frozen facial muscles. In the pale lightning, the car was so quiet that only the groaning of the wipers remained. Is there really such a stingy lightning? Oliver said a little unconfidently. Chapter 638. I always think that being struck by lightning is not a good thing. The storm had not yet passed, but after the vehicle stopped at a place where collapse and mudslides were not likely to occur, Carl got off the car with Oliver and Wayland. I hope we won't be struck by lightning. Do we really need to get off the car like this? Oliver looked at the sky that was still thundering, and was actually not very willing to get off. Now there are thunder and acid rain. We don't need to be so anxious. Looking at the situation of the storm, if we wait, the place where the house is will collapse. At that time, we will have to ask Atticado's people to get excavation equipment to dig it out. Let's finish it earlier, and go back earlier, Carl said, looking at Wayland and found that he was looking at their target house in the distance. Why, Waylon, do you also think we have to wait a while? No, I just think the location for the handover is not very good. Wayland shook his head. She only gave a rough range, and it was placed in an abandoned house. Although the storm we encountered should be an accident, in my memory, this does not seem to be a task that can be arranged by Rog's means. In general, it gives people a cumbersome feeling. Maybe, after all, she only gave a rough location. Carl took out the location information sent by Rog on his mobile phone and looked at it carefully. But if you look closely, this thing is still updated in real time. Even the storm did not affect this thing. It's really... Carl saw half of it, and suddenly realized a point he had overlooked. Because the job was easy and casual, just picking up something, Carl just sent the location to Oliver, and asked Oliver to input it into the car system for navigation. But he realized one thing now, that is, if there is an accurate location, why did Rog draw a rough range? It feels like the thing will move, but it can't run out of this range at a speed, so when the location fails, it has to be searched in this range. Wait a minute. Carl suddenly thought of a possibility. For the middleman, moving goods may also be considered a kind of thing. Could it be that the goods traded by Dakota and Rog can move and run? So the need to retrieve means that if it runs away, you have to catch it back? Carl finally understood why the old woman Rog was so generous and sent him to do this job casually. Now think about it carefully. Could it be that she lowered the high price of protecting living things to the price of ordinary pickup? He remembered what Oliver said casually while driving. Just give a radius of 5 kilometers. Will that thing grow legs and run by itself? Could it really run? Carl felt the discomfort of the acid rain hitting his clothes and told Oliver and Wayland his guess. Shit, this can't be true. I was wondering why old lady Roger was so generous. I was wondering if she really wanted to give us a vacation. So we have to ensure that the goods are picked up smoothly this time. Oliver now understood why the goods were not transported directly into the city. Someone must come to pick them up. If it is a live cargo, then according to the nature of the middleman, it is 99% likely to be a contraband item, and there are 2 different prices for sending contraband items into the city. But if it is the current KK team that sends things into the city, then Rog can save some money. She really counted everything. I knew that old woman Rog was not so kind. Oliver looked at Wayland and understood why Rog did not let Wayland come alone. While saving a bribe that may be comparable to the hiring fee, it can also allow Wayland, who was supposed to execute this mission, to have 2 powerful helpers, Carl and Oliver. Why not do it? It saves money and adds insurance. Oliver asked himself if he was happy to do this. However, as Oliver realized that he was being taken advantage of by Rog, this feeling was not so comfortable. I now understand why Panem has only been in the city for a while, and he has always called Roger a bitch. Oliver's cheek twitched. I am a little tempted to say that now. You can curse me, I will never tell Roger about this. Wayland shrugged. It seems that he is more accustomed to Roger's style than Oliver. After all, he is a former signature mercenary who has worked for Roger for many years. He adapted quickly after realizing the truth of the mission. After all, I used to curse her like this in private. Come on, complaining in this damn weather is a waste of saliva. Carl interrupted the conversation in the rain. Acid rain seeped in through the gaps in the clothes, and the skin began to itch. This kind of rain has a pungent metallic smell, which makes people feel uncomfortable. He never hated rainy days, except acid rain. Hurry up and go to that house. If the goods are really alive, Carl squinted his eyes, and looked at the crumbling building in the distance. Then when the house collapses, our order will be considered a failure. Carl, Oliver's voice came with the sound of rain. When did you become a model employee? The old woman Roger is obviously squeezing us. Do you really plan to send the goods back intact? You can't say that. Carl wiped his face, and rubbed his fingertips, covered with corrosive rain on his clothes. The rain drew winding marks on it, which reminded him of V. The work that guy did was really hard. Compared with V, this kind of work that had to be carried out in the rainstorm because of unexpected weather was really nothing. I'm not as dedicated as V. He's the kind who will do anything for you as long as the money is agreed, regardless of whether it's worth it or not. Carl shrugged, but the remuneration for this order is fair. Although it's not as easy as I thought at the beginning, it's still acceptable. Since Rod pays well, and the weather is unexpected, then we do it according to the rules. Sigh, what can we do? Oliver just complained a few words. He really didn't want to do it, so after discussing it, the three of them were careful about the possible mudslides and headed towards the house. Then it took almost 3 minutes to climb up the house. It's not difficult to find the secret in this house. After all, this kind of abandoned house in the wilderness is so big. Once you lock onto this house, it won't take much effort to find it. The three found the entrance to the basement in the ramshackle hut, and when they opened the basement, they found the goods. It's indeed a living thing. To be more precise, it's a person. A man who is bound, gagged, and wearing glasses, giving off an elite corporate vibe. Chapter 639. Gold-rimmed glasses reflected the cold light of the swinging lamp in the basement. Under the meticulously combed slick-back hair was a standard corporate elite face. The straight suit was like a second layer of skin growing on his body. This outfit was simply copied directly from the corporate employee image manual. Oliver subconsciously grinded his back teeth. Just seeing this outfit, his temples began to throb. That innate sense of superiority, that look of looking at trash, every detail was provoking him to punch the other person's nose. Is this the cargo we want to pick up? Oliver whistled, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the holster. It makes me want to grab it just by looking at it. Wayland didn't say anything, but silently adjusted the position of his tactical gloves. In the years of struggling on the streets, he has seen too many such high-end goods. The shiny leather shoes never want to be stained with the dust of the neighborhood, and the chin is always raised 15 degrees when speaking. This kind of arrogance engraved in the bones is more disgusting than the glass curtain wall of the company building. Carl also frowned slightly. This too standard disgusting corporate dog look, and that face, looks like a calculating villain. Although Carl doesn't think that you can judge a person by his face alone, and he has always despised the bad habit of judging people by appearance, but at this moment, he has to admit that Oliver is right. Some faces are born with a temperament that makes people want to punch them. The three exchanged glances, and at this moment, they reached a rare consensus. This bastard really gives people the impression that they want to punch him. When Carl and the other two were examining this company elite like hunters, the other party also noticed their arrival. In the swaying light of the basement, the company dog who was originally curled up in the corner suddenly straightened his body. He raised his head like a frightened weasel, and his turbid pupils shrank sharply behind the broken gold-rimmed glasses. The sound of acid rain hitting the ceiling and the groan of concrete cracking mixed together, but at this moment all his attention was fixed on the three uninvited guests. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and cold sweat slid down his meticulously combed blonde hair. When the swaying light swept over Carl and the others' faces for the third time, the company dog's eyes widened. The expression was as if he saw a terrifying monster appear in front of him in the wilderness, and he had nowhere to escape. K.K. Oliver. And Pangolin Crispin Wayland. The company dog's dry and blocked lips trembled and could not speak, but he still squeezed out these names for himself in his throat. He felt that an ice pick was slowly piercing along his spine. This was 10 times more terrible than his worst nightmare. At this moment, his heart was like an overloaded engine, beating wildly in his chest. The monitoring chip issued a sharp warning, and the red alarm of heart rate 187 kept popping up on his retina. Cold sweat soaked his custom-made shirt, and his suit suddenly became suffocating like a shroud. Any of these three people who appeared on the street openly would be enough to clear the entire street, but now they surrounded him, especially when he met KK's eyes reflecting cold light. A kind of primitive fear awakened from the depths of his genes. It was the instinctive trembling of creatures facing top predators. The ventilation pipe in the basement suddenly whistled like a sob, and the rusty metal mesh cast a spider-web-like shadow on his head, as if the noose of fate was tightening. Carl noticed the fear of this company dog, and from his eyes, Carl knew that the other party recognized him. It would be easy if he recognized him. At least, he should be more sensible, knowing that it is impossible to escape, and it is impossible to die, and he should be quiet after understanding. Carl looked at the man's current situation. Under the swaying emergency lights, the man was nailed to the modified metal bed board like a specimen. This was originally a simple bed in the basement, but now it has become the most perfect restraint device. 7 industrial-grade straps radially locked his limbs, waist, abdomen, and neck. Each strap is embedded with a bite-proof carbon fiber mesh inside, leaving him no possibility of escaping on his own. More cautious than expected, Roger was still worried that this person would run away by himself if left here, and he gave a rough range, but now it seems that this company dog without any combat prosthesis installed can't even break free from the initial restraints. Dakota, the middleman in the Badland, is obviously well versed in the handling of live goods. She may have done this kind of thing a lot before, and knows how to transfer people. Under Carl's observation, she even made secondary insurance. Carl noticed that there were several red lines under the metal plate where the company dog was tied, which looked very inconspicuous in the dim environment. After a slight observation, Carl understood what those red lines were. They were the induction lines of the cutting device. These biometric induction wires are as thin as hair, but as long as the restraint pressure is reduced by 15%, the rapid-fire tendon cutter installed under the bed will complete a precise strike within 0.3 seconds, ensuring that even if the company dog has a slight possibility of breaking free from the restraints, it cannot escape far, and can only wait for the hunter to hunt like a wounded rabbit. Carl touched the red line with the tip of his shoe and looked at the company dog's instantly stiff neck. Even the possibility of biting your tongue to commit suicide has been taken into consideration. The spike device on the inside of the strap is obviously designed to deal with this situation. When abnormal movement of the lower jaw is detected, it will be triggered to ensure that you can maintain breathing while cutting off all possibilities of suicide. The water droplets brought by the storm dripped along the ventilation pipe, knocking the countdown sound on the metal plate. Carl bent down slightly and found that the wrists exposed by the cuffs of the man's suit had been rubbed with blood marks. Those carefully designed restraints did not even leave him room to struggle because of pain. Carl straightened up. How to say it, looking at this man, there is always a feeling of being tied up as a zongzi. Speaking of it, I haven't eaten zongzi for a long time, I miss it. A strange thought flashed through his mind, and Carl was now considering how to take this man away. Dakota's handling of the goods cannot be said to be bad, completely eliminating the possibility of any goods falling into her hands, but it was because she handled it too well, which led to a momentary lack of knowledge of how to take over the restraints and take this man away. According to Carl's observation, his mouth restraints were connected to other parts of his body, which meant that if he was treated, he would probably be able to speak and bite his tongue to commit suicide. However, it seemed that people who bit their tongues to commit suicide were choked to death by their own blood. If that was the case. In front of the company dog's horrified expression, Carl showed the single molecule line, and then waved it towards his head without hesitation. Chapter 640. Carl's single molecule wire was not used to kill this company dog. He was a precious commodity after all. Carl would take care of him if he accepted the job. The sharp single molecule wire cut the mouth restraint accurately. When the company dog felt the mouth restraint fall off in fear, and was secretly delighted that he could suddenly speak, the silver wire had already wrapped around the nerve access port on his neck and bit it accurately like a venomous snake finding its prey, connecting to the access port on his neck. Control, takeover completed instantly. The eyeballs of this company dog suddenly bulged. He clearly felt that the bioelectric current was being hijacked. The firewall of the prosthesis was torn apart like waste paper. At the moment when the nerve block was lifted, the colder data torrent had already flooded his motor cortex. Single molecule wire. The silver filament in Carl's hand was very familiar to him. When he was in the company, he had heard rumors about it. The single molecule wire made of special material was a weapon specially made for KK in the laboratory. It was said that it could cut the target's brain area gently like a lever, completing an electronic torture with extreme precision. Now, he experienced this feeling in person. The filament wandered around his nerve endings, and each data stream was maddeningly accurate. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't move even a finger. It was as if his whole body was immersed in solidified electronic slurry, and even breathing brought an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Under this feeling of suffocation, he could only stare at Carl with his eyes wide open. At this moment, Carl had read the other party's identity information through the nerve invasion of the single-molecule wire. Anders Hermann, former chief bioengineer of Arasaka Corporation, a top expert in the field of neural networks, holds many breakthrough patents. As for why he became the former chief? It's simple. After the death of Saburo Arasaka, this man suddenly disappeared and has never been heard from since. The Arasaka Human Resources Department determined that he had defected and directly expelled his file. Carl didn't expect to meet him here. What's more ironic is that the place is the trading place between the Badland middleman and the Queen of the Afterlife. The goods mentioned by Roger is obviously Mr. Hermann. According to the current situation, the matter is probably like this. After Hermann escaped from Arasaka, he was caught by Dakota's people in the Badland. After that, Roger reached some kind of deal with her and took over this precious goods. Is a former chief bioengineer of Arasaka precious? The answer is beyond doubt. Even for a giant company like Arasaka, the person who can sit in the chief position is not only a genius with real talent and knowledge, but also a winner in office politics. Technology, ambition, and skill are all indispensable. A talent like this that fully meets Arasaka's needs is definitely a precious asset even if measured by the huge size of the company. Not to mention, this Mr. Anders Hermann is involved in something else. Relic. The interface and components of Arasaka's flagship experimental project Protect Your Soul are related to a series of struggles within Arasaka and special things related to the resurrection of Johnny Silverhand. This Mr. Anders Hermann is the director of that project and even one of the R&D personnel of Relic. In other words, he is the person who can rank among the best in the world to understand Relic. The chief bioengineer related to Relic left Arasaka after the death of Saburo Arasaka, who was related to Relic. He was later caught in the Badland and handed over to Roger, who had the background of Michiko Arasaka. This aspect is obviously very interesting. If you think about it carefully, you may be able to come up with a lot of things, but for Carl, it's enough to know the identity and confirm the person. Carl still has that attitude towards Relic. He is really not very interested in this aspect. If it weren't for Johnny Silverhand, he wouldn't even pay much attention to this aspect. Now Roger or the people behind her obviously want to explore this matter, so Carl also understands this point. No matter what Roger and the people behind him plan to do after Mr. Anders Hermann is taken back, it is not Carl's business. People who take the job never ask too many questions. Will this guy be stuffed in the trunk, or sit in the back seat with you, Carl? Watching Carl retract the single molecule line, it was obvious that he had completed the control. Oliver looked at this guy, and then picked him up from the position that was no longer restraining him, and asked, "Stuffed in the trunk? Forget it, let this guy sit in the back seat." Carl looked at Anders Hermann, and initially planned to let him roll into the trunk, but Carl thought about the weapons in the trunk and the space that could accommodate it, and thought it was better to forget it. I'm not worried that Anders Hermann can't be stuffed in, but I'm worried that if he is stuffed in the trunk, if he drives too fast, he may damage some of the weapons in the trunk. If he hits ordinary things, it's okay, but if he hits some of Carl's modified things, then Hera might have an internal explosion. Sit in the back seat? Oliver glanced at Anders Hermann, and actually felt a little disgusted that he sat in the back seat of Hera. Hera was often cleaned outside and inside. Letting this guy sit in Hera always felt that Hera would be dirty. Carrying Anders Hermann, Oliver was about to take him out, and suddenly noticed that his eyes were rolling around, as if he wanted to say something, but was blocked in his mouth and couldn't say it, so he could only use his eyes to indicate. Carl, he seems to want to say something. What? Carl glanced at Anders Hermann and found that his eyes were moving faster because of Oliver's words. At a time when his other parts were controlled and difficult to move, he could only use Carl's eyes to express his emotions, and from the movement of his eyes, he seemed to be really excited and wanted to say something. Carl was usually reluctant to talk to such a person. He had no intention of talking to a company dog about how to get rid of others and get promoted in the office. He was too lazy to learn this when he entered Arasaka Academy. However, seeing that this person's eyes moved so quickly, Carl also became a little curious. Whether he wanted to curse or beg for mercy, he would just listen to a few words and see. Anyway, even if he wanted to commit suicide, he could control it in the first time. Carl slightly relaxed the restrictions on his head, and at the moment he released the restrictions, Anders Hermann spoke. It was a kind of speech with a sense of hesitation and fear. I swear, I really don't know the cause of death of Saburo-sama. The cause of death of Saburo Arasaka. Why did you suddenly say this? Carl had to admit that his curiosity increased. Chapter 641. You don't know how Saburo Arasaka died? Carl noticed that Anders Hermann seemed to have misunderstood. He could have asked him questions, but he thought that this roundabout way might not be able to obtain valuable information, so he simply cut the conversation short. I'm not here for this either. Not for this? Anders Hermann's pupils suddenly contracted. In his mind, what else could the famous KK have come to visit him for, except for the murder case that shook Night City? The thinking engine specially trained by the company's elite began to run at full speed, and the muscles under the suit unconsciously tightened. Since it wasn't Arasaka Nobuo sent to silence him, his Adam's apple rolled, and his speed of speech became faster and faster. It wasn't the hyena hidden in the company who was investigating whether Relic was related to Saburo's death. Anders Hermann's words deliberately revealed things, turning recent encounters into information and constantly informing Carl. After revealing two guesses about the direction of the personnel, he suddenly leaned forward and asked cautiously and tentatively, "Are you recruiting me on behalf of a certain company?" This tentative question contained a subtle tremor of expectation and a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. On behalf of a certain company. Carl thought for a while. I can only say that I came on behalf of someone. Oh, I understand. Before the success of the matter, and I am really brought in, I can't reveal it, right? I can understand. The competition between companies is like this. I do have the value of allowing Arasaka to launch a small-scale plunder war. Anders Hermann could see that Carl's words were not a lie, and his original anxiety suddenly relaxed a lot. As long as they need me, I still have value, I will not die, and I can survive. But who is the person behind the scenes? Just need me. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, crushing the words into a breath. The value of a person, the currency that can be converted into equal amounts in Night City, is now clanging into his broken life account. Military technology? Kotao? Biotechnology? Each name exploded a data storm in his neural chip. He suddenly remembered the day when Saburo Arasaka died, and he heard the electromagnetic noise of the encrypted frequency band. At that time, the Personnel Department of Military Technology took advantage of the chaos in Arasaka and sent recruitment notices to most of them. If it was really them. Anders unconsciously pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. In his head, there were still 3 sets of Arasaka firewall keys that had not been formatted. If it was Arasaka's mortal enemy Military Technology, they would like this meeting gift very much. But there is also the possibility of other companies. Anders Hermann looked at Carl's face and suddenly thought of a possibility. In the intelligence he knew about Carl, there was a piece of information that Carl's origin was likely to be the son of the former administrative commissioner of Kong Tao. The intelligence said that he might have come to Night City alone after his family died. However, although the information was detailed, there were too many suspicious points, as if a senior person had specially disguised it. It is naturally unlikely that Arasaka would disguise Carl's identity. With Arasaka's intelligence ability, they could obtain this kind of identity information that seemed like a disguise. But there was nothing wrong with it. There was no other possibility except that this identity was covered up by other companies. Moreover, Carl's rapid rise in the city was also very special. As far as Anders Hermann knew, when Carl first appeared in Night City, he and Oliver, who later became his companion, took a pistol to kill a group of Vortex gang. As a company executive, this seemed too good for a son, who should have been pampered. And if all this was actually Kong Tao's disguise, KK had always been Kong Tao's man from the beginning, an elite specially trained by Kong Tao, but had been active in Night City as a mercenary for some purpose, then it made sense. Anders Hermann thought about Carl's identity with the company's thinking, and then he suddenly spoke in Chinese. You seem to be very knowledgeable about tea? Anders Hermann's Adam's apple rolled, and the microtranslator hidden under his tongue began to heat up. When the Chinese sentence slipped out from his lips and teeth, he deliberately bit the tail of tea like a special accent. This was a special pronunciation method taught to him by a Kong Tao female spy, which was said to trigger the voice print authentication of the other party's cochlear implant. After he left Arasaka, Kong Tao immediately sent someone to contact him and told him that if he was interested, Kong Tao would send someone to meet him for formal employment. The employment procedure was to test him with such a speech, but later Anders Hermann was caught by the bad land wanderers just after leaving the city, and there was no chance to contact him. Anders Hermann now suspected that KK was his contact person. Hearing Anders Hermann's words, Carl's hand was slightly pressed on his waist. Seeing Carl's right hand on the tactical waist bag, this action made Anders's hair on the back of his neck stand up collectively. Is he going to extract Kong Tao's neural contract chip? Or did he find that the code was wrong and wanted to silence him? After stopping his breathing for a second, he heard Carl's answer. It's a bit, but what are you talking about now? Are you testing something? After listening to Carl's words, Anders Hermann reacted. Not Kong Tao? The suspicion of biotechnology is rapidly rising in probability. According to the financial report data he peeked at last week, they are secretly acquiring a neural programming laboratory. Could it be biotechnology? He saw that Carl's clothes were wet and exuded some acidic smell. Could it be the color of the latest sedative in biotechnology? If it is biotechnology, then the gift he handed in to the company must be the technology he has studied for many years in biological research. Maybe he can prepare it in advance? The thought of staying alive burned all logical circuits, like wildfire. Anders Hermann's pupils vibrated at a high frequency in the darkness, and his unrestrained lips twisted into a grotesque arc, as if countless possibilities were squeezing out from between his teeth. Carl used his knuckles to press his chin to observe this scene. I have to say that Anders Hermann is quite interesting now. Carl looked at him, as if he was looking at a white mouse trapped in a maze looking for food at the exit, and its brain cells were crackling and burning in the skull. However, this is also good, let him think about it first. Originally, I only let go of his mouth out of curiosity and controllable situations. Compared with worrying that he would die suddenly due to excessive tension caused by his heartbeat being blocked and his random thoughts. Perhaps the current situation is better? Carl was looking forward to it. He waited for Anders Hermann to think around and found that he would see Arasaka in the end. What kind of mood would he be in? However, his words did give him some information. Judging from his tentative words. Kanto, are you interested in Arasaka's internal talents now? Chapter 642. Although the weather was still bad, Anders Hermann was taken all the way back to the city and finally handed over to Rog. Until the last moment, he was still wondering which company wanted to recruit him. It was normal for a company to recruit through a middleman, a black glove between companies. Anders Hermann had heard that Rog seemed to have a company background, but Rog usually served as a middleman for major companies, so it was not uncommon to recruit people through her. So even when he was in Rog's hands, he was still very calm, and even vaguely showed some of his arrogant attitude as a company dog to Rog, the middleman. In his opinion, he was an important person that Rog needed for the commission. In other words, in his eyes, Rog was just a broker who was paid to do things, so he should be respectful to him. He didn't dare to put on airs in front of KK, because he knew that if he pretended in front of KK, KK would really dare to kill him. But facing a middleman who picked up the leftovers from the company's hands, even if he was controlled by her now, what could she do to him? I hope we can meet in a more decent occasion next time. When Anders Hermann was taken away by Rog's men, he did not forget to nod slightly to Carl, pretending to maintain etiquette. But as the distance got farther, his back became straighter and straighter, and his steps became more arrogant, like a peacock with a proud look. Carl looked at his back, and didn't know what to say for a while. When we meet the welcoming team sent by Arasaka, Oliver said with a chuckle, his face will definitely be very exciting at that time. Wylan nodded in agreement. There are not many purebred corporate dogs like him now. Maybe that's why Oliver was a little speechless. When he really bends down, he can kneel faster than anyone else. Carl shrugged helplessly at Rog, and after getting a tacit nod from the other party, he watched the middleman turn around and walk to the back room. At this moment, the three people's mobile phones rang at the same time. As a professional middleman, Rog naturally saved the contact information of each mercenary, and the transfer information was clearly displayed. She thoughtfully saved them the trouble of dividing the account, and directly transferred their respective shares to each person's account. Not bad, Oliver whistled. I did a little work and earned back all the money for tonight's dinner, and I can still have a few more drinks. It's not a big job, but it's a lot of trouble. If it weren't for this horrible weather, it would have been easier. Carl tugged at his collar, and the smell of acid rain lingered, making him frown. TSK, I have to go back and take a shower, and Hera has to be cleaned up thoroughly. He turned to Wyland. Let's get together next time when we are free. Have you taken a lot of work recently? If I take work, I'm free anytime. Wyland grinned and dusted off his jacket, which was also soaked with acid rain. If I drink, I'm free. To be honest, although the rain today is unlucky, it may help us. Oliver recalled the glimpse he had when he was driving. You mean those drones? He squinted his eyes, and recalled the scene on the way back. After the storm subsided, drone groups began to appear on the edge of the city, patrolling the Badlands, circling like belated hounds. If they were originally heading for Anders Hermann. It seems that this rain not only soaked us, Oliver snorted, but also extinguished some people's tracking plans. Anders Hermann, it seems that his value is indeed as he believes, not low. Carl didn't care much about this. After all, the things Anders Hermann revealed, except for Relic, which had already made him see the miracle of Johnny Silverhand's resurrection, he didn't even have the interest to ask more questions about other things like biological experiments and factional struggles. After saying goodbye to the friends he just met today, he went home and took a shower. After changing his clothes and walking out of the room, he found that Jack and V had returned. And the two people looked like this at this time. Just like a pig head. This is the evaluation of T-Bug, who came back with them. To be honest, it's true. Oliver nodded in agreement. Looking at Jack and V now, he honestly couldn't recognize that they were his friends. If it weren't for the difference in size, the swollen and bigger baked bun on the left was obviously Jack, and the slightly smaller yeast dough on the right should be V. He would have suspected that these two pigs were carried to the wrong place and put in the living room. These two pigs fought hard in the ring for half an hour, which was great for the people watching. They were even cheering for the most exciting boxing match of the year. In the end, they were fighting on instinct, and then they were knocked down by each other's punches. They lay on the ground for a long time and couldn't get up. T-Bug told Oliver and Carl what these two pigs did in the game, and then complained sharply. If you don't know, you would think they are competing for who will pay for dinner tonight. The two of them hit each other in the face, which is much more cruel than to others. If you don't know, you would think they have a life and death feud. I think they know each other too well, so they know how to treat each other like this to make each other stand up. Carl went to pour a glass of lemonade, then stretched out his hand to sniff the smell on his body. After feeling that the smell that originally permeated his body had dissipated, he said, "After all, these two idiots also know each other's abilities, and they probably don't want to know that they are letting each other down. And then they treat each other like this?" T-Bug frowned. To be honest, as a mental worker, she didn't really understand why they worked so hard in this regard, just like she didn't understand her teammates who worked with her before. In her opinion, since it didn't matter who advanced, why not just compete with each other casually and then lie comfortably on the ground? We are all family, so it doesn't matter who wins. That's not right, T-Bug. When T-Bug was muttering, the smaller pig head spoke. Old Vic is watching, and Jack is standing in front of me, ready to face me. How can I not be serious? After V said this, T-Bug stopped talking. Because this sentence convinced her. Every time he went to Old V's clinic, Old V always showed a boxing match tirelessly, a match that he thought the side that should have won should never have lost, and he couldn't figure out why the side that should have won lost. Because he didn't understand, he watched it over and over again, and in the end, he could only think that there was a gap between the two sides in prosthesis. The pure boxing in the past had been changed by prosthesis, and he could only side like this. But everyone who is familiar with Lao Wei actually knows that Lao Wei just doesn't want to see another fact. That is, the boxer he supports, who should have won even with the difference in prosthetics, had a fake match. Whether it was for money or some other reason, the boxer who should have won had a fake match. This is what Lao Wei is unwilling to admit, so he can only watch it again and again to try to convince himself. But he can't convince himself no matter what. In front of Lao Wei, a friend who knows him and knows his level is standing in front of him. How can V and Jack convince themselves not to go all out? That's disrespectful to everyone. Whether it's Lao Wei, or the friends on the opposite side, or the people who love boxing and come to watch the game, as well as himself and his previous opponents in the boxing match, it's too disrespectful. You guys are really... Finally, T-Bug was convinced, and put aside the idea of complaining, and went to get the medical box, ready to let Oliver treat these two pigs. So who won in the end? Oliver asked with a smile, holding the shoulders of the two pigs. Jack. V said, without any resentment in his words. This bastard's fist was too heavy, I couldn't get up for a long time. He was only half a second slower than me, and I won by points. The victorious pig-headed Jack smiled. But since I won, you can rest assured and watch me turn around and hold the razor. As the winner among friends, even if he faces the champion later, he can't lose. Chapter 643. The final of the Night City boxing match has more people than expected. The champion of the new round of street selection in Night City, Jack Wells, a good man from Haywood, vs the boxing champion Razor Hughes, who once walked out of Night City. The match between these two people is not only for people who love boxing in Night City, but also for people from all over the world who have heard the relevant news. Although this match is not a formal match, it can only be regarded as the boxing champion Razor Hughes preparing to return to his original intention and compete again in the place where he, the boxing champion, came out. It is a match of some public welfare nature, But with the sign of the boxing champion and the famous KK team member Jack Wells, this match is destined to be extraordinary. The venue of the boxing final is set in the abandoned shopping mall of Shifeng Manor in Taiping State. In the past, such a place would have been dilapidated, and the facilities would have been messy. However, since the NCPD was stationed in Taiping State again, bringing the long-lost order here, many citizens who had difficulty finding a foothold in the city center have moved in, bringing new life to this abandoned neighborhood forgotten by the Night City renovation plan. When the residents heard that Jack would challenge the boxing champion here, they spontaneously organized themselves and renovated the venue together with the boxing-loving Animal Gang members. Although the current final scene is not magnificent, it has long been free from the depression of the past. Hey, Savage King! Carl had just arrived at the venue with Oliver and Jack's relatives and friends not long ago, and saw a familiar figure. So when the others went to the decorated players to prepare the backstage for Jack's assistance, he came over to say hello. I heard that you have now completely become the boss of the Animal Gang in Taiping State. It's amazing. I also trouble you to renovate the venue this time. KK. The Savage King glanced at Carl and nodded slightly. There's nothing to thank for this. After all, it was our Animal Gang that worked in Taiping State before. We just picked up the old job again. And this time, the citizens who moved here also helped spontaneously. To be honest, it didn't take much effort. Not to mention, everyone in our Animal Gang is looking forward to this game. We are also serving our own hobbies. As she said, she folded her hands. Andy from NCPD also gave me an idea, saying that this ring venue can be preserved in the future as the final venue of the Night City Street boxing competition. Gout Eye Stage. In the future, if you want to have a convincing boxing match, you have to come here, and it can be open to the public and for our own use. I think this idea is good, but I am still a little unsure about the benefits. Can you give me some reference? Is this feasible? Andy's suggestion, I can only say that it is indeed very insightful. Carl did not expect Andy to actually communicate with the Savage King, the leader of the Animal Gang in Taiping State. It seems that the Animal Gang has really helped NCPD a lot in the community security in Taiping State. Otherwise, according to Andy's personality, he would not talk about this with gang members. But Carl still has some doubts. Is it really okay for me to refer to this matter? This should be an internal matter of your gang. Don't let your internal personnel come? There are not many smart people among our internal personnel, but it is not impossible to say that there are none. I know a smart one, but she is busy with the things in Dogtown recently, and I just happened to see you, so I asked. After all, I still believe in your words. There are not many basic rules in the Animal Gang. Being able to fight and having brains are definitely the basic rules. To get promoted in the Animal Gang, you either have to be particularly good at fighting or particularly smart. Everyone in the Animal Gang thinks that KK is smart and can fight, so ask him what's wrong. No matter whether KK is a member of the Animal Gang or not, as long as KK shows a little bit of his idea of becoming the leader of the Animal Gang, you will see whether the people of the Animal Gang will welcome KK to the position. How do you say that adjective? As long as you have the intention, we can carry you to teach us how to do things. Is this description correct? Looking at the Savage King scratching his head, Carl also understood that she was just not well educated. The general meaning of her words was still quite clear. Since the Animal Gang was not worried, what should he worry about? Reference, something that comes to mind. A sure win. Carl confirmed the value of Andy's proposal as soon as he opened his mouth. Not to mention that this venue can be used by you for free, the publicity effect after the match alone is worth the price of admission. The gimmick of the neighborhood champion versus professional boxing champion. Which boxing fan can resist to try it? Even the wine with the same name as the legend in the Next Life bar can fool a group of rookies to rush to pay for it. If it is replaced with a ring where real swords and guns have been used, are you afraid that no one will spend money to experience it? Do you understand the star effect? Carl counted on his fingers to help the Savage King calculate. Ticket commission, venue rental fee, the same towel and mouthwash as the champion can be packaged and sold in the city, which is another way to make money. The Savage King's eyes became brighter and brighter, and Carl was just saying the beginning. And if you take over this place, you can use it as a gathering place for people. Think about it, business is brought by people. In other words, as long as there are more people, why worry about no business? When more people gather, you Animal Gang will take care of the place. The bodyguards will do their job. People who know something on the street will know to pay you some money as protection fees. As long as you use half of your bodyguard skills, your reputation will definitely not be bad. Then more and more people will come, and you will definitely attract some people to join your Animal Gang. When this place becomes the most lively coliseum in Taiping Prefecture, Newcomers will rush to get under your gang tattoos. At that time, brothers from all branches will respect you as the Beast King. Then you will be the real boss of the animal gang. Boss the Savage King became more and more excited as he listened. It turned out that this was not only a way to make a fortune, but also to gather more and more people under his command. Then this matter really had to be done well. But you have to understand something. When the NCPD gives you some advice, you should cooperate well with them when the neighborhood is maintaining law and order. Think about it, there may not be any place in the entire Night City that is safer than this place. When the time comes, develop it. Maybe Taiping's how, a poor land that others look down upon, will be the real gold mine for making money. At that time, you will be the boss who has brought the animal gang to a new peak. In the future, when those little guys chew the protein powder bought with the money you left, they will tell your story. Don't you think that your life has not been in vain? Come! The Savage King's eyes were bright enough to be scary. Even with her brain, she could draw inferences at this moment. Should I also give it to NCPD? The Savage King stared at Carl, and the relationship between Carl and NCPD flashed through his mind. Be polite? You can handle this matter yourself. Carl wanted to reach out and pat her shoulder, but found that even with his shoulder, it was difficult to reach the Savage King's shoulder, so he had to stretch his hand. So he patted her arm. Anyway, this is my reference. For details, you have to go through the process yourself to understand it. Chapter 644. What are you talking about? I tell them to understand more, and give you some tribute. Carl had just said goodbye to the thoughtful Savage King when he met Andy, who was probably here to maintain order in the game. So after answering his question, he asked casually, "Aren't you short of people in NCPD? Why do you have to come here to manage it?" You should have guessed it. No matter how short of people you are, there are so many people gathered here, so you have to send someone over, right? Andy gestured to Carl to look at the crowded crowd around him. I don't know how many outsiders and foreigners are coming here. If there is a mess, the face of the Night City Council will be lost to the whole world. Even if it is not for the sake of these citizens, it should be for the sake of foreign friends, right? Why do I hear you say something sarcastic? It's rare, Andy, you can be sarcastic. Carl said with a little surprise, and this made Andy shake his head. We have to maintain law and order. Did you notice that? Andy said, pointing to a place, and then Carl looked in the direction of his finger and found that in this abandoned shopping mall, probably where the elevator was originally, there was a circle of people gathered there for no one to know what they were doing. What's going on over there? Carl looked a few times. I seem to see some people holding euros in their hands. This boxing champion Razor Hughes is a world-class player. Everyone wants to know whether Jack, the dark horse, who came out of the Night City Street boxing match, can beat this legend down. He paused, with high attention. Naturally some people want to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. Oh! Carl understood immediately. What else can happen in a match that has attracted so much attention? It's nothing more than betting on winning or losing. Whose odds are higher now? Do you still care about this? No, I want to know who the public is more optimistic about. Carl spread his hands. After all, Razor Hughes has been hanging around for many years after becoming the boxing champion, while Jack only started to participate in boxing matches on the streets of Night City this year. I want to know who is more worthy of their attention from the world. I'm not very interested in this aspect, and I don't know the specific odds, but it seems that Jack is less optimistic, and the gap is said to be quite large. Not small? Carl raised his eyebrows. Jack is underestimated. It's hard to say. After all, although Jack is very famous as a mercenary, as a boxer, it is a cross-professional career, so it's normal that he is not optimistic about it. Andy explained, it's like a Chinese chef suddenly makes him. Making Western desserts. Although the difference is not that big, it is still suspicious. Yes, Carl said, and suddenly noticed that there was a person wearing NCPD uniform in the crowd over there. It seems that your people have also gone over to place bets. How is the betting situation of your team? That guy. Andy recognized at a glance that it was Oriona, a member of the team who joined the team through street recruitment. The daughter of the former legendary Mortar of Haywood, like Andy, is also an NCPD member who came from a mercenary. But compared to Andy, who has a calm personality and has become more serious with outsiders after joining the NCPD, Oriona obviously retains more street habits. For this rare street opportunity to make money, she must participate. But Andy didn't call Oriona over. The rules in NCPD are dead, but people are alive. NCPD has rules that restrict regular police officers from participating in such things, but its rules also say that NCPD cannot accept bribes. Andy can still turn a blind eye to such things. He knows Oriona's situation very well. She is young and has a daughter to support. There is also a confused father at home who keeps saying that the pension of military technology is really generous. He has no idea that the money he receives every month is stained with the blood of his daughter fighting for her life on the streets. Not to mention the mess her mother left behind. Her uncle's revenge against her family almost left her dead on the street. Now she finally wears a police badge and eats public food. She takes advantage of the opportunity to make more money, but she still takes bribes. It's just a slight violation of the rules. Who can bear to blame? The Special Operations Team's badge is indeed more decent than the Mercenary's dog tag, but Andy's equipment is comparable to the elite of the terrorist mobile team. With the best treatment, they naturally do the dirtiest and most dangerous work. Maybe one morning, Oriona's file will be stamped with a blue seal of died in the line of duty. The NCPD does have death compensation now, but even after Chief Johnson took office and worked hard to improve the treatment, the money in this regard is not much due to the interference of the city council. Every time an unfortunate thing happens, it is the people in the same team and Chief Johnson himself who secretly subsidize the bribes and wages they have received. Children who grow up on the streets always have the same rules of survival engraved in their bones. Instead of believing in the promises of the system, it is better to stuff a few more illegally obtained euros into your daughter's school bag. Andy looked at Oriona for many times, until Oriona squeezed out of the crowd and noticed that Carl and the captain were looking at her. "Hey, boss." Oriona came over and raised her chin to Andy as a greeting, then turned to Carl and grinned. "Let your Jack beat him to death. I bet 2 months' salary on him." Carl smiled slightly. "So you think highly of Jack?" "What else?" She sneered and pointed her thumb to the back of the other side of the ring, where Razor Hughes was preparing a room. "Trust that boxing champion? Forget it. Just Razor, the brainless muscle man from the animal gang. Jack can send him to the ICU with 3 punches. People born on the streets will always recognize their own people, and this rule cannot be changed even if they wear police uniforms." She approached Carl, revealing half of the betting ticket at the sleeve of her uniform. "Except for the leader, all members of the Special Operations Team bet on Jack, and there are some extra bets, which are considered bets for those gentlemen colleagues." She rubbed her fingers and made a gesture of counting money, just waiting for the dividends. "Do you have such a sense of trust?" Carl couldn't help but look at Andy when he heard that all members of the team, except Andy, bet on Jack, as well as other people in the NCPD police station, with a playful questioning look in his eyes. And Oriona also looked at Andy, with a vague questioning look in her eyes. Andy sighed helplessly when he was stared at by the two. "Want cash?" He said so, and Oriona smiled widely. "Bank transfer is the best. I go back now." Watching Oriona come over briefly, and then leave immediately and rush back, Carl asked curiously, "How much did you bet?" "All." Andy said calmly. "After all, if you want to pick up money, you have to pick up more." Sure enough, even Andy has a street style. Chapter 645. When Carl pushed open the door of Jack's exclusive lounge, he unexpectedly found that it was already crowded with people. Mrs. Wells was talking to Misty in a low voice, while Old Way stood behind Jack, skillfully kneading his tense shoulders. As soon as Carl got closer, he heard Old Way's hoarse voice analyzing the body structure of Razor Hughes. Full-body carbon fiber skeleton, titanium alloy joints, hydraulic transmission system, plus nano-level bionic skin and impact buffer. To be honest, that guy is simply a walking tank. Even if you swing a mace at his head, he won't even blink. "That sounds scary, Old Way." Oliver leaned on the wall next to him. "You are here to undermine morale, right? Jack hasn't even played yet, and you are talking about how strong the opponent is. It's better than rushing up and punching stupidly and ending up with a broken hand bone," while the other party just shook his head lightly. Old Way's hand was neither light nor heavy. He continued to massage Jack's shoulders. He said so much, not to show how strong Razor Hughes was, but for what he was going to say later. "But I am also a prosthetic doctor after all. I got some information from my colleagues. That guy just replaced his abdominal prosthesis last week, and the nerve conduction at the joint must not be fully synchronized. The fatal weakness of the 3-time heavyweight champion is hidden under his shiny 6-pack abs. Hit there, and he will be in so much pain that he will kneel down and beg for mercy. Don't worry, I've got it all written down here." Jack punched his temple lightly with his fist, showing his signature grin. At this time, Carl took 2 steps at a time and patted Jack's strong back with a mysterious expression. "Hey, big star, guess what I just saw outside the field?" Carl deliberately dragged out his voice, and before Jack could answer, he couldn't wait to reveal the mystery. "The NCPD outside are all eagerly waiting for you to make a fortune. They are all waiting for me, to help them make a fortune. Jack was stunned when he heard Carl's words. After all, he was a boxing enthusiast for many years. The next moment, he understood what Carl meant. It seems that I am quite impressive. Is there such a thing? Oliver said strangely. No wonder I just heard people arguing about odds outside. He scratched his hair in annoyance. I should have gone to see if I could bet on it earlier. As he said that, he really started to dig into his pocket, as if it was still in time to place a bet now. This deliberate performance in front of Jack was seen through by T-Bug, who was holding his hands next to him. She complained, "Too clumsy, encouragement is not given in this way." Oliver smiled, and suddenly said seriously, I heard from those old coaches that the muscles of a real boxing champion feel like the most expensive sex doll in Night City, soft but with hidden explosive power. He carefully poked Jack's taut biceps, but our guy is as hard as concrete now, so someone has to help him loosen up, right? Oliver is obviously the one who likes to show off the most in the team. When everyone is preparing for Jack's intense preparations, Oliver has to rely on his personality to make Jack relax, and not be too nervous. I don't know if there is a loosening up, but when you say that, I do feel a little more relaxed. Jack said to Oliver, when I knock Razor Hughes down, I will definitely remember your strange description of comparing the boxing champion to a sex doll. Just as Jack finished this sentence, a short bell rang outside. It seems to tell me that I can go on stage. Jack nodded to Lao Wei, then stood up and stretched his body. It must be said that Lao Wei was a boxer in the past, and then he switched to a profession of prosthetic doctor who knew the human body very well. Under his massage, Jack felt that his condition was better than ever before, and he felt very comfortable. Watching Jack get up, he also picked up the white towel. Throwing the white towel occurred in a boxing match in the 18th century. During a land match, a coach found that his apprentice was not a match for another boxer on the ring, so he put his handkerchief on the wooden fence next to the ring to express his surrender. From then on, there was a tradition of throwing a white towel equal to surrender. In a formal match, throwing a white towel may be rejected by the referee, but in this kind of match, as long as one of the players shows the white towel, it means the winner is decided. V and Jack have no coach, and they each hold the white towel for the other in every match, but they have never used it so far. I will personally throw the white towel into the arms of the opposing coach, so that he can use it if he is not prepared. These words made Jack grin. Then I trouble you, you must throw it well, don't let him not even have the chance to take the white towel, I will knock down his disciple. The moment Jack pushed open the iron door of the lounge, the lighting system of the entire mall suddenly lost power, and the breath of thousands of people condensed into a dense white mist in the darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, the spotlight suddenly blasted through the darkness like a heavy artillery, and the hoarse roar of the invited commentator penetrated the sudden explosion of sound waves. The dust floating in the spotlight column was like a swarm of startled bees, illuminating the referee, who was unbuttoning his suit beside the octagonal cage. His gold cufflinks flashed like a warning in the strong light. The next one to enter the arena is, the commentator's deliberately prolonged tone was shaken by the stomping of the audience, three-time heavyweight champion, human meat grinder, Razor Hughes. A cylindrical waterfall of light suddenly fell from the center of the venue. When the giant with brown and black skin emerged from the backlight, the audience in the front row leaned back 15 degrees at the same time. His granite-like deltoid muscles were shining with oil, and every step made the ring spring groan under the heavy load. When the champion raised his right hand wearing a green boxing glove, the spotlight just happened to illuminate the centipede-shaped old wounds on his arm, which were souvenirs left by the opponent's teeth during the defense last year. Razor, show him the left hook from hell. I've got everything I own on you. A female voice suddenly screamed in the sound wave, tear up that Haywood kid. The champion turned to the surrounding sound sources and smiled, with a fierce expression on his face. After the cheers of the crowd subsided a little, the commentator's speech speed suddenly increased. On the other side the lights flickered twice strangely, Jack Wells from Haywood. The last surname was drowned in another group of cheers that suddenly rose. Under the gaze of the people, Jack walked steadily step by step, and stood in front of the champion Razor Hughes. Even though Jack's stature was large enough compared to that of an ordinary person, he still looked shorter than Hughes when he stood in front of him. However, Jack showed no fear at all. His eyes were sharp as a knife, staring directly at Hughes's provocative eyes. The noise in the stadium seemed to be withdrawn at this moment, leaving only the tense silence between the two. Jack slowly raised his fist and touched his boxing gloves. His movements were crisp and clear without any hesitation. His muscle lines were particularly clear under the spotlight. Although not as exaggerated as Hughes, he contained explosive power, like a cheetah ready to go. Hughes grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, leaned forward and growled in a voice that only Jack could hear, "Don't cry later, Haywood guy." Jack didn't step back, but raised his chin slightly, with a sneer on his lips. "I hope your fist is harder than your nonsense." The audience exploded instantly. Some people whistled, some screamed, and more people shouted the names of the two. The commentator's voice sounded at the right time, fanning the atmosphere on the scene. "It seems that the gunpowder smell is full. Neither of the two players will give in, and tonight's ring is destined to see blood." The referee stepped forward and read the rules as a routine, but everyone's attention was focused on the two boxers' gaze. The hostility in their eyes almost sparked. When the referee signaled the two sides to bump fists, Hughes deliberately hit Jack's gloves hard, making a muffled sound, as if announcing that the fight officially began from this moment. Jack withdrew his hand and shook his wrist, his eyes still calm. He knew that the real contest had just begun. Chapter 646. When Razor Hughes really stood in front of Jack, Jack finally understood that those violent KO highlights repeatedly played in the Super Dream video, those exaggerated headlines that were rendered as human meat grinder by the media, and even those bloody hideous smiles sprayed on street posters, were all just two-dimensional projections of this man. What occupied his entire field of vision at this moment was a body that was a perfect fusion of technology and professional violence. The carbon fiber skeleton glowed with a cold light similar to surgical instruments under the overhead light, like a mechanical skeleton exposed to the air. The brown-black artificial muscle bundles bulged in a block shape that violated biology, and each fiber trembled slightly with the rhythm of breathing, like a hydraulic pipe that could burst at any time. The most uncomfortable thing was his face. The nanoscale bionic skin perfectly reproduced the texture of the human epidermis, but it was twisted and stretched at the brow arch and cheekbone due to the overdeveloped masseter muscles, turning the expression that should have been a smile into the bearing of some kind of carnivore. Click. As Razor stepped forward, the titanium alloy knee joint made a sound of precision gears biting together. Jack suddenly realized that the sound was exactly the same as the mechanical sound he heard in an illegal black prosthetic clinic last month, when the doctor adjusted the speed of the bone saw. "I will let you understand the gap between the street and the professional league." Accompanied by the ferocious expression under the face full of flesh, the boxing bell for the start of the ring match was rung, and the match between Jack Wells and Razor Hughes officially began. The moment the bell rang, Jack immediately lowered his center of gravity. The first lesson the street taught him was that only by surviving can he be qualified to talk about victory. Facing Hughes's fist like a heavy artillery, all Jack could do was to dodge first, judge his attack method, and then fight back. Almost at the moment when Jack moved his body, Hughes' left fist had already struck like lightning. The heavyweight boxer's fist was not only powerful, but also fast enough to be compared with the lightweight boxer. If an ordinary person encountered this combination of power and speed, he might have been defeated in one encounter. But Jack's lowered center of gravity ensured that he was not knocked out in the first round. Facing this thunderous punch, Jack turned his head to avoid it. Although his cheek was scratched by the wind, he successfully dodged Razor Hughes' opening KO punch, which could be regarded as a decisive blow in heavyweight boxing matches. Jack's dodge did not change Razor Hughes' expression. As a champion who could fight out of the streets to challenge him, it would be strange if Jack did not have such a skill. Razor Hughes' artificial eye flickered, and a series of data emerged. In this era, boxing is no longer a contest of flesh and blood and will. Technology is the real referee in the ring. Razor Hughes can win 3 consecutive championships not only because of his well-trained body, but also because of the military-grade prosthesis deeply embedded in every tendon of his body. Speed parameters recorded. The mechanically synthesized electronic sound sounded in his head, and his vocal cords vibrated synchronously with a hoarse soliloquy. The prosthetic eye shrank and focused, and the edge of the iris glowed with a faint green light, breaking down the subtle tremors of Jack's muscles into a data stream. Muscle reaction speed, 0.13 seconds. Although he was born in the Animal Gang, a group of anti-tech lunatics who advocated primitive violence, Razor Hughes has now engraved steel and algorithms into his fighting instincts. His second punch came faster than the nerve reflex. The right hook tore through the air, and the alloy knuckles scraped a string of sparks on the trajectory of the punch. But technology can't completely make up for the defects of biology. His left fist hasn't been retracted yet, and the hydraulic joint is still resetting. His ribs have already exposed a fatal gap. Jack leaned over like a venomous snake, and the peak of his fist chiseled Hughes's jaw from bottom to top. Bang! The shock-absorbing gel under the nanoskin instantly dispersed the impact force to all parts of the skull. The mechanically reinforced head just tilted back slightly, and the bionic epidermis didn't even have a wrinkle. The impact force is 1,240 pounds, 562.45 kilograms. Hughes' voice seemed to be squeezed out from the synthesizer deep in his chest, and even the corners of his mouth didn't move, not enough to trigger my buffer system. Those monsters encountered in the boxing championship, those crazy people whose bodies are 70% military prosthesis, can make the ring tremble with just a punch. In comparison, Jack's fist is like a child's push, and he can't even make him retreat half a step. Mercenaries and boxers are different species after all. Jack couldn't transform every muscle and every nerve into a killing machine that was born only for punching like a professional player. His prosthesis had to take into account stealth, firearms, and close combat, which meant that his fists were destined to be too gentle in the heavyweight field. The pain in his knuckles was piercing, and Jack felt like he was hitting a mountain of steel with his bare hands. He instinctively retreated, but Hughes stuck to him like a ghost. Bang! A textbook straight punch hit his abdomen. At the critical moment, Jack took a cross-defensive posture. The moment his arms crossed, the subcutaneous nano-armor immediately crystallized and hardened, forming a diamond-like protective net under the skin. However, the impact force still spread throughout his body like high-voltage electricity. Jack could feel his arm bones groaning and his muscle fibers, like rubber bands, stretched to the limit. What was even more terrifying was that his hands were actually shaking slightly. This was a sign of nervous system overload. The impact force of this punch was completely beyond the scope of ergonomics. Jack's feet left the ground instantly, and the whole person flew into the air as if he was hit by a battering ram. His defensive posture was as fragile as thin paper in front of absolute power, and his 120-kilogram body was thrown into the air like a rag doll. The audience burst into a mixture of amazement and fear. Some people subconsciously raised their hands to block it, as if they would see a scene of blood and flesh flying in the next second. In professional boxing matches, this level of knocking back usually only occurs in the slaughter of lightweights against super heavyweights. But the existence of Razor Hughes itself is redefining the heavyweight class. Every gram of his body weight has been transformed to military grade. His skeleton is a composite of carbon fiber and titanium alloy. His muscle bundles are woven with hydraulic transmission belts, and even his internal organs are wrapped in anti-vibration gel. When such a body pours all its kinetic energy into a straight punch, it is no longer a blow, but a human cannonball. Jack's back hit the intelligent shock-absorbing rope on the edge of the ring hard, and those nanofibers that can absorb 3 tons of impact force actually made a squeaking sound under the heavy load. Jack's artificial eye retina instantly sent out 7 damage warnings, the most eye-catching one flashing blood red, 87% risk of hand bone fracture. This is indeed a very remarkable opponent. Jack shook his numb hands, and the corners of his mouth curled up instead. The tingling from the knuckles crawled into the brain along the nerves, but he accurately segmented, analyzed, and archived it, just like evaluating the trajectory of each bullet in battle. Razor Hughes on the other side was still expressionless, but Jack had read the arrogance under that bionic face. A heavyweight boxing champion should be like this. If he didn't even have this much destructive power, he would have to suspect that the organizer was playing a fake match. Knocked away? That's just a necessary price. Jack completed data collection the moment he was in the air. Hughes's punching speed peak, force angle, and subsequent connection delay. All these parameters were jumping on the interface of his retina. Mercenaries are never afraid of being beaten, but they are afraid of the fog of not fighting back. Now, this fog has dispersed. He slowly stood up, and the subcutaneous armor made a subtle nano-reorganization sound. The test was over. This time Jack chose to take the initiative. After a feint, he suddenly changed direction and punched Hughes' abdomen. That was what Lao Wei told him, the flaw left by Razor Hughes after his recent prosthetic surgery. Starting from that side would hurt Razor Hughes the most. But Hughes seemed to have expected it. He raised his hand to block easily, and at the same time, he quickly punched Jack in the face, but Jack dodged it with his head, as if he had expected it. It was not that easy. Jack was not surprised that his sudden change of direction attack was blocked by Hughes. Hughes had recently undergone surgery, leaving a flaw. He was naturally very aware of this matter, and it was natural for him to be on guard. It seems that your information channels are very wide. Feeling the sudden change of direction towards his fatal point, if he had not been prepared in advance, it would have been impossible to block the attack. Hughes' eyes gradually became serious. Jack of the KK team, Razor Hughes had naturally heard of it, but before this, he had never thought that a street mercenary could pose any threat to him in his field of expertise. But from the situation of the 2 rounds of confrontation, this Jack might be a little trickier than he thought. If he was not careful, he might really have a chance to overturn. Hughes attacked again, and this time he obviously changed his strategy. His attack was more precise, and each blow went straight to Jack's facial triangle, the bridge of the nose, the temple, and the mandible. This was not boxing, but a systematic dismantling. Jack was forced to retreat continuously, and the soles of his boots left burn marks on the ring until his back hit the shock cord, and the nanofiber cord immediately made a compressed hum. This should have been a desperate situation. Seeing that Jack had no way to avoid it, Razor Hughes found the right time to punch suddenly, but Jack was waiting for this moment. In the instant before Hughes's heavy punch was about to hit, Jack's leg suddenly kicked the rope, and those shock cords that could absorb 3 tons of impact force became the most perfect ejection device at this moment. His body rebounded like an electromagnetic cannonball, and the peak of his fist left a residual image in the air. In boxing, holding the rope to attack or using the rebound force of the rope to attack is a violation, but that was the rule in the past. In today's era when even technology has been put on the ring, using ropes has never been a foul, but rather a very normal means of attack. However, this offensive method is rare for heavyweights, because heavyweight boxers now often rely on muscles and prostheses to fight in the ring until the opponent is knocked down alive. Such technical operations are not suitable for heavyweight boxers at all, so when Razor Hughes saw Jack leaning against the rope and using its power to rebound and accelerate towards him, he was also a little unexpected. Jack's fist hit Razor Hughes' chin hard, and the sound of metal breaking was clearly audible. Hughes' head suddenly tilted back, and the nano skin broke, revealing the carbon fiber skeleton underneath. This punch is powerful enough. When Hughes' brain was temporarily out of control due to the sudden impact, Jack punched again, and this punch accurately hit the fatal part of Razor Hughes, which was the abdomen that had just undergone prosthetic surgery not long ago. Under this punch, Hughes felt his internal organs trembling, and a mouthful of blood rushed to his throat. But before the blood spurted out, Jack's right fist had already drawn a fatal arc from bottom to top. Bang! The second uppercut accurately hit the damaged mandibular joint, and Hughes' prosthetic eye burst out a string of garbled codes, and the balance system completely collapsed. The 3-time champion was like a cherry tree chopped down by an axe, and fell heavily to the ground amid the deafening exclamations of the audience. Knockout! It's a knockout! The commentator's voice was distorted due to excitement. Jack knocked down the champion Razor Hughes. The whole venue was boiling. The gamblers who bet on Hughes were pale, while those who supported Jack waved their electronic tickets wildly, their faces full of excitement. Jack stood there, his chest heaving violently, and his fists were still stained with Hughes' nanoskin fragments, which flickered like mercury under the lights. The referee came between the two and started a 10-second countdown. "Is this your limit, champion?" Jack whispered, his voice drowned in the waves of the audience, and he stared at Hughes' trembling prosthesis. Those military-grade implants worth millions were smoking, like a dying mechanical beast. Jack knew the rules. In this era of technological transformation, boxing still retains the oldest dignity. When the opponent falls, you must give him a chance to stand up. This is the difference between a thug and a warrior. Hughes's prosthetic eye suddenly flickered, and his pupils refocused. His hands pressed firmly on the ground of the ring, and the hydraulic joints screamed on the verge of collapse, and then he slowly stood up to the cheers of the crowd. "This is just the beginning," he said. At the same moment, the boxing bell rang. "Time is up. The first round is over. 1-minute break." The referee separated the two men who were ready to continue the game. A round of boxing lasts 3 minutes, and now the time is up. The two players have to adjust and rest for 1 minute. Listening to the familiar bell, Hughes shook his head. The 3 minutes of fighting with Jack actually made him forget the time of a round that a boxer should remember like instinct. "You are a good opponent." After leaving a word to Jack, he turned around. "You too." Jack said the same thing and turned around, and in front of him, he had already prepared a towel under the ring to wipe his face. Chapter 647. "How do you feel, Jack? Can you still withstand this guy's punch?" While V was wiping the sweat off Jack's face, Oliver asked Jack from the ring, "Just now, I was stunned when I saw you flying. That guy's fist is probably comparable to an exoskeleton. I think that punch can break even if it lands on a reinforced concrete wall. Still withstand it." Jack looked down at his swollen and purple arm. The capillaries under his skin spread like a broken spider web. He tried to move his fingers, and immediately felt a tingling feedback from his joints. "But if this fist lands on me?" He grinned, and the unfinished words dissipated in the cold mist of the pain-relieving spray. V silently unscrewed the silver metal can with the word "Strive to Cure" printed on it, and the can body reflected the dazzling white light on the top of the venue. With a hissing sound of pressure release, light blue medicine mist gushed out from the nozzle, densely covering Jack's scarred arm. The moment the medicine mist touched his skin, Jack's muscles unconsciously tensed. It was a biting coolness almost like liquid nitrogen. Then, the burning pain quickly dissipated like the tide, replaced by a soothing numbness, and his chaotic thoughts were cleared up. I remember this thing was a new model that was launched last month. Jack turned his wrist and watched the condensed medicine on his skin penetrate into his pores like a living thing. I remember it's not cheap. He looked at the effect, but it's really expensive for a reason. This effect is just like soaking the whole arm in ice whiskey. It will hurt a lot to disinfect with alcohol. Carl, who was supporting the team under the ring, was a little speechless. But judging from your appearance, you should be fine. Come on, there's still a little time left, eat something. As he spoke, Carl handed over an edible energy gel for energy replenishment, Mexican flavor, the kind you like. Don't tell me it's corn flakes flavor, it really is. Jack swallowed the edible energy gel that had been torn open in one gulp, and found that it was really corn flakes flavor. The taste of corn flakes mixed with the soft edible energy gel was actually quite strange, but feeling the supplement falling from the esophagus into the stomach, Jack felt as if he had gained some strength. With the support of your fan club, I feel it would be strange if I didn't win. Then you win first. V patted Jack, and at this time, the bell for the start of the second round rang. I will fight him to the death in this round. Jack stood up, and opposite him, Razor Hughes, whose wounds had been urgently treated, slowly stood up. Judging from his posture, the injuries Jack caused him in the first round did not hinder his fight at all, and he was still in his prime. At the beginning of the second round, Razor Hughes's fighting method was different from the first round. Feeling the threat from Jack, he fought more steadily. He no longer punched continuously like in the first round, but clenched his fists in front of his chest, and slowly and threateningly pressed towards Jack. Come on, big guy. Faced with the posture of Razor Hughes, Jack changed his posture. He did not use the Mexican boxing stance that he used most in boxing, but used the Philippine boxing stance. Mexican boxing is about using aggressive boxing techniques that tend to be oppressive, using hooks and swings to hit various parts of the opponent's body, and using fewer straight punches. The emphasis is on destroying others at close range. The Philippine boxing stance is a Southeast Asian boxing style, with a sense of rapid attack in the form of Muay Thai. It emphasizes ferocity and faster attack frequency, and knocks down the enemy with continuous punches. Jack's change in stance at this time also represents that his attack and defense in the second round are reversed from Razor Hughes in the first round. In the first round, Razor Hughes was the one responsible for the attack. His attack was powerful and difficult to stop, and he pressed Jack step by step. Jack could only use coping methods to continuously withstand his attacks. In the second round, Razor Hughes chose a stable style of play because of the injury he suffered from carelessness in the first round. Jack was the opposite, wanting to take advantage of his illness to kill him and decide the outcome with the speed of his punches. Hughes noticed the change in Jack's posture. As the king of the boxing ring, he naturally recognized Jack's current posture, and he immediately thought of a reasonable response. Facing the Philippine boxing that keeps punching and wants to win by speed, the more reasonable response is to maintain defense and delay, because fierce attacks are often accompanied by a large amount of physical energy consumption. As long as Hughes defends and delays steadily, Jack will run out of energy in a few rounds, and then it will be time for Razor Hughes to counterattack. This is the most reasonable approach. However, this is not what a heavyweight boxing champion should do. Self-esteem, or pride, does not allow Razor Hughes to do this. As long as he wins in the boxing ring, it's fine. This is what Razor Hughes knew after entering the boxing world. As long as it is for victory, any means can be used, as long as you can win, no matter how despicable it is. So Razor Hughes was willing to accept the transformation of the military-grade prosthesis, turning his body into a real boxing machine. But while being a machine, he is still a human being in his heart. He also has his pride that has never retreated since the Animal Gang. That is Razor Hughes. He must have knocked the opponent down head-on, using his fists like a cannonball to knock the opponent down. In his boxing career, he has never had the experience of relying on physical exhaustion to win the opponent. For Razor Hughes, the way to win as a boxing champion is to knock him down, and only to knock him down. He had been knocked down once in the first round, so he should fight back. Razor Hughes' spirit gradually calmed down. The mental and physical injuries that he had to inhale inhibitors to relieve from the daily torture of military-grade prosthesis were subsiding, and a sense of peace enveloped Razor Hughes' heart. No need to think too much. The opponent has already taken an offensive posture, so can he have any other response? Razor Hugh's posture, under the incomprehensible gaze of his coach and the gaze of Jack with a smile on his lips, took the same boxing posture as Jack. Attack against attack. The champion is never afraid of any adjustment. Since you are going to challenge me in my proud offense, I will accept your challenge. You are worthy of being the champion. Jack whispered to himself and punched forward. Chapter 648. The next moment, when both of them took the same posture, Jack popped out like a spring, tapping the ground with his forefoot and lifting his heel slightly. With the unique agile footwork of the Filipino posture, Razor moved almost synchronously, and the two drew a perfect circular trajectory in the center of the stage. The speed of the two people at this moment made some of the audience unable to keep up. They could only see two black shadows shuttling on the ring. It was not until the moment of the fight that they could see the specific appearance of the two people fighting. Jack threw a feint with a left jab, and Razor's shoulders shook reflexively, but his footsteps did not mess up. He almost instantly recognized that Jack's attack was a feint. Good reaction. Jack admired in his heart, and then slid forward, shooting a right straight punch like a bullet. Razor leaned back with amazing flexibility, and his fist brushed his chin. Jack's fist was aimed at Razor's already injured chin. If he was hit several more times in a row, even Razor would have to lie down, so he was fully prepared to take precautions and dodge. Although Razor Hughes was a big guy, he was as flexible as a professional dancer. Jack threw another punch, but Razor suddenly changed his rhythm. His left shoulder made an exaggerated fake move, which made Jack instinctively retract his hand and raise it to protect his head. However, Razor's front foot slid half a step to the outside strangely, and a right swing punch came from an incredible angle. Bang! The air seemed to explode. The boxing glove brushed Jack's left ear, causing his skull to buzz. He staggered half a step and immediately lowered his center of gravity, just in time to avoid Razor's left hook. Left jab. Right straight punch. Left hook. Razor's combination was like a storm. Jack blocked most of the attacks, but a tricky right uppercut broke through his defense and hit his chin hard. Stars flashed in front of his eyes, and Jack felt his legs go weak. Even though Razor's fist had some strength to maintain the speed of the punch, when the force hit his jaw, Jack still felt the tremor in his head, as if the brain was shaking. He instinctively hugged Razor, and seeing Jack's action, Razor paused the attack. Passive clinch. This is a concept in boxing competitions, which refers to the behavior of players clinch with their opponents due to physical fatigue or to avoid being hit during boxing matches. Whenever this happens, the referee will immediately order the two sides to separate. In traditional concepts, this kind of behavior is despised and considered as cheating because it affects the smooth viewing experience. However, Razor Hughes could see that Jack did not do it on purpose, so he chose to step back and let Jack's instinctive support break away. The experienced referee had stepped forward and quickly separated them. Sorry. Feeling dizzy, Jack still apologized for his subconscious action. It's okay, it's normal. Razor Hughes calmly comforted Jack, and then got ready again. The referee took a look and stepped back. The game continues. Jack shook his head and forced himself to wake up. In the previous fight, he noticed that before Razor threw a right punch, his left shoulder would shake slightly. This is a habit that may be used. When Razor approached again, Jack pretended to stagger, luring the opponent to throw a right punch. Sure enough, the slight shoulder tremor appeared. Jack squatted half a second in advance, and Razor's right swing passed by his hair, and his left hook hit Razor's ribs firmly. Woo! Razor groaned and retreated for the first time in the second round of the fight. Jack took advantage of the victory, and followed up with a right straight punch and a left hook. Razor's nose spurted blood and splashed on the ring between the two. The audience burst into deafening cheers. Jack found that even with a chin injury, Razor's wrist was still stable against the boxer's weaknesses, so he changed his fighting style and began to focus on liver and rib attacks. Another advantage of the Filipino style emerged. This posture is particularly suitable for short and powerful body hooks. After a beautiful fake move, Jack's right hook hit Razor's left rib hard. Razor's face turned pale instantly, which was the reaction of the liver being hit hard. Jack immediately followed up with a left hook, but Razor dodged it with a clever sway. Razor had seen Jack's fighting style, attacking the weakness, which was understandable. The two people were entangled in a fight, elbows against each other, sweat blending, and Jack could feel the power surging from Razor's body. Separate. The referee intervened again. Before that, Razor took the opportunity to hit Jack's chin with a hidden left uppercut. He followed the rules of the ring, and would take care of the opponent's mistakes, but he would also seize even the slightest opportunity to attack his opponent. It hurt so much. Jack spat out the blood in his mouth and nodded. His vision blurred for a moment, and then refocused. Before the sound of the game restarted, Razor had turned into a black whirlwind. His combination punches were like a precisely programmed killing algorithm, and each punch went straight to Jack's injured chin. Jack had to dodge with a twisted cervical spine angle. The swinging rhythm unique to the Philippine boxing frame was completely disrupted. His artificial eye showed that his heart rate was dangerously close to the red alert zone. When the left hook with wind pressure hit again, Jack suddenly turned off the shock absorption system of his knee. His body fell suddenly like a puppet with broken strings. Razor's fist brushed his hot scalp and burned a few strands of hair with the smell of burnt circuits into ashes. I have to thank Carl for this. If I hadn't seen Carl do a similar move to avoid Adam's heavy hammer attack, I wouldn't have thought of treating my legs in advance. Thinking so in his heart, Jack stared at Razor Hugh's exposed chin. In this moment of death-blind spot, Jack's fist was raised with all his strength along with his body. The right uppercut from bottom to top turned into a flash of lightning, and the fist pointed directly at Razor's broken jaw. Crack! The horrifying sound of shattering spread throughout the venue, and Razor's already broken jaw armor broke like an eggshell. The face of this steel giant showed an abnormal expression of astonishment, and then he fell heavily on the ring like a mecha that had been cut off from the power supply. Jack staggered to one knee, and his right fist was emitting white smoke from the adrenaline that was activated at this moment. In the last blow, Jack finally activated his prosthetic violent type, making the power of this punch reach its peak. The holographic numbers on the scoreboard began to jump, but no one was paying attention to the useless hitting score at this moment. Under everyone's gaze, Jack raised his arms and stood firm, and the fallen Razor Hughes had completely fainted. Chapter 649. Without a doubt, the champion is born. The commentator's hoarse roar exploded in the abandoned mall, and the echo hit the renovated concrete wall, mixing with the audience's deafening screams. Under the spotlight, Razor Hughes fell to the ground like a steel tower that was blown up. His bloody boxing mouthguard slipped from the corner of his mouth, bounced twice on the ring, and finally stopped in the pool of sweat and blood that was gradually spreading. Three-time heavyweight champion. Razor Hughes. The commentator almost stepped on the table, and the microphone made a harsh sound of electricity due to overload. He fell. He fell in front of our street champion. Jack Wells, a boxer from the KK team who was born in Haywood, proved with his fists that mercenaries can not only knock down opponents on the streets, but also in the boxing ring. He is still so strong. Look at his eyes. That is not the ecstasy of the winner, but a crazy beast. The big screen repeatedly played the ending moment. Hughes' left hook brushed the air above Jack's head, and the uppercut from hell tore through the defense and smashed the boxing champion's chin into a 42-degree angle. Razor's blood splashed on Jack's face and flowed from his brow into his eye sockets, but he still stared at the fallen giant, as if confirming the final result. Ladies and gentlemen. The commentator pulled off his sweat-soaked tie, and the tie clip drew a silver arc under the spotlight and hit the edge of the ring with a clang. Open your eyes and see clearly. From tonight on, this name will flash on every holographic billboard in Night City, every underground casino's odds table, and even the world boxing rankings. This is not some shady deal. This is not drug use. This is the most primitive aesthetics of violence. The commentator stepped on the commentary desk, knocking over half a glass of whiskey, and the amber liquor sizzled on the control panel. Razor Hughes came back from Canada with his gold belt, thinking he could crush our wild dogs like ants? Ha! He laughed wildly and slapped the glass curtain wall, shaking the bulletproof glass to hum and tremble. Jack Wells told him with his finger bones that roses cannot grow in the concrete of Night City. It only breeds monsters made of iron sheets and glass shards. Even if Razor, who was born in this city, wants to conquer this city again, he can't do it. The audience seats were like boiling water split by a sharp blade, bursting into two extremes. On the left stand, the strong men of the Animal Gang, with their tattooed arms exposed, punched the air with the poor people of Taiping State. Their roars gathered into a violent wave of sound, and under the meaningful smiles of the NCPD police officers, they almost overturned the rusty dome of the abandoned mall. The right side was like another world. The gamblers in suits and leather shoes were tearing the betting slips into pieces, and the snow-white paper scraps mixed with cold sweat fell from their stiff fingers. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly grabbed his throat with both hands. On his retinal projection, the blue pop-up window of Razor Hughes' winning rate 87% was distorted and deformed, and finally solidified into the blood-red words, "Deadlock." The red was so dazzling that it seemed like blood seeping directly from his retina. "No, this is impossible." His voice seemed to be squeezed out of a rusty pipe. Razor Hughes is a heavyweight champion for 3 consecutive years. Even if his opponent is Jack from the KK team. How can a mercenary be in a regular boxing match? The words suddenly got stuck in his throat, and the numbers jumping in the corner of his retina were expanding at a terrifying speed. Euros, real estate mortgages, and even electronic signatures for organ donation agreements. The corners of his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably, and his left eyelid jumped wildly like a broken shutter. Fake match. This is definitely a fake match. His roar suddenly rose to a breaking voice, and his carefully groomed hair exploded like a frightened hedgehog at this moment, and a few strands of hair were stuck to his wildly beating temples by cold sweat. Are you blind? That passive clinch in the second round. How can professional boxing allow a boxing champion to retreat on his own initiative? His fingers scratched in the air, as if to tear open an invisible curtain of lies. Razor Hughes must have received bribes. He could have. 2 shadows, like ice water dripping into boiling oil, instantly condensed into human shapes behind him. The hem of the black windbreaker still had the stench of the garbage dump outside the venue. The forces that could be the dealers in this lawless place naturally raised hounds that were best at operating in the shadows. One of them patted the gambler's trembling shoulders with his gloved right hand, and the friction between the leather and the suit fabric made a rustling sound like a venomous snake. "Sir," the monitor at the collar of the windbreaker flashed a faint blue light. "The debt restructuring consultant you have scheduled has arrived." The reflection of the gold-rimmed glasses suddenly shook violently. The man opened his mouth, but found that he had a tingling sensation on his body, and at the same time, a subtle buzzing sound came from the back of his neck before the electric shock collar was activated. "No, wait. I can still turn the tables." His pupil shrank to the size of a needle tip, and the red numbers flashing wildly on his retina suddenly turned into a countdown. Forced labor dispatch procedure started, 0:59. Oriona, a member of the NCPD's Special Operations Team, watched coldly as the black-clad man delivered a precise uppercut to the liver that made the gambler curl up on the ground like a puppet with his strings cut. One of the windbreakers pressed the gambler's back with one knee and injected a tube of sedative into his carotid artery, with a skillful movement like scanning a code for a supermarket product. The third case. Her eyes zoomed in and out, recording the nail scratches left on the concrete floor when the gambler was dragged away. "The dealer's harvesting efficiency is quite high tonight." As she spoke, a gambler who had nothing in the distance saw the encounter of people in the same situation. His eyes gradually turned red, and his hands began to twitch unconsciously. This iconic symptom, which has been written into the Special Operations Force textbook, made the newcomer next to Oriona subconsciously reach for his gun, but was gently blocked by Oriona's prosthetic hand. "Don't waste bullets, rookie." Oriona flicked the non-existent dust on her uniform. "This is just trash that even cyber psychos can't squeeze into." As I said, cyber psychos can only enter if they are capable enough. Guys like this who are desperate for gambling are not worth the NCPD's Special Operations Team. The gambler, who was watched by Oriona, and the rookie gradually collapsed, and finally his red eyes stared at the black windbreaker, who was slowly walking towards him. The gambler raised his hand, looking like he was going to draw his gun. The next second. "We are still watching this place, don't make trouble." A clean punch from the animal gang made the crazy gambler fall into a deep sleep. Chapter 650. This time the champion is Jack. The victory and the prize money belong to him. The host's high-pitched roar continued, but Jack had already been lifted up by Oliver and V, who were on the ring, and sweat rolled down his taut biceps under the spotlight. He nodded to the boiling audience, his smile flickering under the flashing lights of the mall, and finally fixed his eyes on the corner of the ring. Razor Hughes was trying to get up with his elbows on the ground, his broken jaw tilted like a dislocated gear, but his bloodshot eyes were still like a quenched knife. "This is not over, Jack." Hughes spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and a hissing sound squeezed out of his throat. "Like a leaky blower, I will come back. This is not the fucking end." Jack squatted down, and his leather boxing gloves brushed Hughes' cracked brow bone. He remembered that in the second round, his opponent could have taken advantage of his dizziness to hit him, but he didn't. He remembered how the uppercut that almost made him faint was hit from the front. This reminded him of an old saying in Night City boxing. If you want to make real friends, go to the ring and eat real punches. Anytime. Jack pulled off his gloves and exposed his palms. "I save a VIP seat for you next time, buddy." He blinked his sweaty left eye. "But you have to let the prosthetic doctor reinstall a titanium alloy chin for you first." There was sporadic laughter from the audience. When the medical team rushed up with a stretcher, Hughes suddenly grabbed Jack's wrist. The metal knuckles embedded in the flesh were hot, like a red-hot iron. Bet 5,000 euros. Hughes grinned with a leaky mouth, blood seeping from between his teeth, but still with a provocative grin. Next time I break 3 of your ribs. Jack clenched the trembling fist with his backhand, and clenched his hands tightly, like some kind of silent contract. Hughes' palms were burning hot, and the metal inlays on his knuckles hurt, but Jack didn't relax, but grinned. Deal. The fluorescent green uniforms of the medical team swayed at the edge of the ring. They hurriedly lifted Hughes onto the stretcher. Before leaving, Hughes gave Jack a middle finger. Although his movements were slightly slow due to pain, his momentum was not reduced. Jack just smiled and waved his gloves, watching this stubborn opponent being sent to the emergency channel. This is a good opponent, right, Jack? Carl climbed onto the ring and handed over a wet towel. Jack took the towel and wiped his face hard, and the sweat mixed with blood left a light red mark on his skin. Of course. He took a breath, but his eyes gradually sank. But I may have ruined this friend's financial prospects a little bit. What do you mean? Carl raised his eyebrows. Jack nodded seriously, his eyes sweeping over the brand representatives in suits in the audience. They might have been staring at Hughes, but now, their eyes have turned elsewhere. After losing this time, I guess those brands that were originally interested in him, as a spokesperson, will have to reconsider. He paused. Sponsors in Night City only recognize the champion, the runner-up? Even the billboards can't be put up. Even the boxing champion is the same. Oliver whistled beside him. It's cruel. It's just reality. Jack twisted his neck, his joints made a slight click, he looked in the direction of the emergency passage, and suddenly smiled. But if that guy really cared about the endorsement fee, he should have just laid down and pretended to be dead, instead of getting up and making an appointment with me for the next game. Look at it in a positive way. I've made a new friend today. V also looked at the place where Razor Hughes was carried away. I want to practice with him later. As Razor Hughes' coach threw down his towel angrily and walked backstage, the outcome of the battle between the street champion and the boxing champion was also revealed. Jack defeated Razor Hughes beyond most people's expectations, and as a reward, he will receive the honor of Night City boxing champion and only 30,000 euros? When Oliver learned that V and Jack had fought desperately throughout the Night City boxing world and defeated the boxing champion, Jack's championship prize was only 30,000 euros. Which was a bit overwhelming. You worked so hard for so many days, got injured all over, and fought against a boxing tank. You even fought against each other, but the money was just this little. Are you sure? I think those who bet on it bet more than this little. This was originally an exhibition match, to help Razor Hughes return to his starting point. It's very generous to give him 30,000 euros. Oldway leaned against the ropes, with his arms folded. When Jack dragged his feet off the ring, he reached out and patted the sweaty shoulder of the other party. Well fought, kid. The last uppercut was very much like my old style. After all, I have a good coach that Razor can never afford. Jack grinned, and blood immediately seeped out of the scabs at the corners of his mouth. He wiped it casually with the back of his hand, and his knuckles were bloody under the ceiling light. Laoway snorted a laugh and threw an ice towel over. Next time your opponent hits you with a hook, I will weld a shockproof steel plate into your skull. Remember the first time we met? You knocked my old bones down with 2 punches. Your actions at that time should not have been hit by such a punch. I really don't understand you. T-Bug's voice came. She led Misty and Mrs. Wells through the crowd. Her eyes swept over Jack's bruised cheekbones. You beat him like a synthetic steak that was run over by a garbage truck. But the reward was not enough to buy a new set of subcutaneous armor. Hey! This is different, girl. Jack pressed the ice towel to the swollen corners of his mouth, and suddenly changed his tone when he turned to Mrs. Wells, who was taking out the medical bag. Mom, can you make that corn soup today? He licked his front teeth vaguely with his tongue. It seems that a molar is loose. By the way, add shredded cheese. Mrs. Wells's hand suddenly pinched his chin, and the force was so strong that Jack remembered the fear of being checked for cavities in his childhood. The third implant is crooked too, she sighed in a helpless voice. I always feel that I shouldn't say you, but every time you look like this, I feel that I should not say you. No mother can be happy to see her son with a bruised face, even if it is his victory. Misty took out a bunch of sage and stuffed it into Jack's blood-stained gloves. Boxers in Night City should have a voodoo doll in the locker room. When you were hit by that punch just now, Oldway was so worried that he wanted to rush up and fight. Don't say that, Misty. My old bones can't stand that kind of torture. When Jack's relatives and friends surrounded Jack and walked slowly out of the mall, people took the initiative to make way for them. The reward of 30,000 euros is not worth mentioning. The real reward for this game has been obtained in people's eyes. Chapter 651. WNS News Express. Good evening, everyone. This is WNS News. The international situation has recently ushered in a major turning point. According to multiple sources, the first official meeting between Arasaka CEO Mr. Arasaka Nobuyuki and new U.S. President Ms. Rosalind Miles will be held in Night City in a week. This meeting is seen by the outside world as a key step for the two giants to ease tensions since Mr. Arasaka Saburo was assassinated. Arasaka Nobuyuki recently appointed family member Haruko as an external director of the Night City Board of Directors, showing his sincerity in communicating with the new U.S. side. President Miles, despite being deeply involved in domestic political turmoil, still decided to promote this meeting. Analysts believe that this is related to the internal conflict between her previous administration and military technology. We don't know the specific situation. It is worth noting that during the preparation of the meeting, Arasaka Company took the initiative to withdraw some military armed personnel stationed around Night City in order to show its sincerity. These troops have been continuously deployed since Saburo Arasaka was assassinated. This move has aroused great concern in the new United States. According to reliable intelligence, the new U.S. military is evaluating whether to withdraw the troops deployed due to previous conflicts. At the same time, the doubts about Miles within the military technology industry have not subsided. Some congressmen with military technology backgrounds have even publicly questioned whether President Rosalind Miles has the constitutional legitimacy to represent the country. Can this meeting avoid the outbreak of the Fifth Corporate War? Will Night City become the center of a new round of geopolitical games? WNS News will continue to follow up and report for you. Beep. As the mechanical prompt sounded, the news screen in the holographic projection instantly switched to an advertisement for the latest prosthesis of Arasaka Corporation. In the living room, Jack was sweating profusely in front of the sandbag, and the collision between the boxing gloves and the padding made a dull bang-bang sound. Next to him, the championship trophy he won was placed in the display cabinet next to the sandbag. I remember that WNS is a media kept by Arasaka, right? Jack took off his boxing gloves and wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Even the internal contradictions between the new U.S. government and military technology are well understood, and this information is released so openly. Haha, the old tradition of discussing military technology has not changed at all. V, who was debugging the weapon, answered without raising his head, "Didn't you pay attention to how they addressed each other? Call President Miles politely, MS. When it comes to military technology, they are sarcastic." The military technology congressman questioned the legitimacy of the president. It feels like the military technology congressmen are against the constitutional president because they come from military technology. But if you think about it, Miles was once the CEO of military technology. I think this is deliberately provoking conflicts. Oliver, who came from the 6th Street gang and knows more about this, said, "We all know that the new United States is just cultivated by military technology and looks like a national corporate ruling machine." The former Rosalind Miles was driven out of the position of CEO and became the new president of the United States. Who can't see that it is actually a kind of exile? At that time, Rosalind Miles relied on the position of the new president of the United States to start an internal struggle with military technology. Now it is just exposed in the matter of Arasaka. The thing you raise is going to bite people. Why does it sound so familiar? T-Bug, who was lying on the fence on the second floor and watching the news, also raised his eyebrows. 6th Street Gang in New America, military technology, Tiger Claw Gang in Arasaka. Oliver said, "There are many dogs." Of course, they are not dogs. There are many disobedient tigers. When it comes to interests, unless they are particularly loyal dogs, they will bite their masters when they are anxious. Protecting food, right? Sitting on the sofa and eating the biscuits that Mashi sent by drone, Carl drank a sip of milk and said, "So what do you think? Arasaka wants to use the contradiction between military technology and New America to divide his biggest opponent, just like the split between Nobuaki Sei and Saburo Arasaka. It's probably not to that extent." T-Bug sneered. Military technology CEO Lucas Harford and President Miles are not fools. They may not understand what it means to jointly resist foreign enemies, but it is not easy to fight for food between your own people and outsiders. They know the difference too well. She paused. Harford would rather let Miles eat half a bite than let Arasaka take a whole piece, and Miles? She would rather fight with military technology until the last moment than let Arasaka have the chance to reap the benefits. Is that so? Carl shook the milk cup in his hand. The ice cubes jingled, he narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of playfulness in his tone. According to common sense, If Lucas Harford and Miles really regarded each other as their own, they would indeed, as you said, rather divide the spoils among themselves than let outsiders take advantage. He paused, a smile on his lips. But what if their conflict has gone beyond the scope of internal fighting, and even reached the point of life and death? That situation is another matter. For example, Oliver also came over and grabbed a handful of cookies, asking while giving me points. For example, Nobuaki Sei and Saburo Arasaka. The room was silent for a moment. Oliver raised his eyebrows and muttered in a low voice, "That's a significant example." However, Nobuaki Sei and Saburo are completely different from Lucas and Miles. After all, Nobuaki Sei. He suddenly stopped talking halfway, as if something was choking his throat. Yes, it's different, but can the internal struggle between the two sides be out of this scope? They have taken on many dirty jobs in New America before. Among those tasks, there are stealing internal documents, preventing factions within military technology from provoking war, and even one time, it was for Miles' life. Although Miles was sent to be the president and seemed to be sidelined, her team that had been running military technology for many years did not disband. There were not many people in New America who could compete with her, and the only one who was truly qualified and motivated to threaten her life was probably Lucas Harford, who succeeded her as CEO. If this was true, the so-called internal struggle was probably not a matter of interest distribution, but a life and death struggle. Do you think Miles would seek certain external aid to kill the internal enemies, just like Michiko Arasaka once sought help from New America? Jack's words made Carl shake his head. I don't know. After all, maybe their conflict is not that intense. But if it were me, Carl looked at the sky outside the window. I am Lucas. I will take action before this meeting to make Miles's negotiation intention fail. In this way, I can avoid provoking a conflict with Arasaka and solve the enemy at the same time. At this time, Carl paused and continued, I will find the moment when Miles is most careless. What moment is the moment when people are most careless? It is often when things are about to be accomplished. Chapter 652. The most careless moment. Dee listened to Carl's words and felt a strange sense of déjà vu. I don't know if it was his illusion, but Carl seemed to have a bit of a bad mouth in some aspects. Things he felt would often be verified. Although he always said that it was just guesswork, inference, and possibility, when things happened, there was always a strange sense of unexpected accuracy. This situation of the raven's mouth being so accurate made V tentatively ask, You said that if it were you, you would strike when Miles was most careless. So in your opinion, Carl, when is Miles most careless? In my opinion? Carl hummed and thought for a while. If we enter Night City, the guards of New America and military technology should be ready, and Miles can't be in trouble, and can't be in trouble. Otherwise, in Night City, which can be regarded as a company site, if Miles gets into trouble, it will not only be Miles' life that will be lost, but also the face of military technology in New America. So in order to avoid the ridiculous joke of Saburo Arasaka being killed in his own territory, the Blue Sky building, if it were me, I would strike outside the city. Strike outside the city? Oliver was interested in this topic. He took a projector and turned it on to show the map of the Badlands. There are many places outside the city. Which one do you mean? With Miles' identity, hovercraft and airplanes are the normal ways to travel. Carl approached the holographic image and pointed his finger across the Pacific Ocean. This is the Arasaka sphere of influence. Their aircraft carrier is parked here. Even if they are going to negotiate with Arasaka, they will need to take necessary precautions. She will never come from this direction. Seeing Oliver's concentration, Carl took over the operation and switched the map to the entire North America. There are only a few directions for entry. If flying is used, then according to the air defense areas of various places, because California has only been conquered by the new United States for a few years, there are still people who oppose it. Therefore, in order to avoid air strikes that may be mobilized by some military bases, there are only a few routes. He drew 3 fluorescent tracks, and according to the safe routes that shuttle through the edge of the airspace, after excluding the west, there are only 3 sides left, north, east, and south, but the south line can be excluded first. Why? The south is not okay? Oliver's questioning made Carl call up the old American map, and then switch to comparison mode, so that others could see the difference between the past United States of America and the current new United States. On the holographic map with a cold blue halo, the border line of the Republic of Texas suddenly glowed with a warning red light, like an unhealed scar across the center of the projection. The southern route requires going west from Washington, crossing the border of the Republic of Texas, then going south to Los Angeles, and finally turning back north to enter Night City. Carl spread his hands. This circuitous route is ridiculously inefficient for a president who is busy with all kinds of affairs. In the eyes of the public, Miles is a thorough doer who wants to squeeze out the value of every second, as if her presidency is not enough for her to realize her ambitions. How could she choose such a time-consuming and laborious route? This route. Jack stared at the map with bright eyes. He had spent many years on the Mexican border, and was very familiar with the situation in the Republic of Texas. Although Texas and the new United States once belonged to the same federation in history textbooks, the relationship between the two has long been shattered, just like England and Ireland on the British Isles once belonged to the same country, but it did not prevent them from splitting in hostility to each other after 800 years of unity, and even fighting each other. Texans have rebellious blood in their bones. They are proud, stubborn, and sneer at the policies of the new United States. Armed forces from both sides are stationed on the border all year round. It is no longer news that occasional frictions have evolved into small-scale exchanges of fire. Let the President of the new United States cross the airspace on the edge of Texas? That's like throwing a lamb into a pack of wolves. Even if Miles's hovercraft and exclusive aircraft are equipped with the most advanced security systems, Texas's anti-aircraft missiles will not reason with her. Unless Miles is crazy, Jack laughed and pointed at the location of Texas, otherwise she would never bet her life on whether the Texans would suddenly slip up. So that's the reason. If you enter from the south, there is only one route. As a result, you not only have to cross the border of the Republic of Texas, but also have to go around to Los Angeles, where we have been. Unless Miles has something to deal with in Los Angeles first, no normal person would choose this troublesome and dangerous road. Carl continued to move the holographic map, and the north and the east can both draw a safe air route from Washington. The routes on both sides are similar, but they will pass through the bad land outside Night City, and on that must-go route, I happen to see a good place to start. The finger pressed slightly, and a facility appeared in front of everyone. Satellite Energy Power Station? V stared at the lonely facility in the holographic projection. For a moment, he didn't understand why Carl chose this place, but the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. Dry, empty, and endless. The classic California desert terrain emerged in my mind. There, I could shoot down Miles's hovercraft without even considering the shelter problem. There was no interference from the city's tall buildings, no obstacles from the complex electromagnetic environment, and only a precise EMP, electromagnetic pulse, was needed. Overloaded, then EMP? Oliver's voice suddenly interrupted, and his finger drew a glaring red line on the holographic map. Both routes will pass through, or rather, brush past, this power station. His fingertips slammed heavily on the projection, stirring up a circle of data ripples. As long as someone launches an electromagnetic pulse inside the power station, Miles's aircraft will become a pile of scrap metal, even if she is equipped with Kong Tao's latest anti-EMP protection module. He laughed. We have tested the effect of that thing. It can only be paralyzed for 3 seconds at most, and it can't withstand saturation attacks. At that time, the attacker only needs to make up a missile. V seemed to have that scene in front of his eyes. The dazzling blue light exploded over the desert, and the engine of the hovercraft made a dying hum, and then silence. Absolute silence. If Miles's opponents really want to take action, then the place you mentioned by Carl may really be the most suitable place to take action. V said so, but at the same time he realized something. Carl was able to come up with a way to kill the new US President Miles so quickly. In other words, for Carl, this idea of killing the president is not difficult to think of, and difficult to do. Chapter 653. Satellite Energy Power Station. While Carl and his companions were discussing matters related to the president's schedule, the Satellite Energy Power Station welcomed a guest. CIA agent Solomon Reed stood alone in the wilderness of the Badlands, with cracked scorched earth under his feet. The wind blew gravel and hit his long windbreaker, making a fine rustling sound. In the distance, the huge satellite energy receiving field stood tall, like a black square monument made of steel, with a cold metallic luster in the afterglow of the setting sun. Occasionally, 2 drones appeared on the periphery of the energy field, circling around, like falcons in the sky, as if warning any living creature that tried to approach. Reed narrowed his eyes. His eyes penetrated the dust and locked onto the huge monster. His eyes were deep and cold, like a precision scanning instrument, not missing any details. Finally found it, he whispered to himself, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the encrypted terminal hidden in his pocket. The cold metal shell was engraved with the eagle emblem of the United Intelligence Agency, which was the symbol of his identity and the shackles of responsibility. As an elite who was comparable to the legendary Morgan Black Hand in the United Intelligence Agency's internal evaluation, Solomon Reed had naturally deduced countless threats that Carl could think of. He compiled all the possibilities, including the energy overload loopholes of the satellite power station, the infiltration traces of the Badlands personnel, and even every sniper point near Night City on the president's route, into an encrypted report and sent it to the Washington headquarters. However, the reply was so bland that it was chilling. Reed continued to observe. It was a short word, and he was too lazy to even give a complete period, as if he was not submitting intelligence related to the life and death of the president, but an insignificant weather report. Reed's thumb rolled over the terminal screen until the cold text twisted under his fingertips. He was too familiar with this attitude. The bureaucracy was like a bloated corpse. What mattered was not the truth, but whose voice was loud enough. But this time, he decided not to wait for anyone's permission. The wind in the Badland tore at his collar, and the automatic searchlight of the power station in the distance swept across the wasteland like the single eye of a giant beast. Reed unbuttoned his windbreaker, and the cold wind poured into his clothes, but he had long been accustomed to this sting. His fingers brushed the holster under his armpits and touched the technical pistol abandoned that had been transformed beyond recognition. He engraved this name with his own hands, just at that moment 7 years ago, when the CIA removed him from the action list and left him to fend for himself in Night City. He was the abandoned child of the New America, but also the loyal dog of the New America. Even if he was abandoned, he would never let this country down. The searchlight swept again, and Reed walked in the wilderness, avoiding the rays of light. For the New America. He stepped forward, and the sole of his boot crushed a dead branch, and the breaking sound was particularly harsh in the dead wilderness. When the searchlight swept across the wilderness for the last time, Reed was no longer there. He was like a black static electricity, moving along the shadows, and the automatic sensing equipment outside the power station was still scanning in vain. They only captured the sand and dust blown up by the wind. The satellite energy power station, each of its antennas can receive microwave energy sent by orbiting satellites, and then convert the energy into electricity. This is a special power station for supplying Night City. It is located next to the interstate highway, and is fully alert and controlled by an automatic program. The power station under program control has excellent alert capabilities. Ordinary personnel can hardly enter or even approach the power station under the layers of alert, but for Lida, this is just a piece of cake. Outside the 5-meter-high fence, Lida stood on the side of the power station close to the Badland, watching the power station calmly. The power station that supplies the city is as big as a small town. It is full of various equipment that operates smoothly under the control of the control system. On those internal roads that are only used by humans when necessary, the Octant drones produced by Zeta Technology are constantly hovering. This drone, which is cheaper than Arasaka and military technology, but is not inferior to the former two in firepower, is purchased in large quantities because of its advantages of good quality and low price. It is deployed in various places in the city power station. If Lida wants to sneak in and make some arrangements in advance, then the first test is this drone. He crouched in a blind spot and ejected a modified electromagnetic pulse grenade from his sleeve. With an almost inaudible beep sound, the surveillance camera on the wall suddenly froze, and the red indicator light turned into a dead gray. 3 seconds. He only needed 3 seconds. Lida leaped up, the modified tendon fibers in his legs tightened, bursting out in human strength. His fingertips just touched the edge of the wall, and with a neat flip, he landed on the inner pipe rack. Below, 2 armed mechanical security personnel produced by Kontau were on routine patrol. Everything was normal on their helmet display screens, and they didn't notice the slight deformation of the pipe above their heads. Security patrol interval, 17 seconds. On Lida's retina was projected a data stream from his artificial eye. This was the patrol log listed in the power plant system that he had obtained by some means. It was now being transformed into a path-flashing blue light, guiding him through this steel maze. A ventilation duct appeared in front of Lida. Why would a power plant that was unmanned and only had people come for maintenance have ventilation ducts for people to use in the conventional sense? The reason was simple. Compared to people, the value of equipment is much higher. Ventilation ducts can help to effectively exhaust gases in power plants, protect the production environment, and prevent smoke from corroding power plant equipment, extending the service life of equipment. The value created by the extended time equipment far exceeds the euros paid for installing ventilation ducts. The fence of the ventilation duct was loosened by a light pry of the gun handle. Lida slid into the narrow metal passage like a snake. The dust on the inner wall of the duct showed that no one had checked it for at least half a year. It was a typical personnel omission. According to the test during normal maintenance, the ventilation duct should obviously be on the maintenance list, but judging from the situation, it was obviously skipped. However, this made it convenient for Lida. The ventilation duct was manually maintained and cleaned because the labor cost was cheaper than the machine cost. The size was large enough to accommodate Lida. Lida bent over and moved in the ventilation duct. He quickly found the ventilation port just above the main control room. It was here. Just as Lida was about to enter the main control room to make some arrangements, he glanced at the main control room through the blinds, and then the expression on his face froze. Through the gap in the blinds, he saw 6 people wearing Federal Special Forces uniforms standing in front of the control console, and the badge on their chests was not the 15-star badge of the new United States. Chapter 654. There are not many people who wear the uniform of the Federal Special Forces, but do not wear the new American badge in Lida's impression. When the Special Forces perform black operations, they often need to hide their identities. Removing badges, erasing logos, and using bearer equipment are standard procedures, but these people in front of him do the opposite. They not only wear the uniforms of the new American Special Forces, but also wear badges, which simply engraves the symbol of the new American identity in the eyes of everyone who sees them. If they are not capable enough to get rid of everyone they see, then there is only one reason for them to dress like this. That is, they do not need to hide their identities. They represent the upright military power of the new America. Lida's eyes are fixed on the badge. On the dark silver base, a bone-colored eagle claw is knotted and protruding, and the claw tip is deeply pinched into the central Star-Spangled Banner emblem. He is too familiar with that flag. The 15-star flag adopted by the new America after the split is now incomplete. 2 tear marks slanted across the flag, forcibly gouging out 2 stars, leaving only 13 stars flickering faintly between the claws. Eagle claws strangle the flag. This composition was like a dull punch to his stomach. The faded history textbook illustration suddenly flashed back in his mind. There were only 13 stars on the national flag more than 300 years ago. White Noise Eagle. The word flashed through his mind. The black bold title in the confidential file suddenly became concrete. Those records filed as discarded data were actually true. This extreme faction nurtured by military technology, it is said that even the president needs to vote on them before using them. They publicly declared that they would prune the miscellaneous branches of history and purify the country back to the original 13-state territory, as if the subsequent expansion of the 37 states was just white noise that needed to be eliminated. Reed's knuckles unconsciously pressed against the holster between his ribs. Now he understood why the names of all the insiders in the file were painted black into rectangular blocks, just like the 2 stars that disappeared on the flag. According to official records, this team should have been completely disbanded during the administration of President Elizabeth Kress. At least, that's what all the intelligence he came across claimed. But now it seems that the White Noise Eagles have not disappeared, but have quietly grown in the dark, even infiltrating the shadows that even the CIA has not noticed. If he had not glimpsed the relevant records in a file that had long been marked as abandoned/destroyed, he would probably not even be able to identify their identities at this moment. Why would a faction that is so extreme as to regard all of Rosalind Miles's expansionist policies as sullying the 13 states of the United States appear here? Just as he was concentrating on observing, the tall man in front of the console suddenly raised his head, and his gray-blue eyes swept towards the ventilation duct like a radar, as if some predator smelled the faint smell of blood in the air. Reed froze instantly. His breathing stopped, and his heartbeat was reduced to 30 beats per minute. This was the pseudo-death state in agent training. He had used this trick to deceive the inspection and crawl back to the world from the pile of corpses. The man's sight swept through every corner of the cabin like a blade, and the metal wall exuded a chill in silence. After a few seconds, he seemed to have noticed nothing unusual and slowly lowered his head. At the same moment, the uniformed woman beside him pressed the final button. System permissions confirmed. The main screen suddenly lit up, and a blood-red halo splashed on everyone's face. Energy overload protocol has been loaded. The mechanical voice announced coldly, "The trigger condition is set to." The mechanical voice was interrupted by a piercing alarm halfway through. Lida's terminal suddenly vibrated in his pocket, emitting an encrypted frequency band noise that was enough to penetrate the steel plate. No! The moment his fingertips touched the terminal screen, the cold touch suddenly turned into a burning pain. The biometric authentication was forcibly covered. His quantum encryption protocol was collapsing, and the firewall log rolled on the retinal projection like a corpse torn apart by a beast. This level of cracking was so smooth that it seemed that his encryption authority was one-way transparent to the other party from the beginning. Even the equipment has been infiltrated. Li Do was extremely shocked, but he had been exposed. Ventilation pipe. The tall man drew his gun instantly, and the bullet whizzed through the blinds. Li Do had already curled up and rolled before the bullet penetrated the blinds. The hot trajectory brushed his neck and plowed a melted red gully on the metal pipe wall. He took out a dagger with his right hand and nailed the pipe. The whole person swung out of the shooting blind spot with the inertia of rolling. At the same time, a stun grenade was ejected from his left wrist and fell into the control room. Bang! The explosion sounded, and the strong light filled the control room. The uniformed woman just reached for the technical cloth gun on her waist, and a pale white burst appeared on her retina. As she staggered back, Li Do's figure was coming out of the crack of the ventilation duct, and his clothes were still stained with metal shavings burned by the friction of bullets. The tall man seemed unaffected. He turned his face slightly with sunglasses on, and accurately predicted the direction where Li Do would land. The modified kinetic pistol roared again, and 3 bullets blocked his movement in a triangular shape. The moment Li Do stepped on the wall and changed direction, the last bullet still tore his right shoulder, and the blood beads drew a dazzling arc in the smoke, like a string of broken red corals. A sharp stinging pain exploded from his shoulder blade. He took advantage of the momentum of diving, and threw the tactical knife on the outside of his thigh into his palm. When the tall man pulled the trigger for the 4th time, the bullet collided head-on with the rotating blade. Amid the whistling sound of metal tearing, the split bullet head scraped 2 sparks, and the knife with the remaining momentum continued to rush towards the enemy's throat. Just as the tip of the knife was about to sink into the skin, the outline of the tall man suddenly twisted. Sion Weston. Li Do's pupil shrank suddenly, and his prosthesis was also overclocked at the same time. The residual image on the retina had not yet dissipated, and the thermite had exploded at the predicted trajectory point. The expanding fireball engulfed the advancing figure, but Li Do had already turned around and kicked under the cover of the blazing white light curtain. The sharp blade ejected from the boot tip was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, piercing the heart of the woman in front of the console accurately. When the smell of burnt leather filled the air, the tall man was staggering out of the flames, and his face armor melted into liquid metal dripping. The other 4 members of the White Noise Eagle had also reacted. They raised their guns and subconsciously prepared to directly shoot at the possible positions, but they were stopped by their captain, the tall man, just before they pulled the trigger. Don't shoot. If this position is overloaded, we will all die, and the plan will fail. When the tall man took out the close-fitting tactical dagger, Li Do's figure had temporarily distanced himself from them. There are still 5. Li Do's blood-stained face was extremely cold. Chapter 655. When everyone realized that a firefight in such a place might hit the key equipment in the control center and cause catastrophic consequences, they all put away their guns and drew their melee weapons. The woman stabbed by Reed's boot knife was probably a technician of the White Noise Eagle squad, and she was curled up on the ground and twitching. Blood oozed from the gaps between her fingers that instinctively covered the wound on her chest, and her life was slipping away bit by bit with the gradually weaker spasms. But no one looked at her, neither Reed, the instigator, nor her remaining 5 teammates. The tall captain raised and pulled out the tactical dagger, and the blade drew a silver arc under the cold light, as if receiving a silent command. The other 4 team members drew out their tactical daggers at the same time and approached Reed in a fan shape. Their movements were as precise as gears, and the sandy sound of the saws rubbing against the ground was particularly harsh in the confined space. Reed read the answer from their eyes. They recognized him. This is wrong. When Li Do came, he had disguised his face, and the United Intelligence Agency kept his identity extremely confidential, but the White Eagle squad saw through his carefully disguised face in an instant. What was more deadly was that they did not hesitate at all. The direction of the blade, the tension of the muscles, and even the rhythm of their breathing all revealed a deep murderous intent. The hair on the back of Li Do's neck stood up. The cold light of the blade reflected 5 faces without any fluctuations. This was not the reaction that should be expected in an encounter. Their hostility was too precise, like a programming instruction that had already engraved the killing of the United Intelligence Agency agents into their bones. In an instant, all the clues were connected into a cold conclusion. Their mission was completely opposite to their own. If he came to protect the president, then the appearance of the White Eagles meant only one thing. They were clearing obstacles for the assassination. What was even more ironic was that both sides firmly believed that they were the real patriots. In Reed's America, the stars and stripes represented the order given by the Constitution, and the president was the last guardian of the democratic system. In their eyes, The one sitting in the Oval Office was probably a traitor who had to be eliminated. Reed and the White Eagles were like the blue-gray uniformed soldiers who met in the wheat fields of Gettysburg on that sultry July afternoon in 1863. One side shouted for the Union, and the other side roared for the Union. They all firmly believed that they were the orthodox successors of the United States, but they personally sent lead bullets into the chests of their compatriots in the smoke. The emergency lights in the control room sizzled, casting the shadows of the 6 people on the metal bulkhead. Those distorted and deformed shadows entangled with each other, just like the stars and stripes burning in front of the Capitol when the old United States disintegrated. Reed's eyes were fixed on the captain's right little finger. The West Point graduation ring was worn so much that the school emblem was almost invisible, but it still shone stubbornly in the dim light. How ironic, he thought. The old America had long since fallen apart, and the new America was built on the ruins, but the West Point Military Academy still stood on the west bank of the Hudson River, still training generations of officers. The tall man in front of him was obviously their most outstanding work. His straight spine was like an unbroken saber, and the scar of nerve enhancement surgery was exposed on his neck. Even the rhythm of adjusting his breathing was as precise as the mechanical clock on the parade ground. How pathetic. Reed's body sank slightly, titanium skeleton supporting the reinforced muscles woven with bioplastics, artificial adrenaline pumps hissing like venomous snakes in the spine, and the chill in his voice made the temperature in the control room drop by 10 degrees. We could have used these skills to deal with real enemies, such as the termites that are gnawing at the foundation of this country. Solomon Reed. The tall captain's voice was like an unsheathed saber. His eyes penetrated the gradually dissipating optical camouflage, and stared at Reed's face that had returned to its original appearance. That face had all the standard templates of an American elite agent, hawk-like eyes, tight jawline, and that template-like posture. Duty, honor, country. The captain recited the school motto word by word, rubbing his knuckles on the image of Lincoln engraved on the handle of his tactical dagger. Take Lincoln as an example. Learn from his life experience and fighting spirit, especially his determination when he signed the Emancipation Proclamation. The cold light of the emergency light drew a galaxy between the two. Reed noticed that the image of Lincoln on the captain's dagger was a little different. The face of the great man was recarved into the image of a radical revolutionary holding a torch. The school motto is remembered, and the years are long. Reed recited the West Point school song softly, and a drop of blood came out when the boot knife popped out. It was left on the blade by the technician who had just fallen. Duty is not forgotten, and glory shines. The two sabers reflected two similar faces at the same time, the same extremely short sideburns, the same standard tactical posture, and even the interface for implanting tactical chips was exactly the same. They should have been brothers under the same flag, but at this moment, they were confronting each other like reflections in a mirror. The moment Captain White Noise Eagle made a tactical gesture with his left hand, the 4 team members' Sion Weston systems were activated at the same time. The buzzing of the overloaded neural amplifier formed a tooth-grinding resonance in the confined space, and their figures suddenly blurred and turned into several distorted afterimages. A glaring blood-red warning exploded on the retina of Lita's artificial eye. The first enemy came from the 3 o'clock direction. The cold light of the tactical dagger pierced the kidney, but the trajectory had been predicted long ago. Lita dodged sideways and deliberately let the blade cut through the uniform, revealing the grenade on his waist. At the moment when the enemy's pupils shrank suddenly, Lita's elbow joint stabbed like a cannonball, and the ulnar eagle beak accurately hit the Adam's apple. Crack! The muffled sound of cartilage shattering was drowned in the metal buzzing. The second enemy used the fallen body of his companion as a cover, holding the dagger tightly in both hands, and strangled from the side. The moment Lita leaned back, he smelled the strong smell of synthetic adrenaline in the opponent's breath. He stomped the opponent's knee with the heel of his boot. The hydraulic joint burst under the heavy pressure, and the liquid metal shock absorber splashed everywhere. Before the opponent knelt down, Lita stabbed with his backhand, and the tactical dagger accurately inserted into the data interface behind the neck. With a fierce stir, the neural link chip was completely paralyzed into sparks. The blood reflected a distorted figure on the ground. The third and fourth enemies used mirror tactics, and came from both sides. Lita retreated 3 steps, his back against the main console, and the 2 daggers crossed and slashed. He squatted suddenly, and the strengthened tendons burst out the bounce force that violated ergonomics, and the whole person jumped into the air like a spring. He twisted his body in midair, and the boot knife drew a cold half-arc. The blade passed, and 2 bloodlines bloomed at the enemy's neck at the same time. The blood spurted like a fountain, splashing in a weird fan shape under the pale light. Before the body fell to the ground, Lita had already landed steadily on the ground, his boots stepping on the pool of blood, making a sticky sound. It was just a moment of confrontation, and the White Eagle Elite team was left with only the captain in front of Lida. Chapter 656. The captain finally moved. His movements were slow, like a mechanical leopard calculating the timing of hunting. The bodies of the 4 team members lay in a pool of blood, but he did not even glance at them. Just like when Reed killed the female team member before, there was only the scale line of the goal completed in his pupils. The top student of West Point Military Academy, the last living chess piece in this team of White Noise Eagles, was now analyzing the vibration pattern of each muscle of Reed with the eyes of an anatomical specimen. The beeping sound of Sion Weston changed the tone. It was no longer the violent straight-line charge of an ordinary team member, but a chess move that violated the laws of physics. Lida saw his military boots move in a precise, sun-shaped displacement in the pool of blood, just like a chess master controlling a horse. Every step just avoided the reflective blood on the ground. The tactical dagger held in reverse always maintained the best stabbing angle. When Lida was forced to dodge sideways for the 3rd time, he suddenly found that the back of his neck hit the tip of the knife that had been waiting there. Hiss! The dagger brushed across his cheek, and Lida even heard the slight sound of the friction between the cheekbone and the alloy. The warm blood line drew an arc in the air, and a few drops splashed on the captain's body, and were immediately repelled and fell by the anti-fouling coating of the tactical uniform. Military-grade neurotoxin. Lida licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the detoxifier of his immune system immediately started to work, analyzing and decomposing the toxin, and the answer soon appeared on the retina of his artificial eye. There are 4 types of neurotoxins in military technology. If a poisoned person does not have a military-grade detoxifier installed, his motor neurons will be melted into protein paste within 10 minutes. It is very expensive. It is rumored that the toxin applied to the blade alone is enough to buy a military-grade prosthesis. Lida didn't have the authority to use this neurotoxin that was only under development and still in the experimental stage, but now it appeared so easily on the current opponent. Considering the light and dark situations of the 2 parties in the new United States, this is really ironic. Captain White Eagle obviously would not give Lida a chance to slowly detoxify. He suddenly turned around and drew a Z-shaped dead line with the dagger. The moment Lida leaned back, the heel of his boot suddenly slipped. The opponent had calculated that he would step on the sticky blood mixed with mince meat. The moment the dagger pierced his heart, Lida grabbed the blade with his left hand, and the metal finger bones were cut with dazzling sparks. At the same time, his right leg suddenly kicked the opponent's knee. Crack! The cracking sound of the hydraulic joint did not come as expected. The captain actually bent his knees 0.2 seconds in advance, so that Lida's boot knife only scratched the tactical pants. The titanium alloy Achilles tendon hidden under the trouser leg reflected a cold light. He used the force of the kick to flip in the air. The dagger left 3 deep wounds on Lida's left hand with visible synthetic blood vessels. The poisonous blue light crawled along the wire groove to the elbow joint. You have 8 minutes. The captain's voice hissed like the pressure relief of the freezer, and the chill was piercing. Type 4 neurotoxins had already penetrated. Even if it was only a trace amount, it was enough to overload the detoxifier prosthesis in Lida's body. If the toxin continued to invade, even Lida would not be able to hold on. The captain's reminder was not kind. This was a precise psychological puncture. He knew too well that even an ace agent like Lida would be more likely to be eroded by the countdown-like threat the closer he was to the limit. Ordinary people will become stiff under heavy pressure, but geniuses may burst forth. However, in a fight between life and death, victory or defeat often hangs on a thread. Half a second of hesitation is the time it takes for a dagger to pierce through the skull. The captain threw away the dagger, and pulled out 2 pulse brass knuckles from the thigh armor layer. Each protrusion was beating with high-voltage arcs that were enough to paralyze the prosthesis. You used to be someone we respected because you were extremely loyal to the new America. Unfortunately, the person you are loyal to is no longer the person America needs to lead. The captain was very vigilant in front of Lida. Even though he found an opportunity to give Lida a few hard blows with the sacrifice of 4 team members at this time, and the poison also invaded Lida, he did not dare to be careless at all. Lida did not reply, but just watched him silently. The captain he was watching disappeared instantly. The moment the captain disappeared, all the holographic screens in the cabin burst into snowflake noise at the same time. Lida used muscle memory to block with his sword. With a loud clang, the knuckles and blades broke, and the electric arc exploded. The pulse brass knuckles that should have attacked from the front were refracted from the ceiling. Diamond Zigzag threw away the broken tactical dagger, and Lida, who was wearing a ground-plated anti-electric clothing, rolled to avoid the subsequent 3 consecutive brass knuckles forward stabs. He recognized that this was a fighting method that could only be carried out with the help of C. and Weston, using the zigzag attack on the wall. The coolant pipeline of the Captain C. and Weston system had been modified, and liquid nitrogen mist would be sprayed every time he stopped suddenly, ensuring that his sprint could maintain high speed and intact cooling. The charged brass knuckles suddenly emerged from the nitrogen mist. Lita barely turned his head, and a cluster of blood beads were raised when the fist blade brushed against the oracle. He took the opportunity to grab the captain's wrist, but touched the magnetic bearing implanted under the skin. The arm was twisted 180 degrees, like a snake skeleton, and the brass knuckles pecked at the eyeball like a poisonous kiss. Reed activated the transformation program of his left prosthetic eye without hesitation. Swish! The sparks from the prosthetic eye saved Reed. He took the opportunity to kneel the opponent's abdominal cavity. Hearing the muffled sound of the artificial stomach sac bursting, the captain took 3 steps back, revealing chrome alloy ribs from the broken combat uniform, and the blue light of coolant flowed between each bone gap. When the captain was distracted by the severe pain, Reed's remaining prosthetic eye flashed a cold light, and a grenade that had been noticed by a member of the White Noise Eagle team rolled down from his waist. The blue pulse of EMP exploded like a devil's scream. 3 seconds. It was enough to make all the electronic prostheses in the field spasm in shock. It was enough to overload and burst the hydraulic system of the captain's fine steel brass, and the metal fragments directly cut off 3 of his fingers. It was also enough for Reed to pull out a piece of matte obsidian from the interlayer of his clothes. This was his last close-fitting weapon, a weapon that would not be interfered by EMP. The pure structure to this day. No circuits are needed. Just for this moment, when all high-tech becomes scrap metal, the oldest killing skill of mankind is still effective. Puff! The captain looked at the obsidian piece inserted into his carotid artery, and showed surprise for the first time. This weapon, which was once popular in the American land and could avoid all metal detectors, was being stirred fiercely by Lita at this moment, cutting the junction between the captain's artificial carotid artery and the nerve catheter. The two rolled and tore in the pool of blood, like 2 rusty killing machines in the final run-in. When Lita completely stuffed the obsidian into the captain's neck, the winner was decided. Lita slowly propped himself up, and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood foam. In the dark red blood stains, there was a faint green light. The toxin had penetrated into the bone marrow. The situation was worse than he thought. The backup of the White Noise Eagle could arrive at any time, and the alarm system of the power station might have been triggered long ago. He had to leave and find support. But the Joint Intelligence Bureau was no longer trustworthy, and the encrypted terminal became an invitation to death. His body was getting heavier, and his breath smelled of rust and poison, but his mind was still as sharp as a knife. The gaps between patrols of the mechanical guards, the weak points of the ventilation ducts, all the data were as clear as before, but time was running out. Every second, the toxins were eroding his remaining life. Treatment support. Who else? His fingers subconsciously touched his waist, but only touched the cold metal. Abandoned. Chapter 657. Walking in the wilderness of the Bad Land, Lita's consciousness receded like a tide. In the last moment before falling into darkness, his vision was filled with a blazing light. The scorching sun at noon poured down, dyeing the sky a dazzling golden color. In the dazzling halo, a floating car glided silently. The body of the car was silver white, and the streamlined outline glowed with an almost transparent brilliance under the strong light, as if it was not made of ordinary iron, but condensed by pure light. The moment the car door opened, the light poured like a torrent, and a slender figure stepped on the light. The man was wearing a long white robe, and the sleeves moved with the wind. Every wrinkle seemed to flow with a faint light. His face was hidden in the dazzling light, and only the outline could be vaguely glimpsed. The high nose bridge, the thin lips, and a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate the soul. Even though his vision was blurred, Lita could still feel the weight of that gaze. It was a pair of calm, gentle eyes. How pitiful, Mr. Lita. The voice fell gently, like a feather brushing against a blood-stained blade, gentle but with a cold sharpness. You look now. The owner of the voice paused slightly, as if admiring his dying struggle, and as if pitying him, like an abandoned stray dog, miserable and pathetic. Every word was like a blunt knife scraping through his nerves. Lita couldn't tell whether it was real or an illusion. Perhaps the neurotoxins were raging in his blood vessels, distorting his perception, or perhaps death was good at weaving the cruelest fables. His consciousness was like a candle in the wind, flickering, and the voice became clearer and clearer, drilling into his eardrum, like a venomous snake, entangled with his reason. In the second before the darkness completely swallowed him, Lita struggled to grasp the last ray of light. It might be a memory, an illusion, or perhaps It was the last mockery of fate on him. Save me. The last instinctive murmur seemed to make the man laugh. Isn't this exactly what you asked for? He said. Mr. Lida, since you are awake, don't pretend to be asleep. The voice was like a thin and sharp scalpel, accurately picking up his hazy consciousness. The instinct of the agent who has been in the service for many years awakened before his thinking. The muscles tightened instantly, the pupils contracted, and the senses corroded by the neurotoxins were reorganized in 1,000th of a second. When he suddenly opened his eyes, there was no chaos in his dark brown eyes, only the sharpness of a cheetah. The incandescent lights in the clinic were buzzing overhead, and the air was filled with the mixed smell of disinfectant and metal. His eyes swept across the surrounding walls, the brand new operating table, and finally stopped at the prosthetic modification equipment he was lying on. The edges of the chrome alloy shell were bright, but the dark red blood with a hint of dark green flowing out of the interface was particularly dazzling. Where is this? And why is he here? The doubt only stayed for a brief moment. He looked around and immediately recognized this place from the decoration of the clinic, the faded posters, the second-hand prosthetic display cabinets, and the smell of disinfectant mixed with instruments in the air. Victor's clinic, the most trusted and best prosthetic doctor in Watson District. Lida's intelligence network already had records about this doctor. Superb skills, reasonable fees, and most importantly, abiding by the rules, unlike those butchers in the black market who would steal your advanced implants after you are anesthetized, or plant some little surprises in your system. More importantly, Victor is almost the exclusive prosthesis master of the KK team. The memory penetrated Reed's nerves like an electric current. KK team Carl. He suddenly understood why he was lying on this operating table. The moment he realized that there might be traitors inside the United Intelligence Agency or in the top management of the New America, he knew that any official channel for help was equivalent to nailing his coordinates to the enemy's bull's eye. So, at the last moment, when the neurotoxin eroded his sanity, his fingers followed his instinct and dialed the number stored separately by the encrypted chip. And now, he won the bet. The stains on the ceiling of Victor's clinic, the familiar smell of metal rust in the air, and even the slight tingling from the implant in the back of his neck all proved one thing. He did not die in the wilderness, like a wild dog, letting the wind and sand gnaw his body into unclaimed dry bones. Carl. Reed turned his head and looked at the side. The person who just said that he should not sleep again when he woke up was Carl. He subconsciously pressed his abdomen, the warmth left by the healing technique still pulsating under his skin, but the pain unique to the laceration still made his fingers tremble slightly. The dryness in his throat made him pause. Drag me back? Otherwise, didn't you suddenly contact me and give me a location, saying that you would send me a commission for help, but when I got there, I found you lying there, so I had to carry you back. Carl crossed his arms. You didn't even tell me what the reward was, and suddenly threw a commission to me, and then sent me an address. I didn't even decide whether to accept it. If I wasn't idle, I would have taken the hovercraft to locate the location, and went over to take a look. You were probably going to die there. So what happened? The CIA agent was poisoned and almost died in the bad land. Facing Carl's question, Lida remained silent, and his behavior also made Carl understand. Okay, I understand. It involves the employer's privacy, right? Then I won't ask anymore. Let's talk about the compensation. Carl looked to the side. Lao Wei went to buy new treatment equipment and medicines, and now there were only him and Lida in the clinic. Treatment fees, commission fees, the prices in this regard are not cheap. Since your commission has not been bid, I will also go to do it. Then we will follow the rules of the underworld. The commission money for saving lives is generally about 1/4 of the employer's worth. You? Carl glanced at Lida and suddenly realized something. The salary of your Joint Intelligence Bureau should be. That should be good, right? I haven't received any financial assistance from the United Intelligence Bureau for a long time. The Bureau gave me a location, and I have to earn my own money. As he spoke, Lida's face showed a rare embarrassment. I just took over the Hawk Moth Bar recently, and after the previous incident, the Hawk Moth Bar has not reopened for the time being. And my salary, as a bodyguard in the city, has only been paid a little because of the lack of commuting recently. In other words, you are very poor, right? Carl was a little speechless after listening to Lida's embarrassing words, and it turned out that he was really doing good things. Your salary will definitely not be less, Lida said, thinking about the previous situation that the United Intelligence Bureau could not trust. It just has to wait until I can apply for the funds allocated from above. Chapter 658. Come on, what I mean is that you entrusted me, I saved your life, and then you owe me money, and you have to pay it back later, even though you don't know if you can still live. Carl now understood it thoroughly. I don't need to worry about the money I entrusted, but your medical expenses are not cheap. I don't know how you got that special poison. Lao Wei gave you a blood transfusion, readjusted the relevant prosthesis for you, and helped you replace a new bioplastic blood vessel, which is even the best one on the market. How much money do you have now? Faced with Carl's inquiry, Li De's expression became more and more embarrassed, and his already brown face became darker and darker. The ace agent of the CIA looked at the amount in his account, and his voice subconsciously softened when he answered, 500. Ah? Carl listened to the number, and his first reaction was to be stunned for a moment, and then he actually doubted whether he had heard it wrong. 500? This number, you have to know, when Carl first came to Night City, he got 3,200 euros in an hour. Reed is a big agent of the CIA, who has been in Night City for so many years, and even worked as a bartender in a bar in the city center, but now, he only has 500 euros. Carl originally thought that Reed's no money meant that he couldn't pay out 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. This is at most considered tight money in the current circle of Night City. He even prepared a polite remark that you can pay in installments, and even planned to let this guy pay off Lao Wei's medical expenses first. But when the number came out of the other party's cracked lips, he seemed to hear the sound of some precision instrument jamming in his mind. 500? Carl read the number and felt his temples throbbing. Is it enough to order a special drink in the next life, or let the most ordinary sex doll in Hentang play rock paper scissors with you for 3 minutes? 500? The blue light of the diagnostic instrument cast a fence-like shadow on Lita's face. This agent who had done countless great deeds was looking at him with the eyes of a dying animal. Carl suddenly realized that the frayed thread on the collar of the other party's shirt was not a camouflage prop, and the cracked anti-slip pattern on the sole of the boot was probably not required for the mission. In other words, Carl was speechless. Not only can you not afford the commission, but now you have to put Lao Wei's medical expenses on my account. Silence spread between the two like a sticky electrolyte. Reed's Adam's apple rolled, and the barely perceptible nod reminded Carl of the drone hit by EMP. Carl was convinced. Carl had to admit that his impression of Reed collapsed. When he worked with Reed before, his impression of Reed was mostly positive. He thought that as an agent, he was outstanding and good at disguise, and he was also good at it. He was a good guy with a decent personality, but now, in Carl's impression, the ace agent of the United Intelligence Bureau has become a civil servant who pays for nothing. Your United Intelligence Bureau. Carl suddenly wanted to laugh, and some kind of emotion between absurdity fermented in his vocal cords. Will you staple the unpaid work application form and the employment contract together? Carl could only say this. It can only be said that Reed's loyalty to the New America is indeed extraordinary, or he really loves the New America. This kind of dedication is something that Carl, a mercenary, cannot understand. I don't understand, but I respect you. There's nothing I can do. Carl sighed. Just think of it as me being kind. Just like when I received your commission, I felt that I had nothing to do, so I was kind in the past. I help you pay for your medical expenses, and then put it in the commission fee. You should be able to pay it back, right? Carl said in an uncertain tone, staring at Lita. I won't calculate this amount according to your worth. No matter how cheap it is, you will have to give me about 120,000 euros later. Do you have this money? 120,000 euros to buy a life. It's not expensive. Lita said, but his expression was still awkward. But it may take a few months. You New Americans are against. Outsiders are more generous than my own people. Carl shook his head helplessly. There are more and more people who owe me money now, forget it. As he said, Carl took a bag from the side and threw it to Lita. The treatment drugs and related treatments are all in it. Take it, this is a whole course of treatment. You can't run around recently. Your physical condition requires at least a week of recuperation. Thank you. Lita took the heavy medical bag. The military nylon fabric made a slight friction sound in his palm, and when he opened the waterproof interlayer, a cold breath mixed with disinfectants and synthetic drugs hit him. The items in the bag were so neat that they were almost obsessive-compulsive. Each nano-healing gel was arranged according to the date of use. The hemostatic bandage was rolled into a perfect cylinder, and even the painkillers were packed in sealed bags marked with specific times. Carl's flamboyant handwriting was on the label. White bottle before meal/blue bottle after meal/red bottle to be taken when you are dying. He tried to prop himself up, and immediately felt a protesting pain in his spine. His muscle fibers seemed to be filled with lead, and every tiny contraction triggered a chain reaction. First, the sutures in his abdomen tightened, then the intercostal muscles twitched, and finally all the pain gathered in his jaw, causing his masseter muscles to spasm uncontrollably. Remember the course of treatment. I wrote it in Chinese. You should be able to understand it. Faced with Carl's words, Lida nodded slightly. He sat up slowly, then straightened up and landed on his feet. The moment his feet touched the ground, Lida's body almost staggered, and then Carl reached out and supported him steadily. Take good care of yourself, Ace Agent. Carl's eyes were not looking at Reed, but at the TV in the clinic that was broadcasting the news. Even if you want to be loyal to the country, you have to take care of your body first. A weak body cannot complete the assigned mission of sending yourself to death. Besides, you still owe me money. Carl's words were full of sarcasm, and a feeling of comfort that was hard to tell. Reed still nodded calmly to show that he understood. He hugged the bag tightly, and after Carl let go of his support, he staggered and walked out of the clinic weakly. Carl turned his head and looked at his back. That back. It really looks like a dog. A lame, embarrassed dog that can only lick its wounds silently. It's not a good feeling of respecting people. Carl shook his head for his thoughts. On the TV that he didn't look at, the news was showing the reporter's commentary. The body of an unidentified person was found at the satellite energy power station. Chapter 659. Hello Carl, did you miss me? After helping Lee to pay Lao Wei's medical expenses, Carl just walked out of the clinic and received a message from Maki. Is the exam over? As for this friend, in Carl's impression, she was preparing for the exam of Arasaka Academy recently. It's completely over. Maki's message contained a sense of relief from words to sentences. It's finally over, I can finally be liberated and move freely, and I don't have to make snacks for you and Haruko like before. How are the estimated scores? After hearing that his friend's exam was over, Carl asked out of habit. Estimated grades? Carl, have you forgotten that the grades of the academy are all graded by machines, and the grades will be out within 10 minutes after the exam? Is that so? I don't remember much. Carl only went to school for a short time and didn't even take an exam. How could he remember anything related to the exam? However, mechanical grading is indeed time-saving, labor-saving and fast. I just don't know if hackers can tamper with the grades in this regard. Carl regained his somewhat erratic thoughts. So how are your grades? I remember that your grades seem to be good, right Maki? Of course, it's pretty good. Even if you don't rely on connections, you can still get a job at Arasaka. You almost got full marks in all subjects. How about that? It's amazing, right? Looking at the sense of boasting revealed in the text, Carl smiled slightly. You said that you can get a job at Arasaka without relying on connections. So you are still going to rely on connections, right? Why do you do so well in the exam as a person with connections? For a lady like you, isn't it enough to just deal with it casually? Then I am just a useless person who can't help when help is needed. If you have connections, you should work harder. Otherwise, in this environment of Arasaka, you will be kicked out if you have connections but no ability. Wow, you have talent and connections, but you still want to give others a chance to live. After joking for a while, Carl asked something more serious. I remember this is your graduation exam. Although you can go up to the university department, it seems that if you graduate from this school, you can also enter Arasaka in advance as long as you have excellent grades. Are you going to continue studying or just join Arasaka? I am going to help Haruko, and I plan to officially join tomorrow. Do you want to come and see me then? The exam ends today, and you join tomorrow? Arasaka is still the same Arasaka, so efficient. Or maybe because Maki is Maki Takemura, she doesn't have to worry too much about political review, so she can start work so quickly? Carl knew that Maki was going to help Haruko. It's better to say that for Haruko, there are more and more people around her, but there are only so many people she can trust. With the help of Maki, an outstanding graduate of Arasaka Academy, it can really save Haruko a lot of effort. I see the time. There should be no problem in going. While sending a message to Maki, another person's letter popped up on Carl's phone. And the purpose of this person's letter is similar to Maki's. He also came to announce the good news, but it was sent to a group in the same channel. David at Playboy, don't be obsessed with me. Oliver at Boxing Champion, recently KO'd Razor. Jack at The Commissioner is straightforward, the price is fair. V at KK. Carl at Want to buy a small island. X preparing to buy a big island, saving money. T-Bug, I've finished my exams. I'm the 5th graduate in the academy. This exam is a little harder than I thought, and there are also students from outside taking the exam, but I'm still in the top 5. I'm an outstanding graduate. Mashi's graduation exam was over, and so was David's. The channel he posted on was the one he used to send messages to when he hadn't joined Man's team to do commissions, and when he was working with Carl and the others. He was actually in the top 5. David's academic performance was really good. Carl took a look at the transcript that David shared in the group and found that he also got full marks in almost all subjects. Except for the fact that he lost a lot of points on the company's etiquette standards, there was nothing wrong with his transcript. Oliver, congratulations, congratulations, are you free tonight? Come to the Wild Wolf Bar, I buy you a drink. Jack, congratulations, have you told Man and the others about this? They should be back from their trip in the next 2 days, and I don't know if we can contact them. David, thank you, Oliver. I will definitely come tonight. I told them, and they will be back soon. They said they would have a party to celebrate then. Carl saw that there were several more congratulatory messages on the channel, and he also sent one himself. Then, at the moment he sent it, T-Bug also sent a message. T-Bug, congratulations, your results are ranked in the top 100 in the history of Arasaka Academy graduates, which is really good. Carl, congratulations, being in the top 5 is really amazing. After thinking about it, Carl also sent a message to ask about Maki. Carl, so David, are you going to continue studying, or start working after graduation? Arasaka should welcome you very much, and if you start working, your aunt should be very happy. But you may have to put the mercenary work aside. The company's inspection is still very strict, and generally mercenaries will not be accepted. Facing Carl's inquiry, David obviously thought for a while. David, I haven't made up my mind yet. For more than a year, I only told my mother about my business with my friends and asked her to change to a less busy job because I'm not short of money now. But I haven't told my mother about the mercenary thing. I don't know if she will object. After all, compared to mercenaries, being a company employee is definitely better. Are you still hesitating? V sent a message at this time. V, let's talk about it. When I was in the tribe, if I encountered such a thing, I would have a good talk with my family. As long as you talk to your mother, I think she will understand. David, well, I think so too, but it's a pity that I have worked so hard to study for so many years. However, the knowledge in the academy has really come in handy. It made me understand many rules and company-related tasks. Watching David make a decision, Carl was still thinking. He originally thought about helping David get a company identity. Even if it wasn't Arasaka, other companies could still do it if they wanted to use a cover. But then he thought that there was really no need for such a lie. And if David really wanted to give up being a mercenary and join Arasaka, Carl had a lot of connections, even in the military technology field. But for this kind of thing, it's better to talk to your family honestly. Chapter 660. Welcome, Mr. KK. Listening to the polite greetings of the Arasaka staff at the entrance of Arasaka Tower, and watching their bows that Carl did not like at all, Carl glanced at them, and entered the first floor lobby of Arasaka Tower from the entrance. Although he had been here many times, every time he walked in, the oppressive luxury still made him feel uncomfortable. The lobby is 15 meters high and almost empty. It is carefully designed as an indoor ecological park. There is a large botanical garden on each side, planted with neatly trimmed dwarf trees and rare flowers. The price of some varieties is even equivalent to an ordinary person's annual salary. In the center is a goldfish pond, with artificial waterfalls pouring down from the rockery and the sound of water gurgling. There is also a miniature island in the center of the pond. During the day, the sunlight shines through the light pump system on the roof, reflecting the entire space brightly and falsely. At night, the pinpoint lights on the ceiling simulate the bright starry sky, and even several groups of artificial constellations can be seen. The main entrance is on the south side, and the emergency exit is on the north side. Both have standard security checkpoints. In front of the main entrance are 2 reception lounges and a security service desk, while the stairs leading to the basement are hidden behind the lounge. In the north area of the lobby, behind the security check desk, there are 2 elevators and emergency stairs. The entire hall is closely monitored by countless cameras, automatic turrets, and fully armed guards, as if even the air is saturated with the control desire of the Arasaka group. Scanning the first floor of the Arasaka Tower, which is already working hours, and therefore not crowded with people, Carl felt the gaze of the Arasaka staff and guards coming and going around, and walked towards the elevator of the Arasaka Tower. No one had any reaction to KK's arrival except surprise and slight fear. In their opinion, KK was probably commissioned by some upper-level personnel of the company, most likely by the Vice President Kenichi Shiro. The story of KK crushing the former Vice President's head with one hand at the company meeting was still circulating in the company. No one dared to have any extra opinions about the arrival of the popular person in front of the Vice President. In addition to the special favor of the Vice President for Carl, there were rumors in Arasaka that this mercenary, who was now known to everyone in Night City, had an unclear relationship with the people of the Arasaka family. It was said that even the current helmsman of Arasaka, Mr. Arasaka Nobuo, had hired them to protect himself. People of this level, even if they came to Arasaka Tower for a stroll, few people dared to stop them. Who knew what his arrival involved? If the inspection delayed the business of the upper-level people, I am afraid that his life would not be enough to compensate. While some thoughtful Arasaka employees were secretly guessing about Carl's purpose, Carl was recalling the floor information. I remember which floor the new employees were hired on. The 19th floor seemed to be the resting place for the lower-level employees, and it was also the highest point that the lower-level employees could reach. However, employees should not be hired in such a place, because the status of the HR department was not low, and their office should be a little higher. In addition, this was a direct recruitment of outstanding students from Arasaka Academy. Carl glanced at his phone and didn't reply. Maybe he didn't have the time to send messages after entering the Arasaka Tower. I forgot to ask clearly in advance. Now the outstanding college students should be undergoing biometric identification and information entry, as well as necessary counter-espionage inspections. So what about me? Carl looked at his contacts, first scanning Kenichi Shiro, and finally Kenichi Kanzuya, who was with Kenichi Shiro because of the alphabetical order of the surnames. When he saw him, Carl remembered something. Really, I can access the Arasaka database, but I still want to ask people. I can just check and know. Carl quickly locked the target location. 36th floor. Today's events of the Arasaka Tower's middle-level personnel department scrolled on the mobile phone screen. Application for employment of defected employees of Kongtao. Mandatory employment record of military technology engineers. Direct recruitment of outstanding graduates of Arasaka Academy. The cursor stopped at the last column. In the densely packed list, two names suddenly caught my eye: Take Muramaki. David Martinez. Last night, David finally confronted his mother. When she heard that her son not only met the legendary KK team, but also became a member of the MAN team, after not understanding and believing, the mother's anger and scolding turned into a sigh. She knew the child's stubbornness too well, and the condition of compromise was, David must see the abandoned road with his own eyes. Behind the glass curtain wall of Arasaka Tower, there is another possible David Martinez. 36 floors, not high. Is it because this is only the middle-level personnel department? The moment the induction door slid open to both sides, the lemon-scented air purifier overflowing from the elevator suddenly solidified. The two employees holding the holographic projection board were about to take a step, but they turned into two stiff statues the moment they saw the person coming. The man in the gray suit suddenly spasmed his fingers, and the projection board slammed on his shiny leather shoes. The woman next to him, who was wearing coral lipstick, almost collapsed to the ground. After leaning against the wall in the elevator to accept some facts, she reacted faster than the colleague next to her, who was completely stunned. Morning, good morning, Mr. KK. When the female employee bowed, the smell of purifier from the elevator mixed with the artificial jasmine shampoo in her hair, brewing a strange fragrance in the elevator. Good morning, Mr. KK. The male employee was equally smart. He hurriedly picked up the projection board on the ground that was damaged and estimated to cost a certain amount of salary to compensate, then stood up straight and gave Carl a proper salute. Carl didn't want to respond, just like he didn't want to respond to the greeting at the door, but seeing them standing in the elevator and not wanting to come out, he could only walk in and nodded slightly. Good morning, both of you. He hesitated for a moment, and under the breathless gaze of the two employees, he thought for a second, is the weather good today? Carl himself was not sure how he should communicate with strangers who greeted him in the elevator, and the two people who heard Carl's words were stunned. The two of them were just employees working on the 64th floor, and now they could hear KK respond to their greetings. This kind of thing was like a dream. This time, the male employee reacted faster. Are you going to the upper floor? Please let me help you press the floor. He said so, and under the annoyed gaze of his colleagues, who were a step slower, his hand moved to the elevator screen. The 36th floor is fine, thank you. Thank you. The pupils widened even more. But in shock, both the male and female employees realized one thing instantly. The 36th floor, remember this floor for the HR department, KK went there. Could it be that KK is going to join Arasaka? Chapter 661. Under the respectful gazes of the male and female staff, Carl stepped into the 36th floor. Pushing open the bulletproof glass door standing not far from the elevator entrance, the cold neon lights flickered overhead, casting a faint red light. The air was filled with the bitter smell of burnt coffee and the metallic smell of prosthetic lubricants. Holographic projected recruitment information was played on both sides of the corridor, occasionally distorted due to signal interference. Several open workstations were transformed into semi-enclosed neural cabins. Each employee had a data cable plugged into the back of his head, and his prosthetic eyes flashed with different colors of light, quickly scanning the resume stream. Their fingers tapped on the keyboard, and the candidate files on the holographic screen scrolled like a waterfall. Genetic compatibility, criminal records, cyberpsychosis risk ratings, everything was quantified into cold numbers. Carl's arrival did not attract much attention. In the high-pressure work environment, where they worked hard and were forced to regress if they did not make progress, or be demoted to the lower level or even fired, the only leisure time for these employees was the time they had to wait for the submission of documents and the time they were lucky enough not to work overtime during their commute. Carl took a few steps forward, glanced around, and finally found the place he was going to on the road guidance icon on the wall. Today, Carl, wearing all black, walked in the dark red floor. From the coordination of clothing and environment, he looked very inconspicuous. Several people passed by him, but no busy staff noticed who was walking by them. I remember that from the perspective of color emotions, staying in a red and black environment for a long time would make people feel depressed and anxious. In addition, the workplace environment of Arasaka, they did not break out of their mental illness, probably because the staff in charge of Arasaka Tower were experienced, and the news was easy to block. Carl soon arrived at his destination, a specially isolated recruitment room that occupies almost half of the floor. Carl walked over to the Arasaka guard standing at the door, who was probably there to maintain public order for this multi-person recruitment. Are they recruiting inside? It's the direct recruitment of outstanding graduates from the academy. I shouldn't have found the wrong place, right? In response to Carl's question, the 4 guards at the door looked at him at the same time. KK. The pupils in his eyes dilated slightly, but the attitudes on the faces of the 4 people were also very calm. This is the calmness brought to them by a past experience. When Arasaka Tower was clearing out the former vice president and his followers, these 4 guards were responsible for clearing out the group of people who had been dealt with by Carl on the floor. They had met Carl at that time, and Carl's attitude at that time was very gentle, which made these guards know that Carl was not a cyber psychopath who would kill people at the slightest disagreement as rumored and in mutuo. Knowing that Carl was actually a very easy-to-talk person and would not kill him, what was there for him to be afraid of? They are all members of the Action Force. Who was not an elite soldier or a recruited street talent before. They see Adam Chongchue, the real cyber psychopath, every day, not to mention Carl, who is not. It is here, and the recruitment is in progress. One of the 4 people took a step towards Carl and said in a calm and polite tone, "Do you need to enter now, Mr. KK? Please allow me to make an announcement." "You?" Carl looked at his face, and then his eyes swept over the others. "I seem to have seen you. Did you work together before? If the process requires announcement, then help me announce it. I am ready to go in and take a look at the situation." "Yes, we have had the honor of working with you before, Mr. KK. Please wait, we will inform you immediately." As he spoke, the guard's eyes flashed with yellow communication light, and he informed the management staff on this floor, and the approval reply was very fast. "Come in, Mr. KK." The door of the room was opened, and the guards nodded to Carl and stood back to their original positions. Carl walked in, and as soon as the automatic door behind him closed, a familiar figure rushed in front of him. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Carl. You're finally here." Ma Shi. The figure in front of him had a flamboyant blue long hair, tied into a high ponytail, and the ends of her hair threw out tiny spots of light as she moved. Those were nanofluorescent particles mixed in a dye. "Did you do your hairstyle today? It's shiny and fun." You shouldn't answer a girl's dress by saying it's fun. You should compliment her. During the conversation with Ma Shi, Carl looked past her and quickly scanned the entire space. This recruitment area, separated by an opaque glass curtain wall, is further divided into several independent compartments. Each compartment has a completely different decoration style. Some are as cold as an interrogation room, some are as warm as a cafe, and there's even a holographic projection room that simulates natural scenery. Obviously, this is to adjust the intensity of psychological suggestion for different types of visitors. The fluorescent sign of Special Personnel Recruitment Room flashed on the door frame of the compartment that Ma Shi just rushed out of. Through the fog glass, one can see the unusual arrangement inside. A retro-style smart refrigerator is humming. Next to it is a fully automatic coffee machine, with caramel macchiato milk still remaining on the steam outlet, and 3 layers of exquisite Japanese confectionery on the dessert stand, the matcha difficult on the top layer having obviously been bitten, with a little cream on the edge of the tooth mark. There was no interviewer or office equipment in the empty room, as if this was not a recruitment site at all, but an afternoon tea room for a young lady. How did you know I was here? Carl knocked on the glass of the room, where Mashi came out with his knuckles. And why do I feel that your interview is just to eat up other people's snack racks? Mashi suddenly stood on tiptoe, and reached out to pull Carl's collar. He then noticed that she had a brand new work badge on her chest, and the words assistant to external director on it were glowing blue under the light. Because she deliberately prolonged her tone, and the work badge suddenly projected a holographic notification record, I now have high-level authority, and all visitor data will be synchronized to my neural terminal in real time. She turned around and slumped on the chair in the corridor, and the artificial leather fabric made an inflated puffing sound. As for the interview, that process has been completed long ago. She took out half a cookie from her pocket and held it in her mouth, and gave Carl a cookie. She ate it and added vaguely, the genetic test and brainwave scan were done in 10 minutes. But the entry procedures took half an hour because they had to wait for the special work card to be made. In the end, it was just a formality. Carl chewed the cookie with a crunchy sound, swallowed it, and glanced at her sideways. So you are now officially employed? What time do you start work? What time do you get off work? How much is your monthly salary? Mashi puffed up her cheeks, like a cat with a paw poke. I just joined the company, and you only ask about the salary? Don't you care about my mood at work that is about to suffer? Care. Carl reached out and took a piece of almond biscuit from the snack box in her pocket. If you can give me more food, I can say affectionately now, Mashi, you have worked hard. Do you want to hear it? How disgusting. Maki turned her seat 180 degrees. Her blue ponytail swung out in an arc. It's too late now. The signal has been cut off. Rejection refused. The seat made a protesting beep, but she turned back and said on tiptoe, my working hours are very flexible because I am Haruko's assistant. As long as she needs me, I have to be on standby. She licked the last bit of cookie crumbs on her fingertips, took out a handkerchief, and wiped her hands slowly, and suddenly put her fingers that were still stained with butter to her chin. As for the salary, well, the holographic screen of the work badge popped up the personnel file in front of her, and she swiped it twice and turned it off. I don't think I looked at it carefully, but this. If you want a position, it shouldn't be too low. Hey, Carl reached out and took a cookie from Mashi's pocket again. You don't even look at the salary when looking for a job? Mashi tilted her head, and the nanofluorescence on the ends of her hair flickered like stars. I really don't care too much. She took out a snack box from her pocket. After all, I'm really not short of money, and she blinked. I don't seem to want anything in particular. Carl silently took the best-tasting small chocolate lava cake from the snack box. What is this? Versailles-style show of wealth? No! Mashi suddenly rushed over to grab the cake, and the whole person almost fell from the floating seat into Carl's arms. It's Mashi's worry-free survival rule. The blue hair on her head swayed with the movement, casting a small blue spot under the neon light. Does the lively and lovely Mashi live a carefree life? Carl dragged out the tone, and his fingers were quietly reaching into the snack box. Ah! Mashi suddenly clamped his fingertips with the box. I didn't hear any sincerity from Mr. Carl's flat tone. She imitated the numb mechanical voice of the company's customer service. If you can use a gentle voice, and suddenly switched back to her original voice, her ears turned slightly red, and with that kind of gentle and focused eyes. I might believe it 1.57%. Only 1.57%? Carl took the opportunity to take a cranberry cookie. Mashi's artificial eyes suddenly turned into a cat-like vertical pupil. If you add the keyword beautiful, she made a big gesture with both hands in front of her chest. The credibility can soar to 3.14%. Forget it. Carl bit the cookie with a click. My moral bottom line does not allow me to tell such an obvious lie. Hey! The snack box made a dangerous metal deformation sound, and Mashi's ahog on the top of her head stood up like an alarm light. She suddenly hid the box behind her back and curled up in the seat. Her puffed cheeks made her voice vague. Some people's taste buds are probably marinated by the prosthesis, and can't taste the painstaking effort I spent 3 hours adjusting the sugar balance. When Carl reached out again, she suddenly kicked his knee with her thick-soled shoes. It was more like a cat's claw-like protest than a stop. The metal box containing cookies made a crisp collision sound in her arms, as if agreeing with the owner. At the same time as the box was intelligently blocked, a few lines of words appeared on the box. Feeding permission has been frozen. Reason, aesthetic dysfunction, stingy. Carl poked the nano-fluorescent light that was still flashing at the end of her hair. Who said there was nothing they wanted just now? This is a matter of principle. Mashi suddenly jumped up from her seat. Her blue ponytail swept past Carl's nose like a meteor's tail, and the nanoparticles at the end of her hair drew a fleeting star track in the air, leaving behind a faint blue wind chime fragrance. She held the snack box tightly to her chest with both hands, and her artificial eyes switched to red warning mode. You can't even compliment a girl. I'm worried that you will end up alone in the future, Mr. Carl. Although she was speaking harshly, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise because of the imagination of ending up alone. Taking 2 steps back, she said, as your best friend, she deliberately emphasized the word best, I think it's necessary to teach you a lesson. Now, repeat after me. She cleared her throat and demonstrated in a particularly gentle voice. Ms. Maxie, you are the cutest in the world, smart and beautiful, and you are just like a person in my dreams that makes me obsessed. Although she was demonstrating, Maxie shuddered after she finished speaking. Well, I demonstrated too much. Carl repeated expressionlessly, Ms. Maxie, you are indeed very cute, and if you dress up well, you will also be very beautiful. Before she finished speaking, the smart lock of the snack box made a second click and lock sound. Beep. The work card on Mashi's chest suddenly lit up in red, and the words, Social Blacklist, Carl, flashed 3 times in the air. Unfortunately, you have lost the right to replenish snacks today, she announced with a suppressed smile, but because she was too proud, she didn't notice that her fingers were unconsciously rubbing the bottom of the box. The star cookie wrapped in starry sky oil paper poked out a corner from between her fingers, like a deliberately exposed bait. Carl was quick and took the cookie out of Mashi's hand. Mashi only felt a chill on her fingertips, her blue eyes widened, and even the fluorescent particles at the ends of her hair solidified. White chocolate almond cookies, I like this, Mashi. I take the cookies you made. Carl proudly shook the trophy, and the oil paper made a crisp click sound when it opened in the air. He raised his head and threw the whole cookie into his mouth. The next second, he froze, his Adam's apple rolled suspiciously twice, and his eyes were even a little confused because of the impact of taste. Ahem, why is this salty? Because it's for idiots. Mashi blinked, stood on tiptoe, put her hands behind her back and swayed left and right. The hem of her uniform bloomed like a petal. Mr. Thief, who acted so pretentiously when we first met, now you understand the mistake of stealing. Chapter 662. The fight between Carl and Mahi didn't last long, because Carl remembered the other person he had come to see today. Speaking of which, Carl looked around the cubicles where interviews were being conducted. Mahi, have you seen David? He should also be here today to attend the direct recruitment fair for outstanding graduates. David? Mahi recalled the young man she had met at the party at Carl's house. She knew David's other identity as a mercenary, and they would nod and greet each other when they occasionally met on campus. The classmate who always shyly avoided her sight when selling Mutuo at school did leave a special impression on her. He just went to the innermost interview room. Mahi pointed to the corner at the end. The interviewer seemed very satisfied with the ability he showed, so he kept him for a long time. Very satisfied? Carl raised his eyebrows slightly. Although the length of the interview was not absolutely proportional to the success rate, the extended time did imply a certain possibility. Carl walked over there, but just as he got there, he saw the door open and David walked out. Carl's eyes immediately passed David and looked at the room David walked out of. It was a space that was so simple that it was almost weird. Under the pale light, the layout of the imitation living room was deliberately ordinary. Faded fabric sofas, glass coffee tables printed with supermarket logos, and even tacky landscape paintings on the wall. In the deepest part of the room, the holographic projection equipment had just turned off, and the virtual image of the interviewer dissipated like smoke, leaving only the flashing red indicator light on the metal base, the chairs without body temperature, and the tabletops without signs of use. The whole space was like a carefully constructed stage set. At this moment, the actors left the stage, exposing its artificial nature. Judging from the environment, the interview scene was obviously set up after investigating David's identity and background, and a rather traditional family home was prepared for him as the environment. Carl? David just walked out of the door and saw Carl standing in front of him, looking past him. He was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, "You came to see my interview." Almost. Carl did come to see David's interview, but he also came to see another friend's interview. How was the result? He put one hand in his pocket, and his eyes fell on David as the sensor door closed automatically. "I heard that the interviewer particularly appreciated you and kept you for a long time?" David rubbed his knuckles subconsciously, and the fibers of the jacket he was dismantling made a slight friction sound when he shrugged. "What else can I talk about?" Family background check, loyalty questionnaire, accidentally discovered my mother's debt record in the prosthetic clinic. He sneered. It fits my previous imagination of the company, knowing everything down to the details. So what about the mercenary identity? Carl raised his eyebrows. It's much more casual than I thought. David frowned, as if he also felt strange. The information they have shows that I did some street work part-time when I was in school, but they just mentioned it casually and passed it over without asking in depth. They asked this for longer than they asked me what I like. He spread his hands. I thought I would be questioned for at least half an hour with this background. Carl snorted lightly. His eyes swept across the surveillance camera in the corner of the room. Every company has street mercenaries. Even those who are working will receive invitations for black work. In their eyes, part-time workers like you are probably not even worth writing 2 more lines in their files. He paused, turned his head and looked at Mashi, who was nodding to David. Is there a lounge nearby? It's rare for you to come here, Mashi. You have officially joined the company. We can't always stand and talk. There is an employee lounge a few floors above, but there is space on this floor. Mashi nodded and greeted David. After thinking for a while, she led Carl and David to the interview room she had just had. This room is fine. I pour you coffee. As she said that, she ran to the coffee machine and started working. Carl just gestured to David to sit on the sofa in this room, and then sat opposite him. So what position does the company offer you? Carl's fingers tapped lightly on the coffee table, and the wood made a dull sound. Combat team. David said, I originally thought it would be a place like the research department, but it turned out that they thought my combat skills were more useful than the knowledge I learned in the academy, so they opened a position like this for me, with 3 days of paid annual leave a year, 1 day of personal leave a month, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and a monthly salary of 120,000 euros. 120,000 euros. This number is not low for a newly hired employee. You know, a mercenary who has a high level of job in the next life can only make this much money a month if he is not very lucky. For a mercenary who is still on the street and begging for a job from a middleman, 100 euros is a salary that requires working hard for a month and risking his life. David's identity as an outstanding graduate of Arasaka Academy obviously came in handy when he was hired for such a position right away. The salary is not low, and you only need to work 12 hours a day, and you can get 3 days of paid annual leave a year, and even 1 day of personal leave every month. Carl inexplicably felt that the treatment given by Arasaka this time was comparable to the treatment in the world's black factories in the past. This treatment was extremely black in the past, but in this era, it is definitely an excellent blessing. This excellent treatment, it seems that the interviewer is really optimistic about you. Carl finally made a comment. Yes, if it was in the past, then I think except for some dangers, I would be happy to accept this treatment, but now. David shook his head. No matter how good the treatment is, I can't be tempted, so I just accepted this contract and prepared to take it back to my mother to see. As for signing the contract, forget it, the time is too conflicting. After all, this is not school. At school at Arasaka Academy, there is still time for David to work part-time, but if he becomes a formal employee of the combat team, then it is obvious that David's mercenary career will end. Compared with becoming a company dog, David still yearns to become a mercenary. That's right. After all, if you become a combat team, you might have to be under Adam's hammer and listen to that guy's orders. Carl said, and suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Combat team? Does this word look familiar? Maybe not to follow the instructions of the security director. While Carl was still thinking, Maki brought coffee over and said, I remember that V's position seemed to be the captain. Chapter 663. Speaking of V, Carl suddenly remembered. Yes, V's identity has always been held by that thief Kenichi Shiro. The captain of the second combat team is still on the list. According to V, it seems that there will be an additional salary in his account every month, which is directly regarded as a long-term part-time treatment. David, does your combat team contract state which team you need to join? I remember that according to Arasaka's distribution, it should be clearly stated in the contract that you need to perform your duties. David looked at Carl, who suddenly remembered something and asked, and took out a device he carried with him for the interview with some doubts, and reopened the contract. I didn't look at the relevant ones carefully because I don't plan to sign. Wait, let me see. The titanium alloy shell glowed coldly under the neon, and the holographic projection unfolded between the two people. The dense clauses stood like a reinforced concrete jungle. Employer, Arasaka Security Department, registration number, 2077-4-884, employee, David Martinez, biometric ID authentication effective, tactical assignment unit, 2nd Operational Squadron, Status: active / quota not full. Personnel authentication. Kenichi Kanzuya. Kenichi Kanzuya, 2nd Operational Squadron. Seeing these two familiar words, Carl suddenly understood some of the reasons why David was kept for so long. David, when you were interviewed just now, was the person interviewing you a middle-aged man who was very polite and looked very energetic? Is that so? What's wrong? David saw Carl's expression of sudden enlightenment, but he still didn't quite understand. You can sign this contract. Carl's words made David blink. He quickly recalled the information that Maki had mentioned before. V's position was the captain, and the team he was assigned to. Wait, his voice was slightly tense. Is V the captain of the 2nd Combat Team? Carl nodded. Yes, in name only. He paused, and the one who interviewed you is probably Kenichi Kanzuya, our old friend. He probably smelled something when he was looking through your information, and opened a back door for you and stuffed you into V's team. David's breathing stagnated slightly. But V is not without work. Yes, he didn't do it. Carl sneered. But there is an old fox who refuses to withdraw from the team and nails V's name in the system like a tablet. What's more ridiculous is that the salary is still paid, the organization is still the same, and there are still a few old foxes in the team. Oliver and Jack are all lazy people. David felt a sense of absurdity. Brother Jack and Brother Oliver are both here, so the interviewer gave me this contract to let me take money for nothing? This word seems unreal when it comes out of his own mouth. David, who grew up in the streets of Santo Domingo, has the simplest survival rules engraved in his bones. That rule is a bit similar to V's simple idea in the past. Work and get paid, it's natural, but the contract in front of him is like a pass to get something for nothing, which subverts his cognition lightly. That's about it, but it's not completely free. According to what was said at the time, there should be some commissions in the future, and they want you to take them first. It's like a business behavior of exchanging money for excellent mercenaries, so it's not completely free for you to take it. Carl said it very honestly. He even thought that 100,000 a month was a little too little. You know, when Kenichi Shiro approached him, he offered him 300,000 euros a month, and later increased it. For V, Oliver, Jack, and David, who was a little lower in level but could be considered an excellent mercenary in the next life, the priority entrustment and trading rights of 100,000 a month seemed very dull and little. It's not free. But this is 100,000 euros, a full 100,000 euros. 100,000 euros is not a small amount of money for David now. He sells Mutuo and works as a mercenary, so it is impossible for him to make this much money in a month. But his monthly income is not much higher than this. After all, he had to go to school in the past, so he had time factors. Now he can continue to work as a mercenary and earn 100,000, and the Mutuo business can continue to be done secretly at the school gate. After a little calculation, David felt that his eyes were about to turn into euro symbols. David had heard about the salary of the Brown team, another top mercenary team mentioned by Man. Now they are bodyguards for Carrie. Not counting the travel allowance and the extra income from dealing with assassinations and attacks by fanatical fans, the monthly salary is 120,000. Now, he can get a similar amount as long as he signs a contract. Getting the same salary as the members of the top mercenary team. David does not have a clear understanding of his current strength. Since he entered the mercenary industry, he has always been surrounded by top mercenaries. From Carl to Man, he has always seen those signature figures in the Next Life bar. Because of this, his assessment of his own ability has always been vague. In his mind, he can only knock down a team of gang thugs at most, so he always feels that getting the same salary as the Brown team is simply a bargain. But Carl didn't think so. In his opinion, although David was not as good as Andy, his old friend, who was also a mercenary, and whose skills were becoming more and more terrifying, he was already as good as Brown and Man. David was indeed gifted in the mercenary industry. His prosthetics were highly adaptable, he was young, and his potential was bottomless. 100,000? It was indeed too little. I think I can help you negotiate the conditions. The name and advance entrustment rights are no problem, but the money is indeed too little. Carl was thinking about whether to contact Kenichi and Kanzuya, but David had already waved his hand in panic and refused. Enough, really enough. Since Carl said you can sign, then I will sign. This money is already too much. If it's more, I'm afraid something will happen. Is it so exaggerated? Carl frowned. He himself got much more than this every month, and he didn't think there was anything wrong. But looking at David's uneasy look, that kind of clear feeling that was exactly the same as V back then, and had not been completely polluted by this industry, Carl finally just sighed and didn't insist. He just reminded David at last, You'd better talk to your aunt about joining the company. She wants you to see another way. You can go back and tell her that you have tried both ways. In this way, your aunt, who has been thinking about you joining the company, should be happy. Chapter 664. Ms. Haruko, Carl and Ms. Maki Takemura are downstairs. Chiyo's voice came from the side, with a hint of inquiry. Do you need to invite them to lunch? Haruko, who was buried in a pile of paper documents that needed to be signed, paused with the tip of her pen, and the pen spread a small piece of ink on the paper, causing a certain degree of damage to the paper document that was used for confidentiality. She slowly raised her head. Carl Maki. Haruko blinked, remembering what the two mentioned in their previous chat. By the way, today is Maki's official entry day. Her fingertips tapped the table lightly, so Carl came to see her specially. The moment she said this, she suddenly felt a strange stagnation in her chest, as if something invisible gently grasped her heart and quickly released it. The feeling came and went quickly, and it didn't even leave a clear trace in her consciousness. She didn't even notice that she unconsciously took half a second to release the pen, nor did she notice the fleeting darkness that flashed across her eyes when she lowered her eyelashes. No need. Haruko's voice was as steady as a lake without ripples, but her fingertips unconsciously stroked the edge of the document, pressing a slight wrinkle on the corner of the paper. Since Carl came to see Mashi, she paused for half a second. Her eyes fell on the cookie on the corner of the table. Mashi said at the time that she worked hard to make it, but now she thinks that maybe she worked hard to make it especially for her and Carl. Then let her enjoy her first day at work. After all, Mashi will have to work hard to help me later. She finally said this, and even raised a decent smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she didn't notice that she said rest instead of enjoy, and didn't realize that this sentence was a little faster than usual, as if she wanted to rush to push a certain emotion back to the bottom of her heart before it surfaced. The details that Haruko didn't notice fell into Chiyo's ears exactly. Enjoy? This subtle difference in the wording made Chiyo's long eyelashes tremble slightly. In a second of silence, her biological processor had completed 17 semantic analysis, and finally came to a conclusion that made her pupils shrink slightly. Miss Haruko's fatigue value has affected the language center. She looked at the piles of documents at Haruko's hand. The cold light reflected from the edges of the papers was like a miniature blade. The database retrieved the work records of the past 3 weeks. Invalid meetings increased by 47%, repeated approval processes increased by 62%, and 83% of the delays came from those newcomers, who couldn't even fill out the basic forms properly. The existence of incompetent people is a waste of resources. Chiyo calmly adjusted her breathing frequency, and at the same time, with her authority, sent 3 encrypted instructions to the logistics system. 1. Delete the intern conversion evaluation submitted by the Human Resources Department. 2. Initiate the job adaptability reinvestigation procedure for certain employees. 3. Ask the reviewers to review 3 times to ensure that the proposals they submit are indeed worth reviewing. After issuing these instructions that were completely correct with her authority, Chiyo's eyes flashed as she watched the promises and responses and the expressions of understanding that she received almost instantly. She suddenly felt that she was becoming more and more like the person who failed to perform his duties, and more like her master. Unconsciously, she had become more and more accustomed to handling various matters, and was becoming more and more adept at applying the knowledge that Kenichi Shiro had taught her to interpersonal relationships. But it was just similar. I will never become a dereliction of duty. Absolutely not. The sin caused by dereliction of duty, that blood, will never be repeated in my body. I will never repeat the same mistake. This time, I will definitely wash away the sin and complete the protection. As Chiyo gradually calmed down, personnel transfers were approved one by one. And the waves caused by the personnel transfers made Carl and others downstairs hear the relevant movements. A heart-wrenching cry pierced the soundproof glass. No! This is impossible. Carl, who was walking downstairs while chatting with Maki and David, turned his head. At the corner of the hall, a middle-aged man in a suit was holding the cuffs of the security guard tightly. His tie was crooked, and his meticulously combed back hair was scattered with a few strands, shining with an embarrassing oily sheen under the ceiling light. I have dedicated 12 years to the company. The man's throat trembled with bloodshot voice. It's those useless subordinates. Just 5 minutes, no 3 minutes. I can prove it. His voice suddenly stopped, and his fingers twitched nervously, as if he was trying to grab a file that didn't exist at all. Last week's report is wrong. It's the plan for last month. Damn it! He frantically searched for his empty briefcase. It's clearly here. That key data. The resigned executive noticed his performance, frowned and took a half step back, but the man rushed over like grabbing a life-saving straw. Listen to me. In the third quarter of last year. No, it was the fourth quarter. The profit of the project I handled increased. Increased his artificial eye turned rapidly, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead, at least 5%. No, it may be 3%, but it is definitely profitable. The glass curtain wall reflected his distorted face, and 2 buttons on his collar had been torn apart at some point. The Arasaka staff, who were watching his embarrassing performance, looked up at the clown during their work break. Many of them were sarcastic. He can't even remember which project he was working on. The man suddenly jumped up. You are the ones who are faking it. He waved the non-existent memory chip, and his nails drew several ridiculous arcs in the air. The evidence is here. Wait, I clearly. When his fingers were searching in vain for the empty trouser pockets, he touched the crumpled hinting brochure in the lining, and his voice stopped abruptly. It's not that he doesn't want to continue making trouble, but the resigned security executive has already taken action. ZZ the moment the electric shock device accurately pierced his neck, Carl smelled a faint smell of ozone. As the high-voltage current surged under the custom-made suit, 2 screws popped out of the man's expensive mechanical watchband, and the dial glass shattered into a spider web before it hit the ground. His pupils suddenly expanded, reflecting the company's newly installed intelligent monitoring probe on the ceiling. Those cold red light spots were flashing regularly, as if counting something. Bang! The straight-legged body in the suit slammed heavily to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Carl noticed that the hairspray on the back of the man's head had rubbed out a semicircular shiny mark on the carpet, and the pair of Italian handmade leather shoes were still twitching and kicking. The metal sheet on the heels scraped the carpet texture, making a thin sound similar to the chirping of crickets. The automatic coffee machine in the tea room suddenly started to work, and the grinding sound perfectly covered the last gurgling sound in the man's throat. This look was very similar to what Carl saw in Super Dream last week, the last kick of the antelope held down by a group of lions. David's eyes widened as he watched this scene. He had seen Arasaka's execution of a fired employee once before, but that was the day after the bar, and Arasaka's staff did not do it in front of other people. But now they were doing it in the Arasaka Tower, in public. The Arasaka employees next to them not only did not feel any sympathy, but also made sarcastic remarks. This is the real scene. Carl patted David. This is the normal behavior of every company when facing incompetent people. Chapter 665. So, on the first day of work, Miss Mashi skipped work to hang out with our old classmates and contacts? Carl leaned against the iconic neon lights of the Next Life bar, looking at Mashi who followed him, and David in the DeLamon's special car. The new girl was looking at this mercenary holy land with wide eyes, and her fingers unconsciously rubbed the dents left by bullet marks on the bar. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately received Mashi's angry glare. I'm not skipping work. She raised her index finger and pointed back and forth between David and Carl. If you don't believe me, ask David. Today is just an interview and the onboarding process. The company still needs final approval, and tomorrow will be considered formal employment. David smiled apologetically, and his school uniform tie swayed gently as he turned his head. The school did teach this. I thought Carl you also. Hey! Carl pretended to pinch David's neck. Are you mocking me for dropping out of school? For the 3 people who had studied at Arasaka Academy, today was indeed a bit like a class reunion. Because the 3 of them had greeted Claire in advance and said that they didn't need to receive them, they didn't attract too many people's attention at noon. After all, in the next life, there is never a shortage of famous middlemen and mercenaries, and it's not strange to see anyone. Only the newbies would be surprised when they saw Rog and KK for the first time. Others have long been used to it. Actually, I didn't think about joining the company before, so I didn't tell you, Carl. As David was talking, he noticed a figure approaching them. He looked up and found that the person looked very familiar. Hey, why is David following you today, and the women in the team have changed? Why, do you dislike Bug's love of talking about philosophy so much, so you found a chirping little magpie? The old captain sat down next to David naturally, holding a bottle of not-so-good wine in his hand, and motioned to Carl. It's you. When Carl saw that it was the old captain, he showed a subtle expression of disgust on his face. Don't you see that there are a few people sitting here chatting happily? Why are you coming over here? You don't want me to help you do that crazy driving job again, do you? You should give that job to Oliver, the damn St. Domingo driver. In addition to being a middleman, the old captain also has a part-time job, or his main job is selling cars and second-hand vehicles. He often posts jobs that require mercenary activities to drive and smuggle cars. But for that kind of work, only Oliver often does it in the team. For the St. Domingo kid, driving is a kind of enjoyment. The life and death speed and wild racing that are bound to occur when doing this kind of work are even more of a reward. He is happy to do it even if the reward is low. Hearing Carl complaining about this right away, the old captain waved his hand. What are you talking about? Everyone knows that you, KK, even when racing, sit in the back seat and watch your teammates racing, and then put on a dead face. Huh? Just kidding. I'm definitely not going to give you that kind of job when I come here. While chatting with Carl, the old captain glanced at Maki 3 or 4 times, and in his sight, he had already taken a look at the girl who appeared next to Carl, dressed as a student of Arasaka Academy, and wearing an identification card. This girl wearing the standard uniform of Arasaka Academy is too unusual. The identification card on her chest is not an ordinary holographic badge, but an Arasaka high-level version with a quantum encryption chip. The old captain has only seen similar styles on a few company dog executives. The pair of seemingly ordinary clip-on earrings on the girl's earlobes reveal precise circuit patterns in the magnification mode of the artificial eye. The old captain recognized this. It was a biological monitor launched by the Biotechnology Institute. It can be sold for 500,000 euros on the black market. The red string on her wrist is even more outrageous. The braided rope is wrapped with nano-level nerve conduction fibers. It is the latest emergency data transmission line developed by Arasaka. What the old captain cares about most is the pair of eyes. Under the seemingly ordinary amber iris, there is a dynamic aperture of a hexagonal honeycomb structure. As the light changes, it will show extremely subtle color gradation transitions. This is definitely a custom-made product. An ordinary mercenary can't buy a lens even if he saves money for a lifetime. The girl's blue hair was so smooth that it didn't look like it had been through the acid rain in Night City. The ends of her hair were still covered with nano-fluorescent particles unique to expensive biological care dyes. Not to mention her original skin, which had no traces of prosthetic transformation, was dazzlingly white under the green light of the afterlife bar. She didn't even have a basic subcutaneous armor implant. The old captain took a sip of wine to hide his surprise. Where did Carl pick up a living Arasaka lady? The girl's clothes were so beautiful that she could easily buy the latest luxury car on the market. For those who know the business, seeing this lady is like seeing the hero walking. If KK and David weren't there, this lady would be targeted by a group of idiots who had just arrived. As for why they were idiots who had just arrived, it was because anyone who knew the value of the street could understand that this lady was definitely not someone they could touch. This is. When the old captain was looking at Ma-Shi was also looking at the old captain. After blinking, she seemed to understand something. Wait, could it be that Carl? She poked Carl with her index finger, and the fabric on the cuffs of the college uniform reflected light as she moved. He is the middleman? The old captain immediately made an exaggerated bow on the chair. It's an honor to serve you, Mississippi. The slick tone in his voice switched so naturally, as if the middleman who just talked to Carl was just an illusion. If you encounter any troubles, the old captain took out a business card. Whether you want to give a little surprise to a colleague you hate, he glanced at Maki's Arasaka work badge meaningfully, or you have your eyes on a limited edition Herrera Outlaw, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Maki was amused by this exaggerated performance. Unfortunately, I don't need Herrera Outlaw. Hey, David couldn't help but interrupt. Your business expansion is too blatant, right? The apartment you found for me last time didn't even have hot water. The old captain looked at David calmly. Dear customer, we generally call orders below 5,000 euros charity projects. He said meaningfully. It's hard for me to do anything for you with such a small amount of money, David. Damn. Middlemen are really the same. At the same time David raised his middle finger, Carl spoke. Come on, stop pretending, old captain. He smiled slightly. So, do you have something to ask me? Chapter 666. I come to you if I have anything to say. Listening to what Carl said, the old captain's eyes swept over Mahi and David, and then fell on Carl again. The meaning revealed in his eyes was very clear. Can we talk directly? Faced with his puzzled expression, Carl just looked at David. David, are you free? Of course. David immediately understood what Carl meant, but his eyes fell on Mahi. But Takemura-san. Mahi's slender fingers were holding a spoon, digging into the cake in the snack box she brought herself. Hearing this, she raised her head. I go back after experiencing it with you later. Her voice was clear, and her eyes moved between Carl and David, and she soon understood something from the subtle expressions of the two. The original purpose of today was to have Carl come to see me. Now I just saw that you, David, have also joined the company, so I came to celebrate. I don't plan to stay too long. I should start my formal work after getting ready. Mashi smiled and tucked a strand of scattered blue hair behind her ear. She deliberately slowed down her speech and emphasized, "Let's chat for a while, then I go back. You guys," she paused meaningfully, "you can talk about your business slowly." Mashi had a faint smile on her lips. She was not unhappy that this class reunion was interrupted by a sudden middleman. Instead, she secretly rejoiced at this unexpected surprise. Although in terms of time, this would indeed shorten the time she spent with Carl and David, but she had followed here in the first place because she wanted to see the places where Carl often stayed when he was a mercenary, and see what mercenaries were like. Now that she had seen the afterlife, she happened to meet the classic middleman who assigned jobs to mercenaries. It was just what she wanted and allowed her to see some things she had never seen before. Naturally, she would not be dissatisfied. After a while, the old captain glanced at Mashi. Since the young lady had said that she would stay for a while, he naturally wouldn't mind too much. It would be fine if KK was there to guarantee it. Even if it was revealed to Carl's friends, it would be fine. Anyway, it was just a small matter that some company executives looked down on and let them, a group of street middlemen, handle. As for David, the old captain's eyes moved to David. Listening to the conversation between Carl and David, it seemed that Carl was planning to let David participate in the work, which would be a good deal. The original plan was very detailed. Only KK was hired to lead 1 or 2 team members, and even the bargaining lines were rehearsed 3 times in his mind. When the morning mist of St. Domingo had not yet dissipated, he was thinking about how to use wine and favors to suppress the commission by 20%, but if KK took the initiative to bring David, the old captain's eyes would flicker. This kid probably doesn't know how much he is worth, but the old captain knows it very well. In the mercenary network woven by the middleman, mercenaries like David should have been marked with double the price. The explosive power of the young man and his use of Sion Weston were worth the price, not to mention that the young man also had the rare honesty of the old-school mercenaries. Now, the top players in this city who were willing to accept the work at the standard price were only V and David. But recently V also began to learn to be smart, and dared to raise the price without reading the mission brief. The old captain glanced at KK. If man led the team, he would be embarrassed to have such an idea. The Iron Tower-like man could make cracks on the bargaining table, but KK was never picky about the price. It is better to say that for KK now, perhaps accepting the work is just a daily habit, so the job is not a difficult job. I will tell you the details later. In short, it is to help me get the data in a car. The old captain deliberately prolonged the ending of his words. His syllables seemed to be wrapped in honey, as if he was talking about a weekend picnic. Since we are old friends, then I naturally can't give a low price. So Carl, what do you think? He rubbed his fingers and counted a number. Package at the basic price for a small team. Carl saw what the old captain was thinking. This middleman from the company did have his lovable qualities. He could make a small profit when selling modified cars, tell dirty jokes when drinking, and even gave away a bunch of things as gifts. He had a good relationship with them, but he was a middleman after all, and his nature was still there. His habitual price-cutting behavior made Carl couldn't help but complain. You know our ability. You can come to us. This job is definitely not as easy as you said. The difficulty must be at least tripled. I also give you face. After all, I pulled David in this time. Just give me and David a package price for a standard mercenary team. I don't want more. The basic price for a small team? The old captain, the middle-aged man whose original name was Muammar Zuiz and changed his name to Reyes after leaving the company, had his eyes lit up. The basic team price mentioned by Carl is naturally not the standard price of the KK team. After all, it is impossible to hire the entire KK team to help without spending a lot of money. There is no work worth doing in the market now. The standard mercenary team mentioned by Carl is naturally the rules of the next life. The mercenary team in the next life is much more expensive than street mercenaries. After all, those who can get jobs in the next life are more or less street people. However, the money is expensive, but it is not worth mentioning compared to the price of the KK team. Even compared with KK's individual work, it may save a lot of money. Using the money that is deliberately cheap for KK alone, you can not only hire KK, but also give David Martinez as a gift? This is too much money. You really give face to your brother, so it's a deal? The old captain stretched out his hand, and his tone was as happy as a fisherman who caught 100 pounds. It's a deal. Carl stretched out his hand and shook it, but his butt made the old captain's eyelids jump, but he was relieved the next moment when he heard Carl's words. But I have to finish chatting with my friend first. Carl pointed at Mashi. No problem. The huge commission saved was jubilant in the old captain's blood vessels, and his voice became a little louder. Seeing that Claire didn't come, it should be because you asked not to disturb me, so I will personally bring you things and serve you. I will cover all your expenses today. The old captain stood up, and his face had a bit of the cunning of a company dog. At this moment, he went through another account in his head. Even if it was around, it would not be as much as the money saved from this commission. If it weren't for the fact that the relationship between the two sides was really good and the age difference, the old captain would have wanted to call Carl parents, who provide food and clothing to thank him. Chapter 667. See you next time, Carl and David. See you next time, Mashi. After watching Mashi wave and get on the Delamon taxi and drive away, Carl turned around and saw David staring at the various vehicles parked on the street in a trance. What's wrong, David? You are so fascinated. I was thinking, David stroked his chin, should we call another Delamon like we did when we came here? After all, he shrugged, I don't have my own car. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about it. Carl patted his forehead. In Night City, the legal driving age is never a problem. As long as you have the ability, no one cares even if you step on the accelerator and drive a car as soon as you are born. The problem is the two people standing on the street now. One can drive, but is too lazy to touch the steering wheel, and the other has hardly touched the steering wheel. Honestly, you should learn to drive. Carl said in a tone that said this is common sense. David nodded reflexively, and suddenly realized, wait, Carl, don't you know how to drive? I'm lazy. This short and powerful answer left David speechless. Carl suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up. Speaking of which, your graduation and employment are double happiness, right? In our place, gifts are required for such happy events. What car do you like? David immediately understood Carl's hidden meaning. This guy wanted to give him a car. It's not that I haven't driven before, David recalled. I drove it temporarily for a while when I was on a mission last time. I think it's okay to buy it myself. He paused and lowered his voice a few degrees. But if you really want to give it to me, I have to take a look. David didn't feel embarrassed to accept Carl's car. The boy who grew up in Santo Domingo had a desire for engines in his bones. The roar of modified cars in the streets, the boasting of street gangs showing off their homemade nitrogen acceleration, and even the rusty old cars parked in front of the convenience store could make them comment for a long time. Here, not liking to touch the steering wheel is like missing an arm. He had been planning to buy a car for a long time. Every time he passed by a car shop, he would always take a few more glances at the streamlined car body in the window. After the mission was completed, he would pass by the parking lot and unconsciously estimate which car was more suitable for street fighting. Now that Carl wanted to give him a car, it saved him the effort of saving money. At most, he would give Carl a gift he liked on his birthday. Good friends don't care about the value. If I really want to give it to you, David grinned suddenly, rubbing the trace of methanol on the ground with the tip of his shoe, I want a car that can crash through the NCPD roadblocks. Are you planning to commit a crime? Let me make it clear in advance that I am a friendly citizen. If you commit a crime and are caught by the NCPD, I will definitely not save you, including the crime of drag racing. Carl said, and suddenly Oliver's various drag racing deeds flashed in his mind, and his expression changed slightly. Probably. No. This supplement couldn't even convince himself. But this time it's just right. Carl quickly changed the subject and turned to look at the old captain who had just walked out of the afterlife. We just accepted your job, and the reward can be directly offset against the car payment, and then if the price is high, I will give you more, so you don't have to transfer money back and forth. The old captain was about to discuss the details of the task in the car, and raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What do you mean by saving the transfer? Carl didn't say anything, but just raised his chin towards the row of glittering luxury cars outside the door of Next Life. As the most astute second-hand car dealer in Night City, the old captain immediately understood that the wrinkles and the corners of his eyes, when he smiled, were all hidden with the cunning of a businessman. Buy a car? Why didn't you say so earlier? The experienced old captain saw at a glance that David was going to buy a car. He stepped forward and put his arm on David's shoulder. His sleeve with the smell of motor oil rubbed against the young man's cheek. I have a lot of luxury cars on hand recently. How about a Renfield Excalibur? There are less than 10,000 luxury cars made in the world. I just bought one recently. It is classy and handsome. It's waiting for young and ambitious mercenaries like you to drive it. The old captain didn't wait for David to respond. He had already taken out his mobile phone covered with bulletproof film. There was a suspicious motor oil stain on the corner of the screen, but this did not affect him from navigating an encrypted trading website smoothly. The real second-hand car market in Night City is never in the open. Don't look at the price on the website, that's just to fool the company dogs and the new idiots. He slid his finger across the screen quickly. Here, at least 30% off. With a ding, the holographic projection started, and a silver-blue Renfield sword of stone began to rotate on the phone. The paint showed a strange liquid texture in the projection. As the angle changed, it sometimes glowed like the deep-sea blue, and sometimes refracted like the silver light of the Ark. There was even a low roar of the engine in the background. The old captain even made a holographic sampling of the sound waves. Focus on this, he suddenly zoomed in on the tire part. The rubber texture was so clear that every drainage groove could be counted. Adaptive nano-coating. His index finger poked into the projection, and drew a glowing circle on the side of the tire. Running in the city? The grip is stronger than the paw of a gecko. Racing in the Badlands? It can bite the ground in a desert storm. The projection suddenly switched to a first-person driving perspective. The neon lights of Arasaka Tower outside the windshield turned into colorful streamers when the speedometer exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. The old captain lowered his voice at the right time. Last week, a young man drove the same car and drove from Haywood to Taipingshao in only 4 minutes and 43 seconds. Of course, it depends on how deep you dare to step on the accelerator. He patted David's back meaningfully. It's just right for a rising star like you. I guarantee that the girls in the city will scream when you drive it out. Just as David was being encouraged by the old captain, Carl spoke faintly beside him. It's not that there was a guy driving the same model last week, but this car belongs to that guy, right? I remember this. Jack told me at that time that a company boss who lived in Haywood was high on drugs and raced fast. He almost killed someone, and was finally blocked by the NCPD roadblock. He was so angry that he drove all the way to Taipingshao, and finally crashed into an abandoned construction site in Taipingshao and died. You are fast enough to repair the car that killed people, old captain. Well, then at the price of a used car 5. Forget it. Carl was speechless and looked at David. What about your opinion, David? I don't care. I'd better choose a 4-seater car. David said so and looked at Carl. Because Carl, don't you like to sit in a 2-seater car? And he smiled. If it is a 4-seater car, it can accommodate a lot of people, and everyone will be happy. I think man's body is too big, but you can take Lucy, Rebecca and Pira, they are thin. Man and his friends. David listened to Carl's words, stunned for a moment, and then smiled awkwardly. I really didn't expect it. I was thinking of you and Brother Oliver, Brother Jack and others. Man will definitely be sad if he knows. Chapter 668. David finally chose the Villefort Curtis V5000 Courage. According to him, this car not only has a large passenger capacity, but also has a fast start due to the special engine tuning. He had come into contact with many similar models when he was working before, so he had a special liking for this car. Although this car is easy to damage due to its special axle structure, this defect is insignificant compared to the reinforced body developed by Villefort in cooperation with military technology. Villefort, which can withstand small gunfire, is more than enough to drive normally on the roads of Night City. Carl didn't care about David's choice, but as an old captain of a car dealer, he sighed. He originally wanted David to choose some particularly rare and expensive luxury cars, so that he could not only clear out his inventory on hand, but also make a fortune as a car dealer, but he didn't expect David to finally choose a Villefort that middle-level managers of the company could buy at will. The price of this money is not even as much as the commission. I still have to pay you in the end. When the old captain sat in the back seat inside, Carl, who was sitting next to him, glanced at him and said, "We did 2 deals at once, and both the middleman and the car dealer made money. You're still sighing. If you're not satisfied, David and I will get off the car and find someone else to buy it." No, please don't do that. I'm kidding. The old captain waved his hands quickly. He sighed because he didn't make enough money. The fact is just like what Carl said. He completed 2 deals and made a lot of money. Tell me about the mission, old captain. David, sitting in the driver's seat, recalled the operation process while slowly starting the vehicle. His only emergency driving experience made him dare not accelerate rashly. He just lightly stepped on the accelerator and slowly adapted to the rhythm of the engine. Hearing his question, the old captain hesitated for a moment and said, "Just like I told you before, the process of this job is actually very simple. It is to steal the data recorded in a car. But I actually received this job from someone else. I felt something was wrong, so I came to the next life to find a professional mercenary team to do the job. As a result, I saw you over there, so I entrusted it to you." Something's wrong? David didn't quite understand what he said. Something's wrong? Old Captain, you still accept the job. This is not like your style. It feels like you know there is a pit, but you still go into the pit. I don't want to either. The old captain was also helpless when talking about this matter. This is the job of an old customer behind me. Let me be frank. When I left the company, I became a car dealer and later became a middleman. It was because of his help that I could do this. I owe a lot of favors. It's rare for others to give me a job. I can't just take it. This kind of favor is often the most expensive, and the job is also the most dangerous and troublesome. Carl next to him said, "No wonder you want to hire people in your next life, old captain. You are? You can see that something is wrong, right?" "Nonsense, I'm not stupid. I owe him a favor, and wait for him to give me trouble to repay me. In the end, he gave me such an ordinary job that can be completed by a street idiot. Even if I don't think about it, I should feel that something is wrong, so I just happened to see you." The old captain said, taking out his mobile phone to share information. "The target this time is Coronado Farm in Santo Domingo. You are familiar with that place. I will accompany you to the detailed location and show you the way when the time comes, but you may have to wait for the time." "Are you going to do it at night?" David asked with his head tilted slightly in the driver's seat. "Yes, and no, it is definitely easier to do it at night. Another reason is that the information given by the man is that he will only pass by our scheduled location at night and stay there. We should take advantage of him staying there and temporarily leaving the vehicle to quickly go over and crack the automatic anti-theft device of his car, connect to his vehicle, and obtain information. I feel like I did this kind of work when I first joined Man's team." David said, "I remember that this kind of work must be completed within the scheduled time, otherwise it is easy to have accidents. When I did this job, an accident happened, and the whole job was almost ruined. That's what I said, but it's easy for newcomers to fall into the trap." The old captain glanced at Carl beside him and smiled. "With your current skills, this kind of low-level mistake should have disappeared long ago, right? Don't try that, old captain." Carl sneered. "I won't capsize in the ditch, but the premise is that your information must be watertight. If something goes wrong, you have to take the blame." He is not the kind of rookie mercenary who will be coaxed into a mess by a few words of flattery. He always listens to the nice words of the middleman. He will not make those stupid things that get excited by a few words of praise and take on a life-threatening job without thinking. Hoo-hoo. Just as Carl was chatting with the old captain, he felt his body being dragged backwards by a force. He looked to the side subconsciously and found that the scenery outside was changing wildly. "What is the speed now?" "Not fast, 80 kilometers. "Not fast indeed." Listening to David's answer, Carl nodded calmly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with David stepping on the accelerator and speeding up to 80 kilometers not long after he started driving. This is considered to be relatively restrained among drivers in Santo Domingo. "I think you can go faster. You have Sion Weston, David. If you have that, you don't have to worry about any traffic accidents. You can react in time." Even the old captain was a little disgusted with David's driving speed and thought he could speed up, get to the place earlier, and we can prepare earlier. "That's right." Listening to the old captain's words, David nodded, and then stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Feeling his body being dragged backwards, Carl felt that this was right. With the old captain's navigation and David's first time driving, it didn't take long for the few people to arrive at the old captain's location, and what appeared in front of everyone was an ordinary two-story house. "It's 2 o'clock now. Walk around and don't attract too much attention. We come back around 8 o'clock. The old captain said, looking at the time. "The target will park the car in this house, go in, and then we will have 30 minutes to deal with the vehicle." "So why would the target park the car in such an ordinary place?" David didn't quite understand. "Mistress," the old captain said calmly, "the target is old enough to be his mother's mistress." Chapter 669. You are old enough to be his mother's mistress. David listened to the words, and his mouth twitched. Did I hear it wrong? Isn't it old enough to be the mistress of his daughter and granddaughter? People's hobbies are always different. Why do some people like small ones, and no one likes big ones? You are discriminating in some way. Carl seemed to be used to it. He even saw people who liked reptiles. What's more, this is just a small matter of age rather than species difference, but you have to wait until 8 o'clock. I happen to know a good restaurant nearby. Do you want to go there to eat? Old Mexican fried pork, have you heard of it, old captain? I have heard of that store. You can go there for dinner later. As the old captain was talking, his phone suddenly vibrated. He lowered his head and glanced at the screen, and his brows gradually tightened. Wait, the employer just sent a new message. Temporary additional requirements? According to industry rules, this will increase the price. David interrupted. The old captain shook his head. It's not adding tasks, but good news. The employer reissued a more detailed task guide, saying that there is a special storage device on the target vehicle. Just search by keywords, which can save us a lot of effort. Keyword search, that's good, it really saves some effort. Carl looked at the information on the old captain's phone, and then was attracted by a word on it. White-nosed eagle. Looking at this unfamiliar word, Carl frowned. Eagle, I inexplicably thought of the bald eagle. Why do I feel it is related to military technology or the new America? It may just be a simple name. The old captain didn't think that a single word could be forcibly linked to a certain force. After all, this word might also be describing an object, a special animal or equipment. Yes. Carl didn't dwell on a word for too long. After chatting for a while, and searching the surrounding terrain, he drove away from the vicinity. After all, if a car is parked for a long time, it will definitely attract some unnecessary attention, which would be bad if the target became suspicious. The waiting time passed faster than expected. After a delicious meal at the Lao Mo Xiao Chao Rose store, the three of them took a nap in the car and woke up, and the time was up. By the way, is it okay for you, the middleman, to work with us? Looking at the watch, it was 7:40. Carl asked the old captain beside him, Can you protect yourself? At least I won't cause you any trouble. The old captain grinned, showing his teeth. Of course, I can't let you fight to death and not even find someone to pay the bill, right? Hee. Carl's mouth corners slightly raised. Then you will be the stay-behind group. If I remember correctly, you are also from Santo Domingo? This is what makes me most proud. A gleam of edge flashed in the old captain's eyes. As a car dealer who worked hard in the car graveyard, when he resigned from the company to work on his own, he handled at least 800 modified cars, if not 1,000. In the cannibalistic neighborhoods of Santo Domingo, driving skills are the life-saving skills. He even dared to guarantee that if he participated in the underground car race, it would be no problem to make it into the top 3. Then I take advantage of your labor for free. Carl narrowed his eyes and looked out the window. A streamlined sports car painted silver gray was slowly approaching from the corner of the street, and the headlights drew 2 hazy light bands on the road. Mizutani Hayabusa MZ2 is quite common, but it's a very good car. The old captain knocked on the car window with his knuckles, and his occupational disease came back again. 5-cylinder turbocharged engine, this baby can complete 0 to 100 acceleration in 3.2 seconds, and the top speed is 285 kilometers. It's a waste in Night City with such road conditions. He smacked his lips, but the best thing is its active suspension system, when turning. I understand it's a good car, but let's stop introducing it for now. Carl watched the car park in front of the house they were monitoring, and then a person wearing a windbreaker, and whose face could not be seen got off the car. Male, with a gun on his waist, judging from the size of the protrusion, it should be a pistol. Carl's eyes swept, and several pieces of information flashed through his mind. He reported the information directly, and then watched the person look around a few times, as if to see if anyone around noticed him, but because the place where Carl and his friends parked was on the corner of the street, the person did not notice Carl and his friends. Carl stared at the Mizutani Hayabusa with a sharp gaze. It should not have high-end artificial eyes. He slowly stroked the dagger hidden in his sleeve and continued to analyze. If it was the latest model of Carusi optics, our half-exposed car body should have been locked long ago, but that guy's sight, Carl murmured. It's like looking at a roadside billboard, just casually scanning it. Does it mean that the target person may not be a combatant? David understood what Carl meant. Yes, so now we can know some basic intelligence. The car this person drives is a common luxury car, and there is no bodyguard with him when he comes to see his mistress, which means that his status should not be particularly high, or that his disguised appearance is not very high-ranking. Carl's eyes locked onto the man like the crosshairs of a sniper's scope. He got out of the car and walked straight to the target house, his leather shoes making clear echoes on the wet asphalt road. For short and one long Carlmare counted the knocking rhythm, and his knuckles unconsciously tapped on the car door. When the warm yellow light leaked out of the door, a figure appeared in his pupils. It was an old woman who looked to be around 50 or 60 years old. From her appearance, she was ordinary and even a little ugly. Is this the target's mistress? Although David didn't want to comment out of politeness, he couldn't help but say, it doesn't seem like it. The intelligence shows that it is the school teacher that the target has loved since childhood. The target married the daughter of his boss because he wanted to get promoted, but privately, he also maintained an ambiguous relationship with the teacher. The old captain explained. Pure love. David sighed after hearing the words, but Carl shook his head. This is pure love for those two, but it is not pure love for the current wife of that person. Watching the target mistress greeted by his smiling face, Carl got out of the car. But no matter what, it's time for us to act now. Carl looked at the lights on in the house and walked towards the building. Behind him, the old captain had changed his position and sat in the driver's seat. David took a deep breath, relieved the tension he had every time he was on a mission, and followed with a gun. Chapter 670. When the lights in the house went out, and the rustling sound of clothes rubbing against each other could be heard, the decoder between Carl's fingers just lit up the last green light, and the car door lock made a light click, which was so clear and frightening in the night. 7 seconds, David exclaimed in a low voice. I didn't expect that Carl also studied this aspect. Last time I did a similar task, it took us much longer to crack the system and trigger the alarm. Carl had already slid into the driver's seat and pulled out the single-molecule data cable. The moonlight sprinkled on the steering wheel through the skylight, reflecting his smile. You are too slow, and don't make me sound like a professional car thief. Before he finished speaking, a glaring red warning box suddenly appeared on the car screen. Mizutani Hayabusa's original anti-theft system was indeed useless, but the encryption module installed under the center console was flashing wildly. 3 special firewalls were spread out on the virtual interface like thorns. One of them even had some garbled data streams, directly attacking Carl's single-molecule line connection, trying to invade Carl's body from there. Interesting. Carl straightened his back and pressed his knuckles against his lower lip. The modifier was obviously well versed in the way of security. The defense strategy of loose outside and tight inside, the car body used standard commercial accessories to reduce attention, but the core equipment used a military standard architecture. When his cracking program touched the 3rd layer of protection, the dashboard actually began to try to play songs automatically. Damn bad taste. David noticed something was wrong and hurriedly turned off the speakers, but heard Carl chuckle. Found it. Carl gently twisted the data cable, and the silent Inca voice stayed in the prelude stage. The central control screen popped up a full screen of numbers, and finally Carl pulled out an inconspicuous subroutine from it. The program was continuously uploading coordinate data in the background, and the update frequency was accurate to milliseconds. The virtual keyboard on the central control screen popped up, and Carl's fingertips moved rapidly on the virtual keyboard. The blue light of the holographic projection was reflected on his narrowed eyes, like a firefly in the deep sea. It's more advanced than expected, and this firewall, he raised his lips slightly, with a bit of joking in his tone. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid, he would be locked before even touching the 1st layer. The old captain really made a lot of money by hiring us this time. Before he finished speaking, the car system suddenly changed, and an encryption protocol bit at the invading data stream like a venomous snake. Carl was not in a hurry, and gently flicked his fingers, defusing the offensive like pushing away a piece of duckweed. Then, the 2nd and 3rd protection programs woke up one after another, but before they were fully deployed, they were accurately intercepted by his cracking algorithm, like a wave hitting a reef, and finally had no choice but to retreat. I learned this trick from the best hacker in Night City. Don't try it in front of me. In Carl's slightly proud words, David could tell that the person he was talking about was T-Bug. Carl seemed to be very proud of his teammates. Even when his friends were not around, he was always proud of them, as if they were always around. Sometimes, I really envy Oliver and his friends. Carl breathed a sigh of relief when David had such thoughts. Done. His fingertips tapped the last virtual key lightly, and the alarm symbol on the screen dissipated like bubbles, and the system was completely open to him. David was a little dazed watching from the side, and couldn't help whispering, Carl, your method is like taming a beast. Carl smiled and put away the single-molecule line. It's not taming, it's just letting it know who is the real master. After the single-molecule line was retracted, characters began to jump on the screen. At the last moment, when Carl retracted the single-molecule line, he gave the central control an instruction to search for the word white noise eagle. In order to prevent possible language errors, he also specially used a method of extracting keywords in multiple languages. Then, under the search, a series of related characters jumped out in front of him. Carl stared at the data stream cascading down the screen, frowning slightly, a lot more than expected. David had already neatly inserted the storage chip into the central control slot, and the metal contacts made a slight click. Starting the transmission, he checked the time. It is expected to be completed in 12 minutes. Wait. Carl held his wrist and motioned David to wait a moment. The amount of data is too large. The old captain gave a time limit of 30 minutes, and the transmission alone will consume nearly half of it. His fingers slid quickly on the virtual keyboard and called up the screening program. We have to do a round of streamlining first. On the screen, the three blue keywords White Noise Eagle flashed in countless files. Carl squinted his eyes. There were thousands of related results, from encrypted communications to weapon drawings, and even a few irrelevant catering invoices. This was obviously a carefully designed interference strategy, using massive amounts of junk information to build the last line of defense. Not bad, Carl said, his fingertips drawing a light blue track on the screen. Let's see who is playing hide and seek. He called up the deep analysis module, and the data flow was peeled off in front of him like an onion. Carl's finger drew the last arc of light on the holographic keyboard, and the data torrent suddenly shrank into a dozen scarlet entries. When the first intelligence popped up, his pupils shrank slightly. Action order, White Noise Eagle, Operation Code, Evil Land Purification. Executor, White Noise Eagle Team 3. Mission Summary. Cooperate with the White Noise Eagle team to complete the invasion of the Evil Land, enter the Santo Domingo area to complete the armed purification, clear the obstacles for the subsequent company resources to enter, and give priority to clearing the 6th Street gang leader Nottingham Winrio, a representative of pro-New America forces, creating a gang power vacuum, and ensuring that New America will not get help from the 6th Street gang during the mission execution period. Additional intelligence shows Nottingham's itinerary. He will attend the arms trade fair in Taipingshao in 3 days, and will not be accompanied by more than 8 bodyguards. Nottingham Winrio? Oliver's father. This file actually involves him. What Carl cares about most is the familiar logo at the end of the file. It is the logo of military technology. Damn it. Maybe I should thank the old captain for this job. Carl bit his lower lip unconsciously. The old-school soldiers of the 6th Street gang, led by Nottingham Winrio, were still stubborn, but they were indeed a few forces that could maintain order in St. Domingo, and were not completely dogs for the company. Now this intelligence showed that even they would be cleared out. David noticed Carl's suddenly tense shoulders. What's wrong? What intelligence did you find? As he was talking, he also saw what was displayed on the screen. This is Chapter 671. Nottingham Winrio. David naturally knew this name. He had seen the current boss of the 6th Street gang at a Christmas party. David's impression of this middle-aged man was that he was a kind uncle who treated a young man like him from St. Domingo very well. Now, he actually saw an attempt to assassinate him in the intelligence he accidentally picked up during the mission. We have to remind Brother Oliver immediately. This was David's first thought, but he was stopped by Carl. Don't worry, he said, reading the order carefully. From the order, it is something they will want to execute 3 days later. Now things are only in the preparation stage. Did you notice the time? The order was just issued today. We don't have to rush to inform him in a few minutes. Besides, the authenticity of this thing has yet to be verified. Don't act rashly because of a possible guess. Carl asked David to calm down and not be too excited. This is because being too anxious often leads to bad things when facing things. This does not mean that Carl does not value this information. In fact, when he saw this order for Oliver's father, several countermeasures flashed through his mind, including the one of reminding immediately. However, after a little calm thinking, he did not do it rashly. What he is more concerned about now is which company is the company in this order. From the mission, we can learn that the reason why Nottingham Winrio was cleared out was because he was a pro-New America faction in the 6th Street gang. If that corporate force wanted to input corporate resources through the bad land, they would definitely not be able to bypass him. So they planned to clear him out, causing a power vacuum and chaos within the 6th Street gang, and taking the opportunity to allow their own forces to invade. But as far as Carl knows, nowadays, the big and small companies in Night City have almost moved in. This is obviously not a signboard to do business in Night City. The input of resources is definitely not the company's entry in the ordinary idea. That is to say, it is a company that already exists in Night City. For some purpose, in order to expand its influence in Night City, it intends to transport resources from the Badlands to invade Santo Domingo, a long-established district in Night City. This behavior made Carl feel quite familiar, as if he had seen similar behavior somewhere before. After a little recollection, Carl understood where this familiarity came from. Night City classic hell joke. Does the New America have an organized army stationed in Night City? Of course there is. The only organized army stationed in Night City, which is theoretically considered to be the New America, is now called the Nether Dog. It used to be the New America Army, but now it has been cut off. New America. It's so familiar. Carl, who had experienced many conflicts between military technology and New America, instantly understood which company it was. Military technology. New America and military technology, although they were once one, Now they can only maintain a superficial relationship. Military technology has always been a world-leading company, but New America has never been a world-leading country. There is no doubt that for military technology, New America is a suitable spokesperson dog, but for New America, military technology is a piece of meat that can make itself stronger and become a real wolfhound as long as it is swallowed. Military technology needs a docile, half-paralyzed, half-dead New America government that will not suppress itself in turn. A beautiful cover that they can wave in the global board of directors, while New America politicians are always coveting the industries and weapons platforms controlled by this military giant, those real bargaining chips that can instantly make a second-rate country a superpower. It seems that while the president is constantly making some kind of deal with Arasaka, the other people who are watching her are also planning to teach this dog, who is no longer obedient, and is about to grow into a master-killing wolf. Carl said something that David didn't quite understand, but David still understood some of the meaning from it. Carl, do you mean that this matter is related to military technology and New America? Almost. Think about it. The president will come to Night City in a few days. What company do you think will be named in a mission to eliminate pro-New America personnel and invade St. Domingo from the Badlands before this period of time? This obviously doesn't need to be thought about. In the shadow of Night City, there are countless companies that want to attack New America. But the only one who dares to raid St. Domingo from the Badlands and escape unscathed under the nose of the New American Intelligence Department is military technology. White Noise Eagle. Carl looked at this word and understood that this was probably an elite team of anti-presidential factions within military technology or New America. At the same time, he also had some guesses about the identity of the employer. Let the local snakes in St. Domingo check the invasion traces in their own backyard instead of using official channels. The bureaucrats in New America are not completely brainless. He suddenly thought of the dying figure on the bad land, Reed, the ace agent of the new United States, and felt more and more that Reed was miserable. A person who was obviously an ace agent could only act on his own, without any support, and might even be used as a bait. The secret operations that really concern national security would rather be outsourced to street middlemen than to this most loyal soldier. It seems that there are people in the new United States who are jealous of his talent or doubt his loyalty. Carl has crossed the line by being a mercenary KK, but if he is Carl, it is a matter of course. He took out his mobile phone, and while saving a copy of the information for the employer storage chip, he also copied the information and prepared to take it back to sea. After all, this has already involved Oliver, so he has no reason not to look at it. David looked at Carl's actions, but didn't say a word. Obviously, he also agreed with Carl's behavior. However, time was running out because they had to make an extra copy. Even though Carl and his team were quick and didn't waste any extra time except for copying, 20 minutes after the start of the mission, 10 minutes before the 30-minute deadline given by the employer, Carl and David both noticed that the house lights were on. Apparently, the love affair between the target and his mistress didn't last long. Chapter 672. This is almost 10 minutes less than the agreed time. Seeing the lights in the house come on again, Carl just frowned slightly. The mission has variables, and the time is advanced. Although this kind of thing is not common, it is not rare. For people in their line of work, it is abnormal if they have never encountered an accident. Carl didn't pay much attention and quickly began to calculate the response plan. The chip's transmission progress bar is still slowly climbing. Carl glanced at the time. The remaining safe window period is only enough to complete 83% of the transmission. Not enough time. Carl, I see the lights are back on. Are you done? The old captain who was in the car, as a backup obviously noticed the lights on the house. His voice sounded in the temporary team channel, but his tone was not panicked. Do you need my help? No, just wait patiently. Carl replied calmly. We are professionals. Since you hired us, just wait and see. Although it is not in the contract to be nearly 10 minutes early, I can still accept this error. When Carl said this, David next to him stared at him in surprise. Is a 10-minute error acceptable? You know, according to the statement, this job only takes a total of 30 minutes. David feels that this time is already very tense, especially now that the target has finished early and made love with his mistress, which is equivalent to a sudden reduction of 1/3 of the task time between tasks. If David and Man encountered such a thing while working, they would definitely curse their mothers. As a result, Carl said so calmly that it was acceptable. Before David asked for countermeasures, Carl had already taken action. David only saw Carl raise his phone. The screen that originally displayed the time suddenly flashed and switched to the surveillance screen. This screen is, as expected, Carl glanced at the screen and said, "On the way here, I hacked the surrounding LAN and found that in addition to the necessary cameras inside the house," he swiped his finger across the screen to enlarge a red dot, "there is also a surveillance probe hidden in the green belt. Now it seems that our target is more cautious than expected." In the picture, the owner of the car that Carl and David were sitting in was walking towards a room on the second floor. Accompanied by his mistress, he turned on the computer in that room and watched the surveillance screen on the computer. The screen that appeared on the computer was facing the vehicle, a hidden camera hidden in the bushes next to the vehicle. Obviously, after the target was intimate with his mistress, he went to look through the surveillance screen during the intimate time, and now out of caution before going out. All of this was seen by Carl, and under his operation, the playback surveillance screen that appeared in the target's eyes naturally had no abnormalities. David looked at the target on the surveillance screen and was obviously relieved. Then he moved closer to his mistress and started to nibble at her. Just as he was about to say something, he found that Carl had pulled out the storage chip. The target is expected to walk out the door in 3 minutes. Well, there is plenty of time. Carl threw the storage chip to David, and then looked at his mobile phone that was still transmitting. Just as he was about to chat with David, he suddenly saw the information on the phone flashing, and then a series of data jumped into his sight. This unexpected thing surprised Carl. Could there be a firewall that he didn't notice? This is too hidden. Is it a special protection that will only be triggered by the second copy? Just when Carl was wondering if he triggered the special protection mechanism because he wanted to copy one more copy, he saw the screen on his phone flashing a few times, and then a symbol appeared. David next to him noticed the screen flashing on Carl's phone, but because Carl's expression did not change, he didn't know that things had changed. Looking at this symbol, he simply thought it was something like Carl's screensaver, but when Carl saw this symbol, his eyes wrinkled slightly. This symbol may not be understood by laymen, but in Carl's view, it looks ordinary, similar to an L character, but it is a contact signal. Its meaning in the industry means, "Let's talk later. Let's talk later." It seems that the backdoor in the firewall is not built into the system. Someone, like him, buried bait in this security system. When specific keywords are triggered, this message will pop up automatically. Cross-border network communication requires extremely high technical thresholds, but the other party dared to leave such obvious traces, which can only mean one thing: that guy is sure that as long as Carl triggers the conditions, he will be able to establish contact. That's interesting. There are only two types of people who can put private goods in the official firewall. One is a thief, like him, who comes for intelligence files, and the other is the builder of the firewall himself. The two parties, who should have been at loggerheads, now have an absurd intersection. A programmer, who is trusted by the official to access confidential files, has hidden a communication channel in the system that even his superiors may not know about. His purpose is obviously to contact the thief, and judging from his purpose, he wants to conceal the covert contact from the superiors. Carl put away his mobile phone silently, and did not tell David and the old captain about the content of this message. This is not to protect David or the old captain. Although a mysterious hacker is indeed a threat to them, the reason why Carl remains silent is that this message is obviously left for interested people like him who attempt to copy files a second time. This is beyond the scope of the task, so there is no need to say more. After a little setback, the next mission went very smoothly. After the old captain got the storage chip thrown from David, the three of them had a little dinner, and then settled the order and disbanded. This was the end for David and the old captain, but for Carl, the things involved in this job had just begun. There were two things. One was that I had to go back and talk to Oliver about the relevant things, and the second thing was, walking on the street, Carl looked at the new message on his phone. "Please let me find a place where I can communicate remotely. Mr. KK. Mr. KK. Carl looked to the side, and saw that there was indeed a surveillance camera facing him. It seems that he is a very good hacker, but I don't know where he is. If he is in Night City, it shouldn't be so troublesome. Chapter 673. Carl leaned against the wall of the dim alley, fumbling in his pocket for a moment, and took out a box of wrinkled chocolate bars. He bit off a piece, and the sweet cocoa flavor spread on the tip of his tongue. His teeth mechanically crushed the crispy biscuit layer. The light of car lights occasionally flashed at the entrance of the alley, but the mobile phone screen was always dark. The hacker's response came later than he expected. Until the whole box of chocolate bars turned into empty wrappers, the device in his palm suddenly vibrated, the fluorescent blue light pierced into his pupils, and the message box cut through the night like a blade. "Block number. Please forgive me for contacting rashly, but I have to confirm again and again." Those backdoor programs buried in the data mud were originally intended to catch a few small fish, but the first trigger pulled a deep-sea shark like you, legendary mercenary KK. I really didn't expect that you would receive this message. I'm so lucky. Lucky? Carl stared at the abrupt word on the screen, his knuckles tapping on the virtual keyboard, and he deliberately left 2 seconds between each keystroke, as if he was counting down for an invisible opponent. This is our first meeting, and I think we should get to know each other. The cursor flickered at the end of the sentence he sent, like a dagger ready to strike. You know who I am, so I should know who you are, right? The reply came quickly, so quickly that it was a little suspicious. I'm very sorry. The words seemed to be trembling slightly in the dialogue box. Please forgive me for not being able to reveal my identity at this time. Exposing my identity at this moment may a meaningful ellipsis, may cause me to encounter some unexpected things. Before I build more trust with you, I can't tell you who I am. Can't tell me who I am? Carl suddenly laughed. His finger hovered on the delete key for 3 seconds, and he decided to end the conversation with the shortest sentence. Then I think we don't need to talk, you hiding your head and showing your tail. The dialogue box suddenly fell into an epileptic tremor. The other party obviously didn't expect KK to end the conversation as soon as something went wrong. A large paragraph of text came like a flood. Wait. I really don't want to hide my truth. It's just that. Because of some special affairs, a certain word was repeatedly deleted and rewritten, so I have to hide my identity. Please believe me, Mr. KK, I swear that I sincerely want to know you. The other party's words revealed a kind of urgency that was almost pleading, as if every punctuation mark was trembling. Carl stared at the screen, tapping the desktop lightly with his fingertips. The rhythm was slow and cold, as if counting down the conversation. Are you sincerely trying to cover up so that people can get to know me? He whispered this sentence, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Then I don't think I need to be so honored. The moment the send button was pressed, he leaned back against the wall of the alley, and the cold light of the monitor reflected on his face, outlining a sharp outline. Carl originally thought that someone who could hide information under the firewall, hiding and burying information, would be an interesting person. Perhaps a top hacker, or a desperate person who had some dangerous intelligence and fought to the death. But now it seems that the other party is just a timid shadow, unable to even be honest. A bit boring. He whispered this word, as if to give the final verdict on this conversation. And it seemed that the next sentence would be the last one in the conversation. After hesitating for nearly 10 seconds, it seemed to have made up its mind and sent a message. I really can't tell you my true identity, Mr. KK, but I can tell you that I am a person close to the president, and I have some intelligence or information about things that you, Mr. KK, find interesting. I hope you can give me a chance to explain. People close to the president? When Carl saw this word, he felt a little bored, but suddenly he became more interested. The target of Carl's intelligence, this time, was obviously the anti-presidential faction in the new United States or military technology, but the one who set up a firewall for them and laid some tricks was the person close to the president, which was very interesting. Is this person's true identity a spy ambushed by the president on the anti-presidential side, or is he a spy ambushed by the anti-presidential faction around the president, or is he a spy on both sides, a double agent? This speculation alone can arouse Carl's interest. I'm interested in the intelligence you can tell me. Carl sent a message. If your intelligence is indeed valuable enough for me to be interested in, then we can continue to chat. Carl's message was somewhat judgmental and condescending. After all, he was not asking for help from the other party, nor was he the kind of person who urgently needed the other party's intelligence. The only connection between them was that the other party had buried a hidden program in the firewall, and he happened to crack it. Since the other party took the initiative to come to him, what's wrong with him being in an advantageous position? Carl must be vigilant against a guy who hides his head and shows his face. The other party's identity is unknown. If he is still humble, he will fall into the other party's rhythm and fall into a trap. The other party obviously saw Carl's attitude and did not continue to delay under the only information that the two people could continue to keep in touch. He quickly sent a sentence, and this sentence really aroused Carl's interest. I have information that Hansen in Dogtown has cooperated with some people in Washington and plans to get rid of the president when the president comes to Night City later. Hansen plans to cooperate with people in Washington and get rid of the president? Carl had to admit that he was indeed interested in this information. At the same time, Carl also divided the identity of this mysterious man into camps in his mind. Although this mysterious man is someone around the president, he doesn't seem to be loyal to the president. Otherwise, this information would not be told to himself as if it was going to happen. The president was informed earlier, and he obviously has no loyalty to the anti-presidential faction. Otherwise the leakage of this information would be fatal. In other words, is he a force in the gap between the presidential faction and the anti-presidential faction? After contacting him and revealing such information, he must keep in touch with me. It seems that this person's power is very weak. Can he survive in the gap? In just a few messages, Carl has roughly understood the situation of such a mysterious person, and also understood that he really needs him. Carl's fingers tapped on the screen. Your information has indeed aroused my interest, but this should have nothing to do with me as a mercenary. The next moment after sending this sentence, Carl received a reply from the other party, as if he had expected Carl to say so. Mr. KK, don't you want to climb higher in the tide of the times, a height that can decide the world? Chapter 674. Climb higher in the tide of the times? A height that can decide the world? Looking at the message sent by the mysterious hacker, Carl couldn't help but sneer. A guy who doesn't even dare to show his true face dares to paint such a big cake for him. Do you really think he is an idiot? No, even if he is a hot-blooded fool, he should weigh his own weight before hearing such words. I don't know if I want to climb up in the tide of the times. Carl tapped the screen quickly, but I know one thing very well. Your words are ridiculously fake, but in view of the fact that you provided some interesting information, I will keep this number. When we contact next time, say something real. By then, I hope to know who you are. After sending, Carl put the phone in his pocket. This mysterious hacker who claimed to be a person close to the president was no longer worth wasting more of his time. Instead of continuing this meaningless temptation, it is better to go home and rest early. After all, he has been running around all day today. Carl rubbed his swollen temples and called Delamon. When the black luxury car slid silently in front of him, he collapsed into the back seat like a sack of potatoes. The leather seat exuded a faint smell of detergent. The car's AI considerately adjusted the temperature to 24°C, which is the suitable temperature for the human body. At a comfortable temperature, Carl began to close his eyes and rest, thinking about the possible mistakes in today's mission. We have arrived at the destination, Mr. Carl. Delamon's gentle electronic voice woke him up. When he opened his eyes, the familiar high-rise building was reflected on the car window. The night wind carried the smell of noodles from the food stall downstairs into his nose. This smell always reminded him of the feeling of eating cold noodles when he first came to Night City. The elevator was running smoothly as usual. When he reached the top floor and opened the door, the blue light of the living room holographic projection splashed all over him. 5 pairs of eyes pierced him at the same time. It seemed that Carl was the last one to finish work today. Even Johnny came back from a walk. Hey, everyone. Carl threw his coat to the coat rack, which shook like a drunk. At the same time, he threw his mobile phone parabola to T-Bug. Look at this, the internal intelligence of military technology one got today. A small gift from the anti-presidential faction, involving Oliver's father, and the 6th Street gang. See if you can check it in detail. The mobile phone drew a silver light in the air, and was firmly clamped by the hacker girl's fingers. Involving my father? Oliver's bionic eyes suddenly tightened, and the edge of the iris glowed with a dangerous red light. Carl grabbed the sweet tea on the coffee table and took a sip. He explained the whole story in 3 minutes. As he narrated, Jack began to unconsciously stroke his pistol, and V's eyes gradually became solemn. T-Bug's data cable drilled into the phone interface like a live snake, reading the data, and the idle people had already sat up straight. That means someone wants to take advantage of the arms deal in Typingshau in 3 days. Oliver frowned deeply. Take advantage of my father's bodyguards when he has the least number to kill him, and make the entire 6th Street gang a mess? Carl sat next to Johnny, and before Johnny noticed that he had shown his claws, he touched his fur, and wiped the condensed water droplets on his body when he held the iced sweet tea, and then asked Oliver as if nothing had happened. That's about it. Do you remember the arms deal in 3 days? I have some impression that I talked about this kind of thing in the communication with my father. It was said that a batch of new equipment and guns were smuggled in from the Bad Land with the help of Atacado, but the weapons dealer was not going to hand over the business to others. He came here by himself, and was ready to discuss the price with my father. Then the NCPD people would come and plan to negotiate the price with my father, and share the weapons together. Oliver said, because except for this weapons dealer, they are all old acquaintances, so my father didn't think of bringing more people. After all, the people led by Atacado were Scorpion, and although Andy didn't come to the NCPD, the ones who came were also old acquaintances of the Special Operations team. This kind of trade connecting Atacado, the 6th Street gang and the NCPD is different from the smuggling of weapons in Dogtown. It is equivalent to opening another place, not purchasing from Hansen, and looking for another cheap weapons dealer. This kind of trade has been going on for a long time since Carl and his team brokered it. Every relevant force has benefited a lot from it. After all, in Night City, weapons have always been as important as food. As the number of transactions increases, the relevant procedures are not as serious as they were at the beginning. Who is that arms dealer? Jack listened and asked Oliver about the origin of the arms dealer, who had to negotiate in person. Oliver called up the holographic projection in his father's communication records. A three-dimensional image of a short and fat man appeared in rotation. He had a cheap red prosthetic eye in his left eye, and an uneven electronic beard on his chin. Everyone calls him Mole. Oliver enlarged the traces of bullet holes repaired on the man's coat in the image. It is said that he was originally a wanderer in the Badlands. He started by reselling semi-scrap weapons dug out of the ruins during the Unification War. Later, he somehow became a famous arms dealer. The image suddenly switched to a blurred battlefield record, showing him displaying products, and using a modified rocket launcher to show off a military technology transport vehicle. These suddenly interrupted. Wait, I remember this guy. When I was a wanderer, the tribe bought his stuff. The goods were all good, but some of the goods were more like some kind of clearance sale than semi-scrap goods dug out and repaired. At that time, the tribe suspected that he had some relationship with some companies or New America. I checked it. T-Bug checked the information of this weapons dealer while cracking it. I happened to have a copy of his personnel information, probably saved by the way when I was doing work before. He mainly operates in Kansas, and specializes in retro modification business. Modify old weapons with smart aiming, add heat tracking to old RPGs. Every weapons dealer who opposed him in Kansas didn't survive a week. Oliver became more and more suspicious as he listened. So this person is problematic, and he may have bad intentions? Jack shook his head. I'm not sure yet, but I'm very curious. A person called a mole must have something worthy of his title. I don't know what treasure can make this rat in the hole come out and trade in the sun. It can't be a batch of toy guns painted red, right? I do have information on this. T-Bug said. Have you all forgotten that we also had a share after the deal was reached? Although I know you don't look at it, every time a transaction is made, Atacado, NCPD, and the 6th Street Gang will send a list and share. I'm looking for the transportation list, damn it. T-Bug's sudden exclamation made several people look at her in confusion, and as she sent the information to everyone later, everyone understood why she was so surprised. In addition to a series of conventional weapons, the most shocking thing in this batch of goods is the 3 medium-sized ACPA power armors. These are all high-end products that were recently eliminated by military technology. What's more amazing is that each one has been deeply modified by the mole. The blood-red paint makes these war machines look more ferocious, and the quadruple rocket launcher installed on the back shows their terrible lethality. ACPA? V raised his eyebrows and tapped the table unconsciously with his fingers. I remember that the 6th Street Gang warehouse has already stockpiled a few light ACPAs, right? Why, do you think the inventory is not enough and plan to buy a few more? He laughed and shook his head, but if it's this thing, I really have to choose a no-man's land like Taiping's for trading. If these iron lumps really come into the city, I'm afraid the whole city will be in a panic. Didn't that matter cause military technology and Arasaka to argue for a long time? T-Bug said, according to the data, 2 of the units in this batch were ordered by NCPD. She paused, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone, but if the city council knew that their police department was secretly purchasing military-grade armor, tomorrow's headline would be that the budget hearing turned into a full-scale fight. ACPA is not allowed in this city, so the transaction is in Taiping State. Jack also smiled, and his thick fingers ran across the armor diagram in the holographic projection. Great. Throwing this thing in Taiping State, which has theoretically been expelled from the city council, it is not officially entering the city, and it can be pulled out at any time to calm the situation. He whistled. If you ask me, since Johnson took office, NCPD has been much better at playing word games than street thugs. The deal is a good deal. Johnny's projection leaned against the sofa, holding a half-burned virtual cigarette between the fingers of his metal prosthesis. He listened to the discussion of the crowd, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he found this naive calculation ridiculous. But have you forgotten? He blew out a smoke ring, his voice hoarse, with the usual, uncomfortable irony. In this level of weapons transactions, the ultimate control is always in the hands of the seller. He raised his hand, and used the burning cigarette, but to touch the ACPA image in the holographic projection, and the virtual Mars drew a short trajectory in the air. Imagine, he lowered his voice, but with a certain dangerous rhythm, if that mole stuffed his own people into those iron coffins before delivery? When everyone was happily inspecting the goods, and preparing to open the champagne. He flicked the ash of his cigarette, and swept his eyes sharply over everyone present. Bang! 3 modified ACPAs, quad rocket launchers, blood red paint. In a place like Taipingshao, there's not even a fucking witness. He grinned, revealing an almost ferocious smile. When the time comes, guess who will be put into a body bag and transported back to Night City? That's the logic. Carl's low voice rang out in the room. He sat on the sofa with his hands folded across his chest, his knuckles unconsciously tapping on his arms, making a slight sound of clothes rubbing. He had long been accustomed to Johnny's signature, noisy warning style. This guy always spoke like he was threatening someone before a fight in a bar, but his words were rough, but the truth was not rough, and there was always a sharpness hidden between the lines that could not be ignored. Scorpion's group is not bad. He nodded slightly, his eyes swept across the holographic projection. NCPD's Special Operations Team, I believe Andy's level, those who can be recognized by him to join are definitely tough, elites who have been honed in actual combat. He paused. But, even if they are the elites among the elites, if they don't bring anti-armor EMP or armor-piercing weapons, his voice suddenly lowered, turning into an almost dangerous whisper. In the ruins of Taipingshao, they were blocked between the buildings at the transaction site by 3 ACPAs. He opened his palms and simulated the impact of the explosion. Then no matter how hard the bones are, they will be blown into slag. I think according to the vigilance of Scorpion and others, they should remain a little vigilant. V said, but no matter how vigilant they are, they probably can't prevent ACPA. Then, Oliver looked at Carl, and Carl nodded slightly. The camouflage chips, are they still there? As soon as Carl mentioned the camouflage chips, the others understood what Carl meant. 8 bodyguards. Oliver looked at his companions, and counted the number of people. Not counting the support T-Bug and the incompetent Johnny Silverhand, he, Carl, Jack, and V had 4 people, 8 bodyguards, more than enough. I remember we also have a share in this business, so going to the transaction site should be considered a shareholder inspection. I only went there for the first time to make connections. The rest of the time, I only knew what the people who collected the money were saying. Carl complained. No one dared to take it lightly because it was related to the safety of his friend's father. V repeatedly calibrated the gun on the eve of the operation, and Jack thickened his subcutaneous armor. On the day when the time came, everyone was fully prepared. When the neon lights of dawn just soaked through the clouds, the convoys of the 4 forces had gathered in the abandoned industrial area. The roof of the NCPD armored patrol car flashed with dazzling searchlights, the exhaust pipe of the modified armored car of Atacado was splashing blue flames, and the Thunderbolt Mackinac painted with the stars and stripes of the 6th Street Gang looked like a steel behemoth crawling out of hell. The moment the door of the weapon dealer's Thunderbolt Mackinac Larimore slid open, the Mole Roy's artificial, I was immediately overloaded. His fat fingers tightly grasped the door handle, and the artificial sweat glands secreted coolant uncontrollably. Standing in front of him was not only the agreed 6th Street Gang boss, but also Andy from the NCPD Special Operations Team and Thor, the boss of the Atacado tribe. Shit! The corners of his mouth with gold teeth twitched, and the bodyguard captain's rapid electric noise came from the subcutaneous communicator. Boss, there are more people than expected, please be careful. On the Mole's retinal interface, the originally green transaction logo was flashing wildly into blood red. He remembered the middleman who asked him to sell weapons, and promised solemnly, it's just a safe and easy small transaction. Now that all the people are here, will it be a safe and easy small transaction? Chapter 675. Mole Roy is not a simple character, or someone who can become the largest weapons dealer in Kansas. His life experience is quite exciting, and even compared to some legendary characters, he was still nervous when he saw the unexpected people in front of him, even though he had similar experiences in various things. If you do business, it is often difficult to make a business in the arms industry if you don't understand your customers, or if you don't know the needs of your customers, you don't even know how to sell them weapons that are suitable for them at a reasonable price. It is well said that in today's world, even if you sell a weapon that can kill people to a child, you should at least make the gun look like a toy water gun. At least that kind of appearance is more acceptable to children, and the shooting concealment is higher. For the upcoming transaction of the 6th Street Gang, NCPD, and even the transporter Atacado, the homeless man, Mole Roy has already done enough homework. He originally expected that the 6th Street Gang could only send Nottingham Winrio, and NCPD and Atacado would never risk sending high-level people. If this kind of shady business was spotted by the city council, no one would be able to escape responsibility. He was sure that the 6th Street Gang urgently needed this batch of goods, and there were no other heavyweights in the gang, so he was sure that the heavyweight role today was only Nottingham Winrio. However, things went beyond his expectations. The three forces unexpectedly sent people who could represent their core. It goes without saying that Atacado leader Saul and Andy from the NCPD Special Operations team is even more of a celebrity. Who doesn't know that if the current director Johnson gets into trouble, he will be the most promising star to take over? Now, these two people and the leader of the 6th Street Gang, Nottingham Winrio, have gathered together, and all the key players in this arms trade chain have arrived. This is definitely not what Roy wants to see. Before leaving, Roy took a job from a middleman who really had a say in Kansas. Even as a senior arms dealer like him, he had to bite the bullet and take on the task. After all, he couldn't afford the price of refusal. Because behind the middleman, the shadow of the company loomed. Compared with the company, even in the small field of arms trade, Roy's business is just a tiny stream, while the company is an unfathomable ocean. The gap between the two is so big that it makes people despair. In fact, Roy relied on picking up the rags that the company didn't like, those semi-scrapped weapons that were judged to have too low recycling value to barely gain a foothold in this industry. So, when the middleman made a request, Roy could not refuse, let alone refuse. The company was like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, which could fall at any time. The middleman did not specify what Roy should do, but he insisted that he must personally handle the transaction with the people sent by the company, and ensure that they can meet the leader of the 6th Street Gang, Nottingham Winrio. But Roy's brain is not rusty. This batch of so-called scrapped medium-sized ACPAs, which were only slightly scratched on the shell and had no effect on performance, was hastily sold to him at a low price by the company. In Night City, this thing is a real contraband, and the middleman insisted that he bring people to meet Nottingham Winrio. It was obvious what the other party wanted to do. Roy's original plan was simple. Once the transaction site was in chaos, he would immediately abandon the mess and let his personal bodyguards cover his escape. Even if this deal went wrong, even if he could no longer make a living on the West Coast, even if the reputation of the arms dealer was ruined, it didn't matter. The savings accumulated over the years were enough for him to live a happy life in a corner of the world. But now, the personal presence of Atacado leader Saul, the sudden appearance of NCPD's rising star Andy, the abnormal behavior of these heavyweights made Roy's back ooze out a layer of fine cold sweat. Something was wrong, very wrong, like a web that had been woven long ago, which was slowly tightening with the gathering of forces from all sides, and he was the poor bug in the middle of the web who accidentally touched the spider web. Mr. Roy, I've heard a lot about you. Just as the mole Roy was so nervous that his temples were throbbing, Nottingham Winrio came up with a calm smile. The 6th Street Gang leader acted as if today's heavyweight gathering was nothing special. He even put his arm around Roy's shoulder and turned to the crowd. We have been in touch through encrypted channels before, right? This is the first offline meeting. Sir Saul, I don't need to introduce you. Your weapons transportation line across the Badlands must have dealt with Atacado a lot. He turned his wrist and pointed to the young man in tactical clothing like showing a trump card. I have to solemnly introduce Officer Andy from the NCPD Special Operations Department. Believe me, if you can get to know this friend, it will be very helpful for our future, deep cooperation. Nottingham Winrio's words were flawless, but Roy's violently beating heart had already heard the hidden meaning. When the finger with the ring pointed at Andy, it was clearly showing off the special pass of this smuggling chain. Even the rising star of the police can become a guest of honor at the transaction site. Is there any safer guarantee than this? Normally, Roy should have calculated how much profit this official protection umbrella could bring. But at this moment, Nottingham Winrio's relaxed appearance seemed like an invisible noose strangling his trachea. It was too perfect. So perfect that it was creepy. He grasped the lining of his suit with white knuckles, as if this could suppress his pounding heart. Was it really because he was too suspicious? Perhaps Nottingham Winrio simply wanted to expand his business, so he specially called the three heads of the three parties to a high-end meeting? Behind those flashing artificial eyes and the perfect smile, there was no deadly trap at all. But why did the NCPD police officer Andy keep his gloves on the pistol on his waist? Was it because of professional habit? Why did the group of vagrants brought by Saul seem to stand casually, but blocked all exits? Cold sweat slid down his spine into his belt, and Roy suddenly realized, the most terrifying thing at this moment is not to confirm the danger, but that Nottingham Winrio used this normality to hang him on the edge of the cliff of the truth, just like a mouse under the cat's claws. Even before death comes, he has to endure the teasing of despair. Just when Roy's knuckles turned blue and white due to excessive force, and even his breathing became short and hot, Nottingham Winrio's fingers on his shoulders suddenly tightened, like the last measurement before a venomous snake strangles its prey's throat. Then, a breath brushed past his ear, and Winrio's voice was extremely low. but it was more creepy than any sound of a gun being loaded. Mr. Roy. A simple name, as light as a feather, but as heavy as a tombstone. You don't want to die either? This whisper exploded in Roy's ears, like a death announcement, and like the last straw that a drowning man grasped, which instantly made Mole Roy alert. Chapter 676. Oliver pressed down the brim of his hat. The 6th Street Gang's iconic utilitarian military uniform looked particularly tight on him. He stared at the two people who were arm in arm not far away, and nudged the hip-hop fat man with a big gold chain next to him with his elbow. Jack, his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Did we hide our identities like this in the past? The fat man stroked the gold chain around his neck, making a strange accent that Oliver had never heard before, but using the most familiar tone between them. The time when we'll cannon? The old tricks always work. He deliberately patted his specially padded beer belly, like a beer belly after drinking too much Coke, and the taut muscle lines were faintly visible under the fat hip-hop t-shirt. But it works, you see. No one has suspected it so far. Are you sure you don't suspect it? V with a big hair pushed up his sunglasses, and the faded American flag print on his jacket was shiny under the neon light. Come on, he blew a bubble while chewing synthetic gum. The boss of the 6th Street Gang has a fat guy who has difficulty breathing as his bodyguard? This is more suspicious than the blackout in Arasaka Tower. Jack grinned at the words, deliberately letting the gold chain shine brightly on his fat neck. He patted his padded belly, making a dull thumping sound like hitting a velvet battering ram. Fat wrapped in muscle, baby, he said in his unique Haywood accent. Those fake bodyguards have scanned me through. The fat cuff slid down with a movement, revealing the deliberately uncovered military-grade subcutaneous armor. They must be gloating now. Look, this idiot thought he was hiding well. Jack grinned. I just want to let them know that I can't be a fat, incompetent, useless person who can only be a shield. He patted his belly. A sly look flashed in his eyes. When they think they have figured out my details, and know that I am a fat man with explosive power and defensive power, they won't think that I can hide another layer. Jacks are smart, baby. Carl, with his hair standing up and tied with a headscarf, dressed like a hip-hop person, said in Jack's tone. No one can guess how smart our Mr. Jack Wells is. If I can't laugh now, I promise to laugh for you, Carl. V almost couldn't hold back when he heard Carl's words deliberately imitating Jack's tone, but at least he just curled the corners of his mouth slightly and didn't laugh. Hey, I think Carl's outfit has completely brought out his rap spirit. Oliver's mouth was almost grinning, like a cat with a cat toy stick. How about a freestyle? I'm all ears. You wish. Carl rolled his eyes and secretly raised his middle finger. You get addicted to it and cling to my thigh every day to ask for an encore. Wouldn't I be losing a lot of money? Their quarrels made T-Bug complain in the team channel. Can you understand something? I'm using a biological scanner to screen ACPA's shipping boxes and have to keep an eye on the vital signs readings. I'm busy right now. You're making a lot of noise in my ears. I mute you in a moment. Don't say that, T-Bug. If you don't like it, you must have blocked us a long time ago. You actually like to listen to our jokes. At worst, I can imitate Jack's accent to praise you. He suddenly changed into an exaggerated street poet tone in the channel. Let me think about it. The shiny head is equipped with a quantum computer, and the big eyes of Karzlan are more shining than the neon sign. Who is this goddess? She is the wildest XXXX in Night City. Seeing Oliver trying to rap a few lines in the channel and being silenced by T-Bug in seconds, the other people more or less admired Oliver's fearless spirit. It is rare to dance in a minefield, and he is used to dancing in a minefield. Oliver's childhood shows every day are all his own, and T-Bug jokes are made casually. He really doesn't take his black history as a black history. The chat of your team, Johnny flashed in the channel, is more exciting than the nonsensical script in the fucking brain-dead Mutuo. I have lived 2 lives, and this is the first time I have seen someone who can play death into a daily check-in. Don't talk nonsense. This is obviously Oliver's doing it, Carl said, but his eyes moved slightly. He noticed that some of the bodyguards following Roy the Mole had shown a little impatience with the conversation between Roy the Mole and Nottingham Winrio. They kept looking at the large cargo boxes that Roy the Mole had entrusted to Adicado to transport the future, and were not allowed to be opened before the transaction, as if they were expecting a signal. The number of bodyguards following Roy the Mole was not large. Although Nottingham Winrio only brought 8 bodyguards, his bodyguards sat in 5 cars with 20 people, fully showing his status as the #1 arms dealer in Kansas. However, only 6 of the 20 people followed Roy closely, and their posture was obviously professionally trained. ready to protect their employers at any time at the risk of their own injuries or lives. The remaining 14 people were paying attention to the positions of the 10 people of Atacado, and the position of Andy, the representative of NCPD, as if they were examining the plan before taking action. If these 14 people were the ones who were going to take action, Carl was confident that he could kill them all in an instant, which was not difficult. However, if they were not drivers, but were just sending signals or cooperating outside, Carl's team channel was transmitting the conversation between Nottingham Winrio and Mole Roy. When planning the response, Nottingham Winrio was responsible for determining the involvement of Mole Roy in the matter. The interrogation method of this old fox of the 6th Street Gang was an art. In a few seemingly casual words, Roy's position had been determined. Nottingham Winrio's judgment was indeed accurate. Mole Roy, a famous arms dealer in Kansas, was just an unlucky middleman who was pushed to the front, not even a pawn. At this moment, through his violently fluctuating vital signs and suddenly disordered breathing frequency, the real mastermind behind the scenes was being locked up layer by layer, those drivers hiding in the shadows. I've confirmed, Carl, there's someone in that batch of goods that are not allowed to be opened. T-Bug's voice resounded in the team channel, and was also transmitted to the ears of Andy, Atacado, and the 6th Street Gang members. After T-Bug confirmed it, Nottingham Winrio took action. He took out a Nova revolver, pointed it at a bodyguard, who was some distance away from Mole Roy, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 677. Nottingham Winrio's shooting was like a stone suddenly falling into a calm lake, stirring up waves at that moment. The pupils of the target locked by the Nova pistol suddenly shrank. His spinal nerves smelled the breath of death earlier than his brain, and his muscle fibers were already tense before his consciousness reacted. The nerve twitching when the Sion Weston system was activated jumped on his outline, turning the suddenly rising figure into a blurred afterimage. Exposure, execution, and elimination. There was no tactical hesitation, let alone misjudgment and luck. When the muzzle reflection pierced the retina, the lurker disguised as the bodyguard of Mole Roy had already taken action. There were 15 deadly daggers hidden in the 20-man escort team. 14 of them had already stood in various places, alert to the unexpected arrival of people, and the most dangerous venomous snake had already hidden among the 6 bodyguards around Mole Roy. There were 15 people lurking, and the only ones who were truly moles were 5 fools who didn't know they were lurking around them. The most proficient assassin among the dispatch personnel activated Sion Weston almost at the same moment his companions jumped up. The reinforced tendons implanted under the skin instantly tightened, and the hydraulic joints made a subtle hum. The 5 fingers of his right hand were put together, the artificial skin tore under the pressure, and the black tactical gloves were pierced with 5 cold lights. It was a precisely modified folding finger modification knife, which was usually gathered inside the finger bones, but at this moment, it was like a poisonous snake showing its fangs. 5 nano-alloy blades broke out of the sheath from the fingertips, and the blades drew a cold arc in the air, and then they were tightly combined into a narrow and long thorn. Without any unnecessary movements or hesitation, the spike thrust was as fast as lightning, and the tip of the blade went straight to Nottingham Winrio's throat. The trajectory of this attack was so accurate that it seemed to have been calibrated with a laser, and even the air was cut with a slight whistle. The assassin's sudden attack shocked everyone around Mole Roy. Those bodyguards, who didn't have time to follow the trail, obviously didn't expect that there was another person hidden among them. They didn't have time to react at all. Only one person, the captain of Mole Roy's bodyguards, barely followed the assassin's movement trajectory with his eyes, but he could only watch the spike go towards Nottingham Winrio, and on that path, there was the body of his employer, who was specially pulled by Nottingham Winrio. Nottingham Winrio's face also showed a little surprise. Obviously, the assassin's sudden attack was slightly beyond his expectations. However, this did not mean that he did not expect that there were still people among Mole Roy's personal bodyguards, but he did not expect that the other party's actions would be so decisive. With this quality, I am afraid that there are few people who can match him in the entire 6th Street Gang. Nottingham Winrio, the leader of the 6th Street Gang, stared at the assassination, and a complex feeling rose in his heart. The other party's actions were clean and neat, without any extra tricks, and went straight to the point. This level of assassins is definitely not something that ordinary forces can easily mobilize. He felt a little bitter in his heart. New America, the country he swore allegiance to when he was young, has now changed beyond recognition. Power, interests, conspiracy. The dirty game between this country and giant companies has already swallowed up countless marginal people like him. And now, even a small character like him who barely survived in the cracks was going to be cleaned up because of the struggle? What was patriotism and loyalty to them? He had always acted in an old-fashioned way, and even because of that ridiculous loyalty, he had not yet reached a deeper cooperation with the NCPD, and only maintained a superficial friendly relationship. Ironically, it was this ambiguous friendship that saved his life at this moment. If he had not retained some room for flexibility in his bones, if he had not been a completely old-fashioned person, he would have been prepared for this after receiving the news from his son, and believed that the internal struggle of the country to which his son was loyal had reached the point where he had to be cleaned up. He might have died here today. Dang! The sharp sound of metal collision tore through the stagnant air. A modified baton blocked the assassin's spikes in an almost predictable manner. When sparks flew, time seemed to be stretched. The anti-riot circuit on the baton glowed with a faint blue light, and the cold light of the spikes was only an inch away from Nottingham's throat. The collision between the two continued. In Sion Weston's slow time vision, the confrontation between them was still so fast that only a residual image remained. At the moment of metal collision, sparks flew like exploding magnesium bullets, and the dazzling white light tore a fleeting crack in the air. The assassin was disguised as a bodyguard of Mulroy, so he could reach Mulroy and Nottingham Winleo at the fastest speed to assassinate them. But Andy was a representative of NCPD from beginning to end, and standing next to the two, he naturally had enough ability and skills to intercept the assassin's attack. He had been prepared for the assassination after being asked by his friend Oliver. NCPD has been engraved with two bloody words since its inception: protection. Whether it is the employees in the corporate company who look down on the street from a high position, or the homeless people curled up in cardboard boxes in the slums, the oath on the back of the police badge has never changed. It's just that in this cyber abyss, the weight of the promise is often measured in money. But for Andy, who has experienced loss once, there is no difference in protecting people, and he can no longer fail. The thorn was intercepted for the 7th time 10 centimeters in front of Nottingham Winleo. The assassin's pupils contracted violently in 1,000th of a second, and the military-grade artificial eye burst out spider-web-like arcs due to overload. As the ace assassin of the team, he was among the best assassins in the entire organization. In his resume, there was even a record of sneaking into a biotechnology building and completing the assassination of a biotechnology executive in an activated laser grid. But at this moment, this man in a police bulletproof vest blocked every time with precision, like a preset program, making it impossible for the spikes in his hand to make any breakthroughs. Just a police officer. A series of disordered data streams flashed through the artificial eye, an NCPD police officer who is not even a terrorist mobile team, actually. Some disbelief in his heart. As the dullness returned to his body, as Sion Weston was about to end, the assassin's face gradually distorted. Just a watchdog raised by the company. His vocal cord processor was distorted by the secretion of adrenaline. Sion Weston's nerve acceleration was fading, muscles began to betray the brain, and the world became sticky again. What made him tremble the most was not the organization's recovery after the mission failed, but Andy's eyes looking at him, like staring at a piece of frozen meat on a chopping board. Chapter 678. When Andy intercepted the assassin's attempt on Nottingham Winleo, Oliver was also facing other people. He did not look in the direction of his father, and did not even worry about having time after activating Swan Weston. Because he believed in Andy, believed in this friend. Oliver was a very familiar person who was good at making friends. He had many friends, and he happened to have an outstanding superpower that could be said to be amazing. That is, every friend he made was a friend he could trust wholeheartedly and could entrust things to. He asked Andy to protect his father, and Andy agreed, so his father would be absolutely safe. If an accident happened, it must be Andy who was in trouble. And this was something Oliver was even more reluctant to see, so he would only choose to believe. Just believe. There is no need for reason to believe. Oliver tilted his head slightly, and the edge of the beanie hat he was wearing was cut by the sharp blade. His eyes were fixed on the blade that almost cut off half of his head and half of his ear. He raised his palm slightly, and the neurotoxin knife jumped between his fingers. At the beginning, a total of 5 neurotoxin knives were made. Everyone in the team had one, but except for Carl, who used it frequently, others rarely used it. But this did not mean that they did not know how to use it. For example, Oliver secretly practiced his knife skills in private in order to show off in front of his friends. He raised the knife, and the blade made of special materials collided with the blade that was chopped again. After the two collided in the air, they bounced off each other because of the force applied. While feeling the slight numbness in his hand, Oliver had already understood the level of the man in front of him, who had been attacking him with a military dagger since the start of the battle. In terms of strength, he is probably not much different from me, maybe a little worse than me, and my strength is already the lowest in the team. You can find a random person on the street who eats protein powder and takes animal gang potions to build up a body bigger than me. In other words, the route taken by the opponent should be agility. Looking at this opponent, who makes him feel slow even in Sion Weston, and every attack he makes is so clear and slow, Oliver drew his knife with a certain vigilance. Before he stabbed forward, ready to face a counterattack at any time, and to pull back if something went wrong, his neurotoxin knife easily stabbed into the heart of the person in front of him. A secondary heart? Oliver quickly drew out his knife when he had this idea in mind. To be on the safe side, he stabbed him 3 times in the left chest, the middle of the chest, and the abdomen. He had seen it from Lao Wei. If a prosthetic doctor wants to install a prosthetic, such as a secondary heart on a person, these 3 positions are the most suitable. But after stabbing 3 times, he felt nothing substantial, so Oliver quickly cut the neck of the person in front of him for safety reasons. No resistance. His pupils shrank sharply. Oliver felt something was wrong. Even if the neurotoxin knife released toxins because of his stabbing into the ear, it should not take effect so quickly due to the dosage problem, especially at a time when the nerves of Sion Weston were slow. Could it be that the side effects of Sion Weston accelerated the spread of the toxins? Or, Oliver's figure suddenly pulled back. He suspected that the other party had deliberately let him stab him in order to get closer to him. Oliver had seen a lot of Mutuo, and many of the mission personnel would bury bombs in their bodies to detonate and die together with the other party. Oh no, if it was a bomb, then at this distance, other people would be in trouble, I have to remind them. No, it's too late. Oliver's footsteps suddenly stomped on the ground. He took 2 steps back and then rushed forward quickly. If the other party exploded, the others fighting around might not have time to react. Carl, V and Jack were fine, but the others would suffer, and they had to kick the other side away. Oliver was prepared to be affected by the explosion, and he was also prepared to raise his hands to block in front of him after the explosion, curl up his body, and at least ensure that his upper body and face were not affected by the fragments. But when he rushed halfway, he found that the man's body was falling, and at the same time, the thermal energy sensing of the artificial, I did not feel any high fever reaction from the other party's body. Plop. As the body fell, Oliver paused slightly. Qilu Siguang scanned with his prosthetic eye. The other party had lost vital signs. Dead? Dead? Oliver blinked. Wasn't it an elite team? Didn't they have a secondary heart and a self-destructing bomb in their bodies? Died just like that? Oliver, what are you doing? Standing still. Hearing Jack's voice, Oliver turned his head and found that Jack, who had torn off his fat disguise, was holding a person's head with both hands. Judging from the death of the 2 people who had lost vital signs, they were held by Jack's hands and then smashed together. Next to Jack, there were already 4 or 5 bodies lying beside V. As for why there were 4 or 5 bodies, and no exact number, it was because even though Oliver had the optical prosthetic eye of Qilu Siguang, it was difficult for him to tell the exact number of people from the incomplete bodies on the ground. No, nothing. Oliver understood the situation instantly, and felt a little embarrassed. He had been on guard for a long time, but it turned out that the opponent was too weak, so he felt strange. Why did he feel that the opponent was so weak? That was because the opponent was so weak. He was playing a game with himself, and was careful. While feeling embarrassed, Oliver thought of the 3 more knives he made after stabbing the opponent's heart, and then slashed the opponent's neck. Thinking of this, it seemed a bit awkward, as if he was torturing the opponent. But compared to the V corpse that didn't even have a complete body, he should be considered friendly. No, these knives seemed to be very fast, and would not cause much pain to the opponent. While thinking, Oliver actually realized one thing. That is, combat and experience can really improve one's ability. Even though he has always been a sniper and medical staff in the team, Oliver is now strong enough to cook this elite team like cutting vegetables. While V, Jack and Oliver were working with the Atacado personnel and the 6th Street gang to besiege these elite personnel, Carl, who had been watching the show with his hands folded, noticed something. The boxes containing the ACPA moved. Chapter 679. ACPA, Carl's impression of this thing is too deep. After all, everyone has some impression of something because of losing their hands, not to mention that Carl later got an ACPA to study there. Although Carl's understanding of ACPA may not be so thorough due to reasons such as model and type, he is indeed the one who knows ACPA best in the team. When he noticed the noise coming from the boxes containing ACPA, Carl was actually a little surprised. This is not to say that he did not expect that the ACPA in the box really had a driver sitting in it early, and endured the transportation without saying anything, but he did not expect those ACPAs to react so slowly. Yes, slow. According to Carl's research, it only takes a few breaths, about 3 to 4 seconds, for ACPA to start fully operating. Some modified ACPAs can even start to move immediately after being operated under the control of the driver. However, it was almost 10 seconds after the shooting and the assassin's actions that Carl heard the ACPA startup sound in the box. If this is used as an assassination, it is obviously unreasonable because it takes too long and there is no sense of surprise at all. However, if you think about it, the real assassins are indeed the group of people outside, and the 3 ACPAs transported in the box are just insurance, which seems to be very reasonable. Because they were originally used as backup and preventive measures, and they were only accepted after the assassination team failed. If the two belong to different instructions, then it makes sense. In other words, their team channels might not be connected, so after the assassin team had been in action for about 10 seconds, the ACPA inside noticed the movement and asked their superiors for instructions, or in other words, they took action under the order of the leader inside. Sizzle. A sharp metal tearing sound pierced the air, and Carl looked up with heavy pupils. The reinforced iron box in front of him, which was used to carry ACPA mechas and heavy weapons, was being violently torn open like fragile tin foil. The alloy steel plate of the box wall twisted and broke in a harsh groan, and a hideous crack burst from the inside, with debris flying everywhere. Then, a scarlet-painted mechanical hand protruded from the dark box. The moment the 5 fingers stretched out, the hydraulic joints emitted a low hum. It casually rested on the edge of the crack, and the fingertips buckled into the steel plate, as if it was not a military-grade alloy that had been ballistically tested, but just a piece of waste paper soaked by rain. Crack! Crash! Without any delay, the mechanical arm pulled down, and the entire box wall was like flesh torn apart by the claws of a giant beast, completely broken, with a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting. Carl could even see the sparks flashing on the broken surface, and the exposed steel rods twitching like dying worms. Carl's heart pounded wildly in his chest, as if it was about to break through the cage of his ribs. He covered his heart slightly. To be honest, the feelings that arose in Carl's heart were very clear, so clear that he could understand what he was thinking at this moment. Fear. The feeling that arose in him was fear. The past experience was like the firefly light spots surrounding the field in his heart, which scattered in the bushes with the light press of his hands and fell everywhere like starlight spots. Phantom pain. A strange phantom pain made Carl shake his hand subconsciously. He still had some fear of ACPA in his heart because of the broken hand and the near death in the past. He still had that fear in his heart. The ACPA mecha in front of him was slowly standing up from the broken carrier. The hydraulic system was hissing like a venomous snake. The scarlet paint was glowing bloody under the pale lighting. Its head sensor array suddenly lit up. The hexagonal lens shrank and focused like a compound eye, and the cold red light pierced Carl's retina. It looked really scary. Huh? Carl exhaled slightly. The medium-sized ACPA, judging from the model, was still the specialized basic model he had encountered before, but this one seemed to focus more on the thickness and firepower of the armor. Judging from the limbs, the close combat ability should not be bad. This sense of familiarity, this subtle pain and fear. Suck it. Carl took a breath. His eyes seemed to be slightly shining. It's really exciting, this feeling. After a long time, facing something that makes him afraid and painful, he feels so excited, so stimulating and exciting. On his face, there was a smile that he could not suppress. So Carl laughed. He laughed out loud. I was a little worried that if I went down and met the ACPA driver who went down last, he would beat me up because he could drive ACPA. But now, even if he is ACPA, he can never be my opponent now. Carl was recalling the person who had brought him pain and fear, but as he faced him again, the fear and pain in his heart had turned into joy. This joy was so clear that the ACPA driver who first tore open the carrier and walked out could see it clearly through the sensor inside. When the driver saw the strange 6th Street gang member smiling, his first reaction was to immediately activate the facial recognition device on the armor. This was a device improved to deal with the facial projection technology developed by major companies, which could ensure that the target was indeed the person, not a holographic disguise. Under the scan of the recognition device, the face of this strange 6th Street gang member was clearly presented in the driver sensor. That face, that appearance, that smile, there was absolutely no way it could be wrong. The ACPA driver took a deep breath, and the mouth mask sensed his breathing changes and immediately released a high concentration of inhibitory gas. The cold nerve tranquilizer poured into his lungs along the trachea, quickly spread to the blood, and forcibly suppressed his suddenly soaring heart rate. He gritted his teeth, his knuckles turned white on the joystick, trying his best to control the tension and fear surging in his chest. They were war machines carefully selected by the company. The sedatives injected daily had already numbed their emotions, and psychological training suppressed their fear reactions to the limit. They could stay calm in the hail of bullets, accurately execute orders on the battlefield with blood and flesh flying, and even face death without their heartbeats. But Carl was an exception. Death was just a number jumping on the data panel, but the oppression brought by Carl was like an invisible hand, directly grasping their brain stems. It was not fear of guns or blades, but something more primitive and sharper. It was like suddenly finding synchronized footsteps behind you when walking alone late at night, or seeing a strange smile on your face in the mirror. Some fears don't need a reason. Just like when an antelope smells the breath of a lion, it never needs to see the fangs with its own eyes. I deal with him. The voice that suddenly sounded in the communication channel was like a sharp bayonet cutting off the noise of the current. It was the captain of the White Noise Eagle Squad, codenamed Echo. His voice was as steady as if he was stating tomorrow's weather, but it made the hair on the back of the necks of the other two pilots stand up. Just right. The armor seams let out a hiss of high-pressure steam, and the Scarlet ACPA bent its knees slightly. The military technology and New America logos on the shoulder armor glowed coldly. Let me weigh it. How much does the bones of the legendary Mercenary KK weigh? The hydraulic system roared like a dragon, and the foot stabilizer crushed the concrete road surface. This special ACPA, which was 30% thicker than other machines, stepped forward. The left arm ejected a 2-meter-long carbon tungsten chopper, and the right wrist rotary machine gun had already begun to pre-rotate. The driver grinned behind the mask, a twisted smile that even the nerve inhibitors could not completely suppress. A yellowed holographic photo was attached to the inside of his helmet. In the image, young people wearing ACPA trainee uniforms stood shoulder to shoulder. The sun shone through the bulletproof glass of the training base, casting honeycomb-shaped spots of light on their childish faces. Everyone showed a standard arc of graduation smile to the camera. That was the qualified product expression template stipulated by the Military Technology Human Resources Department. Now these smiles are forever frozen in this photo. As the chief instructor of that driver training camp, he personally put on the Eagle emblem shoulder straps symbolizing the official completion of the course for 12 of them, including the student 01, who he was most proud of, and thought could be absorbed into the White Noise Eagle later. The sound of honey-like viscous liquid flowing came from the hydraulic pipe. It was the stimulant injection system built into the armor that was pumping amber combat potion into his veins. This potion can improve his nerve reaction and limb coordination by 20%, and the side effect is only the subsequent nerve and limb damage to the body. The course continues, he said to himself in the private channel. The cold light on the slashing knife reflected the cold shell of the ACPA armor. Today I will teach the last lesson. The knife grip of revenge. This guy is very strong. Carl can feel it. Every move of the opponent is with suffocating precision. It is not a mechanical rhythm that ordinary ACPA drivers can achieve, but an art of killing that integrates ergonomics, armor performance, and battlefield intuition. Carl had seen countless ACPA-related videos, and even disassembled ACPA himself, but he had never seen such a perfect operation synchronization rate. The humming of the hydraulic joints was always half a beat slower than the movements, but all the movements of the Scarlet machine in front of him were like a holographic projection with redundant frames cut off. The carbon tungsten blade was as light as a feather in the hands of the driver. The preheating rhythm of the rotary cannon was synchronized with the breathing frequency, and even the angle adjustment of the rocket launcher on the back was as smooth as muscle memory. Compared with the opponent in the past, the gap between the two was like an adult crushing a child. To compare the two, at least 4 to 5 drivers of the same level are needed to create the same sense of oppression, and they must work together perfectly, as if they were one person. Noticing that ACPA finally showed up, the other people around them tacitly made way for Carl and this special Captain ACPA. No one wanted to be affected by the battle between the two. The assassins knew that they were facing Carl's team, and they also knew that if they didn't surpass Carl's team, they would never be able to complete the mission. Although this was unexpected, they trusted their own abilities. Similarly, they also trusted the leader of their White Noise Eagle ACPA team, the former hero of the Unification War. Echo, a war hero of the New America, was famous for his legendary record of defeating 27 ACPAs alone in the Unification War. To date, both military analysts and company assessment reports have listed him as one of the best ACPA pilots in the new United States. In his brilliant service record, the Blood Mist Canyon battle was particularly dazzling. At that time, the ACPA detachment responsible for the advancement and suppression mission encountered an ambush by the Independent State Alliance in a narrow valley in Nevada. With all his teammates wiped out, Echo alone annihilated two fully staffed four-man ACPA teams. Heroes versus Legends. This is by no means a disparity contest. In the eyes of all ACPA pilots and assassins, even top players like KK are probably difficult to compare with this war machine. After all, regular wars and street gunfights are a world of difference. The confrontation between Carl and Echo lasted only 5 seconds. The two tacitly bought time for their teammates to evacuate and avoid accidental injuries. They both firmly believed that they could end each other, and they both understood that this duel would determine the direction of the entire battle. Both fighters had the same awareness to end the fight with minimal casualties and the fastest results. The Echo moved. The Scarlet ACPA was like an out-of-control battering ram, crashing into Carl amidst the screaming of the hydraulic system. The driver did not waste ammunition. To deal with a target like Carl, the first round of fire suppression often only provided him with moving smoke. The carbon tungsten slasher tore through the air, slashing down with enough kinetic energy to split a main battle tank. Carl did not retreat but advanced. He turned sideways at the moment when the blade was approaching him, and the single molecular line popped out from the wrist of the prosthetic wrist, entangled the hydraulic pipe of the elbow joint of ACPA, and the friction between the metal fiber and the machine produced dazzling sparks. Carl took advantage of this pulling force to soar into the air, and the slasher just brushed his back, splitting a 2-meter-long crack in the concrete wall behind Carl. Bang! The EMP knife stabbed fiercely into the seam of the ACPA's shoulder armor, and the arc exploded. The HUD in front of the driver flashed violently, but the military technology espionage, the improved anti-electromagnetic coating developed by the latest Contao, was thicker than expected. The system was paralyzed for only 1 second before returning to normal. Old trick. Weisheng sneered. EMP protection is the foundation of ACPA. After quickly restarting the program, ACPA's back rocket launcher was instantly unlocked. Carl's pupils shrank suddenly. For high-explosive rockets ignited at the same time, it was impossible to dodge at a distance of less than 5 meters. He suddenly pulled the single molecule line tightly, his palms pressed tightly, and threw himself to ACPA's chest. That was the only blind spot in the rocket's trajectory. Carl's body almost brushed past the rocket. The scorching tail burned scorch marks on his bulletproof vest. Along with the heat wave and burning sensation on his back, ACPA's metal body rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. He heard the hum of the rotary machine gun starting to warm up. Think this is a blind spot? Echo's voice was full of sarcasm. 6 shooting holes suddenly appeared on ACPA's chest armor, and the barrel array of the micro-submachine gun flashed coldly. Carl twisted his waist in the air, and the single-molecule wire squeaked in the joints of the prosthetic hand. The neurotoxin knife slipped from his sleeves, and was bitten by his teeth on the handle. The flames of the submachine gun gushed out, and the bullets swept a string of smoking bullet holes on the ground. Carl stuck to the observation window of ACPA's head like a spider. Bang! This punch hit ACPA's head with a scream of hydraulic system overload. The armor buffer gel rippled under the impact. Echo's data chip was calculating next shockproof coefficient. Buffering efficiency 93.7%, but the impact conduction will cause a 0.2-second visual system reset. ACPA's armor is very strong, but this cannot avoid that this is only a Taichung ACPA. As for the protection ability of this thing, even if it has been reinforced, Carl has an impression that it cannot protect against a certain degree of point-breaking attacks. During the time when the visual system was reset, Carl kept dropping his fists during the slow time. When spider web-like cracks bloomed on the composite observation window, he saw that the internal optical lens group was switching to the backup view. Obviously, the driver was about to complete the visual reset. So he took out the knife in his mouth, and the tip of the knife precisely wedged into the gap of the crack. The light green nerve agent began to spread to the core cockpit along the drug pipeline in the broken small gap, which was like a bionic blood vessel. This toxin will enter the driver's body with a continuous injection of drugs. After doing a lot of research on ACPA, Carl has understood the best way to deal with ACPA. The armor of ACPA is not something that is easy to destroy, but the drivers in ACPA are just flesh and blood. They are the weaknesses of ACPA. As long as the driver is solid, no matter how thick the armor of ACPA is or how strong the firepower is, it is just a machine that can't move. Chapter 680. The neurotoxin silently seeped in along the drug pipeline, and Echo, the pilot, noticed the abnormality at the first time. A series of damage alarms and unknown substance detection reports flashed wildly on the retina of his artificial eye. At this moment, he was completely connected to ACPA through neural synchronization. The whole person seemed to have turned into the central nervous system of this war mecha. When the toxin invaded the system, he felt not only the abnormality of the machine, but also his body was corroded by some cold foreign matter. Neurotoxin? KK's intelligence did mention this poison dagger, but Echo never took it to heart. How could such a weapon targeting flesh and blood break through ACPA's alloy armor and directly threaten himself in the cockpit? However, reality gave him a slap in the face. The toxin was heading straight for his life support device along the drug delivery system. His reaction was as fast as lightning, and he completed the 3 input operations in almost an instant. Cut off the pipeline. The left-hand control panel popped up, and the mechanical clamp in the body accurately clamped the contaminated drug tube. The hydraulic device crushed it with a click and sealed it. Start the shield. The inside suddenly cracked, and the micro-fire extinguishing gel sprayed out, forming an amber isolation membrane at the broken part of the head pipeline. Inject antidote. The emergency syringe at the back of the neck automatically pierced, and the ice blue antitoxin serum was directly injected into the circulatory system along the cervical implant interface. It took Huisheng less than 1 second to complete these emergency operations. As a reaction, he was already very fast, but even though he had processed the internal parts so quickly, a series of red alarms exploded on his retina. The neural synchronization rate dropped to 88%, the thermostat failed, and the body temperature was rising. Color noise began to appear in Huisheng's vision. In his eyes, the green grid lines of the tactical HUD seemed to be splashed with acid paint. The edges began to wriggle and dissolve, turning into pools of fluorescent mucus. The roar caused by the original mecha was distorted into the roar of some creature, as if a giant beast was breathing against his ear bone. Then, the right arm of the mecha, which was originally as natural as a limb, suddenly disappeared for half a second, and then, there was a phantom pain of being gnawed by thousands of ants. He has been poisoned. The medicine pipeline was originally a metal blood vessel flowing with light blue nutrient solution, but now it has become a channel for transporting death. Even if Huisheng has processed it at the fastest speed, the toxin is still like a cold venomous snake, winding up along the pipeline and piercing the nerve interface at the back of his neck. Echo suddenly tasted rust. It was not an illusion, but the toxin eroded the oral mucosa. He pressed the tip of his tongue against the roof of his mouth, and could feel tiny drops of blood seeping out from the taste buds. Ironically, the neural connection that enhanced combat power was now sending death to the whole body at 200% efficiency. Echo made it clear that this state would not last long, because his antitoxin had already followed the toxin, but the damage caused by the toxin could not be removed after the toxin was eliminated. His body had been permanently damaged in this battle. It only took Echo 2 seconds to think and process, but the speed of Echo's control of ACPA decreased in 2 seconds, which was enough for Carl to do many things. The flying metal fragments made a sharp whistle in the air, and Carl had ended his state of wandering in slow time. This was far from his limit. If Carl wanted to maintain this time now, the time he maintained would definitely not be less than that of V's apogee Sion Weston, but this time was enough. The precise moment of surgery was enough to complete a perfect armor-breaking operation. ACPA's palm swept across Carl, who was hammering his head with his fist, but the iron palm only swept across a piece of air, and Carl had fallen before the palm arrived. Feeling the gravity dragging his body down, Carl watched as his palm swept past, and his toes accurately stepped on the protective protrusion of ACPA's knee joint. That place should have been the strongest point of the armor, but at this moment it became his best stepping stone. With the inertia of leaping, his fingers brushed across the cracks in ACPA's chest armor, and when the EMP knife was pulled out, a string of dark blue electric sparks came out, like a glowing spine pulled out from the body of a mechanical behemoth. The tsunami good should be here in the next few days. Carl narrowed his eyes slightly in midair because of the electric sparks. His cheek was slightly scratched by the armor fragments and bleeding. He remembered the armor-piercing transformation module marked on the weapons list. If there really is such a thing, maybe he won't have to go through so much trouble next time. The moment the alarm of the shoulder-sensing optical camera exploded on the retina, the Echo's muscle memory had reacted before the consciousness. The rocket launchers that had just completed the volley suddenly made a hydraulic release sound, and ejected from the back armor like a venomous snake shedding its skin. Few people would load fragmentation grenades on ACPA, which is as crazy as stuffing gasoline cans in a tank, but Echo's modifications are always full of dangerous creativity. Each of his rocket launchers has 3 fragmentation grenades embedded in the inner shell. At this moment, these miniature death gods are rolling down from the wreckage of the ejected launcher, and the click sound made by the safety pin spinning in the air is continuous. Fragmentation grenades will cause damage to the ACP's armor, but they will also cause damage to the enemy. At close range, Echo has ACPA armor as protection. What about Carl? Echo in the cockpit bit the stimulant capsule hidden between his teeth, and the severe pain temporarily raised his neural synchronization rate to 94%. He was ready to turn around and chase Carl the moment the grenade exploded. Just a grenade will never kill KK. In this regard, he is even more confident than KK himself. As soon as Carl completed his graceful back jump, he saw more than 10 grenades forming a death barrage between the mecha and himself. The nearest one even brushed past the hem of his raised windbreaker. The metal shells full of dents were blooming like dandelions in the air, revealing the dense tungsten alloy fragments inside. What a mad dog! Carl laughed when he understood what Huisheng had done. Compared with the driver, who was deceived by him with the fragmentation grenade, this one was much more powerful. He actually took the initiative to use the damage that the armor could withstand in exchange for a fatal blow to the unprotected enemy. If you don't count Adam Heavy Hammer, who is not sure if he can be considered a driver, the person he is facing at this moment is definitely the strongest and craziest driver he has ever met. Fortunately, I faced him. The fragmentation grenade exploded, and Carl's figure blurred for a moment in the firelight. Chapter 681. The blazing white light of the explosion suddenly burst out, and the tungsten alloy shrapnel turned into countless deadly streams of light under the shock wave, tearing fiercely at Echo's ACPA armor. The sharp sound of metal colliding with metal pierced the air, and sparks splashed like a rainstorm. The armor layer is damaged, and the shrapnel has not penetrated. The system's warning sound echoed coldly in the cockpit. Echo gritted his teeth, and the back armor withstood this round of death baptism at the critical moment. That was the third layer of composite lining he requested to reinforce, which was now glowing with a dark red glow after overload. The shock wave hit like a huge wave, and the steel giant was pushed forward by the shock wave and staggered half a step, and the hydraulic joints groaned under the heavy load. But the next second, veins popped up on Huisheng's fingers on the neural touch strip, and ACPA's foot grip spikes dug into the road surface, dragging out 2 sparking gullies in the harsh friction sound. When the smoke and dust were split by the strong wind raised by the mecha, the sensor had relocked the target, and the carbon tungsten slashing knife vibrated at a high frequency, like a buzzing. Buzz. The carbon tungsten slashing knife made a harsh sound in the high frequency vibration, and the air around the blade was distorted due to the violent vibration, as if even the light was torn apart by this weapon. Thermal energy activation is completed, the electrical heat conductivity meets the standard, and the combat threshold meets the standard. As soon as the cold electronic sound fell, the dark gray blade of the slashing knife suddenly lit up. First, it was dark red like a soldering iron, and then turned into a dazzling white. The lattice structure of the carbon tungsten alloy was wildly agitated under the stimulation of the electric current, and the superconducting coating transmitted the violent energy to every inch of the blade without loss. The carbon tungsten chopping knife used by Echo is made of a very good conductor of electricity and heat. Since this material is used, it is natural for Echo to add something to the chopping knife. Echo could feel the current running under the armor. They were like countless silver snakes, winding along the diversion groove outside the insulation layer, and finally all gathered on the slashing knife. The high voltage jumped on the surface of the blade, bursting out tiny blue-purple arcs, reflecting the dust around the mecha like phosphorus powder in a storm. Boom! When ACPA's heel hydraulic bolt locked the ground for the last time, Echo's arm joints burst out with a hydraulic overload scream. On the battlefield where the smoke and dust had not yet dissipated, a blazing white lightning slashed out with a turn. The mecha's waist and hip twisted to bring out a perfect arc of force. When the carbon tungsten slashing knife heated to the critical point cut through the air, it even left a brief plasma afterimage. ACPA is powered by a combination of fuel cells and battery packs, which can keep ACPA armor running for 24 hours. However, if the battery is forcibly extracted to power the output, the duration of its continuous combat will drop rapidly. Some novice ACPA drivers often take this into consideration and dare not exert their strength in battle. However, for Echo, an experienced hero driver, he naturally would not care about things like continuous combat and return trips. This time, the output directly consumed 10% of his total stored power, in order to kill KK at the fastest speed, like a lightning bolt, before KK could react. This knife is really fast. Even those with Sion Weston will not be able to dodge this knife that has been accelerated to the extreme, because Sion Weston only slows down time in the senses while accelerating nerve reactions. When faced with attacks that are difficult to capture even when nerve reactions are raised to the limit, they will still be unable to dodge, which is why there are differences between Sion Weston users. Echo was sure that the fragmentation grenade could not kill KK, so he immediately drew his knife. Carl also knew that the fragmentation grenade could not do anything to him, so he moved forward. In his retina, the explosion simulation curve turned into data one by one and entered his mind. Fragment distribution, shock wave attenuation rate, armor penetration, everything was woven into a three-dimensional survival network in his eyes. When Echo was still preparing for the impact of the explosion, Carl had already found a rare way out on that network. Swish. The sound of the bulletproof vest being violently torn apart was drowned in the prelude to the explosion. Carl threw off all the burdens, like a snake shedding its skin. The exposed upper body skin stretched out marble-like patterns in the smoke. The clothes he threw out were strangely spread out in the air, just forming a tilted buffer curtain. Bang! Tungsten alloy fragments came like a rainstorm, but miraculously refracted the moment they touched the clothes. The bulletproof ceramic plate changed the incident angle of most fragments within 1,000th of a second, and the remaining deadly fragments were induced into a spiral trajectory by the deliberately relaxed fiber layer. Carl's figure blurred for a moment under the cover of the cloth explosion, like a ghost in bullet time. Without the threat of fragments, it is not difficult to avoid the damage of fragmentation grenades by just keeping a certain distance. The death radius of the fragmentation grenade drew an invisible boundary between the two people, and Carl stood on the edge of this life and death line, as accurate as if it was measured with a vernier caliper. Tungsten alloy shrapnel whistled past his side, drawing a burning trajectory in the air, and his skin could feel the subtle airflow brought by the deadly metal tearing the air, like the touch of the fingertips of the god of death. But Carl's eyelashes did not even tremble. He had already calculated the deflection angle of each trajectory before the explosion. The fragments that brushed past his ears were like streams of light, and as Carl was moving forward, the streams of light slid behind him. The slashing knife was flashing like lightning, but unfortunately it was still too slow. Compared to Hui, who held the slashing knife after meeting the shrapnel grenade and the shock wave, and then slashed back at high speed after infusing electric heat, Carl was much faster. Facing the shock wave and shrapnel, the two were on the same horizontal line, stabilizing their bodies. Carl was 1 step faster, infusing electric heat. Carl was 2 steps faster, holding the slashing knife tightly. Carl was 3 steps faster. Carl was 4 steps faster. In a battle, 1 step faster can determine the outcome, let alone 4 steps. When Hui turned around and slashed with the knife, he saw Carl's already blurred figure. That figure was not where he predicted Carl should be after meeting the impact of the shrapnel grenade and the shrapnel. Rather, it was too close. Echo's horizontal slash was made by holding the knife with both hands, rotating from the right side and sweeping behind him, and Carl had come to his left side at this moment. He held a gun in his hand. Johnny Silverhand said that Carl could only use his gun once, in order to prevent Carl from using his gun like a lighter, only once. Carl remembered Johnny Silverhand's words. So he used it this time. As for the rest, of course, it was like using a lighter, and he took it away unconsciously and used it. The roar of Malorian 3516 was deafening. It was said that the power was comparable to that of an anti-tank gun. The gun that could only be controlled by a prosthetic hand was pulled out from the waist, rotating in Carl's hand, and then perfectly reached the palm and was held tightly. Bang! The sound of heavy artillery sounded. Chapter 682. The roar of Malorian 3516 exploded in the night, proving that even after half a century, this legendary firearm still stands at the pinnacle of weapon design. The moment Carl pulled the trigger, the violent recoil even shook his prosthetic hand, and the fire bursting from the muzzle briefly illuminated his stern face. A brass shell was ejected, and the bullet was so fast that it almost tore the air, drawing a deathly trajectory in the cold night wind, and shot straight at ACPA's head. Carl's aim was extremely accurate. It was the crack he had torn open with the neurotoxin dagger before. The seams of the armor had cracked, revealing the fragile pipelines and circuits inside. The toxin had already penetrated. At this moment, only one last blow was needed, and the crack would spread like a spider web, completely transforming the tiny flaw into a fatal injury of destruction. The moment the bullet penetrated the gap, a series of dazzling electric sparks burst out from the entire head of ACPA, like the last spasm of a dying beast. A fatal blow? Carl hoped so, but when he saw the slasher calmly adjusting the angle in the smoke, he knew that things were not that simple. Under the broken head armor, there was only a twisted mechanical skeleton and an empty circuit cabin, no cockpit, no flesh and blood, and not even a drop of lubricant leaked out. Carl had disassembled ACPA, and was familiar with their structure. The standard model ACPA followed the principle of minimum necessary design. Redundant structure would reduce mobility, so their head should have been the last bastion of the driver, but the mecha in front of him had obviously deviated from the scope of the standard. Echo is a lunatic. This war hero transformed his ACPA into a complete heresy. Traditional humanoid mechas are already controversial. The stability of the bipedal structure is far less than that of the track, and the transmission efficiency of the joints is not as good as that of the wheeled chassis. However, the significance of the existence of ACPA has never been to compete with tanks and firepower, but to maintain absolute freedom of movement on the human battlefield. It can step on stairs, drill through alleys, and crawl like a living person in collapsed ruins. And Echo's transformation has pushed this concept to the extreme. The cockpit of this ACPA is not in the head at all. Its skeletal structure borrows from the segmented design of arthropods. The hydraulic tendons are 3 times thicker than conventional models. There is a second cooling system hidden inside the shoulder armor, and the knee joints can even bend in reverse. The most fatal thing is that it disperses the core control system in the explosion-proof cabins of the chest and pelvis, just like cutting the brain into pieces and hiding them throughout the body. The blade vibrated at a high frequency, and the blade left a blue afterimage in the air. Its power did not decrease at all, but it turned in an instant, and with a sharp sound of breaking wind, it went straight to Carl's waist, vowing to cut him in two. Carl's eyes were fixed on the damaged head armor. The delivery pipe. The twisted and deformed hydraulic pipes were oozing light green neurotoxins. The knife he had stabbed earlier did work, but he didn't expect that Huisheng, a madman, actually transformed the head space where the conventional ACPA was placed in the cockpit into the center of the liquid circulation system. Smart, the toxin did affect the action of the mecha, which gave Carl an advantage, but also made him misjudge the location of the fatal point, but the direction of these exposed delivery pipes betrayed the real core. Moreover, how big can an ACPA be? Even if the head is not fatal, what does it matter? Malorian 3516 roared again, and Carl's figure moved rapidly in the gunfire. Since destroying the head is not enough, then tear down its torso, tear up its arms, crush its legs, until this pile of scrap metal can no longer stand up. Carl kept firing, and the roar of Malorian in his hands was no less than the sound of Arasaka Tower more than 50 years ago. However, compared with Johnny Silverhand, who relied on power to kill his opponent, Carl's attack was quite accurate even though his arms were shaking due to recoil. The armor plate of ACPA made a dying whine under the rain of bullets. The steel behemoth driven by Echo had been equipped with composite armor that was enough to resist rockets, but at this moment it was like a broken gong in a storm. Every time a bullet landed, a cluster of dazzling blue-white sparks exploded, and the flying metal fragments scattered like peeled scales. The hissing sound of hydraulic pipes bursting, and the crackling sound of short circuits intertwined, and the red alarm light in the cockpit made Echo's distorted face look like a demon. Is this KK? He is really good. Carl twisted his body and rolled over, and the knife passed through his body with a harsh buzzing sound of electric current. The high-voltage arc on the blade just brushed past, and the hairs on his exposed skin stood up, and the electric sparks in the air crackled like a group of dancing fireflies. The burning and numbness rushed up his spine along the nerves like a venomous snake, and Carl frowned unconsciously, but there was no disorder in his rolling trajectory, as if the pain was just an insignificant background noise. Just when his body was about to lose balance, he used inertia to push the ground hard. While supporting himself with his left hand, he lifted Malorian with his right hand. The fire from the muzzle bit into the joint of ACPA's shoulder armor accurately. Amid the whistling sound of metal tearing, another piece of debris splashed out of the wound like mincemeat. Carl felt the pain, and suddenly a doubt came to his mind. This ACPA driver had thick armor, strong firepower, and was also drastically modified. It already had the defense and firepower of a heavy ACPA, but was as agile as a light ACPA. However, judging from its size, it was a medium ACPA. Could it be that the current ACPA has evolved to this point, or was the modification of this driver flawed, but he just didn't find it? Carl fired again, but this time he didn't aim at the joint of the armor, but at the hydraulic pipeline of the leg. The gunshot sounded, and high-pressure hydraulic oil gushed out like arterial blood, and ACPA's right leg suddenly stagnated. Carl's eyes lit up. What a courage! He really admired the driver in front of him. In traditional concepts, the power of ACPA is very important and needs to be strictly protected. Therefore, few people would specifically attack the joints of ACPA in battle, because those places must have been specially thickened without thinking, and even the weak points must be protected more strictly. However, the driver in front of him actually gave up the protection of power based on people's subconscious thinking. It was not accidental that he was immediately affected by the invasion of the pipeline before, but his mecha had defects. He exposed the weakness openly and only made some seemingly thickened covers, but in fact, he used this to strengthen the protection of other aspects. Now that we know where the real weakness is, it is much easier to deal with it. Carl threw out the EMP knife he had drawn before, and hit the joints of ACPA accurately. Those precise modifications have become a burden at this moment. Distributed control systems require perfect synchronization, and EMP causes their timing to be disordered by microseconds. The blade still maintained its downward trajectory, but the slow movement due to power damage was too slow. Carl had already dodged to the side. He ejected the single-molecule line and threw it accurately at an inconspicuous inspection port on the back of ACPA. There was the real cockpit of the Echo. In the sound of metal tearing, Carl heard a human cough. It was a fatal blow.